Okay, this shit might actually be up, might be working. Let's check. All right. So I guess it is working. What's up with chat? I had a you were there. um, so after tonight's situation, I realized, um, yeah, after tonight's mishap with everything, I realized that we're gonna have to bring out for Vegas. We're gonna have to bring out the prototype part 2, and that's not gonna be finished being built until Sunday. So we're not gonna be able to go back out there until next Friday. So we're gonna double down on content here at the house, building our chat, building our community, building the MVPs, and then we'll go attack it again. Because like honestly, that's just one thing that we do. Like we can go to indoor places and stream that shit, which we do plan on doing. So like like I said, we're not a one trick pony. Just Fremont Street in Vegas is not our only thing that we do. So we bought the new Spider-Man game. Shout out to the people that subbed up and the people that didn't, because you will in the future. Now, but now we got a good game that's, in my opinion, way better than Batman. I am completely horrible. I am trash, but because the Fremont Street stream didn't go the way I had planned, I thought, yo, we could just vibe out over here because I was gonna be on the street. I planned on being on Fremont Street till like 2:30. So when I came home, I was like, yo, like I still got the energy of I'm still gonna be up. So I'm like, yo, we might as well try this game. I'm horrible at it. I don't know the buttons at all. Like, but that's what playing the game is for, to have fun. So, um, yeah, man. So let's go ahead and get the game started. I was thinking about playing some music and shit, but I don't know why everything loads up and shit. Why not, man? Sure, there's got to be something that we could play, right? You know, something light. How y'all feeling, by the way? If y'all, you know what I mean? If y'all just got here, thank y'all for just getting here and staying here with me. That's crazy, man. You know, we go through trials and tribulations with this stream and content situation, but when we figure it out, ooh, watch what it turn into. That's another reason why I'm not really like crazy upset. Oh shit. So I already know, like, once we get this thing operational, going crazy, I already know, like, I already know. There's nothing gonna stop us. There's nothing to stop us. Oh, shut up, play the game. Yvette, not Yvette. It's always bad when someone named Yvette. Where the steam at? Hey boy, looking at the big crib. Hey. I'm always thugging. I'm a real motherfucker, real street nigga. Every song screaming free my brother. Hey, that's the only part of that song I like. I ain't gonna lie. I don't really like the rest of that song at all. But yeah, that's it right there. I ain't gonna repeat it. Ain't no need. So is Spider-Man supposed to be part Venom, and then Michael Morales just got the he got the electricity shit? I don't know shit about this game, chat. We are going to figure it out together, man. Sure, without wasting no time. We already said all the shit I had to say. Sure. Let's get to it, man. Let me get to the hold on, matter of fact, before I even do all that, let's get to the right situation too. Bam. So I ain't gotta stop, do nothing. We just right there on the same accord. I don't need to shit was higher than Bobby Brown and eggs. hit it with this one. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know too much about your movies, but just for my initial 30 minutes, yo. Get my controller together. Let's go.
Oh, they kidnapped me. I did not consent. Okay,
we got J. Jonah.
Menaces. I'm surrounded by menaces. But J. Jonah Jameson is not going anywhere, you hear me? I'm not going anywhere! Wait, where am I going? Where am I going?
Wow, what happened when you drove to the store? Hey, what happened when you drove to the store? Oh, first off, I want to say, chat, like, life is so interesting, man. Like, well, I gotta quit the game to do that. Tell you, life is so interesting, right? Like, why, like, I ran into somebody I shouldn't have. Oh, damn. Well, I ain't gonna lie. Should have door. Hey, I had a feeling I wasn't supposed to go out tonight too, and sometimes you gotta just roll the dice. I hope the interaction didn't go too crazy for that person.
Mr. Parker, where are you?
Principal Evans. Hi.
that's crazy.
Yes,
Not the
this
bus,
is
not the
me, Peter Parker. I'm sorry. There was an emergency, and
You gotta be
I'll
like
be there
me
soon, I
and
promise.
just start staying at home a little
I
more.
better
Yeah,
see you
feel
in 10
should've
seconds.
just
or-
Oh
ordered
no.
gas.
You're breaking up. Well, soon.
You lost that job.
I can't believe I just did that.
Lost that job. Damn, I hope you're all right though.
Where's
You know what I mean?
Mr. Sumida? Oh, he just left. Something about going on vacation?
What? That's incredible, Haley.
Also, while you were gone,
there it is.
I
Gotta own the
found out
company.
that I got the Rand scholarship.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Bro, that's like a full ride. Well, big
Makes
day
you
for
wanna
everyone.
learn sign language. I ain't
Really
gonna lie.
missing out.
Oh man, I can't watch this.
What's this? Oh yeah, he finna
I
get fired.
also can't look away.
Principal Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess who decided to show up today?
I know this looks terrible.
Looks?
And I'm so sorry.
It's more than looks.
No, I know.
This
And
is
this is the
absolutely
last thing that I
ridiculous.
wanted to happen, and it'll never happen again.
I've had enough of this.
No, look.
No more excuses. Your job is to protect these students, not to abandon them. You're fired.
Damn. That makes sense though. It's hard being Spider-Man.
Dude,
Not gonna hold
being
you.
Spider-Man
Spider-Man
must be so
was never
hard keeping a
Peter
job.
Parker was never in the class.
But I'm sure that you're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, just all right then, big dog. That's how you. All right, that's how it is. All right. Spider-Man should have some sort of GoFundMe or something figured out, but it makes sense because it's traceable back to him. So one thing at a time.
Hey, sorry about the job. You weren't the worst teacher we've ever had, if that helps.
Oh, I
Think
got
I
a
can
level
put
up.
that on my resume?
Well, listen,
Level 2, level 3.
there's an open photo call at the New York Bulletin. I just sent a shot in yesterday. It's
Okay.
not much money, but it's money.
That's Robbie Robertson's paper. We used to work together at the Bugle. I think I know just what he'd like. Thanks, Miles.
No problem. I might send him a few
Show
more
me
shots
New York,
too if I
take
have time.
photos for Robbie Robertson.
Robbie always said, don't show me the city, show me New York.
Oh shit, that wasn't good. Nope, that wasn't it. Damn it. How do I
Hey there.
Okay, so I don't remember shit that I learned earlier. That's what's up. I didn't know I could do that. I can do that. Okay. Oh shit, stop doing that. There it is. There it is. There we go. Oh, so stop doing that. There we go. Get it back, chat. Let's go. Let's go. We don't care about the photos. What we're trying to do is remember how to motherfucking work our character. Okay. All right. He can set up a GoFundMe and put it under name of Parley Parker. Or you could just put it under MJ. Oh, okay, I'm starting to learn a little. Okay. Okay, so use this. No. Whoa. Okay. Okay. This shit is fucking crazy, man. Okay. Wow. This shit is crazy, chat. Just doing this is fucking crazy. Hold on. I gotta figure something out. Now you getting it. You have the freedom to do most anything except swing in the middle of a football field because there are no buildings. That makes sense. I was just thinking about something. What are these right here? So those are my little jumping points. Oh, those are jumping points. Oh, motherfucker, I just learned some shit, bitch. I just learned some shit. You are leaving the playable area. Oh, my bad. Now they tell me what to do. Oh, I just learned some shit, motherfucker. So that's what those things are? Oh, they're jumping point. And I could just whoop. Oh, that's crazy. I just learned some shit. Oh, this shit is fire, man. What the holy shit. So you're telling me I could just... What the fuck? I think I just learned some shit, chat. This is fire.
Armored truck getting robbed. Must be a Tuesday.
Yo. Yeah, I think I'm in the middle of a mission, but just learning how to maneuver the character and get fluid with how he moves is fire. Like, he's way better than Batman. This is crazy. I'm supposed to be doing something. I ain't gonna hold you. I forgot the whole mission. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was just getting comfortable with how to maneuver the character, so I didn't fucking always fall and shit. Oh shit, I can just do that type shit. See? I didn't even know. That's fucking wild. That's fucking crazy. Wow. I didn't know how to, yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. So I was supposed to do something. I forgot. I don't even know what this whole shit is, but oops. Hold on, I messed that up. I want to try that again. Ooh! I'm learning. That wasn't it. Bam. Press R3 to locate citywide activities. I don't care about none of that shit. I'm over here with it. Reminder, skill points available for. Okay, that's what's up. Anyway. Let me see what I'm trying to do now. Because I'm Spider-Man. Because I'm fucking Spider-Man now. Assault, crime reported. Oh, shit, what that mean? I'm supposed to care about that? Okay. Spider-Man over here kind of drunk, but it's all right. Oops, going the wrong way, Spider. Bro, get over here, bro. Get over here, bro. You bugging. Get over here, bro. Okay. I had it so good earlier. I was admiring my handiwork and started fucking up. Okay, there we go. Finally got there.
Ain't that something?
Swipe up to equip camera. What the fuck? God darn it. How do I do this shit? That's always be fucking me up. Why is this always mess up on my shit? I didn't even know what that was. That was crazy. I don't know what that is. Swipe up. Oh, that's nice. Damn, why do I not know how these buttons work? That's crazy. It's telling me. It's telling me to do up and then press other shit, but that doesn't work when I do that for some reason. I don't know why. This lightweight's super annoying. Because if I just... Yeah, it won't even let me do anything else, actually. That's crazy. It won't even let me do anything else. What the fuck? I don't know what the fucking button is. No. That's crazy. I don't know what the fuck. Oh. Yeah, I swiped left earlier and that worked. And what the fuck? Yeah, but I think my controllers are fucked up. I gotta fix that. I don't know how to fix that. Damn, how do I configure it to my shit? Because I don't even know what the fucking the original buttons are supposed to be. Well, um, I guess we go gamepad, game plan. Well, yeah. Oh shit. I don't know what none of this shit means. I'm finna fuck my whole shit. I'm like, yo, I'm finna fuck this whole shit up. I'm finna be moving. I'm finna be moonwalking in this motherfucker. I just learned how to do some shit right now. That's crazy. Like, nah, they're gonna have me fucked in the game. Shit, this is crazy. Um, yeah, for sure. I don't be over here moonwalking in Calabasas. So what am I supposed to do though? That's crazy. It's not that one. I think I don't have that button. Or something. Wait, what do I want me to do? Swipe up to equip camera. I don't. How do you swipe up? What do you mean? Yeah, how do you swipe up? Yeah, I don't think I have it. There's photo right there. There's me moving around. That's not equipping a camera. It says swipe up. I'm assuming it'd be the control pad, but the control pad. Yeah, it says they want me just to equip the camera. Swipe up to equip the camera. Like what? I go over here or something? Because that's not a camera. It's a web shooter. Controller? Where does it say controller? Oh, I was supposed to do that. And I did that on accident. I was actually looking at something else to do, and then I actually did it. So what am I supposed to do? I was looking for something else. I wanted to show you like how I couldn't figure it out, and then I actually accidentally. I don't even know what the fuck I did actually. I just accidentally pressed some shit. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing.
There. Now to submit and...
Peter, how you doing, son?
Robbie, hi. I know this is out of the blue, but I wanted to let you know I
What?
just sent in a photo for your open call.
Wonderful. We can definitely run this.
Me too. I totally know what I'm supposed to do.
But if you find the beating heart of New York,
Oh, I'm taking pictures for the what's it called?
hear from you.
You too, Robbie. Thanks.
Who the fuck is Robbie? Oh, Robbie. He's the fucking he's under Jay Jameson. You have earned district points by stopping crimes and completing activities in the Little Desert. Press continue. Thank you. Now open the map. The map shows and tracks activities across New York's 14 districts. As you progress through the story, new activities will unlock. Press OK to continue. Each district has 3 tiers of rewards. The second reward tier allows you to fast travel within that district. Oh, okay. A little fast track. Scroll over a district to track your progress and check the map often to find opportunities to help New York. Explore the city to reveal nearby activities and add them to your map. Locate citywide activities. Is this R3? Oh, that's dope. So are they telling me if you want to play a story? I don't want to play the story. Actually, I want to just get cool with my character. Is there a way I can like go beat up street thugs and random shit without playing the actual story? Like, because I want to actually see what's up with my character, try to, you know what I mean, do some shit, have some fun. It'd be cool if I could just flip a car over. Oh. Gotta get up out of here, big dog. Alright. So I gotta go up high or something for them to show me the missions? Photo op discovered. What that mean? How do I take the pictures? How do I take the picture? High speed chase. They want me to get active? Oh, so I'm supposed to get active.
Sandy in all the wrong places.
How do I take the pictures?
Might be-
Oh, photo mode? I'm supposed to do that? Open camera gadget type shit? I know, but doesn't mean just because we spent 5 minutes before doesn't mean I can't remember it. Doesn't mean I'm gonna remember it. This isn't Grand Theft Auto. You can't steal cars. Oh, okay, okay.
Time for a change.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I messed up. What's going on right now? Oh, I'm supposed to stop this crime in progress. My bad. Where they at? Where the crime at? I'm Spider-Man. Let me know what's up. Okay, where's the crime at? That was horrible, but where's the crime? Oh, that way. Okay. Okay. Well, what's this? What's this? R3 will show you. Red is for street crimes. I believe blue is for camera and yellow. What's the camera shit for? You received a city token. You can purchase new suits by using city tech parts and other resources. Okay. Okay. You can also craft new styles for your suits. Craft the styles for the Advanced Suit 2.0. Hold the craft. Suits with styles have 3 alternative styles in addition to the original. Highlight a style and press X to select it. Why not? I'm not mad at this. I'm not mad at this. Can I do this? This makes me feel a little more roguish. I'm digging this. What? What else they got over here? Oh, I don't have access. Never mind. I'm feeling this. So you do want to be Batman. Nah, I want to be Scarlet. I want to be Scarlet Spider, actually. But I don't have access. Yeah, they don't have. Ew. Yeah, these are ugly. I want to be Scarlet Spider, but until then, white is dope. I'm fucking with actually, that's close. Iron Man memory, in the memory of Iron Man. I'm fucking with it. Let's do this one. In the memory of in the memory of Iron Man. Let's go. What?
Hey, MJ.
Hey, I'm headed to your place to drop something off. Is the back door unlocked?
I don't know. I left in a hurry this morning. I'll just meet you there.
Okay, cool. You and Miles get back to school okay?
Yep.
Quite a first day for you. Hopefully tomorrow will be quieter.
I am sure it will be. See you in a bit. It's worse than getting fired. Tell your
Okay.
girlfriend that you got fired.
Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, what's down there? It looks like I gotta do something. Uh-oh. I'm putting the paws on these niggas. Oop, get out the way. Oh, he hit me? Oh, shit. Oh, fall off. Yeah, bye.
All in a day's work for a neighborly Spider-Man.
Where'd he go? He fell off, right? Oh, wait, he just... I thought I was the Spider-Man. How he... Wait. Oh, I left him webbed up to the side? Oh, I thought I... Oh, no. Spider-Man webbed him to the side? I guess I gotta respect it. They say Wolverine's the only one that kills people, really. And that hasn't... And we don't have that. Anyway. Okay, I gotta learn these buttons, but I feel like we're doing kind of all right. Okay. Not doing bad.
Gonna have to flag that business transaction. This is my best stuff. If he doesn't send me into space, I'm coming after your ass. Enjoy. Just, I'm on a lock.
Where they at? Reminder. Skill points available for. What's that mean? Wait, skill points available. What's that mean? I know I saw the trailer for that, and that's what made me start looking at the Marvel games. That's the reason why when I saw the gameplay, I knew it was exactly like the gameplay I wanted because I want to play that Wolverine game bad. How do I upgrade? It says skill points available. Oh, camera. Oops. Watch out. Get back over here. I ain't trying to use that. How did I do that? Nope. How did I do that? What the fuck? How do I get the camera off? What the fuck? Close camera. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo. What the fuck? It says press down. That's crazy. How the fuck do I keep opening and closing this damn camera? Man, that's crazy. This is crazy. What the fuck? Okay, so wait, how do we turn the camera on and off so we don't keep doing this shit? How did I turn the camera on? That's crazy. Don't even know how we turn the camera on. Just over here making simple shit difficult like we always do, chat. That's alright, we'll figure it out. I'm fucking with this though. I'm supposed to be... Okay, so we're learning how to do that. That's what's up. What the fuck? Oh, so I'm in the neighborhood with it. Go toward the yellow. It gets us a few. Oh, we're trying to get Venom. Yeah, that's the whole goal. We want Venom. Hell yeah. That's the whole goal.
You're getting the hang of that thing.
Well, it is convenient in the city, but I'm not convinced I'm a bike person.
You convinced me.
Okay, so Peter got MJ.
What's wrong?
So we have to follow all the yellow missions to get Venom, because that's pretty much what we're trying to do.
We're so excited about this job.
Yeah, but Miles
I had the whole
ruined it,
semester
you know.
planned out.
Now them kids
Next week, we were gonna make a potato-powered helicopter.
Not a potato powered.
I'm so sorry.
So we have to follow all the
I
yellow
might
shit.
be joining you in the end.
So then Miles has the electricity shit, and we get the we get Venom.
He's instituting
Fair
a
trade-off.
meritocracy.
Yikes, what does that even mean?
Okay.
It means that whoever doesn't write a front page story in the next week is fired.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you'll be fine then, because you're the best reporter they have.
Yeah.
Did you
So
get that?
Spider-Man's like Clark Kent now.
Unsold some Kari books. Running out of storage at my place.
You got great reviews.
I sold 14 copies. Nobody wanted to read about Sankara. The Bugle is the biggest outlet in the city.
Not
I can
Sankara.
make a difference there. But if I get fired, I don't know what I'll do.
Oh, nice. There's other symbiotes. See, this is crazy. This is dope.
I tried making
They
an
fucked me up in the
impact
beginning when I saw
outside of
Harry and his dad, like with symbiotes. I'm like, that fucked me up.
Now I need to change things from the inside.
Pause. I know you feel.
I haven't had time to clean.
Damn. Damn.
Back room?
Yeah,
You said I ain't had time to clean. Nigga ain't even had time to go to work.
I'm just gonna tidy up a bit.
You can't. You can't be like, like, you know what I mean? None of that. Harry, you mean Venom. Harry's Venom's not Eddie Brock. Wait. Yeah, Venom. I didn't watch. Remember, I didn't play the first game. Remember, I didn't play Spider-Man 1. Roll like we used to. Tidy up the house. I don't know what that means. Oh. Damn.
May mortgaged the house to keep Beast afloat. And now I'm
Don't
sinking.
pay that bill. Oh, so Harry is goddamn.
Oh,
That's
I'm
crazy.
not
I didn't know that.
alone.
Like I said, I didn't watch the first one.
Just need to find the time.
Okay. This is me tidying up. Niggas are looking at shit, putting it back down. Like, yeah, that's some man shit right there, for surely. That's some tidying up shit if I ever seen it.
Bummer that the teaching thing didn't work out.
Yeah,
What's
that
next,
shit.
you think?
Put it right
I
back.
don't know. To be honest, I'd like to take some time off, but I can't really
This
afford
motherfucker said he'd like to take some time off. When did you go to work, nigga?
Can't.
That
I mean,
nigga
I
said he want to
could,
take some time
but
off.
I can't.
If you need time, I can cover the mortgage.
So you're telling me
No,
why did they
no,
make
I can't let you do that.
why did they make
Plus,
fucking
you said Jonah might clean house.
Harry and them
I
fucking
won't let him fire me. I
That
know
doesn't even
how
make
much
any
this
sense to me
house
at all.
means to you.
but
We'll figure it out.
don't
so I get to be Venom. Everybody gets to be Venom. We're just living in the game's full of symbiotes. Was the symbiotes in the first one? Because I didn't play the first one. What am I doing with these goddamn bananas? Looking goofy as hell. supposed to throw them away or something? Oh, okay. So I am cleaning at least. I threw away some bananas. All right. La cucaracha. I'm doing the work.
Hey, so have you thought any more about moving in?
We talked about this.
Yeah, I need somebody to clean this bitch up. I need you to. I need to have for
Think of
real.
all the romantic dinners we could have here.
When was the last time you were home for dinner?
Fair point.
Hey, what's this?
Oh shit. Meet MJ back in the room. All right, at least they telling us what's up.
Is all this maze stuff?
Yeah, I need to donate it, but not just yet. What are you looking at?
Some pretty cute old photos of you.
That's what I was saying. I was like, yo, this shit need to get cleaned up. All right, hold on. Examine photos.
Huh. I think that was in my bedroom. Why did she take a picture of that? Balance. What does that mean?
Right.
I wonder if this is still there. I'm gonna go take a look.
Okay.
Let me know what you find. I'm gonna keep looking at these photos you've never shown me.
Okay. Visit the room where the photo was taken. Peter, look. God damn, that's the situation. God damn, Peter. What's that thing I'm pressing? Is it like slow mo or something? What the fuck is that? That wasn't the room. Was it here?
Still smells like May.
Yeah, that's on May room. I don't think that photo was taken now. Damn, Peter, you can't walk a little faster in your house? Like, I know you went in a hurry, I
Where
guess.
was that hole again?
Yeah, where was that shit? Over here behind the painting. That's what we used to always do. Where is it? Give it to me. Give me the minute and a half. What are you talking about? Damn, where's the? Oh, wait, hold on. I see. I'm supposed to come over here with the thing. Okay. Was it right here? How come I don't have the? Oh, wait, what's that?
Spider-Man, is he a threat or a menace? Our phone lines are open. Menace. Definitely a big fat menace.
Yep, Jonah was a hater from the beginning.
Superhero. He's neither super nor a hero.
Ooh, that's true. That was a good one. He's neither super nor a hero.
What was that?
What was what?
Oh, Aunt May.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought I
Peter.
heard a rat in the wall.
You have to look at how easily he punched that wall.
It's nothing. I was just...
Are you telling me they're giving Peter like some sort of like Hulk type shit? Like the more angry he gets, he can turn into Venom because he's a spider? Or it's just the symbiote? He just has that.
When I was your age, I was head of the debate club.
Not head of the debate club. Look at Aunt May.
And second violin in orchestra.
Go ahead, Aunt May.
Every year, I wanted a new feather in my cap.
I know.
But when I tried to add
But they never let Spider-Man be the strong character.
I fell apart.
Like the Hulk.
Instead of being good at a few things, I wasn't good at anything.
That's why I like Spider-Man hella tough too, because I know he's one of the strongest characters and they downplay him so much. That's why I'm glad you put me on this game. If they let him be part of who he is, I'm with it.
A process, not a destination.
Tell him, Aunt May.
I'm still working on that. Oh, come on.
Okay, Aunt May.
Come on.
Keep your boy grounded, man. Yeah, man. Shut Shout out to women out there keeping your people grounded. With great power comes great responsibility. You know that shit, good. Okay, so I found it.
Point. Can't take too much on. Something's gotta give.
Right?
I should go check on MJ.
I should go check on MJ, except the problem is MJ should respect the fact that I'm rolling this MJ. If MJ really loved the kid, MJ would understand that I'm rolling some MJ. In all fairness. And with Spider-Man like speed. And because with great power comes great responsibility. When you know the weed is not gonna smoke itself. Uh-oh. Don't make oh, you was messing up, big dog. Ooh, you was messing up for a second. Ooh, that could have been treacherous for the cause. That wasn't treacherous for the cause. I gotta go meet MJ in the back room. Pause. Well, that's not a possible. This line isn't gonna snort itself. I know, like, I had a partner, like, he used to be always be like, nigga, I don't even fuck with coke like that. Like, I just like the way it smells. And I was like, touche. Hey. I feel you. The way it smells is kind of diabolical, but hey, we all tell ourselves something. And I'm rolling this bitch like I'm about to smoke it like right now. I wish I could, but I gotta. I don't smoke in the house, which means I would have to leave the game and leave you guys up here for 2 to 3 minutes to smoke this. That's crazy. I'm gonna come back because see, this is what I'm saying. There's gotta be like a way to have the best of both worlds, like R. Kelly and Jay-Z album, but without the artist. But anyway, let's see what's up with Mary Jane and them. You ain't never fucking heard of that shit? I ain't motherfucker be like, that's what my partner used to always say, nigga, I don't have a problem, bro. I don't even like coke like that. I just like the way it smells. And I'm like, touche, my nigga. Trust me, I grew up in the early 90s, like, you feel me, where dodging accountability was like a fucking, was a lifestyle, especially from the light-skinned niggas. They had that shit down to a fucking T. You thought baby mamas and women were dodging accountability. Shit. Have you met a light-skinned nigga?
Just got a tip. Raph's moving a couple of inmates to Ravencroft.
They say who?
No, but I'm gonna find out.
Oh, bro. Oh, shit. Your spider sense is lacking. Wait, who the fuck is that?
Whoa.
Who the fuck is that?
Me for MJ hugs yet. Harry.
Who the fuck is that?
I missed you.
Who the fuck is
too.
Harry Osborn?
What about May? I'm so sorry.
What the fuck?
So how was Europe?
What the fuck happened? See, I don't even know. I didn't play the first one.
Isolation here in the city, and I didn't want you guys to worry about me.
Is it the same thing your mom had?
It was. Past tense. We think it's in remission. Harry, this is... I can't believe it. You look great. I feel great.
Nigga got a cane, nigga, and limping as hell. Nigga could barely get a hug out of nigga.
Dinner
Like,
tomorrow?
Coney Island? For old time's sake?
It's a date.
ooh, if I get the black suit, don't tell me something. And you know what the crazy part is? How are you gonna sit there and say that I want to be Batman? What made you? Why didn't you ever think that I just always wanted to be Venom? Like, that was crazy that you always like, oh, look who wants to be Batman. You ever thought I just always wanted to be Venom? Food for thought.
That's new. That's a little skill she picked up when we were in Sicario.
Sicaria.
Sorry for coming by unannounced and all.
What? No, are you kidding? You want to come inside?
Actually, I was hoping you might have time to go for a ride with me.
What the fuck
Sure.
is going on? I'm so
I'm
confused.
surprised the Frugal Flyer is still on the road.
The
I
Fugal
was
Fly.
thinking we might roll like we used to.
Nigga, you ain't got no leg like that.
Nah, I found it on the internet. It's a close match, though, right?
Wow. Yeah. You got the same stickers and everything. You sure this isn't my bike?
Nah.
You ready?
Well, it depends on the suit. If the black suit is like the regular black suit, like vintage, not the
Try to keep up.
like, then I'm gonna pick the Venom suit every time.
You sure you're up for this?
Pedal
Oh, yeah.
and steer.
I'm feeling good.
L.
I was using the cane just for insurance. but
L.
I don't even need it.
I think you have more energy than
Oh,
me.
do that. Pedal and steer. Oh, it's L. Oh shit. Okay.
So, tell me everything. What's been keeping you busy?
Just substitute teaching in between getting fired.
And all its
I'm
powers.
tutoring a high school kid.
Oh yeah,
He's
I'm with that.
reminds me a little of me, actually.
Lucky kid. I never would have passed honors calc without your help. Hey, I read about your old boss, Dr. Octavius. He must have been crazy.
That's one way to put it. Yeah.
Fuck this
I
nigga
wish
going.
you'd been around. Harry, why didn't you tell me you were sick? I'd have been there in a shot.
You wouldn't have liked what you'd seen. The treatment was horrible.
What the fuck?
He was floating in a tank with a healing agent.
Hey, so how long of the story do you have to play before you can just do like free world shit? Like, you know what I mean? Like that black free world, bitch. You know what I mean? Like the Eminem 8 Mile movie. I'm trying to do some free world. Oh, me, free world, bitch. Crazy. But yeah, how long? They're trying to reestablish the relationship before it goes to real shit. Oh, it's gonna go to real
It'd be
shit?
awful, I guess.
A tank?
Well, I mean, it always does.
Experimental stuff.
That's... I'm really sorry, Harry. Wait, we're at Midtown High. Is that actually where we're going?
Can neither confirm nor deny.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
I can't even do the correct cadence. A similar side. A similar side, a Muslim do shahada. Oh shit! I told you his leg wasn't all the way there.
Come on.
why'd you bring us here? We both hated high school.
Remember that time Flash and his buddies cornered me and broke my laptop? We lost that presentation.
For the Young Entrepreneurs Competition. We worked for months
Yeah,
on that.
remember that? I stayed getting punched on when I was younger.
Backup on a USB.
But it was in your locker.
We called
Hey,
the
I ain't gonna lie, that probably is Drake. Nah, I don't know. Drake got a lot of flows. He got a lot of ghostwriters.
So desperate, we walked around the entire school, trying every door.
Okay.
Until we got to this one.
Yo, what happened?
Wait,
I remember we had to jimmy it.
Okay.
Shall we?
You're like, what? Oh, back when they were kids?
Come on.
Oh, shit. Flashback. Flashback Spidey.
Locker?
pretty sure.
What? You said you were sure.
I was. I mean, I am. Why are you asking now?
Oh, no, this is the same? Oh, this is the same Spidey?
Don't worry, it's
Niggas
there.
put a beanie on or something? How come I move so slow? Oh, okay. It's starting to get colder now. I can fucking put a shirt on. That's nice.
It's
Right field, Rick.
Listening to the game.
Show us that Rookie of the Month stuff, kid.
His name is Right Field Rick. And you have the nerve to ask, what's he doing here? Listening to the game. Niggas,
Gonna
Right
be on
Field
this
Rick.
team forever.
Let's make a run for it. Wait, he'll see us. This guy is the real deal, folks. We're gonna see him around for a lot of years.
Distract the janitor.
Aim it at something loud.
This recent
Bucket?
stretch. And
Too messy.
the occasion.
What the fuck?
That was a nice
That's crazy. I can't aim the cart.
And the last player in the
Oh.
Flash, get ready to be tackled. Yeah.
This team's OBE is
Nice. Come on. This is what criminals do. Am I a criminal now?
Can I run fast? Why am I so slow? Nigga is not moving quick at all.
Forgot to tell you, I showed our presentation to my mom. She thought it was really great. She had one critique, though. The name.
Why am I so slow?
We should rename it Heal the World. Holy cow, that's perfect. Right? Heal the world it is.
Am I supposed to move this
All
slow?
that's standing in between us and a better world is that stupid thumb drive.
But Flash ain't moving stealthy. Slash over there. Pew, pew, pew.
Once we get to the top of the stairs, your locker's right there, right?
Get little.
Did he see us? I don't think so. Split up. I'll meet him back at the gym.
Hey, who's that?
Oh shit, nobody?
We're in trouble, Mayday.
Mayday. Not the Mayday. Oh, that was back when he was young Spidey and didn't know he could do that.
Where are you, you little punk?
Oh, he's up there. Oh.
Someone in here playing tricks, huh?
I could really use a refill on my web shooters. Wait, I think I have extra web fluid stuff in the photo lab.
Not the extra web fluid stuff.
This is all still kind of new. I gotta get better at fluid management.
Yeah, where's the lab though? Oh, okay, I guess it's not that way. What the fuck? How am I supposed to? I mean, nurture. Oh, there it is. Nurture versus nature. I would think I could go in here, right? Yeah, see? Come on. Oh, let's go in here too. Okay.
Library to photo lab to gym, gym to locker. Easy.
There you are.
What the fuck?
So, library to photo lab to gym.
Okay, so what am I supposed to do? How do I stay hidden? How do I stay stealthy? How do I stay stealthy?
Clear. Time to move.
To where?
Crap.
Hold R2 and release to jump the ceiling.
Hey!
Oh, I really wish I'd backed this project up online.
Okay.
Definitely a kid. No such thing as the ghost of Midtown.
So where'd he go? This is crazy. Actually, I don't know where he is, so let's go back over here and see if We don't want to just drop down. He's like, there you are. And we just spend all that time doing nothing. Oh, he is up there. Oh, shit. How am I supposed to get up there again? There it is. Do we just go past him? No? Oh. So what else to do? Stay outside till when? Till I go to where? Is there another window I'm supposed to go through? No, nothing over here. Okay. How do I do it? There we go. So what am I missing? Oh, get off the goddamn glass, nigga. Get the back up there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to go in there past him. Oh, I think I'm supposed to get in there past him. I'm really supposed to be stealthy for real. I'm supposed to be King Stealth.
I see you.
I don't know how that was supposed to work then.
So, library to photo lab to gym, gym to locker. Easy.
Okay. Photo lab to gym, gym to locker type shit. Okay. I'm finna get stealthy with him. Okay. So we go in here. Boom. Go in here. You said what? You can crawl on the ceiling as you can see. Right. But the nigga slow as hell. Like, I don't get it. It's really annoying. Where'd he go? Oh, he right there. Damn, he looking all in the classroom, all like he just want to keep his job. Mr. Oh, we got the nigga who want to be employee of the month. Oh, okay. So now what? Oh, I gotta go outside. Oh, don't do that.
I see you.
Damn.
So, library to photo lab to gym, gym to locker. Easy.
Damn. Messed that up like 3 times. All right, cool. We'll figure it out. Come on. I'm not gonna lie. For some reason, the way they have him crawling just reminds me of a spider for real, and annoys the shit out of me. Or scare. Oh, sorry, irks the shit. It's like weird to me. Okay, we hide behind the little chalkboard.
Path is clear. Time to move.
Okay. Oh, don't do all that. What are you doing? Over there. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Go up! R2, then release.
Oh, I really wish I had backed this project up online.
R2 and release.
Was definitely a kid. No such thing as the ghost of
I'm definitely not robbing those stores ever. I'm glad I never did. That was never anything I ever did. I never did that. Thank God. Yeah, I never did that.
The spider's best friend.
The vents are the spider's best friend. What?
Gotta go refill my web shooters first.
Yeah. What I refill on that first?
Okay, where did I leave my web fluid stuff?
Good question. Well.
I know I put these under here somewhere.
Oh shit! Look at me,
Gotcha.
Please, please, for the sake of everyone, never. I'll never rob a store. I won't even. I won't even engage in trying to set the play up. You saw how bad I was at being Batman. I ain't gonna lie. If that black suit comes in, I can't wait. I wish I could just real quick right here, man, get with the vibe, man. Damn, man. That's why I gotta figure out the synthesis between my habit and my gameplay.
I really should figure out how to increase the capacity of these things so I don't run out.
Right?
Harry at the gym. Oh, the gym is on the other side of that van. Gotta get past it.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, he gets it real soon and then he goes nuts. We here for that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not even gonna quit until we play it. But how many people we got in the room? Because I don't want to piss everybody off. Like I'm thinking I'll wait for like what's it called? An ad or some shit. And then I'll probably go take like a couple puff real quick because like I'm jonesing for that phone. Because usually like by this time I'd be on the strip smoking, doing all kind of shit, and like I'm not, and it's like an air conditioner. This is why I wish there's a way like we could like leave this and y'all could come with me, like you know what I'm saying. Ask the app not to allow. Nah, it says we got a few people in here actually. Now that I just jumped in here, it says we got like 6 people, so I don't even know what that is. But I have a portable camera, like, but the thing is, once I start a stream on this situation right here on my home base situation, like, there's nothing I could just take. I'd have to take the whole laptop with me and the mic, like, to even do anything. That's why I kind of like when we do stream with the apparatus, because I can take that everywhere with me. But the only downside of that is I can do everything on that. I just can't fucking what's it called? Play video games on it. Like Heather came back from work, man. Heather came back from work to bless the stream, man. Oops, excuse me, chat. Like, that shit is just like, I don't give a shit about my house. I paid my mortgage. Now, you know what the crazy part is? Like, my wife at first was like, yo, I don't want to have like stained walls. It's going to smell in here. And then I was like, I'm not tripping. We can just air shit out. But to be honest, when we moved, but that was when we had in our apartment. When we moved into our new house, like everything is so open. I could smoke like right here in this shit, and the whole house gonna like smell like this shit in a heartbeat. And I forgot I got my closet right there too. I don't want my clothes smelling like crazy shit too. That sounds like something I don't want to partake in. You know what I'm saying? Listen. Oh, that's crazy. Listen to the rain. Oh, that's hard. That's fires, Heather. Hey, I love that for you. I ain't gonna hold you. I love that for you. That's my shit as a water sign, a crab, a Cancer. Like, I love that for you. But hey, check it out. What I'm gonna do is monitor chat and go take just a couple puffs and then come right back and then finish this real quick. Hey. I'm fucking all the way to hand pound. Hey. You know who needs rain? Nevada need rain. Okay, we back. All right. Hold on. First off, I want to say, shout out Slay. I was over there. I was over there thinking about how Slay, as always, is a fucking inspiration. Like I was just sitting there. I just took like 2, 3 situations. I was like, and I was like, I was just thinking about my admiration for my MVPs and always, because you know what I'm saying, I always look what people do in their lives as well. And Slay for being in her position, her age, her grandchildren, having her grandchild there, like taking care of her, and she's still talking about I'm putting in 60 hours. And we talking about we trying to put this platform on another level, and I ain't even putting in no 60 hours. Like I ain't putting no 12-hour days. Like damn, I need to start putting like we're gonna start putting 8 starting tomorrow. On God, we're gonna try to get this black suit tonight. But starting tomorrow, going forward, like I don't care if we on here just talking about why the fuck I have nothing to talk about. But yeah, we don't start doing 8-hour days on God. Like I don't care. I don't know. We're gonna start 4 o'clock, go to midnight. I don't know if we'll do 6 o'clock and go till 2 in the morning. I don't know, but we gonna start putting that work in. Like, damn, add right during your prolific statement. That's crazy. Damn. Well, y'all just gonna see proof in the pudding, I guess. Y'all see tomorrow when I'm on this bitch at 6 o'clock till goddamn 2 in the morning. Y'all gonna be like, oh shit, you on the bit? Yeah, nigga, every day. Y'all gonna see me on here doing Duolingo, teaching myself Italian. I'm just gonna jump from stream to stream, like, boop, over here Duolingo, boop, Poke Gaga, boop. Then I'm doing motherfucking Spider-Man. Then I'm over here talking to y'all, hanging out, boom, we're doing this, like, you know what I mean? Man, if I want to accomplish these goals, man, like, why the fuck? Like, cause I got the first inclination that I need to go a little harder when Lucy was like, yo, like, you only on at nighttime? Why you ain't on during the daytime? What you doing during the day? And I was like, well, I'm doing this. And I was like, sometimes I'm not. Like, and even if I'm not, even if I am, like, you know what I'm saying? Still stream. We got the apparatus, nigga. Let's just be out, like, 8 hours, nigga. Short story short, nigga. 8 hours, nigga. That shit was crazy. Heather, you were such an inspiration, man. Man. I ain't talking about wake up with the crust in my face, but as soon as I wake up, shower, everything, have breakfast and everything like that, and then cut it on, man. You know what I mean? Cut it on. Wake up morning, because first thing I do is wake up, roll something up, think about my day, talk about the wife that we started playing. We could be streaming all that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Stream everything, you know what I mean? Because this is what it is. We are a streamer, IRL streamer, like, you know what I mean? And this is our life. This is what we do every day. This is what I do. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, I'm finna be doing this shit, like, and I'm not mad about it. I say thank you once again to the MVPs for motivating us in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? Maybe your name should go from Mario Van Peebles to motivating the platform. Ooh. Bars. Yes, you did motivate. I heard what you said. When people say stuff to me, I always remember it in a context. I always remember, because that's how I know it was you, though. You did say that, though. But yeah, MVP stands for my Mario Van Peebles, and also motivating the platform, though. Hey, I fuck with that. Oh shit, the elevation is real, man. Oh God. But anyway, let's get back on the Spider-Man, though. My wife fell asleep. I feel so bad. I went to go take a couple little situations, and then I went to tell her, like, yeah, man, I'll be as soon as I get the black suit, you know what I mean, I'll be ready so we can have like dinner, and you know. She was asleep. She's I'm like, yeah, you had a whole ass booking you did and everything. Like, it was a major booking too. She did an amazing job, by the way. I'm not supposed to give too much details about it, but I think I think one of them was the coach of the Raiders, and then they had the owner of Maker's Mark, and anyway, not too many details, but it was a big venue for her, and she knocked it out the park. I should have used a football metaphor, but fuck it. But I'm proud of her, man. So when she was asleep like that, I was like, yo, man, like, I just walked right past, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy for her, man. Like, Like she's just over here finding her stride, and I'm happy for her, man. That's what's up. But I didn't want to wake her up. That's why I was like, ooh, shit, let me go ahead and get back on this Peter Parker. Like, you know what I'm saying? But once again, shout out to putting some paint where it ain't. And that's what we finna do. That's why I said I'm getting all the inspiration signs in the world. Like, you know what I mean? Moving over here, I'm like, yo, there's no reason I shouldn't be out here 8 hours, like 10 hours, like every day. Like, you know what I'm saying? 7 day a week. Like, no day off. But anyway, let's see what's going on with Peter Parker now. Wait. Am I supposed to be hearing it like this? Okay. So anyway, I came from there, right? Oh. Wait, L1. Oh, okay.
Forgot I put that here. Gotta start keeping track of these things.
I don't want to grab it. I just noticed it's there. Okay, we down here.
Get away from this guy.
Bro.
Distract him so I can get out of here.
Hold L2 and R1. What the fuck is it? Okay. L2 R1. Oh wait, L2 R1. My bad. Shit, this shit's confusing. What's the L? Wait, what's the distraction? L2 R1? Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it. Hold on. I know I want to hit him now. You Spider-Man, you should be knocking niggas out, sleeping them. But he the stealth nigga, I guess. What's the? How am I supposed to distract him? Am I supposed to hit something? Zip the ceiling. L2 R2. Oh. Oh, I can't do that. That makes sense. I don't know how I'm supposed to distract him. Not everything, just this. I know. I just don't know how to distract him. Am I supposed to? What am I supposed to hit? That's going to distract him. The balloons. But how do I hit the balloons? Oops! Don't do that. Watch out, nigga. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. A balloons, they look kind of. I don't know what that means. Alright, maybe it's a book, maybe it's something else. Okay, use what? Man, this is weird, bro. Okay, hold on. How the fuck? The crazy part is right? I should go over there and just kick the shit out that nigga like, bro, you doing too much. I don't get the shit. I don't understand how I'm supposed to. I'm pressing like, oh, they don't give me like the prompt.
There you are.
Whoa. No shit. They didn't give me no prompt. I just got caught real quick, so maybe they'll give me a prompt to tell me again how to do it, because maybe I just missed
Get
it.
away from this guy. Gotta distract him so I can get out of here.
Right. R3, find distractions. Hold L2, aim, then R1. Okay. I think they told us. Hold L2 and then R1. I'm doing that. That's crazy. I'm doing that. L2. And I'm doing that. That's crazy. Oh, there we go.
This is me making a break for it.
Okay. Hold R2.
Just stay where you are, kid.
Oh,
Stop running away.
God dang. Hold. Okay.
Harry's already at the gym. Gotta hurry.
I gotta go to the gym now. Okay. L1, R1. Sheesh. Yeah, it was very interesting. I couldn't get it, but anyway. Rendezvous with Harry in the gym. Think the gym over here type shit. Nope.
Right, Rick.
God
Move
dang
away
it.
from that door.
Hold. Okay.
Sorry for the mess, Rick.
Okay. Now, you can't tell me we don't have a damn ghost.
No ghost. Just a spider.
Okay. Okay. Got right past him. Okay. Ran into Harry. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm trying to get out of here. Let's cut through the gym.
But I was doing all that shit. What the fuck was Harry doing? Like, he was just over there just doing his shit. Like,
That was crazy. This place looks the same. Except no security guard on our tails. Which gives us a minute for some hoops.
okay.
You sure you're up for this? Question is, are you? Let's see it, big talker. A little rusty, no biggie. All you?
Okay. Tilt controller or okay. L2 or R2.
Well,
Oh,
I am so happy you're feeling better. Seriously, thanks.
damn.
Hey, I didn't get a chance to see what you did with May's house.
That was horrible. I can't. Can I get one more again?
I don't know. Feels weird to change it. I get it.
Sheesh, that was
Really tough,
horrible.
No rush. Okay, here we go. Oh,
Come on, what you mean?
I don't know.
Oh, before it gets crushed.
I don't know if she'll move in. Oh,
Was the relationship like good in the first one, or why did we stop? What happened in the first one? Or no, it doesn't even matter in the first one.
she was at your house? We'll figure it out.
Let me guess.
Always do.
It's all about a bitch. It's always about a bitch. Oh, it's my turn. It's always about the bitch. Hold on. I'm going for the bank shot. Damn.
What's the score? I have no idea.
0-0. It's always about a bit though.
Bringing me here.
Every time though.
Needed this. Me too.
Bitch ass nigga.
But not done yet.
It's always about a bitch though.
What are you up to?
Who he want? Who he want? He want MJ? Wait, he want MJ?
Where do you think that security guard is?
Yeah, all throughout time since before Cleopatra,
Don't drive out of your locker. Get out of here.
since before Joan of Arc. Oh, oh, you just gonna leave a nigga? We really not friends.
Your laptop.
Get to Peter's locker.
Just let him get away with it.
He's captain of the football team, and I'm a backup singer in Glee Club. He's gonna get away with it.
What the fuck? Get a thumb drive from Pete's locker. Okay. Why is he moving so quick and I'm moving hella slow? He ain't got no stealth. That's what it is. He ain't got no stealth. There's no reason I should be moving that damn slow, to be honest.
Finally. Quick, get under there.
Get where? Nigga, get under where? Nigga, how do I get under anything? Oh, under there.
Gotta get it back in that elevator.
I checked this floor 3 times already. This is a damn goose chase.
Somebody in there? What's going on?
Oh, he just heard balloons and pressed the button and got up out of there.
He's gone. Lucky with that one. Oh, yeah. Quick, get the drive and let's go.
Quick, get the what? Oh, the try. If I find anything, yeah, Harry's not a friend of nobody.
How did you... Go on. Take it. Oh, crap.
Who's that?
Oh shit! I ain't gonna hold you, chat. It's starting to get a little cold in here, bro. Cause it's 2 in the morning, but it's 100 degrees outside, so it's extremely hard to dress. So I'm gonna find at least a. Cold and 100 degrees. I'm like, that's. There we go. Oh, yeah, getting cold and 100 degrees is crazy. There we go. Getting cold and 100 degrees is crazy, chat. Shit. Oh, I had to get a little sweat on him. A little sweater. Damn, your hat kicked on? Oh, your heat kicked on. That's crazy. Oh, let me put the headphones on. Shit. Oh, I needed this. This is warm too. I love the material of this sweater right here. This garment.
Nice touch. Is this guy part of all this too? Nope. Run.
Oh, you done left the nigga? Don't leave the kid. You don't even know I'm Spider-Man. That's the crazy part.
This is not the kind of nostalgia I like.
Right.
You still got that thumb drive? Yeah. Just gotta make it to those doors. Almost there.
Open up, it's the police.
Oh shit.
You're in trouble now.
Oh shit.
Hold them off for just a minute. I got an idea.
Okay.
What should I do? Don't get caught. Wait, I keep forgetting.
Damn. Not the out of nowhere ad. Does Harry know he's Spider-Man? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Police, let's go.
Hey, you the one who called us?
Yeah, they're in here somewhere.
All right. You two spread out while we get this guy's statement.
This is crazy.
Now to get the guard alone so I can get the thumb drive back.
Right? Distract the police to get the guard alone.
Tell me what you saw.
Okay.
He's alone. Now for something I like to call the upside-down pickpocket.
How do I do the upside down pickpocket? And where'd he go?
He made some popcorn and that tea I like. But no, I gotta chase some more Marlowe troublemakers around in circles like a crazy person.
Where'd he go? Grab the thumb drive from the guard.
What if it's
Where's the guard?
not kids at all? No, ghosts don't exist.
Security guard gets you wondering when stuff like this. Where the fuck is the It won't let me go down. So pause. Which one? Oh, it's over here. Okay, he over here.
Nice. That should put me right above
L2 is
Popcorn at the end of the day.
hold L to descend. Oh, there we go. Me too. That's why I'm up. Otherwise, I would have turned this off already and started tomorrow. Because I have no problem starting at like 2 o'clock and going till like 2 in the morning. You down. Peter gotta go. Hey, shout out Flash.
Good? We got a hawk. It's not the cops.
Wait, what the fuck?
It's my dad.
Oh shit. Wouldn't that be worse? Like you definitely blew up the spot. What the fuck is going on? Like,
Dad, I told you I'd call you when I got home.
It's your mother.
what the fuck?
What happened?
Peter, would you excuse us for a moment?
Imagine being so rich you could just interrupt your son in the middle of a Class A felony and be like, look, I don't care what y'all talking about, but we have to go home now. After you land your helicopter on the scene of the crime. Look, I know y'all serious about this felony, but my eliteness supersedes what's going on right now. Nigga just never seen that in the history of being rich.
Harry, what is this?
Talk about elitism. Like, that man landed the helicopter, knew where he was, got the tracking device, probably all that shit. Landed the bitch like, hold on, excuse me. I know.
Lots happened in the last
No, not even I know. Just got out the helicopter. Y'all know who I am. Nigga. Don't worry about, don't worry, don't even worry about whatever the fuck you seeing right now. It's me. It's me.
This is,
Talking to my son right now. It's me.
why don't you come by the lab tomorrow? Check it out.
Like, you feel?
Lab already? I'll show you some of my
Shit. I need that kind of money too. Just.
Deal? Sure.
Of course, that felony was never brought up again or ever at all.
We're gonna heal the world.
Shit. Okay, what's going on now? Them breaking into the school, that's a school grounds, that's a government facility, breaking into school, that's private property, that's a felony.
You are confirmed. Strike force K1 on approach.
Status report.
Destroying property,
Nearly complete. Recon unit reporting.
assaulting staff, security.
Not an option.
Oh yeah, I didn't see a felony.
Then he was not the one.
Copy that. Awaiting orders.
Uh-oh, he was not the one.
Prepare for the transfer tomorrow. And do not fail again.
I like how this game gives it just enough story time so you can get a bar of the story Like, you know what I mean? I really fuck with this. Oh, so they in the city now. New York City, to be exact. Are you still trying to write that little shit, Miles? A little bit up. If you're as good as Peter is teaching his classes. Hey, is it me or is it lazy to put a spider web for your drink to do this rather than just I don't know. I don't respect it. I don't know if I like. Do we like Miles Morales? I ain't gonna lie. I'm not. I don't know him too much.
Hey, Miles, you busy? I need
Whatever it is, I'm down.
some help with a babysitting mission at the raft.
Sounds fun. Fill me in on the way.
Yeah, you're right. If I had a spider web, I'd have my shit like flying at me when I wanted to, though. Like, I would just be. I was lazy. You can get a cup holder for that. Get a little extendy cup holder. You don't need to. But hold on. Where's
Hola, mijo. How's the essay going?
It's going. I'm gonna head out though. Pete called.
a whole Miles section?
It's better if I don't know the details.
Oh. Oh.
Espera un momento.
This is the mayor.
You know how there have been a few nights
You can't.
recently where you've been working late, and so I also worked late? Well, I wasn't working. Don't give me that look. I'm not in any trouble. It's just, I've been going on some dates.
Oh.
Actually.
Oh, right.
Mom became a little frigolate.
Bye.
Frigolate.
A few times, and
Frigolate.
Well,
Frigolate.
it's
Mom became a frigolate. Mama gotta have a life too, Jody.
I'd like to have it on. For Barcelona.
Hey. Oh God, Stella got Mama trying to have a life too, Jody.
No, I'd like him to meet you.
His name Melvin.
But if you're not comfortable, I totally understand.
Ma. Look, you had me at Barcelona.
Oh God, y'all remember Baby Boy? Mama got a life too, Jody.
Okay, después.
Named Melvin. Oh God. Melvin was laying concrete in Jody Mama. He was laying some penitentiary steel in Jody Mama. Oh, bro. What am I supposed to do? Use web wings inside of wind tunnels to get around the city quickly. Web wings. Through city tunnels. Okay.
I should catch that updraft.
Oops. Oh, you can catch drafts? Okay. Am I? Not really. Why you say that? Look, nigga. Let me try to catch that updraft again. Damn, oh, see? Wait, do what now? Press while mid-air deploy web wings. Okay. So go boop, boop, boop. Okay. Wait. Shut up. That's not nice. Or it was nice, actually. No. You're leaving the mission area. Okay.
I should check the view.
Where's the mission area?
Beautiful windy day.
Why I keep going down when I do that? Pause.
Hey, Miles, just getting to the raft. You on your way?
Would've missed it. Who would miss
See?
it?
MJ
Oh, I gotta catch the. Oh, okay.
being moved to Ravencroft. Not enough resources.
Oh, the green circle gets me more air.
Scorpion can definitely throw a tantrum. I'll be there.
Sorry. Not sorry. A little frustrated with my situation. It says I'm 2,100 meters away. Look at me. Okay, now I gotta understand the rules of how Spider-Man can move. There is no rules. It's Spider-fucking-Man. That's the whole thing. I keep thinking like, well, I can't do that. I'm like, yes, the fuck you can. You're fucking Spider-Man. Oops. Sorry, my bad. I got so enamored with. Now you're going to just beat up random people. How do wait? Is it possible for me to beat up random people? Anyway.
In New York. Hold on to your knickers, Jonah. I'm coming for the crown. For you new listeners, welcome.
Oh shit.
Danicast is your spot for real
My bad, big dog.
real news
That was an accident.
about real people. Did y'all hear about this train worker Dennis, who single-handedly kept the trains running during the Sandman attack?
Shout out Dennis.
Main track control booth got cut off by a power failure, and he had to patch in from his cell phone on a hotspot to keep the lines up. Thousands of people got evacuated to Queens and Brooklyn thanks to him. Dennis, we at Danicast salute you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let's go. Wait, do what now? Okay. I got some new shit. Look. I didn't throw it at him. What I was doing was exercising the new cartridges that I just built up. Hold boat. Hold. Wait. Hold boat. It said what? Hold what? It said something about air tricks. Assault. Ah. Gotta give a fuck about these people. It said boat. Okay. And L. Okay, I guess. Air trick, I guess. Anyway. I'll figure that out after I get all this other shit figured out. Hold, boop, and then L. Okay.
Time to cut in.
Well, that's later. What do I do next? Oops, not you, bitch. My bad. Almost kicked that fat bitch. My bad. Okay. Oops. He did fire my shit up. That was nice. Wait, what the fuck? No, 13. I mean, it's an upgrade at least. You're not throwing garbage cans at random. I mean, I'm trying to get there. This you gotta understand this is really like hour 2 of learning this game. This is I got 1,300 meters. It's a long way. And the fact that I can swing through the city without freaking out too much is not bad. I'm not doing what I want to do all the way yet, but we'll figure it out. Whee! That's dope. That's dope. Oops. Oops, my bad. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm new at this Spidey shit. What the fuck? Oh no! Get up! Do something! Get out the water, Spidey! I can't get out the water? Oh, that's crazy, Spidey. That was crazy. That was horrible for Spidey. What? What do you think he can't swim? I'm supposed to swim? Oh, for real? All right, then fuck it. Then. He looks like a cat. Just all in the water. Oh, okay. Head of the raft. My bad. Oh, look at that. What's that? Hold on. What the fuck is that? I want to do that. Hold on. I'm actually better at that than I thought. That was awesome. Oh, I just did that? Oh, I just did that. I don't know why I felt like I could. No? Okay. Well, anyway. Whee! You said head to the raft. Okay. Okay, I gotta just swim. Sometimes and actually this is kind of why I like you. Well, I mean, I like watching your streams for the fact that you get sidetracked into this. What do you mean? I'm a sidetrack type person sometimes. My mind's got, I don't even have oh wait, you said ad. Let me know when you're back. I was gonna say, like, but it's not my fault, really. If you think about it. Oh, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? What's like a skate type shit? Oh, I can do that? Oh, okay.
Hey, man. Glad you could make it. Looks like I'm just in time.
Yeah, that's me. I'm very like, because I tell people I don't even have ADHD or ADD. I'd be like, I got a like my shit crazy. My shit crazy. Who this is? Scorpion?
Keep it moving, Cargan.
Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. What the fuck you talking to, nigga? Hey. I'm still a Scorpion in this bitch. Don't get it twisted.
Ready for the next one.
Next one.
Thought we were just babysitting Scorpion today.
So what is Kraven? So not only is he hunting, was he capturing all these people then? Is that what the whole thing is?
Martin Lee.
That's fucking hilarious. I got, with 14 of these. Oh God, that's me too. Mine's just like, hey, did it like with the switch on it. Oh, Miles tripping. He mad. Why Miles? What triggered Miles? Is Miles the young hothead, like to like Batman's like Robin type shit?
Miles.
What are you so mad about? And is Miles as strong as the original Spider-Man? I don't know shit about motherfucker Miles.
It's fine. I'll be okay.
I just came from the other side of Overdale.
A little early for fireworks.
And they're not even fireworks. I like the costume. They keep it with the story too. That's fire. Make sure the prisoners are blue.
I'll take left. Protect the ship.
That's crazy. I don't know how old Miles Morales is. I don't know anything about him, like I said. What is he, like 20? Well, actually, no, Peter Parker was his teacher, so... Was he in high school? Me at 16 with Spider-Man's powers? Me. Oh, shit, hold on. Craven people came to play. Oh, shit, hold on now. This ain't no regular got it at the mall ass. Oh, shit. I'm supposed to do what now? Heavy attacks cannot be dodged. Parry heavy attacks when the warning changes from yellow to red. Okay.
Whoa, those blades are sharp.
Okay.
You must be new in town. Hi, I'm Spider-Man. In case you didn't know, these guys are bad news. They absolutely want to keep him in prison.
Get out of our way. There's nothing fighting you.
All right, yes, we can.
But you were gonna come get me later, though, wasn't you?
Which is it?
Oh shit, they beat my ass. I ain't gonna hold you. They beat my ass. Wait, hold on. That's crazy. I thought I could fucking refill my refill my health by now.
I was hoping you knew. Cover you. Keep them out of the ship. On it.
Oh shit.
Take out the defenses.
Oh shit, nope. Beat my ass. Oh shit, 15 or something like that? Damn, that would have me like, I don't know.
Your head will make a fine sword.
Whoa, those blades are sharp. You must be new in town. Hi, I'm Spider-Man.
Damn, I got hit.
Didn't know. These guys are bad
Damn,
news.
got hit again.
They absolutely want to keep him in prison.
Get out of our way. There's nothing fighting you.
All right, guess we can skip the welcome wagon.
Oh shit, they beat the shit out of me. I thought I was doing that. Nope, that was them. Damn, she keep beating the shit out of me. I don't know how to beat her. Oh, I gotta do that. Oh shit, they just killed me. I ain't nobody. I don't know, but
Head will make a fine sword.
Whoa, those blades are sharp. You must be new in town. Hi, I'm Spider-Man. In case you didn't know, these guys are bad news. They absolutely want to keep him in prison.
Get out of our way. There's nothing fighting you.
All right, guess we can skip the welcome wagon.
okay. Oh shit.
I was hoping you knew. I'll cover you. Keep them out of the ship. On it.
Oh shit.
Take out the defense. Overwhelm the guards and break down the door. You're trying to get inside the ship.
Shit, this is crazy.
What with these guys? Seems like your club has plenty of members. You will see, and it will be glorious. Not liking the sound of that.
Damn, I got hit. That's crazy. I can't believe I got hit. I was in the dodgy talk. There we go. Oh. Damn, I got hit. Get up there. Damn, and I got shot. Damn. I'm like, I don't have any other moves? Hold on. The black suit saves him. Where the fuck? I got to Google this shit because I'm either. Yeah, Google it. Let me know. Because I'm getting my ass whooped. Vulture's Kid is a good bar. Oh shit! One thing I noticed is that, like, I've been noticing with Spider-Man, like, as a fighter, his rib situation must be fucking, and his core must be crazy, because every time he's always like this, like about to save himself, he get hit right here in this section, and then get flew through some shit. I'm like, yo, you know how crazy your core gotta be to just get hit with some shit right in that section consistently? Oh shit, nigga, get little. You're like, hey, who the fuck is that dude? That's not Craven. Don't get distracted by the spiders.
Can't let them get inside this ship. Open fire.
I don't even know who the fuck you niggas is talking about. Who? I moved. Oh shit. Okay, let's go. Okay. We back up here. Okay. Okay. Wait, how do I get to... Ooh. There we go. Damn it, don't get hit, though, when you're doing it. Let's go. Dodge. Uh-oh. Okay. Right? A lot of money in tech. Where are they at? Oh. How do I supposed to get him up here? Alright. When dude's up here. Okay. Wait, what did it say? You're getting your ass whooped because you don't know how to dodge. Yeah, it's almost like the perfect place. You would want to stick a knife. I think I know how to dodge a little bit. I just don't know. I'm trying to do other shit at the same time. Oh, oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, he's already gone when I get there. Oh shit, I wasn't looking. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna try this one more again because this shit's fun as fuck. If I wasn't so tired, like, this is fucking crazy. Alright. Okay. Wait, hold on. You do know you can shoot fast webs at people, right? No, I did not know that.
People, and where's Leland coming from? I'll give them one thing. They know what they want. What we want just one.
Oh shit! I just got blown up by hella shit. I don't know what that was.
You know that thing with the Hydra and more head pop up? That. Got him on the ropes.
Okay.
I caught the little one. Little one? You better be talking about the other Spider-Man, because I'm a having fun with him.
Okay, healed. There we go.
The raft was moving Lee. Doesn't matter now. Let's just
Uh-oh.
focus on taking these
Oh
guys out.
shit! What the fuck?
They are.
What the fuck? What the fuck? How do I do the quick one? Oh, it's that one. Okay. Anyway, now I know. What are we fighting? What the fuck is shooting at us? I don't know what's going on. What are we doing right now? I'm so confused. Uh-oh. I saw that missile. What are we supposed to do? Oh, that guy? Where'd he go? Tired of on the asshole who has to be up at 4 hours so I can shower at least before I go to sleep. Hey, I feel that. It's 3:20. I'm trying to figure out if I should play the game for another hour, so it's 4:20. And then I can just go retire out with a bang on the perfect time, proper timing, because this game is fucking fire. But I want to be more awake, where I'm just like super, you know what I mean, alert, and I can understand the level, the buttons, and everything like that. But every time I try to quit, I'm like, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, I accept it. Because tomorrow, oh, hold on, let's get right here with the chat. Hold on. Nah, because on some real shit, I would rather like start the game at like 2 o'clock, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, like, but I'd rather start a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, not all fucking like heat zapped out of my the energy zapped out of my body from the fucking heat. The failed attempts, we did this, but I'm glad that the chat, the MVPs, moving the platform. You know what I'm saying? My Mario Band people, I'm glad we decided a game, and this game is fucking going crazy. It's better than fucking GTA, in my opinion. It's fucking better than Batman by light years, at least the first version of Batman. So I'm so glad that we got this going. It was very pricey compared to like our budget from where we like really like should be spending money right now, because we're supposed to be saving for Italy. Y'all see it right there, boom, Italy right there. 60 days, man. Like we gotta. I haven't even bought the tickets yet because it's so expensive. We're trying to grind and get to it. But yeah, shout out to Slim Shady for putting me on, because this is way better like than any other game we played. But yeah, we got kit goals, we've got follower goals that we're trying to achieve on the way to Italy and beyond. So I just want to say thank y'all for tuning in with us tonight. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Oh yeah. Since tomorrow we see what the heat is, the apparatus is not going to be finished or fixed until I want to say Monday at the latest. Sunday afternoon at the earliest. And either way, not going to be finished in time for Saturday stream outside. But when it does get finished, I'm actually excited to go take it out in the temperatures it'll be in, and to see what happens and see how we rocking. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually kind of juiced on that. But so we're gonna just actually be in the best place on the planet. Like we have a dope house, a dope environment. Like we're gonna be at the house. Like, you know what I mean? 24/7 chilling, not 24/7, but like whatever we decide to do. Like we could be whatever the fuck we decide to do, whatever under the sun. Short story shorter. I might play poker, we might play Spider-Man, we might fucking do reactions, we might talk about Crazy Street, we might do Eminem reactions, music reactions, whatever the fuck it takes us, because we're gonna be here chilling, we're gonna be vibing, whatever the fuck we wanna do. You know what I'm saying? So that's like kind of dope. I feel like I'm more happy with that because it's more freedom than being like, yo, I got to carry this apparatus and go down to these certain areas and be like, okay, the content is specifically this, like, you know what I mean? But like I said, I think we can go ahead and um platform farm right now, like, you know what I mean, aura farm, like, by, you know what I'm saying, by staying here and just sharpening the blade, crafting our brand, getting our followers up a little bit more, like before we can even attack that more, so we can have more fun with what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna figure what you're gonna do for the next few hours. That's crazy. Um, yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna be sleep in next few hours for sure, because I gotta come back high energy and I want to give y'all the best. So yeah, you'll Steve blessed up by the best up. I recommend some good audio books or some ambiance music as well. If you have 3 hours that you have to kill, audio books is my shit. And or or if you need to kill 3 hours, I could actually really put on a dope ass playlist, like from what's it called, from, I don't know, from my hip hop media shit, from story times. I could put on something, so if you could actually have something dope to listen to while and I'll monitor chat, because all I'm gonna do is go smoke and um make something to eat and hopefully not wake up my wife. So I'm gonna be awake. But yeah, I rock out with you like you rock out with me. So if you need to kill some time, like, you know what I'm saying, I could set up a playlist, like, you know what I'm saying, with like you know what I mean, that get you right through. Let me know what you need. Let me know. Okay, for surely. Yeah, let's do it right now then. Bet. Um, let's see. And that's dope too, because while I'm smoking and shit, I'm gonna watch the shit and monitor the chat anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because I be forgetting a lot of the shit that I fucking did you know what I mean, in the past anyway. So it's kind of dope. It's a good recap for me type shit. So let's go ahead and do I have the other one up? Look at me all discerning. Okay, I don't. So that's fire. Let's do it this way then. Yes, sir. So what are we in the mood for? Now let's go to the situation and see what we're also in the mood for. That fucking Wolverine game looks so fucking dope as fuck. I'm not gonna hold y'all. Um, Matter of fact, hold on. Hey, check it out. You remember how we were talking about how that dude Poetic Flacco was doing his media content, and you were like, yo, he's so fucking animated, he didn't like that shit. Did you want to see some videos that I did that are actually like um the same genre, like same everything, but for some reason my shit never got YouTube never hated. YouTube never hated. It was just always True Hop. There it is. True Hop. Oh yeah, I hella feel the same. That's why he's actually the reason that like made me start doing those type of videos, like that media, because yeah, hip hop media content, because I'm like, I just didn't like the way he was doing it, so I want to do my own.
The Swizz Beatz and Alicia Keys.
Man, hold on. You're gonna fucking man. Hold on. Let me know. Actually, I can't wait to actually play these for you. Like I ain't gonna hold you. I went crazy with this shit. Hold on. I totally forgot. That's crazy. I totally forgot. I'm just looking at this shit because I was fucking dope. I was dope. People used to, man. This is how I made a bulk of my YouTube money because the react. Anyway, fuck it all this. Hey, let's go check this shit out. Let's go right here. Um, let's start this one right here, and let's get a bar before I even say anything. Toot my own horn enough. Like, you know what I'm saying? What's this? Put on some good stuff, even if you're, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Now I'm gonna put on some dope shit. This is my shit. Like,
I am officially single. I am no longer in a relationship. About time. It's been a long 4 years.
Boston Richie has done it again. Just when it looked like the controversy around his name had finally cooled down, another situation is blowing up online. And this one might be the wildest yet. Now remember, this is the same rapper who came in the game on a fast track under Future, only to see his momentum crash after paperwork rumors labeled him a snitch before he could even fully take off. But now a new story is resurfacing involving Boston Richie's ex Tati, and the timeline surrounding their relationship is raising a lot of serious questions that people on the internet are just starting to connect. Now, after Tati's breakup with Boston Richie, Tati would accuse Boston Richie's label of starting a smear campaign against her for being vocal about Boston Richie's dealings with her while she was underage. Tati would post, "A few days ago, you all held a meeting after it was brought to your attention that your artist shared a sex tape of me from when I was underage to other women." Yo, that whole first 5 lines of that post is crazy to read, but it would only be a surprise if you didn't see my last video 10 months ago, somewhere on the screen, going into detail about Boston Richie doing just that. But the post would continue. Rather than addressing the seriousness of that behavior, the response seems to be to initiate a smear campaign against me. This situation needs to be handled with accountability and maturity. Your artist clearly needs real help. To be very clear, this information is confirmed. I am in close contact with someone from the team who was present in the Zoom meeting at Epic Records, where this situation was discussed. Y'all know here on InkT World Channel, we know that 2 things can be true at the same time. But unfortunately, I don't think this is one of those times. Do I believe Epic Records had a Zoom meeting to talk about Boston Richie's extracurricular activities? Absolutely. Do I think that Epic Records started a smear campaign to besmirch Tati's name in the community? Absolutely not. The smear campaign Tati would be talking about would be bloggers and YouTube detectives like myself, all seeing a clip go viral in the news, and we just reposted it and made stories about it for our channel's growth. And in my opinion, you don't need a smear campaign to make Tati look bad. She does it all by herself.
How long was that long relationship? Like 2.5 years. No, Tati, I don't know how you did that hard time, baby. I can't pass 2.5. I don't
Like,
know.
2.5,
I don't even think I made it past 2.5, but like I said, I was just there. When you have a plan, you execute that plan. You was like, I was just there. Yeah. But okay, I feel that. What kept you in that relationship then? I fuck with your chain. I put gas around your neck. I'm a BB every chain. What are you talking about?
Now, aside from the escort behavior being perpetrated by this young woman, I couldn't help but start doing the math when she said 2.5 years when Tati just turned 20 years old. Because if Boston Richie said they started dating on her 18th birthday and she said 2.5 years, Boston Richie is way past violating. But then Tati would do another stream where she would let it slip that she's been dealing with Boston Richie longer than she previously admitted.
Did you ever lie about your age to any man? Never. I've always been truthful about my age because my age is a flex. No shade. I am officially single. I am no longer in a relationship. About time. It's been a long 4 years. And I just turned 20, and it's time to focus on me.
4 years clearly puts Tati well in the category of minor. And that being said, Tati was absolutely right. Epic, your artist has a real problem. Because Tati would double down.
Exactly. It's time to live your youth. It's time to live my life.
Okay, you mad at that?
Thank you. Okay.
You said, why did you and Boston break up?
Well, damn. I just felt like ending things was the best decision for me. A lot has transpired already. Like sometimes you outgrow each other, right? And it's kind of like I met him at 17, right? So I gave you a long motherfucking run, nigga. It's been 4 years. I'm 20 years old now, and too much shit gonna happen. You know, it's just too much just happened, and I don't got time for that shit. I just turned 20 years old. It's a new year, and God's giving me another chance to find myself and execute, so I'm taking a chance.
Is that your first serious relationship?
Yes, Jalen was my first love. That's why I was so hard, y'all. But it's officially over. It's over.
I said, why did you go back to that man after the situation in Houston?
Okay, so let's be transparent here.
No, for real, please.
Let's be transparent.
Cause see, I wasn't around for that.
Let's be transparent.
Me neither.
Like I said, I've been dealing with this person for a very long time. And did we stop talking after that situation? Yes. You know, police got involved, all that. But I got that one call from that jail cell, and you know,
From that jail cell.
Transparent. The situation is really up. That's facts. That's it. That's that. And I just felt like we done been together for so long. I was trying to look over the situation. We done spoke, we done prayed about it, we done made up. He hasn't done it again after that, so there has been a change that put him behind bars, but...
Because when you know better, you do better.
When you know better, you do. If you knew better, you do better. But, like I said, we're going to be transparent. And that jail call just...
Would you ever talk to a rapper again?
I would.
Jania's
I'm not gonna lie, because why not? Why not? It was good. I'm gonna be real. It was kind of fun. Was it hell? Oh my God. Well, these niggas, majority of these niggas ain't. So it's like you have to look at the nigga like, I ain't gonna lie, give me that coin, cause you just.
Yeah, you coin, cause you gonna be crying in that house of pain with the coin or without the coin.
I'm a fiend for love. I'm a fiend for real love. Unfortunately, in this generation, you have to run a nigga pockets to suck and dry and drench shit. To feel like we left with something.
Now, the biggest takeaways I got from this is Boston Richey has a serious problem that needs to be addressed, not swept under the rug. But I also want to highlight this escort culture that has kidnapped our young women and is brainwashing them to think that promiscuity for materialistic gains is the wave. It saddens me to see our youth's innocence, which is so rare, bartered for things that won't mean anything years later. But hey, let me know in the comments. Is Boston Richey finally going to have to answer for his crimes? Or will the world ignore it as soon as Tati finds a new man? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Peso Peso's career might be over after these new allegations. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that album so I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me. But...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
I know when y'all was having them threesomes with them. And acting real hard on the net is crazy to me. The real tea, all tea, no shade, but I have the receipts.
The beef between TSF's Peso Peso and YTM Little Vent has been an ongoing battle that has pretty much gone unnoticed on most of the major hip-hop blogs. But just yesterday, it looks like YTM Little Vent might have just given Peso Peso an L he can't come back from. Now, if you aren't familiar with the beef between Peso Peso and YTM Little Vent, it started around the time Peso Peso signed the TSF, and rumors and speculation would claim that Little Vent was just jealous of the shine that Peso Peso was getting as a Mexican rapper and not showing love back to the same community. Now, to be honest with you guys, this beef has been pretty much one-sided, and you had to be really tapped into this Texas hip-hop scene to even know it existed. Peso Peso would play it smart by never responding to YTM Lil Vent's diss tracks, online trolling, and even calling his street credibility into question by accusing him of being an informant. And by the way Peso Peso would do it, would be to answer pretty candidly by saying he never met YTM Lil Vent in the first place.
Every great artist who's come up has had to go through a period of adversity. I feel like, I feel like, you know what I'm saying, like, especially looking at you now, like coming through the fire, is like, it's hard, but it's fair. You know what I mean? Like you had the weed situation and the essay situation, and it's like you sustained it all. You know what I mean? A lot of the negative, a lot of the negative press, you could say, were pushed by other rappers, namely Lil Vin. And I don't know how you came out and just, you kind of ended his career. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you ever look back at that and be like, damn, like, this was like a good one. This was one of those, you know what I'm saying? You know how we all have little sagas, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know what he was on. Like, I don't know why he, like, cared about me so much, you feel me? I just didn't understand why, like, I don't know if he wanted to be my friend. I don't know, bro, but
Y'all didn't know each other prior to?
I ain't never met him before, never talked to him, none of that. I just didn't understand it. I was so lost and confused on why, like, he was just talking about me all the time, you know what I'm saying? But, and it's crazy because, like, whenever I was locked up and he was saying, like, I wasn't locked up for the gun charge, I was locked up for something else, and he said I lied about being in jail. I was just like, what the, like.
Peso Peso would pretty much call YTM Lil Vin a stan who started beefing for promo, not for any real reasons. And to be honest, I think the rapper Six Shots really ended YTM Lil Vin's career when he dropped him 2 times in that street fight. But let me know if you want me to do a video about that as well. But Peso Peso would have a positive outlook on this whole beef and his own place within his own career. And to me, it showed a level-headedness and maturity that Peso Peso needs in his current situation, especially with his brother, respectfully.
And it's crazy because people would believe in that. You feel me? Like, people believe in that. And that had me so lost and confused. Like, the internet is wild. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, keep moving forward. I don't really, like, be worried about shit like that. I try to stay out of that mix, you know what I'm saying? And just keep moving forward and doing me. You feel me?
Peso Peso continued to ignore YTM Lil Vin, despite Vin going on a full court press, once again attacking Peso Peso's street credibility and his loyalty to TSF and Sauce Walka by claiming Peso Peso's a federal informant.
You dirty bitch. You dirty mother. I done finally figured you out, hoe ass nigga. This nigga Peso's a federal informant. Snitching that little perro. Let me tell you how, man. Let's go back to 2017 when this puss-ass nigga was still a white boy, Potential. You know what I'm talking about? He became a convicted felon for stuffing grams up his ass. He ain't had no tattoos on his face, none of that shit. He wasn't a gangster yet. You know what I'm talking about? Boom. 2018, this nigga signed to TSA, became a blood, and got all his face tattooed up, everything, neck, all that shit. You know what I'm talking about? He thought he was Mexican now. You know what I'm talking about? Another 6ix9ine. A year after that, the FBI picked this nigga up for a pistol case. Boom, the FBI know he a hoe because they know he a convicted felon for stuffing grams up his ass. This the weakest link to get them TSF niggas. So they say, look, we gonna offer you a deal, hoe ass nigga. As long as you give us info on these niggas, we'll let you out on the monitor. You know what I'm talking about? And we'll let you out on the monitor. Just be giving us info on these niggas. Woo, 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 woo. You know what I'm talking about? So boom. December 2020, when this nigga got picked up by the face, you can search this shit up. If you don't believe me, Google this shit. Exactly 2 years later, December 2022, the TSF niggas get picked up, including this nigga's ice head ass brother, Julo the Snowman. Go search this shit up on Google if you don't believe me. The TSF niggas that got indicted. Julian Herrera, last name Herrera. This bitch ass nigga put his own brother in there. You know what I'm talking about? Snitching that little perro. Now, y'all probably wondering why the fuck he didn't put up Sauce, because Sauce Walka's his sugar daddy. He wasn't going to give him up. If he give him up, this nigga going to starve to death. You know what I'm talking about? So that's how they took all these niggas down, you know what I'm talking about? Because this nigga was giving up info, you know, drops, all that shit for the last 2 years, and that's why this whole ass nigga still out on the monitor 5 years later, 4 years later, after getting picked up on a federal case and already a convicted felon. Who the fuck gets out if you're a convicted felon on some fed shit? Come on, fam. This nigga's a snitch. This nigga's an FBI informant. Snitching at.
Now, I don't know the validity of Lil Vin's accusations, but if you want me to go down that rabbit hole just like I did the Yella Beezy and Mo 3 case, let me know. What I can tell you is, it is extremely awkward to be a felon and get arrested for possession of a firearm and only be on ankle monitor for 5 years, especially a Fed case. But aside from that, the newest allegations from Lil Vin against Peso Peso could actually destroy Peso Peso's career, and the allegations will come straight out of Peso Peso's closet, allegedly.
Everybody's surprised to see Peso went to jail for stuffing grounds up his. But I've been doing that for a minute, and I'm the reason why his baby mama left him. So, ooh, T. And he don't fuck with me no more because I started fucking with his homeboy. But you wasn't saying nothing when y'all was having them threesomes with them. And acting real hard on the net is crazy to me. The real tea, all tea, no shade, but I have the receipts.
Of course, everybody's first initial impression seeing this clip is going to think it's a fake. But in my opinion, Peso's accuser was a little too confident in his exposure.
Have that kind
and
of
I was hoping
ability.
for Peso's sake, there wouldn't be any receipts that we could actually check. But where would the fun be in that? Because Peso's accuser would not only have receipts that we could see, but they'd also be receipts that we could hear.
Man, my just left. Have that kind of ability to pull them into a room and said they want to do a truce of some sort. Just kind of speaks to the lack of understanding about the nature of street organizations.
Now, there's been another update in Stockton, but not the update people were hoping for. No arrests, no suspects in custody. And weeks later, families are still waiting for answers because this story is no longer just about what happened at a birthday party. It's about a community that's scared to talk and what happens when silence takes over.
We have continuing coverage of the Stockton mass shooting tonight. 2 weeks ago now, 4 people were shot and killed and 13 were hurt. The shooters opened fire at a child's birthday party. As the search continues for those responsible, a Texas-based nonprofit is stepping in, planning to hold ceasefire talks with local gangs.
Now that right there tells you everything. 2 weeks later and still no suspects. 4 people killed and 13 hurt. And now instead of arrests, conversation is shifting towards ceasefires. That alone right there should tell you how serious the situation is.
You do know who had something to do with this. I hope that you do the right thing.
A father calling for justice. Justice for Amari Peterson, a 14-year-old kid with a passion for the people he loved, who dreamed playing in the pros. Those dreams cut short after a gunman opened fire at a child's birthday party in Stockton.
Now that's a father who buried his son, his 14-year-old son, a kid who dreamed about the future and never got the chance to experience it. And here's the part that sticks with me. The father, he's not even asking for revenge. He's just asking for anyone to do the right thing.
Stockton is a small community and somebody knows something. The sheriff revealed this morning that more than 50 shell casings were collected from the banquet hall where the masked gunman dressed in black and masked opened fire, and that those shell casings correlate to 5 different firearms.
50 shell casings and 5 different firearms. Now, nothing about this is accidental. And when something happens like this in a city as small as Stockton, people know things, but knowing something and saying something are 2 totally different things. Because fear changes behavior. Because when people stop talking, then people stop trusting, and silence becomes their only survival.
Among the gangs that Muhammad has engaged with through prevention work for almost 8 years.
The possibility of it is minimal. I just can't see it happening. They named a couple of traditional street organizations who have been at odds for, 50, 75 years. And to have that kind of ability to pull them into a room and say they want to do a truce of some sort, just kind of speaks to the lack of understanding about the nature of street organizations.
A former Stockton gang member and expert in gang violence didn't want to talk on camera, but told me on the phone the same, saying a meeting is unlikely and an agreement even more so.
Now that's the part that nobody wants to hear. A ceasefire sounds good, but when you're talking about groups that have been at odds with each other for decades, you don't just sit them in a room and expect peace. Even the people doing the prevention work are saying it. This isn't realistic. Not right now.
Sheriff Patrick Withrow also said that there are thousands of hours of images from surveillance video and dozens of tips coming into the tip line. He did take the time to stop and assure anyone in the public who has information that they will not be traced back to that if they give it up.
It comes in, it goes through a third-party vendor and then back to us so that we have no access to who has called this in or who has given us a piece of video or whatever it is, the information that you have. We have no way of telling where that came from. It won't come out in court. It won't come out in our reports because it's totally anonymous.
The sheriff also asked the public to be patient, saying that with such a massive amount of evidence, there may not be any arrests within a week, maybe even months.
Now they're telling people to come forward and they're promising anonymity. But fear doesn't disappear just because someone says, trust us, especially when no one's been arrested, especially while families are still grieving, and especially when a father is standing there saying he just wants his son back.
Tonight, Stockton's Vice Mayor Jason Lee standing with Patrick and Kim Peterson, addressing the city's no snitching culture.
If you know something, don't be a coward and not come forward and speak, because Amari deserves you to do that.
While also saying the city isn't doing enough to prevent violence.
When I look at funding, we gave $190 million to the police department, which is essential because we need to have that for our public safety officers. But we put $2 million in prevention services. What is that going to do when we know the city has had the challenges that we are talking about today?
If you don't do the right thing, it's just going to continue happening, and the next thing you know, death is going to be at your door.
Now, in my opinion, this story is almost as sad as the mass shooting itself. I said in my last video, Stockton has been more like Gotham City for the better part of 2 decades. It needs people to feel safe enough to tell the truth, because until that happens, justice is going to stay on pause. But hey, let me know in the comments, do you think the Stockton mass shooters are actually going to get away with this? Or do you think that the police are staying tight-lipped about it because they're hot on their trails? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see how EBK Jabo went from viral rap success to facing 30 years in prison. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
Meanwhile, an operation targeting gangs and violence in Stockton led to more than 70 arrests and dozens of guns being taken off the streets.
Now, the Sheriff's Department just announced a massive manhunt for those responsible in Stockton's mass shooting last week. And there's 3 things I found out about that are very interesting. And that's 1, this is the first time the Sheriff's Department, even inadvertently, has admitted that there's more than one shooter. And 2, information will leak out that there was multiple firearms found on the roof of the banquet hall. But I have my own theory for that one. And 3, and even I was surprised how long this one took, but now all eyes and arrows are pointing at EBK member EBK Jabo, which I still find kind of odd because he's been incarcerated for the better part of 6 months now. In my previous video, I spoke about how the FBI is offering $50,000 and the ATF was offering $25,000 for a total of $75,000 for information leading to the arrest of the shooters involved. Now, it looks like the reward has been upped another $55,000 from other agencies being invested in this case. A suspect or suspects has yet to be identified or detained. Stockton Mayor Christina Fugazi reported that Crime Stoppers, along with herself and Councilwoman Mariela Ponce, are offering a combined $25,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those involved. The FBI and San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office offered a $50,000 reward, and the Youth Peace and Justice Foundation offered a $5,000 reward for information on the suspect. After the ATF announcement on Friday, Stockton Crime Stoppers added $30,000 to the original reward of $25,000. The total reward for information regarding the Stockton mass shooting suspect is now $130,000. Not gonna lie, these are some very telling signs that Stockton is starting to come together as a whole. I've never seen so many different agencies contribute so much money to one cause. I mean, this is the cause to do it. But to be honest, the reward has only gone up to such a high amount because no one's cooperating with the investigation. But not only is America in the quietest recession I've ever seen, but Stockton has been compared to a third world country for the better part of 2 decades now. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody gives us some information for that reward. But in my opinion, I don't think that reward is going to make a difference whatsoever. I know people in Stockton, and they've all said even if they knew some information, they would never tell for no amount of money. I believe the general consensus is, how am I going to spend the reward money if I'm dead? And that's telling of the grip the gangs hold over the community. I was serious when I said there was going to be a manhunt for the individuals responsible. Even the San Joaquin Sheriff would speak on the manhunt, saying that firearms were found on the roof of the banquet hall, but it's unclear if those were the ones used in the attack. It's believed the shooting began inside and ended outside the banquet hall. Just know that we're coming for you, Withrow said. And to be honest, I believe him. There's nothing you can do now. You've already created this havoc, this horror you brought to these families, the horror you brought to our community, and we're going to get you, and we're going to hold you accountable. Sheriff Withrow would call the perpetrators animals and also urge the public to come forward with any information, even if it's possibly unrelated. Please, If you saw something, if you videotaped something, even if you think it's something minor, reach out to us, Withrow said. Let us take that piece of the puzzle and see if it's a part of this or not. We'd much rather get a call from you that's not related than missing something that we absolutely need to know. Now, the only sheriff I've seen this serious about a homicide in their city is Sheriff Grady Judd, because I can tell this sheriff is not letting this go, and neither has any other agency that's come together to solve this case. Now, I had a theory why there was guns found on the roof of the banquet hall that night, and another YouTuber that I follow named Renegade Media would actually have proof to support my theory.
Now, mind you, if you look at the footage closely, you're going to see a red sweater and some gray shorts. Now, if you've been catching up on all this information about Stockton, you're going to see that at that children's party, there was guns confiscated on the roof with shell casings. They're doing DNA matches on all these shell casings. Mind you, guns on the roof, that means somebody threw some guns on that roof. They're at that party. I doubt the killers that did this to this unfortunate child's birthday party went there, shot at it, and said, man, there's a rooftop right there. I can get rid of the gun at the scene of the crime and throw it on the roof. So obviously, Dougie's 3 and Nano, they're incarcerated. This rapper right here, Nano, who came out with real murder music and had the nerve to criticize me and said, I need to start using my platform for positivity and stop, talking about him and being a cornball. That's what he said on his Instagram, but I'm pretty sure somebody was running it.
So yeah, that was pretty much my theory from the beginning. Not because I'm a genius, just because it was common sense. If you're a gang member recently in a shootout and you know you have to talk to the police soon, like I said, common sense. But what that does mean is that when they recover the DNA that's on those firearms, that means more people are going to be arrested. Or maybe they're the firearms of the people that are already in jail. On that, we'll have to wait and see. But now Nano MB and Dougie 3's past criminal history is coming into play. Because back in 2024, Nano MB and Dougie 3's would be arrested in a sting operation called, and get this, Operation Boogeyman. So when I first heard of the operation, I immediately thought of one of their ops' songs that were his claim to fame. To be honest, the FBI using the title of a diss track against you for their operation is crazy.
An operation targeting gangs and violence in Stockton led to more than 70 arrests and dozens of guns being taken off the streets.
Stockton police just made the announcement today. ABC 10's Gabriel Porras was there and has the details now.
The press conference took place here at the Stockton Police Department's administration building, and despite law enforcement officials opening themselves up to questions, many questions were left on the table.
If violence is brought to our neighborhoods, there will be accountability.
San Joaquin County law enforcement leaders gathered Thursday to hear and see the results of what Stockton's police chief calls Operation Boogeyman.
It specifically targeted some of our most violent street gangs, which were responsible for homicides and several shootings throughout the county.
But which gangs and cases?
I'm not going to give them the honor or space to acknowledge those gangs, but they know.
The chief also declining to detail the timeline when the operation began. He did say that $65,000, narcotics, 36 handguns, 14 rifles, and 1 shotgun were seized, and that officers made 74 arrests, but would not elaborate on the specific charges they faced.
Now, if you look at this picture, you can clearly see Nano, MB Nell, Dougie, and even Vance. And this case was only last year.
Every gun seized from the street saves a life. Operation Boogeyman is one of the largest gun violence intervention operations in our county's history and perhaps the state.
Stockton City Manager echoing that pride.
We are winning. Crime is on the decline in Stockton, and it is not by accident.
Overall crime down by 12% in the first 9 months of 2024, according to city numbers. And for those who don't feel that decline in violence, Chief McFadden making a promise.
Our work will never be done until the victimization stops.
In Stockton, Gabriel Porras, ABC 10.
And this is not the mayor's fault or the chief of police, but that soundbite did not age well at all. Now keep in mind, Nano and Dougie were only arrested for parole violations. And after the new evidence has surfaced, even though they were victims in that massacre, I'm sure they're going to be given a significant amount of time in the coming future. Now something caught my eye early in the investigation, but nobody said anything about it. But I know, if you have these type of charges, you're not supposed to be good in any jail system. And at the very least, your very own gang members should be side-eyeing you. Renegade Media would explain what I mean.
Kids, and apparently his violation reportedly was failing to register as an S offender, allegedly.
Arrest record as they were facing. maybe that birthday party wouldn't have been targeted. But Billy Williams' arrest record, as you can see, I'm showing you proof. It shows the day where he got busted December 1st, where he was arrested on a parole violation. So I kept scrolling down just to see what kind of criminal background he is, because a lot of these gangster rappers talk about they got multiple bodies, but ain't none of them in jail for murder. Do love to beat on women? A lot. A hell of a lot. And I'm showing you the charges. But one charge came up. Failure to register as a sex offender, and that was a parole violation. Now, that is a tricky subject to talk about because I do know the system has convicted people that have been exonerated or has convicted people under false pretenses and they still had to register as a sex offender. Trust me, I've been learning that for the last few years. But in this particular case, it was pimping a 17-year-old while he was a 17-year-old. So when I initially announced that I was going to talk about that for a little bit, do you know how many people were in my DMs are like, hey, bro, it was just pimping, bro. It ain't that serious. It's not like it was the R word. I'm like, let me show you how serious it really gets. Registering as a sex offender for pimping a 17-year-old as a 17-year-old just because they're of the same age doesn't make it a mistake. It's still sexual exploitation. Something like that, you just can't sweep under the rug. You can't sugarcoat it. And you sure in the hell can't dismiss it because it doesn't fit the narrow definition of a sex crime because we think of certain sex crimes in certain ways. It doesn't work like that. Pimping a minor, putting a child in a position that she shouldn't be involved in the first place, even if she was her choice and she wanted to do it for you. Because pimping a minor...
I'm gonna cut that clip right there because I'm a new channel and I want to get monetized. But you remember earlier when I said some people are gonna try to tie this to EBK? Now, EBK Lebo will put out a statement by saying, we don't condone that. And that's at least better than the other Stockton gang members saying he does. Another member would post, violence towards kids is unacceptable. We don't condone none like that at all. Plus, we all in jail. Clear our names from the shenanigans. Free the innocent. And another member would post, and no, we don't do ish with kids. EBK versus everybody. We don't like y'all either. And even another member would post, so we killing hella kids and ish now? Now, one of the biggest things in those posts claiming they're innocent that I caught was the fact that they said most of the members are in jail. And that's possibly true. But you ever think that some of those previous EBK lyrics might come back to bite them? Murder after murder, blood. You know what it is. F the babies when it comes down to it. They get hit. Smoke the kid. Every N-word round here got a stick. And just one more verse that would contradict EBK not condoning this type of violence. It ain't hard to get a B on your belt. Grab you one. We popped his kid. Now he don't exist. He never had a son. Now, EBK may not have been physically responsible, but the lyrics and the posturing, I'm sure has the FBI looking into them for their own RICO. Flyboy's MB being arrested in an FBI sting operation titled by your ops' diss track is crazy. But everything about this is crazy, and we're still at the very beginning. But let me know in the comments, did you think there was going to be more than one shooter? Or do you think there'd only be one person this stupid enough to throw away their life? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see how 50 Cent just exposed Diddy's recent threat against him. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me that algorithm so I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10! I'm maxed out!
Four of my children lost their mother. Kim Porter actually tragically passed away in 2018. If I was Diddy, I'd have left that out the letter. The beef between 50 Cent and Diddy is only going to get worse. If you thought Diddy was going to sit in jail and do something stupid like rehabilitate, then you must not have seen the trial, the doc, or Diddy since 1995. Because Diddy would be exposed for seeking revenge against 50 Cent for releasing that docuseries. Diddy has gone through hell and high water to try to get this Netflix series taken down. Diddy didn't just threaten people behind the scenes. He said he's multi-million-dollar team of lawyers to file every motion and injunction they can, even as far as trying to lean a little media pressure on Netflix, but to no avail. In my last video, I complimented 50 for weaponizing Netflix against Diddy, but I had no idea they would double down and go to the mats over this docuseries. But Netflix will respond to the allegations of being in cahoots with 50 Cent just to take down Diddy with this hit piece by saying this through their rep. The claims being made about Sean Combs' The Reckoning are false. A Netflix spokesperson told Complex on Wednesday, December 3rd, the project has no ties to any past conversations between Sean Combs and Netflix. The footage of Combs leading up to his indictment and arrest were legally obtained. This is not a hit piece or an act of retribution. Curtis Jackson is an executive producer, but does not have creative control. No one was paid to participate. The courts are backing 50 Cent. Netflix doubled down and is backing 50 Cent. So hearing the news, Diddy will give up all hope of trying to stop this docuseries. Psych. This is Diddy. How many videos have I made about him already? So Diddy would try to threaten 50 Cent by letting 50 know that even from jail, he'd get to him anytime or any place. And how did he do that from prison? By sending flowers to 50 at the strip club. And 50 being 50 would take this opportunity to troll Diddy back by taking to his Instagram and posting, "What kind of LGBTQ community-ish is this? Diddy sent me flowers at Club 11. Why all the foreplay? Get busy. You know I'm stupid." A comment underneath 50's post would say, "Diddy sending funeral flowers is crazy work." To which 50 would respond under that comment, posting a warning, "I'm 90s grimy. Ninja don't warn me." Now we all know what it means when someone sends you a gift or takes a picture of you at a location without your knowledge and sends it to you later. It's an intimidation play as old as time. Well, maybe not the picture one. Unfortunately, Diddy keeps forgetting that his enemy is 50 Cent, and he's been in war mode against Diddy for the better part of a decade. And that means 50's ready to take it to whatever level Diddy's ready to take it to, in all sense of the phrase. And in my opinion, I think we're gonna see a new level of low that Diddy is willing to sink in this beef with 50. Because keep in mind, Diddy still has over 2 years to go in his sentence, and he ain't moving like he has one rehabilitative bone in his body. I told you in my previous videos how I thought prison was going to make Diddy worse. I think my original quote was, "Prison is going to be Diddy's supervillain origin story." So yeah, I think Diddy kept a list like Santa Claus, or in this case, maybe Krampus, and that's one list I don't want to be on. But do you guys remember just a couple months ago? When Diddy was worried about how much time he was going to be sentenced to, he was a completely different animal. I don't know if you guys remember the letter he wrote to the judge on his own behalf, but to me, it was pure comedy. "Dear Judge Submaranian, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all the hurt and pain that I've caused others by my conduct," which I find crazy Diddy saying this in the letter, because I don't remember him apologizing and saying he was sorry to anybody in court. But the letter continues, "I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. In my life, I have made many mistakes, but I am no longer running from them. I am so sorry for the hurt that I caused, but I understand that the mere words 'I'm sorry' will never be good enough, as these words alone cannot erase the pain from the past. Over the past 13 months, I have had to look in the mirror like never before, and I totally believe Diddy. A billionaire having $20 million penthouses and condos to going to a prison cell with a cellmate and a metal plate shined above your toilet bowl as a mirror. I can totally believe this part of the letter. If you've never had to look at yourself in a prison mirror, don't rush to find out. The best way to describe it as you staring into a mirror and the reflection staring back at you is a version of yourself still buffering. But Diddy would continue. My pain became my teacher, my sadness, my motivator. I have to admit my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. The scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. Not gonna lie, one thing Diddy has never been accused of was not knowing how to charm his way out of anything. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that, and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry. The remorse, the sorrow, the regret, the disappointment, the shame. I honestly feel sorry for something that I couldn't forgive someone else for if they put their hands on one of my daughters. Now maybe I'm just being cynical, but I don't believe a single word that Diddy wrote in this letter. But do I think the judge did? Absolutely not. It's just impossible to be a monster for over 30 years, and as soon as you get caught, that's when you realize the error of your ways. But to be fair, every time I got locked up, I meant it when I said I was sorry. This is why it is so hard for me to forgive myself. It is like a deep wound that leaves an ugly scar. Your Honor, I thought I was providing for Jane concerning her and her child, but after hearing her testimony, I realized that I hurt her. For this, I am deeply sorry. Diddy thought having freak-offs with Jane and then buying furniture for her condo for her and her child was taking care of the family. Now I'm starting to really see why the judge gave Diddy 50 months. These are all backhanded apologies, set up at first to sound like Diddy's taking accountability, but with an easy out claiming ignorance. I think the judge saw what I saw reading this letter. But I want to show you one more thing that further proves Diddy is still on demon time. Diddy would tell the judge, "Not only am I rehabilitated, but I teach classes to help people be successful like me. Like the level of narcissism is shining brighter than headlights in a blackout. I don't just teach about my success. I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. Yeah, Diddy putting the sauce on it. Wait, pause. It has been beautiful to see the newfound hope in my fellow inmates' eyes. Oh, don't forget, Diddy is a man of the people, even incarcerated. I give the inmates hope. I can see it in their eyes. That's wild. Now that I think about it, the more I keep reading, I know exactly why the judge gave Diddy 50 months. The most shocking thing was to see the unity and the peace this class has produced. As you are probably aware, jails and prisons are segregated places. However, in our class, we have Black, Spanish, white, and Asian all together in one room learning and working together. We even have an interpreter for the Spanish-speaking inmates. I'm sorry, but if this class existed in never mind. This class would never exist in prison. The biggest miracle that I've seen with this class is all the gangs, such as Bloods, Crips, MS-13, Trinitarios, and 18th Street, in one room working together. Wow. So you're telling me the man accused of racketeering and running a criminal enterprise just told the judge that he's organized all the gangs under one leadership? Like I said, I can totally see why the judge gave Diddy 50 months. Diddy trying to sound like the prison messiah, but is coming off sounding like Michael Corleone behind bars. But this next part is a play I'm surprised Diddy didn't go to earlier, and that's weaponizing his family. I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. Yep, because we know Diddy has always had his children in the forefront of his mind in all his actions. God blessed me with 7 beautiful children, 3 sons and 4 daughters. Their names are Quincy, Justin, Christian, Chance, Jesse, Delia, and the newest addition, a 2-year-old daughter, Love. Now, if you aren't familiar with this tactic, it's a simple psychology 101 trick. It's called humanizing yourself to pull on the heartstrings of a person to get the upper hand, or in some cases, stay alive. And maybe Diddy was teaching some classes, because I'm starting to learn something. 4 of my children lost their mother. Kim Porter actually tragically passed away in 2018. If I was Diddy, I'd have left that out the letter. I have failed my children as a father. My father was murdered when I was 3 years old, so I know firsthand what it is to not have a father. More than anything, I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need. And that's by showing them how to dominate and decimate your enemies, starting with 50 Cent. All we have to go on Diddy's rehabilitation is his word and that letter to the judge. Oh, that's right. We also have actions to look at. I come from a generation where I was taught, what you say is cool, but what you do is convincing. And this is a clear-cut case of exactly that. Diddy is saying all the right things to ease himself out of this situation while taking the least amount of accountability. But his actions are showing something completely different. And that's that as soon as Diddy is free, I wouldn't be surprised if New York City had its own Lex Luthor. But either way, 50 Cent is not worried about the coming storm. And if you ask me, I think he predicted it all along. But let me know in the comments, do you think Diddy is coming home like a mob boss? Or do you think Diddy is rehabilitated? 50 Cent just keeps trolling him. And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why the Stockton Sheriff Department has issued a public statement saying that all the witnesses are lying in the Stockton mass shooting. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm I need to be there, man. I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but
fuck that, little 10. I'm maxed out.
What they consider a pre-existing beef, right, for 20 years, right, is me being uncomfortable with him suggesting that he takes me shopping.
Now, there's a reason 50 Cent is one of the most feared men in hip-hop. In my opinion, he's got to be one of the founding fathers of if it's up, it's stuck. Because 50 Cent just released a hit piece on Diddy that makes him look worse than the trial ever did. Diddy had an opportunity to come home from prison and maybe stay out the spotlight. Or if Diddy wanted, to go back to the music mogul he's always been. But after 50 Cent just dropped this piece, Diddy's options are disappearing by the second. I think the world forgot that 50 wrote the book called The 50th Law of Power. And in that book, he taught a numerous amount of ways to dominate your enemy, as we're seeing on display now. Beef between 50 and Diddy is not something unknown about, but has been festering for years, and with good reason. 50 playing chess, not checkers, realized that hip-hop fans are fickle and passive and wouldn't care about the Cassie situation once Diddy came home from prison. So 50 would release some unreleased footage of Diddy attacking his credibility with the people that are his fans and supporters. Under advice from his counsel, Diddy would take to the streets of Harlem and begin shaking hands and kissing babies like he was running for office in an attempt to sway the court of public opinion. On the outside, it looked good. But me being on this planet a little longer than most, I saw it for what it really was. It was just a flimsy PR campaign to make Diddy look good, like he's about the people. So Diddy literally shook hands and kissed a couple babies. But by the end of the event, Diddy would leave with his security and camera crew. Now this part, I don't know if Diddy thought the cameras are just off or he just didn't care. But Diddy would say he'd need hand sanitizer and a fresh bath after shaking hands with his fans. And 50 Cent would use this clip to paint the narrative of how Diddy really is off camera and how much he cares little about his fans. And not only would 50 start his campaign on Diddy immediately after he obtained the clip, but what better way to do it than on a press run?
Highly anticipated docuseries by director Alex Stapleton and rapper and executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, titled Sean Combs: The Reckoning. Was there anything that surprised you when you were watching?
I think it was surprising that he actually filmed it.
It was very interesting to watch a man who's known for his brand presence. You know, he has a really amazing knack for marketing and all of that, and how he was sort of taking that into account in how he was coming off to the public.
The exclusive video also shows Combs in Harlem greeting fans.
Off my back, bro. Long as you win. I'm gonna win. Long as you win, we winning. I'll accept it. I need some hand sanitizer. Hold on. I got it. I've been out in the streets amongst the people. Yeah, I gotta take a bath. Like the amount of people that actually I'm coming in contact with, like that's what I have to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like 150 hugs.
You're a public person as well, and there was one instance in Harlem, and his reaction when those people
Went away.
went
Got in
away.
the car and said, I feel like I need to wash, like I'm dirt. That was, it shows you his character.
Was that the reason for including it?
Yeah. I mean, and what's the odds that you would do that in front of the camera? Like that's one of the moments where he forgot he was on tape.
Now, the only person I feel sorry for is the guy in the documentary who's going to see that later on, realize he was the one Diddy was talking about. But in all honesty, do I think this is going to hurt Diddy's reputation even more than it's already been stained? Absolutely not. Unfortunately, we live in a society that still supports R. Kelly, Andrew Tate, and even Nick Fuentes, so nothing really surprises me anymore. That's why I was saying how diabolical it is, the way 50 Cent is attacking Diddy. Because the logic is sound. Diddy is rich now, but if you take away the people, he can't stay rich. Like I said, you don't want to beef with 50 Cent because he'll try to take away your whole legacy. Now, also in this documentary, they would introduce 20 to 30 people in the music industry who had dealings with Diddy. These people in the music industry would finally break their silence about the mistreatment over the years from Diddy. Now, some would criticize how 50's downplaying the beef between him and Diddy while he's doing this press run. But in my opinion, if the interviewer didn't do the proper research to ask the right questions, how is that my fault? Even a casual hip-hop fan knows that 50 Cent's baby mama was wrapped up in Diddy's whole court case as one of the Jane Does. But like I said, 50 Cent dodged the question masterfully by bringing up something petty that nobody can really get upset with.
How do you respond to people who say that it's more about the disdain that you have for Sean Combs than it is for giving the victims a platform?
What they consider a pre-existing beef, right, for 20 years, right, is me being uncomfortable with him suggesting that he takes me shopping, or I looked at it like it was like a tester, like maybe you'll come play with me, type of thing, right? And it's not personal.
I think it's important to also let people know that the show is not completely the perspectives of people that did not like Sean. We weren't trying to just get the highlights, the salacious details, you know, that the real goal was to storytell. And not everyone needed to have an allegation to be a part of this project.
The 4-part series also features 2 jurors from Combs' trial who are speaking for the first time about how they reached their mixed verdict, finding Combs guilty of 2 prostitution offenses, but clear of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, both sharing their thoughts on the relationship between Combs and singer Cassie. Juror 75 describing them as 2 people in love, and Juror 160 saying in part, domestic violence wasn't one of the charges. Cassie, is she a victim in all this?
I believe Cassie's a victim in all this because she came in as she's like 18, like 19 years old.
Dame Dash posted to his social media, since he's still beefing with 50 about that whole other situation I reported about. And he would chime in and say, never trust a black man that will make a documentary tearing down another black man for a white man. That's nasty work. I'm not playing these ghetto games, says the man who's making a documentary about 50 Cent getting shot as we speak. Like I said, the internet's hilarious. All you have to do is just pay attention. We all know 50 Cent's not making this documentary to benefit the white man. We all know it's for the reasons I said earlier, and probably a lot more we don't even know about. But in the documentary, they put out another clip of Diddy strategizing with his lawyer during his legal battles, which also didn't put Diddy in the best light. But after this documentary was released, Diddy and his lawyers would put out a statement as well. And it says, "We have confirmed that Netflix used footage that was never authorized for release, including private moments, pre-indictment material from an unfinished project, and conversations involving legal strategy that were not intended for public viewing. The footage was created for an entirely different purpose under an arrangement that was never completed, and no rights were ever transferred to Netflix. A payment dispute between outside parties does not create permission for Netflix to use unlicensed private material. None of the footage came from Mr. Combs or his team, and its inclusion raised serious questions about how it was obtained and why Netflix chose to use it." Now, this is where it gets tricky. The wording and Diddy's rebuttal was everything I needed to read. Well, it's a little easier when you understand a little legalese. So what happened is that Diddy worked on a separate project with Netflix and hired a videographer to follow him around and record him. Now, that same videographer was paid for his time and his services. But obviously, due to Diddy's legal trouble, the project was shelved. Now, said videographer still owns the rights to that footage, because he's the one that filmed it. Now, this is the gray part of the area, because I don't know if the videographer was trying to extort Diddy and Diddy wasn't going for it, so 50 just swooped in and bought the footage, but I can almost guarantee it was something like that behind the scenes. Now, Diddy's lawyer would further allege, Netflix is only heightening the core issue by giving creative control of this production to Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. 50 Cent is a longtime public adversary who has mocked Mr. Combs for decades, posted fabricated accusations, and publicly celebrated his legal challenges. Even Mr. Jackson has admitted he was shocked Sean ever filmed some of these moments, which underscores that the footage is being exploited for entertainment rather than presented with fairness or context. Now, come on. I don't know what part of the business is fair, but this is definitely messy. A lot of people are going to look at this in a negative way about Diddy. Some people might even look at this move by 50 Cent and think it's nasty work. But in my opinion, I have to sit back and just admire how billionaires beef. 50 Cent came from being shot, to being stabbed in hallways, to having fights in the streets, to wearing bulletproof vests and hiring security guards, to now weaponizing a billion-dollar media platform like Netflix against one of your enemies is next-level genius. But let me know in the comments, do you think 50 Cent is wrong for putting out this documentary with Netflix? Or do you think all's fair in love and war when it comes to billionaires and their beef? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why MB Nell is in hiding after Stockton's mass shooting. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that album because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out.
Legal win for Megan Thee Stallion, a jury finding a blogger liable for defaming the rapper.
Megan Thee Stallion is back in the news again, and this time it's for taking her first L in court. But unfortunately, it wasn't against Tory Lanez. It was against Milagro Grams. Megan Thee Stallion pretty much tried to Cardi B Milagro like she was Tasha K, but it backfired.
How you feeling today, Megan? And the explosive, headline-grabbing criminal trial that followed, Megan says that criticism has turned into a full-scale attack.
Just because you have freedom of speech, that does not mean you have freedom to bully.
Now, more than 2 years after Lanez was convicted, the artist is taking on a social media influencer, accusing her of waging a war of harassment and bullying. It's a case many are watching, since the outcome could determine who qualifies as media and what kind of speech is protected online.
Now, this part was big for me as a content creator, because this case will determine if content creators like myself can be treated as actual media. So if Milagro wins this case, this could be big for all content creators. Megan Thee Stallion is basically trying to say that content creators can't make content on people's lives. And if Milagro were to lose this case, that means content creators on the chopping block next. That goes for DJ Academics, Vlad TV, Seti Nash, and even myself. What I found odd was that the judge said in the beginning of the case that the jury was going to determine if Milagro will be considered media or not. Now, I was following this case extremely closely for obvious reasons. And to be honest, I don't know how anyone can't even consider myself media, no matter how small my platform is. I just put out an interview with somebody who lost somebody at the Stockton mass shooting. Now, Milagro has been reporting on Megan Thee Stallion since the Tory Lanez trial. And since she was at the Tory Lanez trial daily, she would report on the trial daily. In my opinion, she didn't really report too favorably on Megan Thee Stallion. But to be honest, That's probably because the case didn't make Megan look too good in the first place. Now, you remember earlier when I said this is kind of like a Cardi B and Tasha K situation, because Milagro would keep reporting on Megan Thee Stallion even after the trial was over. And I never saw anything wrong with what she was reporting about, because her underlining reasons was to free Tory Lanez. Milagro, just like most people, thought Megan Thee Stallion was lying, but instead of letting it go like the rest of us did, Milagro went the Tasha K route. And eventually Megan Thee Stallion was so upset by these videos, just like Cardi B, she sued Milagro for defamation of character, which I also find interesting because we all know she's lying. Just a jury didn't. Is it wrong making videos trying to free an innocent man? Now, the only part I think Milagro messed up on is telling people to check her likes for the deepfake nude of Megan on her Twitter account. So now Megan's suing Milagro for defamation of character and revenge porn. The revenge porn? Maybe. But us believing that Megan told the truth is a bit of a stretch. And Milagro thought so too.
Case has potential to be, very significant. I think there are a lot of people who have amplified platforms who often get targeted by certain bloggers, and it does affect not only their, mental health, but also their bottom lines.
In the lawsuit, Megan says Milagro Cooper, known online as Milagro Grams, spent years spreading false information and promoting a deep-fake pornographic video of the rapper. And she says Cooper was getting paid to do it on Lane's behalf.
Megan Thee Stallion's attorneys are claiming that Milagro Cooper basically coordinated with both Tory Lanez and his father of getting information that was completely incorrect and completely defamatory to try to, influence the court of public opinion. And they're saying that this negatively affected Megan and that it caused her to have extreme emotional distress and other harms.
Megan is now suing Cooper in federal court for defamation, accusing Cooper of cyberstalking, intentionally inflicting emotional distress, promotion of that deepfake video, and invasion of privacy. The rap star testified that Cooper attacked Megan's character, casting her as a liar and as mentally unstable.
Now, we know Tory Lanez got money, but paying a blogger from jail to maintain a smear campaign is a bit of a stretch. But that would be the basis of her lawsuit against Milagro, with Megan's only proof being a one-time Zelle payment from Tory Lanez's dad to Milagro, which isn't the smoking gun that she thinks it is. And honestly, I don't even think this case would even went to trial if Milagro didn't put that picture up.
Megan also feels that part of this feels like revenge, too, in a lot of ways, that this blogger purposely targeted her for speaking out and telling what exactly happened between her and Tory Lanez. She's talked about, being depressed and not even wanting to be alive anymore.
Cooper maintains her posts are covered by the First Amendment. And while she admitted under oath that Lanez's father did pay her money, she says it was for unrelated personal reasons.
Let's be very clear. This person is not a journalist. Journalists really are telling stories in its totality. We actually abide by a code of ethics and standards.
Like I said, I was watching this case very closely because if the judge ruled in Milagro's favor, that would also validate content creators as the new media. And I found it funny how all the old media was in full support of Megan. And I think they were in support of Megan because a win for her was also an equal win for them. Because if the courts validate Milagro as new media, that battle symbolizes a changing of the guard. But Megan won, though. And you guessed it, it was because of that deep fake picture that was posted. But not for defamation, which means she counted as a media figure. So Megan won, but so did we.
Legal win for Megan Thee Stallion, a jury finding a blogger liable for defaming the rapper.
And tonight, both sides are reacting to the verdict. In Local 10's Leanne Motorhone is live outside the federal courthouse in Miami with it all for us. Leanne.
On paper, yes, this is a legal win for rapper Megan Thee Stallion, but it wasn't the multi-million-dollar verdict that she and her team were seeking. A jury ultimately recommending that she be awarded $75,000 in damages, but a judge then adjusted that number down even more.
We're going out to eat.
Megan Thee Stallion walked out of the federal courthouse in Miami, not talking about a jury's judgment in her favor before entering a waiting SUV.
Bye, everybody.
The rapper, whose real name is Megan Pete, sued blogger and online content creator Milagro Cooper for defamation.
I just want to thank all the jurors, everybody who participated, and I'm happy it's over.
On Monday, a jury found her liable, recommending she pay Megan $75,000 in total damages. The judge then adjusting that figure down to $59,000.
Even the news media called it a win on paper, because that's what it is. They said Megan Thee Stallion walked out not talking about the verdict, because there's nothing to talk about. A millionaire tried to sue a blogger, and in this case, it just looked like bullying with money. Megan Thee Stallion is diabolical for even asking for $10 million. Milagro's lucky that the jury only found her guilty of one charge and the judge price adjusted it as well. Now, my only question is, if Milagro was not found guilty of defamation, doesn't that mean everything she said about Megan Thee Stallion lying is true? But either way, this won't affect Tory Lanez' case whatsoever. But Milagro would talk to the media after the verdict. And to be honest, she definitely looks like somebody who dodged a $10 million tab.
Milagro, anything you'd like to say?
Thank you guys for coming out every day. It's over. Shout out to New Media. And that's it. Hey.
Are you glad with the verdict? What do you think of the verdict?
I just want to thank all the jurors, everybody who participated, and I'm happy it's over. Woo.
What's next for you?
The sky's the limit, honestly.
How are you going to handle the financial aspect of all this? Because you testified you don't have any money right now.
We'll see. We'll see.
59,000 is better than 70 million, though, right?
Ain't it?
Well,
Yeah,
tell
I
me
know
about
that's
that.
right.
She wanted tens of millions. What did she get?
What did they say in there?
59,000.
Oh, we.
What about attorney fees for these big liabilities?
What did you say?
You can stop walking to her.
Where you said that you had not paid to your attorneys. And how do you feel about the job that they did?
The job my attorneys did?
Yes.
Dream team. They were phenomenal.
Are you happy then with the outcome?
I'm not ecstatic. Of course, you want things to go your way, but like I said, I respect the jury and what they decided, and I think I made out pretty good.
Any
Yeah.
lessons learned next time you get on air?
Yeah. So tune into the next show so y'all can see how I handle things moving forward, y'all.
Now, like I said, this was big for Milagro, but even bigger for New Media. Now, after this verdict, Milagro will go on the Andrew Wiggins podcast and break down exactly what happened in court. She would also give full details about the settlement and break down why headlines of her defaming Megan Thee Stallion are just false.
But
And also, because I don't know, because I'm hearing 59K, 75K. Can you clear this up? Like, did they drop the defamation? Is it 59K? Like, was
okay,
it
so
75K?
the jury decided that I am a media defendant.
Amen.
Which means that ultimately they had said we would give 15,000 for the defamation. Okay, the overall sum was about 75. Well, because I'm considered a media defendant, that knocks off the defamation. So any headline you see that says that Megan won her defamation suit, that is incorrect. That is not correct, because the media defendant status means I should have been served properly. They wanted to mark me as a social media grifter. I am not that. The jury, which it was left to them, it was decided by her side that they would choose if I was that. And they said, yes, she is. So with that being said, the defamation portion was lost.
Oh, officially. So that's officially lost.
Per the jury, as of right now.
Okay.
The judge, they're going to do what they want to do and file something and contest it. So the judge could come back and assert something. But how likely would it be that she would go against her previous ruling where she said, let the jury decide, and they decided and say no? So
Yes, I
at
was
this
there.
point, okay, right. So at this point, it is 59,000 because that is minus the 15 for defamation. Defamation was lost.
Now, are they saying that you're going to have to pay these legal fees? I'm seeing a lot of different things people are adding on to it. Are you going to have to pay lawyer fees? Like, is that a thing?
I'll have to see how that works moving forward. But for right now, the number is the 59.
So there you have it. Megan Thee Stallion paid millions of dollars so that content creators could be established as new media in the courts. I want to say, thanks, Meg. But my bigger question was what I mentioned earlier. If Milagro wasn't lying about Megan Thee Stallion lying, doesn't that mean Tory told the truth? But let me know in the comments. Did you think Milagro was going to lose this case like Tasha K lost hers? Or did we all know Megan Thee Stallion was lying, so we thought this case was an easy win? And if you made it this far, click on the left side of your screen to see why gang members caused the biggest mass shooting in Stockton, California as history. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that album because I need to be there, man. I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
Oh man, my kids' faces. And the 14-year-old boy. And my daughter was doing CPR.
The Stockton, California mass shooting is going to affect the lives of the community permanently, but this update is going to be about the intended targets who were lucky enough to get away with their lives. Rapper targeted mass shooting is hiding out, fearing for his life after being shot at the little girl's birthday party, Dad says. His dad is the one that had to say that. I said that in my last video. After that last attempt on your life, why would you still live in that city? Maybe I'm not gangster, but if my ops were risking the electric chair and national media coverage trying to kill me, I think it's about time for me to move. A rapper targeted in the deadly birthday party mass shooting that left 3 kids dead is hiding out and fearing for his life after he and his wife were both wounded, his dad says. Now, I don't know if MB Nell is wanted by the police for questioning or if he's at a hospital or somewhere just trying to heal and rest up. But one thing we didn't need was a press release from MB Nell's dad telling us he's hiding. I'm not even sure if that's how hiding works. But it continues. Rapper MB Nell was among the 15 shot at a birthday party for a friend's 2-year-old daughter inside Monkey Space, a banquet hall in Stockton on Saturday evening, his father, Junior Donegan, told the Post. So apparently I was wrong about him moving out of Stockton, but I can't make this up. This is the most detailed public plan of hiding I have ever witnessed. MB Nell, real name John O'Dongan, had previously fled Stockton and was living outside Sacramento. He had returned to the crime-ridden city of 300,000 people to meet with his rapper pals at the birthday party, his dad said. He just came to drop off a present at his friend's party, whose daughter was the celebrant, Junior Donegan said. He was shot, but he is okay. He called me and said, don't say anything to anybody. The Stockton-based rapper moved out of the area 2 years ago because he feared for his safety, including an incident where other thugs shot 22 bullets at his parents' house a few years ago, Donegan recalled. My daughter-in-law was hit in the butt, Donegan continued. We are worried. I'm worried about my wife, but I can't do anything about it. And this is the part of the gang life they don't tell you about. No matter how anybody might feel about MB Nell's presence being the reason for the mass shooting, that doesn't mean his family should be on the hook for his alleged previous actions. Everyone involved in this gang war has family on both sides. And in a city so small, it's gotta be terrifying to know that you could bump into a gunman at any moment, all because of the alleged actions of a brother, cousin, nephew. But it continues. 3 children and 1 young adult were killed in the shooting, what Stockton Mayor Christina Fugazi said was related to gang violence. Now, like I said, this has to be the sloppiest plan of hiding I've ever seen. Now, I don't know if the dad is saying it to throw people off or what, but MB Nell specifically told his dad not to say anything to anybody, and his dad immediately went to the Stockton Post. Now that I think about it, going into hiding might be the smartest thing anybody can do in this moment. If my ops pulled the dumbest crash out in the world that got Luigi Mangione coverage, I guess all you have to do is sit back and wait for the FBI to do their job. I would think cooler heads would prevail and there wouldn't be retaliation for this mass shooting. But then I remember what city we're talking about and the fact that we had a mass shooting at a kid's birthday party in the first place. So I can only hope that some people in the community just let law enforcement do their jobs. But there is more in this update on the case. A woman who was at the party came out and gave her version of events and said the news got the whole story wrong.
Let's y'all face
Okay, so I don't really come on the internet, but this mass shooting shit in Stockton has really got me so first of all, being invited there, I mean, it was a wonderful party. But I just don't feel like the news is just being honest. Being in there and not knowing whether you gonna make it out. And here's the thing, like, you know, you're having a gathering, you done had a couple of drinks and stuff, so you don't really process what's going on, okay? So shots rang out. At first you think it's like balloons or whatever. And then all of a sudden you realize the second round of shots that's coming in, these ain't no normal guns. Like, they in here lighting shit. And it was an open like banquet hall. So there is nowhere to run. There is nowhere to hide. You don't know whether you, and I remember thinking that, like, we ain't finna make it out to this motherfucker. My kids, like, bro, there was so many dead bodies, bro. Those are not being honest. They're not being honest. It was the kids for me. It was the kids. My daughter was doing CPR on that little boy who died. She said his dad kept asking, is he gone? I couldn't imagine not coming back home with my mom. I've never seen so dead bodies, lifeless bodies, I don't know. I know for a fact I saw like a 5 a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old girl, and she was lifeless. I ain't hear the news say nothing about that. I was with my daughter tie up people's legs. They had been shot in the legs. There was another dead body on the back porch, and he was all twisted up. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere, and like when it was going on, like I remember I was thinking smart, thinking, well, where would you stand, and where would you be? Because you couldn't tell if they was in the building shooting or where they was. All you knew is that these was not some ordinary ass guns. It wasn't, and so I don't know. I just remember helping get people to the ambulance, but this is, of course, after it was over, while it was going on. You did not know. My biggest thing right now is picturing if it would have been, not questioning God, but why he's spared me and my children. Because bullets, they ain't got no name on them. And it could have been anybody. And I was swimming in blood. And then I looked down, I was like, is this beans or blood? It was both. And I think, after like sobering up and then like waking up this morning, just realizing that my babies are still here. Like, I don't even care about myself, but my babies are still here. But then the agony of the people who went to the party and they didn't make it out. Like, Brian does not mean to get on no internet, but I'm telling you, this shit is. I gotta imagine, even if it was me or one of my, if I was holding one of my babies, who would have been helping me? Who would have been? Because people were just walking by trying to find their loved ones, trying to find. You couldn't find nobody, and there was just bodies all over the floor. Bodies. I'm telling y'all, the news is not. I don't know if they have to protect things or they can't release certain information, or they just don't know because nobody would talk to the police. Nobody said, and I get it. I guess the politics or whatever, which I don't know nothing about. I don't want to know nothing about. I'm not slow to the hood shit, but I don't live that lifestyle neither. I just thought we were supporting a birthday party. It was kids. That was it was kids. They didn't make it out. It wasn't adults. I can't unsee the flash, the bullet wound, the body. I can't. And it took the police so long to get there, the fucking ambulance so long to get there. They did not come till like 30, 45 minutes later. So they were doomed. And my daughter was in there giving CPR and all. Like, she saved lives. She saved so many lives. I don't know, y'all. It was crazy. But from the inside, it was the worst feeling in the world. And I know if you're going to make it out, I don't even think I had time to panic, but I'm so sorry for all the lost souls, the kids, the parents that were probably up all crying. They ain't got no sleep. You don't ever see your kids again. My kids are traumatized. I'm traumatized. They said they don't ever want to go to a birthday party again. I just want to say that, for somebody innocent, like, me, like going to support something and all the other innocent people, I know it's something that, it's not just so cut and dry. Oh, it's something that I'll never forget. It is something traumatizing. You're gonna dream about it. You're gonna have nightmares about it. You're gonna wake up thinking about it, especially if you lost someone. The amount of bullets flying through the walls, the rounds. These were no normal guns. I'm talking SWAT team, AKs and AR-15s. I mean, I don't know. You could feel it ricocheting through and just when you thought it was going to stop, it was round after round after round after round. I'm talking about 5 minutes worth of shooting. And it's not one of those things where it just feels like a minute feels like such a long time. No, it was like 5 minutes worth of shooting. And then it stopped for like a minute and then lit back up again. And I don't know. It's definitely somewhere I feel like I don't want to throw no birthday parties. I don't want to go to any. I don't want to go to no club. I don't want to go nowhere. It's going to be a lot of people. I think, like I said, the biggest thing for me is the terror. Oh, man. My kids' faces. And the 14-year-old boy. And my daughter was doing CPR. Getting it again. Daddy. Wherever that was with him. He kept asking, is he gone? And my daughter telling him, you gotta talk to him, let him know you're here, but his eyes was already rolling in the back of his head. I just could not imagine if it was my son. Oh, I'm telling you. Oh my goodness, I'm so scared. I just want all the parents to know that I'm praying for him. It ain't nothing. It seems like ain't nothing no prayer can do, but there is power in prayer. And I know it seems hopeless. Oh, but I just need them parents that lost their kids to know that I feel their pain. Bruh, I have not. All I've been doing is watching these clips all day. And the news, like I said, it's like what hurts me too the most is that everybody who got injured or was life-threatening didn't stand a chance because it took the police forever to get there. It took the ambulance, at least 30, 45 minutes to get there. There was so many people hurt, and there wasn't enough ambulances. I'm telling you, we escorted one girl out who was shot in both her legs, and we had to carry her out, and she got left by herself. So we had to carry her out, and she was sitting there waiting for, an ambulance, but they kept having to prioritize the people who were non-responsive, and there were so many non-responsive bodies. That's why I just don't understand if the news is not at liberty to release, like the details of what really happened, or baby, that God works miracles because you're telling me that these lifeless bodies survived. Or if just for some reason, they don't know the facts. Nobody wanted to cooperate with the police. And, that's how the streets go, so nobody talked to the police. And I mean, nobody. When I say nobody talked to the police, nobody talked to the police. I mean, they were angry at the police. And I get it. Because the police came there like they did not give two fucks. No emotion. No, they did not give two fucks. At least that's what it appeared like. Like I said, I've never seen so many dead bodies in my life, or bodies, I don't know, injured bodies, but that's what it was like on the inside. Again, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and God definitely kept you covered if you made it out alive. So, but to everybody that loves somebody, oh my God, tell them how much you love them every day. Hold your family tight. Like, I'm telling you. So I don't know what would happen if something would happen to one of my babies. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to shut up now, and I'm just going to pray like I have been doing all day.
Wow. I feel so sorry for that woman and anybody who else was in that banquet hall. But she did bring up something that was very interesting. She said the news didn't actually cover on all who was injured. And in this case, I definitely believe her. Because in my last video, I told you that rapper Fast Traffic knew some people who were actually at that party. In fact, not only does he live in Stockton and heard about the shooting immediately, he actually texted me at 2 o'clock in the morning and told me that his girlfriend lost a cousin in that mass shooting. But the news never reported on it. But like I said, my thoughts and prayers are going to anybody who's inside that banquet hall, because nobody knows the level of trauma that anybody is going through right now. But Dougie Threes and another man would be arrested on parole violations because of the shooting. And this would be the time that Dougie talks to the press to plead his innocence in the whole matter.
He says he saw everything that happened when the shooting went down. He, along with another man, were arrested for parole violations.
To be clear, they are not considered suspects in the mass shooting. KCRA3's Anahita Jafari sat down with one of those men, and we do want to warn you, some of these details are hard to hear.
25-year-old Billy Williams sits in the San Joaquin County Jail.
And they want to talk about my name. They want to talk about what happened. They talk about who carried the kids, not why they came. We don't know why they came, because I wouldn't do that to somebody.
Speaking out about what happened the night of the shooting and his arrest 2 days later.
My parole right now is based off being around where a crime was committed.
He tells me he doesn't know why someone would shoot up a children's birthday party. Do you think you know who did this?
No. Hell.
He says he was there for his niece's party and thought he heard balloons popping, but really, they were gunshots.
I just started to run after all the kids that I seen the wall. I started to carry them, and police came that they didn't run to the kids. They were still pointing the guns.
He says his back was turned, so he didn't know who was shooting at them.
I couldn't believe it because I turned around and I seen the little girl fall. When I seen the little girl fall, I was like,
Williams tells me when police arrived, he says they took a long time to get into the building.
I was like, the kid is dying. And they wouldn't.
In Stockton, I'm Anahita Jafari, KCRA 3 News.
Williams told Anahita that all he cares about now is getting out of jail so he can be with his family. He says he has seen the posts on social media, people claiming that he and Luciano Guerrero were the targets of the shooting. But he says if anyone was targeted, he doesn't understand why those attackers would shoot children.
He down on that boy. Give a fuck about no kids. Free Benz, them niggas still mad about that last shit.
Now, like I said, I have no idea why Dougie would pick this time to speak to the press, because it looks like that man didn't practice one day of trying to look believable. Unfortunately, we really know what it is and who the gunmen were really looking for. The only honest thing that Dougie said in that press conference was, if they were actually looking for them, why did they shoot children? Now, at least 2 of the gang members that were at this birthday party were on parole and probation. That part of the story twists the knife in a little bit more after the fact. Because when you're on parole, gang members aren't even supposed to be around each other. Maybe because things like this could happen. So of course, their parole officer violated their parole and they have to do a violation, which could be anywhere from a month to 6 months. But to be honest, that's probably the safest place for them right now. Now, some people are arguing between this being a mass shooting or a gang-affiliated targeted attack. In my mind, the distinction doesn't matter because this was an unnecessary tragedy that happened to children. But Burna Boy, somebody with the resources, made a post saying that he would pay for the funeral of all 4 of the deceased. We all know this doesn't bring the loved ones back, but at least this takes some of the burden off the family at such a sorrowful time. Now, this whole story is crazy and getting crazier by the day. Every day, there's something new that develops in this story. And I get the feeling it's going to be like that for a while. When you see gang members going to jail for making bad decisions, you can't feel bad for them. But when you see women, children, elderly, gunned down for allegedly your actions, my only question is, how do you sleep at night? Anybody from Stockton, or if you just listened to his music, would have laughed Dougie out the building if he would have said any of those lies to your face. Does he know why the shooting happened? Absolutely. Does he know who did the shooting? Unfortunately, absolutely. I think the only person who doesn't know yet is the police. But hey, let me know in the comments. Do you think there's going to be retaliation from this mass shooting? Or do you think Stockton is finally going to stop the violence? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see exclusive Ring camera footage from the Stockton massacre. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out.
22 shots.
Yeah.
And you didn't get hit one time?
One time while I was in the car.
So the whole car was just Swiss cheesed up?
Swiss cheesed up.
If you don't remember my video from yesterday, the video was about a senseless mass shooting that happened 2 days ago at a child's birthday party in Stockton, California.
Father remembers the day their child is born.
He was just like the perfect gift from God.
But this father, Patrick Peterson, is now burdened to live with the day his son died.
All I could see is my son crawling on the ground and me trying to resuscitate him.
At just 14, Amari Peterson took his last breath.
He had one bullet hole right above his heart.
Amari and his family, a few of the dozens on Saturday who were just trying to celebrate the birthday of a 2-year-old.
I just heard gunshots and then the shooter came in and he came in. I turned my back and I looked at him and then I just started seeing him shoot. Just sit down.
In my last video, I talked about my suspicions on who would commit such a horrific crime, but I want to focus on something else for a second. I obtained a copy of the nearby Ring camera footage. Now, it didn't get the actual crime on film, but what it did get was how many shots were fired at this child's birthday party. Now, the father said he saw the gunman walk in and he turned his back. That means this POS walked into a child's birthday party, looked around, seeing all the children and families together, and still opened fire. And you wonder why on this channel I say the streets are dead? This is wild. This is the actual alleyway the shooter came from, and you can see the kids' toys, the pink elephant on the floor, even a kid's basketball court. And unfortunately, what's blurred out is the amount of blood. Now, we all know the intended targets. MB Nell on the left got shot in the leg, and Dougie Threes on the right was actually shot in the chest. But monitoring their social media activity, they're posting like everything's okay. Now remember, 3 children died in that massacre. An 8-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 14-year-old. While mothers cried and fathers tried to resuscitate their sons, after the tragic event, clout-deprived YNs would hop on social media and say they condone this behavior.
Bro, and they're talking about they don't condone shit like that. You sound like a... We condone all that shit. We condone it, but we didn't do it. So, nigga, oh, God, don't put that on us. Bro, we condone this shit, though, because niggas be shooting that niggas with their kids and shit. I'm done giving all niggas passes. That's the old me. They blow in. You catch him with his family or smoking.
Now, if you know the history, you can almost sympathize with the hate that's in his heart. When something tragic happens to you, you want the same tragedy to happen to the person who did it to you. That part makes sense. But attacking a child's birthday party is soulless behavior that nobody can condone or ever should. Now, like I said, the community is reeling from this tragedy. The community is blaming the gang members, as they should, because in all honesty, without the gangs, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. But one Stockton rapper sees this as an opportunity to bring the community together through music.
Tonight, 2 musicians are looking for a way to try to bring the community together by giving the city's youth a voice. KCRA 3's Cecil Hannibal takes us inside the recording studio, Traffic Records.
Well, scientists want answers taking learning even higher.
On the north side of Stockton,
Up to, or maybe
music artists Brian Williams
I want to change the world.
and Diazene Stone are using their passions to call for peace.
Today, we're doing a peaceful anthem with the children of Stockton.
I wrote this song and I wanted to get these kids together.
A song to help this city heal.
I was at home with my lady and our phones just start blowing up.
Both the Stockton natives, the feeling of despair across the city after 15 people were shot at a children's birthday party on Saturday.
4 people dead, the youngest victim, just 8 years old. Stockton's mayor claims it was related to gang violence, but investigators haven't confirmed if that's true just yet. Those in the community say, without a doubt, this is tied to Stockton's music scene.
Gang related, but it's rappers that are in gangs. It's tough because I can't say too much, but it's real gangs from different sides of town that have real bloodshed on both sides.
And that tragic loss of life has left so many angry and frustrated.
Y'all want to put children in gang politics. Y'all took children's lives. Stop taking black and brown lives. We taking each other lives.
But tonight, that pain is being channeled into passion, giving this studio a new purpose, with artists inviting children from across the city to record a song. The hook.
I just want to grow up.
Lyrics that aren't just words anymore, but a message from the children of this community.
We've been saying pray for Stockton for the better part of 10 years. So all these praying for Stockton, I'm like, these prayers, it's not quite doing enough, you know? So I'm like, we got to do something tangible.
Something like artists becoming community activists, now calling on others in Stockton to do more.
I just want to grow up.
Cecil Hannibal, KCRA 3.
I just want to grow up.
Well, the artists hope that the song will be finished in about a week. They also want to gather community organizers and city officials to shoot a music video with those children.
Now, the one thing that threw me off about this mass shooting was the fact that they say the gunman walked into the party and opened fire. If that was the case, how can we be so sure that MB Nell and Dougie Threes were the intended targets? Well, like I said on this channel, we're not going to get federal, but it's pretty obvious that MB Nell was the intended target if you just do a little bit of research. Like when he did an interview 2 years ago on Vlad TV and told a story about having a target on his back and his car being shot up 22 times while he was inside. So yeah, it's safe to say the shooter was looking for him.
It was after, I think it was after a show. I don't remember. It was after, I think I had a show. And I came back from the show. At like 4 a.m. to my mama's crib. I'm pulling in. And I always be on tip when I'm, you feel me? Because all the shit that's going on. So I see a van pull in. I flip it. So I'm not facing on the street. I flip it and park it so that way my back of the car is facing it. Because I already seen it coming. Like, I had a gut in my feeling already. The van stopped, and then he just started clapping at the car. I'm inside the car. And all the nigga could do is just duck, so I'm ducking. And then dude shoot 22 times. They all hit the car against me one time. Niggas boo-boo, niggas suck.
22 shots?
Yeah.
And you didn't get hit one time?
One time while I was in the car.
So the whole car was just Swiss cheesed up?
Swiss cheesed up. From front and back.
What kind of car?
Honda.
Honda what?
It was just Honda Civic.
Honda Civic?
Now, my first thought about this was, if you have such a target on your back to the extent of where your car is getting shot up 22 times, why are you attending birthday parties? But I have to stop asking questions like that, because then I go down the rabbit hole of, why do you still live in the same city? Or what was your role in the previous attack on the ops? Unfortunately, going down this line of questioning, I can only come up with one answer that made any kind of sense. And that's, gang members were at that party because the parents are affiliated with gang members. Like I said, it's the only thing that could make any sense. Now, that in no way gives the parents any part of the blame in this tragedy. But in today's climate, I guess you can't be friends with everybody. Now, this is the mother who threw the party where the shooting happened. She would give a press conference after the tragic incident and explain how she feels and what she's going through. Now, this woman almost lost a child and went through a traumatic experience, but I can't help feeling that this was 100% avoidable.
Do a birthday party for my little daughter. She actually turned 2, and I just wanted all my family to come together and be together as it would be like an incident happened. Has me getting ready to start my baby, to start cutting her cake and stuff. Everybody's getting together around and just start cutting the cake, and all we heard was gunshots. And everybody just dove to the ground. It was just unexpected. I don't know what happened. I'm just so shocked and lost, and I'm lost of words. I'm speechless, and I just want to say I'm sorry to all the mothers out there that lost their kids at my birthday party. I don't even know what was going on. Everybody was inside. It was just a misunderstanding. Everybody was getting ready to cut the cake, like I said, and I actually thought it was my balloons popping. It was gunshots. So it's my daughter's niece. Both his nieces passed away. I'm sorry. My sister actually got shot. My cousin got shot. My son's friend got shot. My 3 of my friends got shot. My friend's baby dad got shot and got killed. Yes, I work for the AA Whole Life Center. I work with the youth. And this is why it's really hurting me, because I see youth all day. I see kids all day. I'm a mother of 3. So for me to see kids on the floor and just bleeding and I can't help them, and I help people that I help the youth at my job, it was hurting me not to help them on the floor. Try not to be in public all the time with your kids, because anything can happen and bullet does not have a name. I believe that if you guys ever have a birthday party, just have a birthday party indoors and don't be outside.
Now, everything in that video was wrong. The mother having security to do a press conference is crazy. Her solution as a civilian to other civilians is to have your children's birthday parties indoors. This is out of control. Stockton has been a war zone for a long time now, but maybe it's time we start looking into why. Because allegedly the shooting death of one father in front of his children sparked this whole massacre. So what do you think the retaliation for this will be if the police don't intercede immediately? Because let's be honest, at this point, Stockton needs a Batman or a Superman or something. But hey, let me know in the comments if you think this tragedy was completely avoidable, or if you think this tragedy was bound to happen because of the gang violence in Stockton. And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Big U wasn't denied to go to his son's funeral. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in the algorithm because I need to be there, man. I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
Here in Stockton, California, Lewis Park, right here in the heart of the island right here. This is the west side. You got Country Club over here. You got Boss Track over there.
And what is this area known for?
Violence.
This past week, I wrapped an interview with Stockton's rapper Fast Traffic. We talked about everything from his humble beginnings in music to the rampant gang violence in Stockton, California. If you haven't seen the interview, Fast Traffic spoke on operating the biggest rap studio in Stockton and recording everyone who was beefing with each other, and how even he has been surprised there hasn't been any violence at his establishment. Yet. And one of those rappers that Fast Traffic will record will be Flyboys' MB Nell. Now, if you've been living under a rock, 2 days ago, Stockton will be known for a second time as home of the world's most infamous mass shootings.
On Eyewitness News at 8, I'm Liz Nagy alongside Jory Rand. We are following some serious breaking news out of Stockton, California, where police say multiple people have been shot. The ABC affiliate in the area says 4 people are dead and more than 10 people have been shot in a shooting at a family gathering.
The latest in the line of mass shootings in our country, the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office has not provided any other information yet about the circumstances or the gunman, but Governor Newsom has been briefed on this situation. Stockton has a history with mass shootings. In fact, there was a time when Stockton was home to the worst secondary school mass shooting in America until Columbine. It was 1989, a mass shooting at Cleveland Elementary School. 5 school children were killed, 31 others were shot. The gunman turned his weapon on himself, killed himself, but Stockton was home to one of the most notorious school shootings before it was really a thing in the United States. And then Columbine came along 10 years later, and assault weapon ban expired, and we've seen what has happened in the interim since that shooting.
And that will certainly be on the mind of investigators as they continue to figure out exactly what led up to that shooting.
Now, the news report that 4 people were killed and 10 others were injured. But like I said previously, since I did my interview with Fast Traffic, I was privy to some exclusive information, like the victim count of the injured is more than 10 people, and even the actual body count should be more. Now, before we go forward with this video, I want to say my heart goes out to every person at that banquet hall that day, and anyone who had any relation to anyone at that banquet hall, because this whole incident was tragic. Now, with that said, MB Nell, whose real name is Manny Draper Nelson, is a Filipino-American rapper from South Stockton, born and raised in the neighborhoods near the Charter Way Airport District. He blew up around 2018 to 2019 with melodic street rap that mixes Stockton neighborhood life, immigrant family struggles, gang culture around him, personal trauma and survival, loyalty, loss, and fatherhood. He became one of the first Stockton rappers to break onto a national level. Now, without getting too federal, MB Nell is part of the Crip gang of the Flyboys, which has other famous members that brought life to Stockton, such as Band's MBs, whose, in my opinion, incarceration definitely played a part in the banquet hall tragedy.
Bands will go on about his street life in the song, even making statements that he shot 3 people. He acknowledged his Crip affiliation. Bands even dissed another well-known Stockton rapper in a song from the west side of Stockton, from a gang called the Lewis Park Bloods. Being rapper Bounce Back Meat, Bands stated he didn't have any bodies. Just weeks later, after the attention he gained from the song The Fly's Crip, Bands would drop the song The Real Boogeyman, which The Boogeyman was a song named for one of EBK J-Bo's biggest songs. In Band's song, he went straight after whole EBK, after several diss songs they made at deceased Flyboy and Muddy Boy members.
Now, the biggest thing mentioned in that clip is the ops. Everyone knows EBK, Lil Play, and J-Bo have been some of the well-known faces that are beefing with the Flyboys. And after the banquet hall incident, the internet, the rumor mills, and even word on the street will point to EBK members being responsible for the horrific incident. But in this case, unfortunately, the dots aren't so easily connected. Earlier in this video, I mentioned that there was possibly more victims, and that was something I was hoping I was wrong about.
We learned today that the 4 people who died were ages 8, 9, 14, and 21.
We are now seeing a picture of one of the victims killed, 21-year-old Susano Archuleta. Today, his family held a service to remember him. And here is what we know right now. As we mentioned, 4 people killed, 11 others shot. Among the dead are 3 children, ages 8, 9, and 14. In addition to the 21-year-old. Stockton Mayor Christina Fugazi also said the 8-year-old was a student at Stockton Unified and also said she has reached out to the White House and the Department of Justice about helping combating crime in her city. The sheriff's office has determined the shooting was targeted and was not random. Your reporter Tori Apodaca is at the scene and spoke to a family of the 21-year-old killed in this mass shooting. Tori.
Steve, the mood out here is just somber in Stockton. Over my left shoulder, you can see bullet holes in the building that was hit with gunfire, and over my right, that growing memorial for the victims in this. Like you mentioned, I did speak with the aunt of the 21-year-old victim who showed up to a prayer vigil today, searching for peace in the midst of this chaos.
Mothers that are weeping this day for children whose lives are lost.
My nephew was one who was overshot yesterday.
In the midst of her immeasurable pain, a spirit of hope rising in the pews of this Stockton church.
He's a good kid, and he went to this, celebration for a friend of his. It was his friend's daughter, I believe.
21-year-old Susano Archuleta, one of the 4 victims in a mass shooting at a child's birthday party. 15 struck by gunfire, and 8, 9, and 14-year-olds among the others killed.
We come before you, God, praying.
Susano's aunt, Patricia Flores, choosing to turn to Christ and her community in her grief.
It gives me hope. It makes me feel that the family's not alone.
Her niece and her toddler were also at that party, saying it's a blessing they were in the bathroom when the bullets went flying.
Now, the news hasn't released the names of any suspects, and no one has publicly taken credit for this tragedy, but the streets are already talking. Like I said earlier, Flyboy's MB Nell and Dougie Threes would be the intended target at that banquet hall incident that took the lives of 4 children and 1 adult. But some would say who they think was responsible and why.
Tell the people where we are right now.
We're here in Stockton, California. Lewis Park, right here in the heart of the island right here. This is the west side. You got Country Club over here. You got Boss Track over there.
And what is this area known for?
Violence.
Yeah?
Yeah, for violence.
Now, this is the most boldest and demonic crash out I've ever seen. At least one individual ran into a kid's birthday party with over 100 people in attendance and opened fire. Those being injured, I mentioned earlier because they were children and civilians. But we all know the intended target were rapper/gang members MB Nell and Dougie Threes. MB Nell will be shot in the leg and Dougie Threes will be grazed by a bullet. But what the news is not reporting, or maybe what the police haven't disclosed yet, but it's rumored that the police have already retrieved the vehicle used to commit these murders, and also rumored that they have 4 individuals in custody, but they're keeping that tight-lipped for now. All I want to say is, in a city the size of Stockton, the violence is bordering on genocide. And for what? A block that no one owns, can build on, or retire from. I left a lot of inside information out of this video until I can confirm the authenticity of the details. But stay on the lookout for Stockton rapper Fast Traffic's interview on this whole incident. And if you made it this far, click on the left side of your screen to see why Big U was denied to go to his son's funeral. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that album because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out.
Prosecutors say they have probable cause to believe that he killed a man in Las Vegas in 2021, then dragged his body into the desert.
Big U just can't seem to catch a break. I don't even think there's gonna be one in his future. This has to be the worst year of Big U's life. I've been reporting on Big U for the better part of a year or so, but if you aren't familiar, Big U turned himself in after the feds announced a RICO indictment against him. Now, this RICO indictment is alleging a wide array of crimes, such as robbery, extortion, and not to forget the murder of Rayshawn Williams. While Big U has been fighting this case, it has come out that 75 people out of the 100 people arrested in this RICO indictment are cooperating with the federal government against Big U. And if that wasn't the worst news Big U could have received, this past Halloween night, his son Jabari Henley was shot and killed as well. And just when you thought things couldn't get any worse for Big U.
New details on a shooting we first brought you yesterday morning. A man killed in South LA on Halloween night is the son of a former rap executive and alleged former gang leader.
34-year-old Jabari Henley is the son of Eugene Henley, better known as Big U. Eugene Henley once managed Nipsey Hussle and is alleged to be the former leader of the Rollin' 60s Crips gang. Police say Jabari was shot and killed near Figueroa and 69th Street after he walked up to a vehicle and someone inside opened fire before driving off. Police say his father's gang ties are a major part of the investigation.
Jabari Henley, or Big Uy as he was known on the streets, was Big U's favorite. And I told you in my last video about Big U. It doesn't matter if he beats this case or not. Well, at least when it comes to his son. Because the last 7 months that Big U was inside, he could have been with his child. And maybe Big U is even having thoughts of, if he was free, maybe his son would be alive. Big U has been on lockdown, so people don't really know what Big U is actually thinking. But it's pretty obvious what emotions you would be going through. Regret, sadness, self-loathing, anger, everything under the sun. And then I think a moment of clarity, because Big U would ask to be released to attend his son's funeral. To be fair, this isn't an unreasonable request, and it happens all the time. Now, this request isn't granted to everybody. Sometimes they let the more severe inmates be escorted by armed guard. Sometimes they give you a furlough and an ankle monitor for a few days. And sometimes, if you're Big U, the prosecutor would object and say, Now, this is the coldest wording I have seen in a minute from either side of any case, but the prosecution will respond by saying, for a parent to have to bury a child is a tragedy that no one should suffer. For a parent to miss that burial is yet another tragedy. Unfortunately, such is this case here. First, regardless of the circumstances, the factors set forth in the Bail Reform Act still apply. And here, defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, defendant, is charged with the murder of a young man who himself was buried by his parents, a funeral that defendant famously did not attend, despite knowing the victim his whole life, managing his music career, and paying for the trip that would be his last moments on Earth. I miss the other vast and sweeping allocations in this case. The Bail Reform Act continues to demand detention based on danger and risk of non-appearance. Like I said, that had to be the coldest rebuttal to a furlough I have ever read. If you ain't hear the scathing and heavily barbed tone of the prosecution's response, they pretty much said, it's pretty ironic you want to bury your son after a violent crime was done to him, especially when you're being charged for doing the exact same thing to your son's best friend. You even managed his music career and were around him the last moments of his life. But yet also ironically, you missed that funeral too.
Used to being a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips gang, Eugene Henley Jr. has become known in recent years for his charity work to reduce gang violence. Now the FBI is accusing him of running a criminal enterprise that committed a series of crimes, including a murder back in 2021. NBC4's Alex Rozier live with details you see for the first time and only on 4. Alex.
Michael, Big U is in federal custody right now. Prosecutors say they have probable cause to believe that he killed a man in Las Vegas in 2021, then dragged his body into the desert. Today, I learned the man killed is closely connected to Big U's family.
Now, if you didn't watch my previous videos, Rayshawn Williams was more than just an artist that Big U signed. He was Big U's son's best friend and also lived at Big U's home for years. Now, nobody actually knows the motive for Big U allegedly killing Rayshawn Williams, but the feds would allege in their affidavit that it was because Rayshawn would make a diss song directed at Big U. Allegedly, Big U would hear this diss song and crash out and murder Rayshawn and dump his body in the desert. Like I said, the prosecution's response was passive-aggressive and heavy on the petty. They said that Big U shouldn't go to his son's funeral because he didn't go to someone else's son's funeral. The irony isn't lost on us, just the legality. Because Big U technically hasn't been convicted of the charges he's fighting, so technically he should be able to go to his son's funeral. But the murder of Rayshawn Williams wasn't the only reason the prosecution wanted Big U's motion denied. So the feds will pull an ace out their sleeve and use Big U's prison conduct while he's been fighting his case also as a basis for denial. When I first saw this, I thought it was going to be Big U leading the Crips on the yard, maybe being involved in some behind-the-walls violence, maybe some form of witness intimidation. But as someone who's been to prison, this is how you know the feds is desperate. The feds said that Big U has been caught for a prison phone violation, not having his own cell phone snuck in, but for wanting to be on the phone longer than the standard 10 minutes they give you. He decided to use a three-way call or use another inmate's number to communicate with his family. And after his son was killed, he might be breaking the rules, but it makes sense. But then they'd say, defendant instructs those callers only to use encrypted applications for such three-way calls and to utilize only those same applications when discussing any of his business. Defendant also instructed the callers not to greet him with traditional Islamic phrases because it may alert BOP that he is using other inmate accounts. Now, the feds bringing this up as an attack on Big U's credibility, pretty much saying, if we can't trust Big U to follow the rules while in custody, how can we trust him to leave and come back of his own volition? Now, that move was pretty petty, but it made sense on the feds' behalf. But the next haymaker, I think, was just to disrupt Big U's life even further, because they know Big U is married, and they also know that Big U's wife lost a child as well. But that wouldn't stop them from presenting evidence that Big U would have indecent conversations with other women on said phones. Now, I don't know if it was an attack on his credibility with the court, or they just wanted to sabotage his marriage, or maybe it was just a two birds, one stone type of situation. The content of those calls itself are also in violation of BOP policy, as the majority of the calls using other inmate numbers are to an individual identified that defendant refers to as his girlfriend. And those calls, defendant discusses how to avoid BOP mail policies so that defendant can receive illicit photos of her while incarcerated, as well as hiding those photos in legal folders while simultaneously engaging in phone egg. Yo, the feds are diabolical for this one. Defendant and his girlfriend have also devised the scheme in which his girlfriend will sign up for a single paralegal class so that she can visit him in custody, subverting MDC rules that only allow for immediate family or legal visitations. Now, this is diabolical work in the truest sense of the phrase. It's true when they say the feds play a dirty game. Look at Young Thug and his released jail calls. Look at King Von when they release his jail pod videos. Like I said, they play a dirty game. They not only try to bleed you of all your resources, but that'll include emotional support as well. And if you're Big U's wife, finding out that your husband is cheating on you right after your son was murdered, and while he's fighting a RICO case, that'd probably do it. But just when we thought the feds was running out of bullets, they would save the biggest clip for the end by alleging Big U was also using the same phones to convince some of his co-defendants to stop cooperating with the feds. Defendant also has discussed sending messages to his co-defendant who are on pretrial supervision with orders not to contact co-defendants, a desire to enforce a rule that no one in the case would be allowed to plead guilty unless defendant does. Which I guess, if you're the leader of the Rolling 60s, that would make sense to tell everybody else to do that. Now, getting in touch with a confidential informant or snitch, according to defendant in this case, hiring and paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for a team of lawyers, invest in paralegals despite defendant's current retainment of 2 CGA-funded attorneys and otherwise coded communication. Now, did Big U get his motion granted to attend his son's funeral? Absolutely not. The judge said even though you're fighting serious allegations, your code of conduct inside the jail facility does not give them enough faith in your ability to go to your son's funeral and come back of your own volition. Now, my honest opinion is a parent should never have to bury their child, and the karmic irony is not lost on me in the slightest. It's just a sad situation for both families involved, especially when they used to be so close. In my last video, I said that Big U already took the last free air he will ever inhale again. But with this judge denying Big U going to his son's funeral, that just solidified it in my book. But let me know in the comments, do you think karma showed up right on time for Big U? Or do you think the prosecution was being petty and should have let Big U go to his son's funeral? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Offset's latest crash out almost sparked this generation's Tupac and Biggie beef. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out.
You man. You ain't catching no real wreck, man. You bitches, man. Y'all don't know no man.
This one actually pulled the wool over my eyes. At first, I thought this was just a publicity stunt to sell records from his new album release. But it turns out, this is actually real. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Offset just crashed out on 2 rappers he should definitely be very careful of. And the beef would stem from these rappers doing something they usually get praised for, not lying in their raps. Now, YG and Offset have been beefing behind the scenes for almost 5 years now. It's not really reported on too much. Maybe because they don't run into each other, or maybe because they don't openly say each other's name. Except when YG would recite, "Get your tooth hit, telling all them lies. You funny on the internet, you ninjas is plies. The devil tried to break me, but I thrived. The op tried to take me, but I survived. And now all my B's looking like dimes, and ninjas roll out looking like mines," which is a jab at Offset for his new album release rollout that's being pretty similar to YG's. Now, I guess this is the part where he takes an actual shot at Offset. Offset the rim so you know I'm doing fine. Stefan digging in some ish from behind. And that's obviously a shot at Stefan doing you know what with Cardi B. I'm really bad gangsta, you ninjas rap about. I keep that fire on me. I'm with the clap it out. To be honest, that song came out last quarter, so I kind of forgot about it. But this is the part why it's widely known the internet is undefeated. YG would come out with that song about 5 to 6 months ago, and Offset said nothing. Then Finesse 2Tymes would say some similar things in his songs, to which Offset would crash out immediately. And the first thing people noticed is how Offset had all the smoke for Finesse 2Tymes, but was quiet as a church on Tuesdays when it came to YG. And this is pretty much what happened to Lil Durk and how he would get tricked off the streets. Because once word got back to Offset about the internet standpoint, that's right, the internet standpoint, Offset would let the world know in the dumbest of ways that he's ready for whatever, with whoever, whenever. So Live Bites, an IG media page, would post something about Finesse 2Tymes. And get this, not Finesse 2Tymes, not YG, not even the content creator Live Bites, but a random person in the comments would @ Live Bites and say, "YG said his name in a song. I guess he know better." And Offset scrolling through the comments will respond back with, "I DM'd that P too." And just in case someone like me didn't repost that comment in one of these stories, Offset would further double down on his crash out by posting this to his story. All you ninjas think it's sweet till ninjas spank you, then don't call the police. And when Offset says y'all, I think he's saying it like Birdman would, directed at Finesse 2 Times in YG.
Nigga, when my name come up, respect it.
Let's go.
Stop playing with my fucking name. I'll drill y'all.
But those of you who don't even know why Offset would be mad at Finesse 2 Times in the first place, it all goes back to another rapper being tender on the internet, meaning Finesse 2 Times would go on one of his world-famous IG Live rants. This time, not even speaking about Offset, more like a reference point. But then Finesse 2 Times, being off a perk and then some, would forget his whole point that he was even trying to make. So he would just keep repeating the same question about Stephon Diggs and Cardi B. And I guess that's what Offset had an issue with.
Them hoes go be with Javante Davis. Let them hoes go. What butt now you want to hit everybody? He Offset, man. Man, what's that name move everybody hoe, man? I don't know the name, man. Handsome, man. He got braids, man. I hated the DM. Well, I wouldn't hate it because it'd be a headache. But I'd be, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man.
Now, we all know about the Cardi B and Stephon Diggs situation, so I won't give you a major recap. But honestly, the story is really more about Offset and Cardi B. Because if Offset was really thinking with his head on straight, all of his anger would be focused in her direction. Cardi B is the one who got pregnant with another man's baby before her divorce was even final. That's Cardi B's decision. And we all know Offset's very hurt on all her decisions on how she's living her life. But crashing out on anybody who says anything about it means that I should probably be looking for a DM from Offset next. But Finesse 2 Times publicly responded the only way Finesse 2 Times knows how.
Then D, hey, bro, don't at me, bro. Don't get mad at me, my boy. You hear me, my boy? Don't get mad at me, my boy. Get mad at the football playing, my boy. Don't get mad at me. What's wrong with you, fool? Get mad at that sticking that football in that hole. That's what you get mad at. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at that sticking that football up there, man. You know what I'm talking about? Get up off me, my boy. You hear me? This ain't it, my boy. You hear me? So look, I'm finna put y'all down. This hoe, right? This hoe, I'm chilling, right? Out of nowhere, I see Offset Finesse 2 Times. Don't speak on my name. The last time you was in Atlanta. The last time I was in Atlanta, when? I was just in Atlanta last night. What is you talking about? What's wrong with y'all hoe like a duck and wreck or something? I'm outside, man. I don't know what you heard, man. I don't know what y'all heard, man. I don't know who y'all let tell y'all a story about me. But believing them stories gonna get your head tore off your shoulders, boy.
I'm old enough to realize how stupid this is because I'm also old enough to remember the Tupac and Biggie beef. And in that beef, the most explosive thing that happened that will be remembered for a lifetime was, that's why F.O.B., you remember? If you know, you know. Now, when Pac said that, everyone knew how serious that beef. And soon after, both those lives were gone. But in this generation of hip-hop, if someone is telling a story about your wife as a reference point, it can escalate to a Biggie and Tupac level type of beef.
See, y'all didn't see this side of me because I was on those Fed papers, and I already knew them folks were gonna f me off, man, for disciplinary conduct and all that old. Man, I slap all your dreads out your head. You you talking about? And like Lil Juice, and like my little brother said, nigga, we done seen you 2-3 times. We done seen you 2-3 times, and you gonna inbox. I ain't gonna even not put what you said in my DM, but you know what you said in my DM about Atlanta. You know what you said in my DM. When I catch you, you gonna have to live with that or die with it. I stamped that because you don't know me. You don't need not know me. You riding off this internet. And then look what I say to the man, what is shit? What is shit? I call this, I'm asking this. Then I tell the let's just meet up and fight. Cause as soon as I answer the phone, man, listen, out the blue, man, listen, I don't know what's going on, y'all. I'm gonna be real. All I know is I said something about Cardi B. I said that I ain't know, man, Stephon D, man. I ain't know the name at first, man. Now I know the nigga name, man. All because of this, man. I don't even watch sports, man. But now I know the football sticking it in your hole, man.
Finesse 2 Times continuing on this rant is only escalating the situation, obviously. This was a situation that could have gotten talked out, or they could have got on the phone and chopped it up. Because at first it was just Finesse 2 Times trying to remember something. But now we're at the point to an exchange of threats of violence. And the only sad thing about the fact of that is, when you guys see each other next, it's a requirement of violence. And in this case, I don't think Finesse 2 Times is scared of Offset in the slightest. And that's always proven when any man said he'd rather just fight you.
You know what I'm saying? That's all I said, man. All I said was that the football was sticking in a hole, man. You ain't say shit when Pooh Shiesty shot. He shot at your hoe. You ain't say shit when who else did? The Bang, man, Fredo Bang, shoot his shot at your hoe. You don't say shit to him, but you feel like you can say something to 250. Man, I'ma beat the shit out your hoe ass when I catch you. I ain't now one of them fool who finna be backstage ducking and dodging and running and I ain't on Fed paper no more, fool. All you gotta do is tell your security, get out the way. I'ma tell man, get out the way. Man, I'ma sweep the floor with your hoe ass, fool. You a you ain't did no time, man. Low security ass, man. Them little ass charge you catching, man. You man. You ain't catching no real wreck, man. You bitching, man. Y'all don't know no man. I hurt one of you little boys, man. Flip one of you little boys on y'all neck, man. Hurt one of you little boys, man. Send one of you little boys to the hospital, man. Y'all got me up, man.
So one thing I heard was Finesse 2 Times say he's not on paperwork anymore. And he also said he did a significant amount of jail time. But both of those things don't make you tough. Having to do significant jail time, in my eyes, makes you look dumb because you weren't smart enough to get away with the crime. Plus, I know plenty of people who went to prison and still can't fight. But I do applaud the level that Finesse 2 Times is trying to keep it at. But Offset would respond, and you guessed it, on the internet. Keep naming me. Stand on it too. All y'all peas. And Offset also would say, would I look like beefing with a BBL? Obviously, in recognition of Finesse 2 Times getting liposuction instead of going to the gym. Ain't finessed ish but a BBL. Sweet ass ninja. Get in the gym. LOL. First things first, both these rappers need to get in the gym. Now, was Finesse 2 Times out of pocket in the beginning? Or even at all? To be honest, not really. He was kind of just minding his business and running his mouth like he always does. Offset's insecurity with Cardi B's actions is what's going to get him in trouble if he doesn't realize it soon enough. But in the case of Finesse 2 Times and Offset, I don't even think they'll breathe in each other's direction. Because like I said, this is the new generation of hip-hop. But let me know in the comments, do you think Offset is just mad at the wrong person? Or do you think that Finesse 2 Times shouldn't speak on the Offset and Cardi B situation? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Krishan Rock might have just talked herself into a prison sentence. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that album because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out.
So, Judge, the individual before you represents a danger to the society. He's now charged with 2 counts of murder. I would add for the court's identification, there are 2 other individuals who are seriously injured.
When I first moved to Vegas, I had no idea I'd be covering 2 alleged murders in such a short span of time. Just a few months back, there was another story about a Las Vegas YouTuber who shot and killed another content creator and his wife for no other reason than content wars. The reason it was such huge news was because usually people don't shoot other people on the strip in Las Vegas. And usually people don't speed into standstill traffic. But that's what they're saying happened.
November 18th, when police say he intentionally caused a deadly 12-car wreck, killing his pregnant girlfriend who was his passenger and another driver. In that crash, they say he was going at least 70 miles an hour.
Metro sources also telling 8 News Now Gutierrez was involved in a crash with another driver in September. A judge denying his bail on his most recent charges following last week's crash. He is now due in court again tomorrow.
Now, when I saw that crash, I immediately blamed it on another DUI in Sin City and called it a day. But once the details were published, I realized this case was anything but normal. Like the fact that Jose Gutierrez was in the car with his pregnant girlfriend when the accident happened. Another detail that I'm sure made this case national news is the fact that Jose Gutierrez didn't have a drop of alcohol in his system. But to be honest, when the media would release his previous record, I was more baffled than informed.
Hey,
What's up, fool?
hey,
What's up, fool?
get back to me. Stop. 3X1, give me a red. Hey, get off him. Get off him.
He is then 18-year-old Jose Gutierrez, who in this video from April is about to be arrested on a charge of intimidating a public officer. Metro Police taking Gutierrez into custody after a call for a report of a woman crying, saying a man hit her. Gutierrez would plead no contest to a lesser charge of resisting a public officer as part of a deal from prosecutors, a judge ordering him to stay out of trouble and attend impulse control counseling.
Now granted, Jose Gutierrez's crimes are definite cause for concern for his mental state, especially if he didn't attend any of those classes for his mental health, which they're alleging. But the next run-in with the law would be for speeding, doing a 35 in a 15 miles per hour zone, which I'm sorry to say that all of us have done accidentally at least once or twice.
6 months later in October, this Metro officer's radar gun clocks Gutierrez speeding at 52 miles an hour in a 35 zone. You can see Gutierrez fly by in that silver car.
Everybody, you're going too fast.
This quick interaction ending in a $150 ticket.
So you're going 17 over. I dropped the ticket down to 5 over, so it's in the lower bracket. It's not as bad. You're going 52. It's a 35 zone, but on the side you're doing 40.
Now, before I continue this video, I want to acknowledge and send prayers and healing energy to all the victims in this crash, not just the ones in the headlines. A 27-year-old male driver was also seriously injured in this accident. An unidentified 24-year-old woman was also identified as having life-threatening injuries. Jose would cause another young woman, Vanessa Lanes, to be fighting for her life as well with a traumatic brain injury. And even the man driving Vanessa, Jose Pena Dominguez, would suffer a lacerated liver from this tragic accident.
Because she's now dead.
And tonight we are learning more about another victim seriously hurt in that collision. 25-year-old Vanessa Lainez is a team member at Shang Artisan Noodle. A statement on the restaurant's Instagram page says Vanessa has a traumatic brain injury and is fighting for her life in the hospital. Her coworkers describe her as kind and hardworking and say she was married just 9 months ago. Her family has launched a GoFundMe to help cover her extensive medical needs as she begins what they call a long road to recovery. Gutierrez is due back in court on December 9th.
Now, the prosecution is alleging that Jose wanted to end his relationship by any means necessary, and that includes attempting to hurl them like a bullet into standstill traffic. Now, I'm not saying the prosecution is lying in the assumption of Jose's motives. I just don't know why anyone would go to such an extreme to end a relationship. Some would argue that Jose would feel trapped, being young with the stresses of a new family on his shoulders, and I have no idea one way or the other. But Jose would be arraigned for his crimes.
Bada versus Jose Gutierrez. He appears to be present in custody, represented by counsel. Your appearance, counsel?
Yeah, good morning. I'm Thomas Mossel, Barnable 126 Bureau on behalf of Gutierrez.
And you're confirming as counsel?
I am confirming today.
On behalf of the state?
Carlo Pesci on behalf of the state.
All right, a couple things. He has 2 cases. I put the other case on calendar today to coincide. They are related cases. Mr. Gutierrez was originally arrested under case number 25 PC 100298. He was arrested on November 18th of this year for 4 charges of reckless driving resulting in death or substantial bodily harm. He posted a standard bail amount in the amount of $20,000 on that case before the case was reviewed by a judge. Before he was actually physically released, however, he was rebooked under case number 25CR 100657.
So originally, Jose was charged with 4 counts of reckless driving. His bail was $200,000, to which he had to post 10% of that, which is $20,000. And he posted it. Before he could be released, the DA upped his charges. It's kind of odd to me that the prosecution would see a man get into an accident, lose his pregnant girlfriend in the same accident, and immediately assume foul play. But the charges? They upped him to something I've never even heard before.
Charging him with 2 counts of open murder with use of deadly weapon, 4 counts of reckless driving resulting in death or substantial bodily harm, 2 counts of attempted murder with use of deadly weapon, and 2 counts of battery with use of deadly weapon resulting in substantial bodily harm. So 10 felony offenses. He is currently being held without bail as a standard on a murder charge. I think the state probably should have filed under the lower case number. I see that both of those cases, however, were assigned to the same Justice Court Department. Coincidentally, they were assigned to Justice Court Department 3, Judge Letizia. Judge Letizia did review this yesterday. Based on the filing of reckless driving felony charges, it triggered the administrative order reassigning it to this department. So this department will proceed with this case.
10 felonies and 2 open murders is crazy. But I'm from California, and I never heard of open murder, so I had to look it up. In Las Vegas, open murder is a procedural mechanism where a prosecutor files a general murder charge that encompasses all degrees of homicide, leaving it to the jury or the judge to determine the specific degree during the trial based on the evidence presented. It is not a specific crime in itself, but a charging practice. Now, like I said, I'm from California, and if you get charged for an M1, the prosecution has to convict you of an M1. You don't go to court for murder and then they decide which one they're gonna charge you with based on the evidence. That seems like Vegas casino odds if you ask me. But on the other hand, who wants to make it easy for anyone to get away with this type of crime in their city? Because Jose is currently being charged for the death of his 20-year-old girlfriend, Adelina Rincon, and 38-year-old Edward Garcia. And don't forget the 4 attempted murders of the other victims. But what I didn't consider was, what if the victims don't make it? But the prosecutor did.
State, I'll hear from you first.
So, Judge, the individual before you represents a danger to the society. He's now charged with 2 counts of murder. I would add for the court's application, there are 2 other individuals who are seriously injured. We hope that they will come through, but there is the possibility that something could go wrong with the 2 counts of murder. This is a person who was driving the car exceptionally fast, at least over 71 miles an hour. There is no indication of any breakage whatsoever.
Now, Jose would make terrible mistake after terrible mistake. After the alleged accident, Jose would speak to police without counsel, and during said interrogation, he would admit that he suffers from seizures. He would also say that he was having an episode which caused the accident. Now, the masses will argue if Jose was having a seizure, his car would have did a multitude of different things than actually happened, like slow down, maybe even swerve. But accelerating and going into a straight line into standstill traffic, that's why the prosecution thinks this was intentional. Now, to be honest with you guys, I'm not an expert at anything medical. How do I know if having a seizure doesn't make your leg lock into one position on the gas pedal, making it accelerate? What I do know is that a lot of people suffered and lost their life for something senseless. And as a new resident of Las Vegas, I think we all need to take a special interest in this case. But let me know in the comments, do you think Jose tried murder-suicide by car? Or do you think there's something deeper to the story and we gotta wait and see? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Chrisean Rock may have admitted to planning Blueface's murder on IG Live. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out. He keep fooling my son. I am coaching. Do y'all think this funny?
I wanted to say I told you so about the Blueface and Chrisean Rock situation, but even I didn't think it would escalate out of control this fast. And this time, I don't think we can ignore the situation any longer. We all know the tumultuous relationship between Chrisean and Blueface. They've been through it all. Black eyes, TV shows, and even recently jail time, and parenthood as well. Blueface being recently released, in my opinion, started a countdown to an explosion we all knew was coming. And it started when Blueface did a 20v1 and compared one of the woman's features to his son's features with Chrisean Rock.
Right, Blair, you kind of look like my son.
Okay.
Okay. They gonna know what I'm talking about. Yeah, my next lady. Like Junior.
And that's why Blueface is here to stay. He's the only person that could make fun of his own son and make it not seem that bad. Unfortunately, he was kind of right in his observation. Do I think he should have said that? Probably not. But Blueface has said a wild amount of things he should have never said, so what makes this any different? And of course, Chrisean Rock would take offense to that comment almost immediately, which I kind of understand, But I also don't, because technically, Chrisean is responsible for her son's current situation. So like I said, Chrisean would take offense almost immediately and get irate. She would claim that the comments were not meant in jest, but he meant those jokes to be hurtful. Chrisean would even take it a step further and claim that Blueface was online bullying her son. And once Chrisean got in her mind that Blueface was attacking her son, she would respond the only way she knows how. And would she call Blueface on the phone and have a conversation about it? Nope. She went back on IG Live like she always does. And like I said, it's gonna get her locked up one day.
First, it was he looked like Charles Barkley, then it was he wasn't your son. Now you had a 20v1 telling whoever, however, she looked like my son. You know, I can't wait when me and my son just go visit your grave one day. You feel me? Because that's what you trying to do right now while we living our lives separate, whatever, from the chaos. Yo, want to kill us. You know, you going to die first before us, right? Oh, God. That day coming.
Yo, Chrisean and Blueface went from just seeing each other to Chrisean and Junior going to visit Blueface's grave. Now, like I said, was the joke a little out of pocket? Absolutely. But like we all know, that's Blueface. If Chrisean Rock didn't like Blueface's personality, she shouldn't have had a baby with him. And was Chrisean's threat equal to the joke that Blueface made? Absolutely not. But we all know the low emotional intelligence of Chrisean. Blueface has always been vocal about his son's disability. And in typical Blueface fashion, he made a comment about Junior looking like Charles Barkley, which, if you know the internet, it set fans and internet detectives like myself down a rabbit hole to see how Junior got the disability in the first place. And to be honest, that disability can clearly be linked to Chrisean Rock's handling of her pregnancy. And I also think Chrisean hearing that joke, Charles Barkley, on the internet for over a year, then Blueface going on that 20v1 and repeating that joke, pretty much set her off.
Whole world clowning my kid, right? But you know who started it? Who broke the ice with that? You, his father, bro. And you still at it. You at a 20v1. Talking about your precious baby. Who let you out of jail? For real, who let you out? You're not safe out here playing like that, y'all.
Chrisean over here talking reckless. And in my opinion, after what happened to her last baby daddy, maybe she needs to be taken seriously. Because that's like the 4th terrorist threat from Chrisean in about 2 weeks. Like I said, Blueface might have to take this threat seriously. Because usually when she's on IG Live, she's crying, she's hysterical, her emotions are all over the place. But when I watch this IG rant, she is cold, meticulous, and calculating. And you don't want to sleep on people talking about ending your life with this measure of calmness.
Real over my dead body, yo. You ain't safe out here. Keep playing with your kid, bro. And it's crazy because I ain't been reacting to none of the bull you on. You know why? I'm out my business. And that's why you brung up Chrisean Jesus. Not Junior. His name is not Junior. You weird, weak ass. You weird as.
This is the part where we say Chrisean has a problem with taking accountability for her son's condition in the first place. Now, Blueface played a part in all this as well. He definitely contributed to destroying Chrisean Rock's mental health. Blueface would cheat on her and verbally berate her on many occasions. And there was some talk about physical abuse as well. Now, with that being said, Chrisean Rock's only job once being pregnant was to provide a good environment for her child to grow in, which she didn't and failed miserably. And another caveat I want to add in there is the fact that Blueface doesn't even want to be with Chrisean Rock. So that means Chrisean Rock is currently half homeless, traveling state to state for bookings or whatever. And if you combine the abuse, the alcoholism, the new motherhood, mixed in with poor mental health, and you marinate that with low impulse control, you have a recipe that can take down anyone in their sights. So it does make it hard being sympathetic to her situation, especially when she continues to send terroristic threats at Blueface, which could get her locked up for a long time.
DDG and G Herbo for advice, cause that nigga about to lose his life. Keep playing with my son. Swear to God. And you're cyberbullying too. Swear to goodness. I don't want that. What the hell? I'm trying to figure out where could we come at a common ground without kid, without him disrespecting him just to get my attention. You get what I'm saying? That's it. That's why I'm making it to church. I gotta go to church. You know what I want to do? I want to turn my flight back around and run a car through his house and shoot him in the face. That's what I want to do.
And that's a threat that could land any man in jail in a heartbeat. Keep in mind, this is the same Krishan Rock who stole Blueface's car and drove to her ex-boyfriend's house. The same Krishan that destroyed Blueface's house. And yes, the same Krishan Rock that did an interview 2 years ago with Whack 100 explaining why she busted the back of Blueface's head with a Hennessy bottle. Like I said, that was 2 years ago, and the escalation of violence is clear. We would all be ignorant to turn a blind eye to this situation. With everything I previously said, with her mental state, with Blueface moving on, Krishan's ex-boyfriend being killed, these are all scary factors contributing to her mental state. And we all know, if a man said this, he'd be under the jail.
That's how mad people keep making me about my kid. It's my only son. Y'all pissing me the fuck off. Straight up. I'm just being honest, bro. Because at the end of the day, how long you gonna keep cyberbullying your kid? And I told him? Yeah, she going to jail. Yeah, I am. He keep with my son? I am.
And I'm sorry, I feel like you did right now, but I don't really have a stop right now.
If you with my son, I am going to jail. Y'all think this shit funny, clicks and giggles, bro. Bet. It's cool. I'm gonna take a little break from Instagram. I'm gonna try to calm down. But keep with my son, I'm gonna end up in jail.
Now, anyone with a pulse can see the pain and hurt on Krishan's face. Any human being seeing someone hurt is going to feel bad. We're just wired that way. But what we can't do is ignore the words she's saying through the tears. To be honest, it's given supervillain origin story. But Blueface's mom will respond back to Krishan Rock's live, and it'd have the common sense that only a woman who's been on this planet as long as she could ever have.
You're embarrassed because you did that to him. You're embarrassed because you smoked and drank while pregnant, and you made this the outcome. If you want to be mad at anybody, be mad at yourself. Be mad at yourself. We're not embarrassed. You're embarrassed because you did it. Okay? If you want to be the victim, there's nobody the victim but him. If you want anybody to be mad at what's happened, you're the responsible party for this. You did this. All you had to do for 9 months was go to your appointments, don't drink, don't smoke, and try to be peaceful. That's all you had to do, and it was only 9 months. We are no longer feeling sorry for you. We're no longer giving you a victim pass, a victim card, none of that shit, okay? This is all your fault, all your responsibility. You're a horrible fucking mother. You were a horrible pregnancy, and now you're a horrible mother. The best thing that you can do right now is go get the counseling that you need and the support that he needs, the physical therapy and the therapies that he needs. That's all you can do now, and hope for the best. You have said far worse things. You said that you could kill the baby. You wanted the baby to die while he was pregnant. You've said far worse things than the father has ever said about him.
It's sad that Auntie had to read Krishan like that, but maybe that's the best way Krishan needed to hear it going forward. We all can't act like we weren't there to see Krishan Rock smoking tree and cigarettes during the pregnancy. She was down in bottles of Hennessy at her walkthroughs and her bookings. Accountability is something Krishan Rock can't even fathom right now because she knows it's her fault. So Blueface saying anything is just another mirror reflecting her bad decisions. But let me know in the comments, do you think Chrisean Rock's threats against Blueface should be taken seriously? Or do you think that she just goes on rants like this and she's just mad that Blueface moved on? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Olivia Henderson, the DoorDash girl, is finally arrested. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need a beat there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
I'm starting this story off with Lil Durk's lawyer is earning his paycheck. Lil Durk and his lawyer are requesting for his immediate release once again. And the reasoning behind this request will once again be the accusation of collusion between the judge and the prosecution. Lil Durk will begin to question his treatment behind bars, even while being in custody for murder and murder for hire. Lil Durk would equate his treatment in jail as if he were a cartel leader or an international war criminal. Things such as having an anonymous jury and things like that only happen in those cases I said previously. Lil Durk would submit multiple immediate release motions and bail packages with millions of dollars willing to be forfeited. But Lil Durk would always be denied at every turn. And after being locked up a year and a half, we find out why. The judge and the prosecutor in the Lil Durk case would receive death threats by fans, or people claiming to be fans. February 22nd, 2025, 4 threatening voicemails to Judge Donahue referencing Mr. Banks and threatening Judge Donahue and courthouse personnel. February 25th, 2025, USMS contacts Chambers and USAO. FBI opens investigation. S.A. Corcoran becomes FBI point of contact and actively investigates threats. April 28th, 2025, threatening call to AUSA UNIO with death threats to AUSA UNIO and courthouse/USAO personnel. May 1st, 3 days later, the United States Attorney's Office obtained a second superseding indictment in this case docket, 147. May 8th, a week later, a detention hearing before Judge Donahue, the threats still. And now we know why Durk bail packages have all been denied. Since February, the judges and the prosecution in this case have been getting threats, and the FBI is taking these threats very serious. So Lil Durk and his attorneys are saying that the judges and the prosecution were biased against Lil Durk because they've been receiving these threats. So Durk's lawyers are saying that the fact that the judge and the prosecution were hiding these threats means they were hiding a bias towards Lil Durk and his release, which is why I said Lil Durk's lawyer is earning his paycheck, because it makes a little sense. But I thought it made more sense to why they had to hold Lil Durk instead of release him. But the issue is that Lil Durk's lawyer wasn't presented with all the information to mount a proper defense. And that's what Lil Durk's lawyers are alleging. Now, if the judge is claiming to receive threats from somebody on my behalf, and I go in front of that same judge for a bond hearing, and she rejects it just because of the threat she was receiving, but never told my lawyer, that is prejudicial. June 2nd, 2025, detention hearing and pretrial motion hearing on defendant's motion to disclose grand jury transcripts before Judge Fitzgerald. Threats still undisclosed to defense, continued detention. Ordered ruling pending on motion to disclose. August 6th and 13th, 2025. Conferences between prosecution team and undersigned defense counsel anonymous jury threats still undisclosed. Continued detention order, pending or motion to disclose. And this right here is the part where the judge never disclosed the threats and didn't give Durk the opportunity to defend himself. And also the judge requesting an anonymous jury for those same reasons, and also not telling Lil Durk or the defense team why. And October 1st, 2025, is when the defense heard murmurs of the threats and acted immediately. First partial disclosure of threats by the government, defense makes oral demands for immediate disclosure of all relevant undisclosed to defense. October 1st, 2025, first partial disclosure of threats by the government, defense makes oral demands for immediate disclosure of all relevant materials and communications about threats. Not gonna lie, that should be grounds for a mistrial already. The judge and the prosecution are receiving threats for people that say they're moving for Lil Durk. The judge and the prosecution not telling the defense about those threats. In fact, they're denying his motions for release based on those same threats and never disclosed that with the defense. Once again, I'm sorry, but there's never been more grounds for a mistrial than ever, because now the judge and the prosecution can be considered victims in this case. And if the threats were ever brought up in trial, that would make the prosecution and the judge witnesses in the Lil Durk case. Lil Durk's lawyer would bring up those exact points and why the case needs to be dismissed. So not only was the prosecution and the judge receiving threats behind the scenes, the judge and the prosecution would have ex parte communication and meetings about said threats. And the defense not being present at those ex parte meetings is a violation of Lil Durk's rights as well. And the defense would further argue, compounded by the undisclosed ex parte communications between the prosecution team and the bench about these threats, has irrefutably compromised the structural integrity of the proceedings. Drew Findling would further argue the prosecution's 7-month silence deprived defendant of their 5th and 6th Amendment rights to due process and an impartial tribunal. During this period, defendants unknowingly litigated critical matters, including detention proceedings, with pretrial motions before judicial officers operating under the cloud of undisclosed threats. The defense further goes on to say, if we were told of these threats, we would have asked for a recuse of all parties involved immediately. Before the bail packages and the hearings, the concealment prevented defendants from seeking recusal, challenging the fairness of proceeding, or making informed strategic decisions. The resulting appearance of partially amplified by ex parte discussions between the bench and the prosecution about threats directly implicating defendants has created an incurable breach of judicial neutrality that no lesser remedy than full recusal of the Central District Bench can cure. Now, if you didn't understand any of that, instead of going for a mistrial, Drew Findling is actually trying to say that not one prosecutor over there is uncompromised and the case needs to be thrown out altogether. Now, it's completely impossible for this to work, and I think it's because the defense overplayed their hand. Unfortunately, you can't disqualify every prosecutor who was going to prosecute against you. I think if they would have kept it to just the prosecutor on the case and the judge in this case, they could have argued for their mistrial, maybe got the mistrial. Little Durk possibly could have got released, and then they could have fought another day. But that was the best case scenario if that motion were to pass. Now, like I said, the biggest win for Little Durk in this situation is the recusal of the judge. So this document shows that Little Durk's defense isn't necessarily trying to get every judge and prosecutor disqualified. They just want the case in a different district to where the judge won't be biased and Little Durk can have a fair trial. It says the judiciary's legitimacy depends on public confidence that justice is not only done, but seen to be done. That confidence is shaken here. Defendants, therefore, respectfully urge the court to dismiss the indictment or at the very least to disqualify the USAO CDCA and reassign this matter to a district untainted by the government's non-disclosure. So like I said, you can't disqualify every judge or every prosecutor from this case, but you can ask that the case get reassigned or the judge get reassigned. Did I think this motion was going to free Little Durk? Absolutely not. I think Little Durk has a long and hard fight ahead of him for his freedom. Little Durk has been gone for a little over a year, and the lawyers are still just going through the motions right now, literally. But let me know in the comments, do you think Little Durk and his attorneys can get the judge and the prosecution thrown off this case? Or do you think all the smoke and mirrors won't change the fact that Little Durk will never come home again? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Olivia the DoorDasher was arrested for exactly what she deserves. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that outcome so I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out.
Day and a half later, DoorDash banned me as well, and this was DoorDash's response to me.
Do y'all remember the DoorDash girl from TikTok? The one that pulled the Emmett Till maneuver? I didn't even report on it initially because I didn't think it would gain so much traction, but it did. And if you didn't hear or see what I'm talking about, a female DoorDasher accused a man of essaying her. She would then go on to start a movement to try to get the customer locked up, but that backfired. And I'm here for every second of karma actually showing up to work early on a Monday. Now, this DoorDasher came to a customer's home and he was passed out with his pants down, which is weird. But what's weirder is she would then record the customer and say she was assaulted and post her video all over the socials. Her original post kept getting taken down for guideline violations. Obviously, you can't record naked people in their homes and then post it as content. Well, at least on TikTok. Her instructions were to go to the door and drop the food off, not look inside the residence and begin filming what you see inside the residence. That's a clear violation. But after the incident, she would post her original videos to TikTok and complain to DoorDash. The customer in the video would be banned forever from DoorDash, and the very next day, DoorDash would fire the female dasher for what I thought would be valid reasons, and that would be the obvious recording of a customer naked in their home. Now, the customer might have been drunk, ordered DoorDash, and fell asleep, but the customer never woke up. And some people are saying the dasher opened the screen just a little bit to actually get that footage. But the part that I never understood in this story was, how does she think she's the victim? But she began making numerous videos claiming SA, and also that DoorDash was complicit by firing her.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after I reported my sexual assault. Hey guys, I just lost my job, and they won't tell me why. They're supposed to send an email immediately after deactivation providing you the reason why and a link to appeal. And they didn't. So I contacted support and they made me sit on the phone with them for 50 minutes just to tell me that they can't tell me the reason why and I have to just go ahead and appeal without knowing why. So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in that account. I was working. I was literally working and they deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while door dashing. They just fired me. And the police are doing nothing. I lost my job. And that was my only way to make money to pay my bills.
And this is why I didn't report on the story when it first broke. She kept saying she was a victim of SA, but according to the laws and penal codes, no pun intended, and the common sense of the situation, once again, I didn't think the story would gain any traction because the man was asleep on his couch. But let's read the defenses he could use. In order to be convicted of public lewdness, you must have intentionally exposed yourself in public. If your pants ripped, for example, resulting in exposing yourself by accident, you would not have committed the crime of public lewdness. The DoorDash customer was in his home and unconscious, which would completely disqualify him from committing a crime. And she committed the crime of voyeurism, illegal recording of an individual in a compromising position, and could even be on the hook for revenge porn, because once she was fired, she kept posting the footage. The crazy part of all of this is she could have gotten away with the charges, but the only problem is she kept making TikTok videos.
You guys, my account is currently at risk of being banned because I had to explain my story one time, right? They took the video down and gave my account a strike. So I explained my story again and censored the video that I have just so they can't take it down for the same reason. They took it down for the same reason again, and now my account has a second strike. Guess what? If I get one more strike, I'm banned from TikTok. So not only did I get assaulted 3 days ago on October 12th on Sunday, I then lost my job. The police are doing nothing. And if I get one more account strike on TikTok, my account's done. This is a man's world. I'm the victim. Remember? I'm the victim. And they took down my video. They were going to have to pay me for my second story time because that was over a minute long. They were going to have to pay me for all those views I got. So nope. They took that right down. They took that right down. Absolutely not. They're not paying me for that. Nope.
Now, did the former DoorDasher try to monetize revenge porn on TikTok? Absolutely. This is seriously a case of not reading the room in the slightest. She recorded a naked man in his home and claimed to be the victim. TikTok didn't see it that way, and neither did the police. And she was fired by DoorDash, so obviously they didn't see it that way either. But maybe it was the length of time that DoorDash took to respond to her that made her think that they were complicit. But to be honest, she was fired, and her appeals were denied almost immediately. And she blew up the story so much that DoorDash was forced to make a public statement. Now, after receiving those 2 guideline strikes on TikTok, she wouldn't post the video anymore. She would tell her online community was for her protection, keeping the footage for what could be coming in the future. But in my opinion, I think she knew that the police were hot in her trail because, like I've been saying this whole time, what she did was a crime.
Hi guys, it's the DoorDash girl. I'm also Olivia, but I prefer to go by Liv or Livy Henderson for anybody who's wondering. And for anybody who's just now hearing about this, what happened is October 12th, 2025, I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver, and my customer requested that their order be left at their front door. And when I arrived at their house, their front door was wide open, and they were within eyesight of the front door, laying on the couch indecently exposed to me. And I reported this to DoorDash, and I want to clarify, I did report this to the police the very next morning on October 13th. And DoorDash did ban the customer. And then a day and a half later, DoorDash banned me as well. And this was DoorDash's response to me. There have been a lot of people saying things like I entered the customer's home or I opened the customer's door, but I can assure you that I did not do either of those things, and I have obtained irrefutable proof that the door was already wide open when I arrived to the customer's house. but due to its importance, I cannot post that proof at this time. And to all those that have been supportive of me during this time, thank you so much. I've been seeing your comments and your videos and your messages, and trust me, I won't forget the love that has been shown to me during this time. And to any large creators that have made statements on my situation and then further retracted that and then issued me an apology, I appreciate that. Thank you.
The last clip would be her about 3 to 4 weeks ago. I kind of thought the story was over because she wouldn't post anymore and nobody was speaking about the story any longer. But what I didn't know was the same officers that she alerted that she was SA'd began investigating her for the crimes that she committed against a DoorDash customer. And when the police finally gathered all the evidence that they would need this morning, the former DoorDasher was arrested.
Breaking news in the DoorDash case. DoorDash girl has officially been arrested. Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm a criminal defense attorney, specifically a public defender. And I've been following this case pretty closely since it happened. So I got sent some information this morning. I independently verified it. And Miss Olivia Henderson has officially been arrested on 2 felony charges. Now, why was she arrested on felony charges? Because like I said from the beginning, she's the one who committed the crime, not the individual who was in the home. So let's go through what we have and show you the proof. Now, I blocked out her name, but this is the police blotter, or I blocked out her address and her date of birth. But this is the police blotter, all right? And the arrest date is there, and the 2 felony charges are right here. Just zooming in myself to take a look. But we got, what do we have? We have unlawful surveillance and dissemination, okay? Right there. All right, so this is just the police blotter. I'm going to show you the actual charges in a second. And this just shows down here that she was issued a field appearance ticket and she has a court date coming up. So this is her. She was given an appearance ticket. She has to come back to court, and I'll show you the court date. On the internet, you can look this up yourself. Incident date is October 12th, which matches to the incident date that she put on our page. And her next court date is going to be December 4th, 2025 in Oswego City Court, which is the town in which the incident happened. So all of this is verifiable on the internet. And here are her charges. Like I said, these were the charges that I thought she could be charged with, and this is what we got. So we have unlawful surveillance and dissemination of a surveillance image. Both are felonies, which means that prison time is an option.
Yes, this is an offense punishable by prison time. Do I think she's gonna go to prison? Absolutely not. But it does suck to live in a world where a false accuser doesn't receive the same amount of time as the perpetrator of the crime. Meaning, if false accusers were on the hook for the same amount of time that the perpetrator would get, I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot less false accusations out there. But in her case, I'm pretty sure she won't see a day in jail, which is really a shame because nobody's thinking about that DoorDash customer. How would you feel if you got drunk, fell asleep in a compromising position, and your DoorDash recorded you and put it up all over the internet? That's crazy work. And we all know if the situation was reversed and a man was recording a woman asleep, he'd be on the front page of every newspaper in America by the next morning. I could just imagine the headlines now. Demon Dasher deserves death. Or the documentaries Netflix was gonna make. But like I said, she won't get any time.
Not that she'll get prison time, but she can do prison time on these. They are non-violent felonies, which means that it would be it would not be a lot of prison time, but she can do prison time on these depending on her criminal history. So like I've been saying from the beginning, the person who committed the crime is going to be the person arrested in this case. And the person who committed this crime is obviously Olivia, the DoorDash girl. The man committed no crime, or else he would also be arrested, which he is not. So for all of you guys out there that were defending the man, or I'm sorry, defending the woman, clearly the law says otherwise. The law says otherwise because they did arrest her. They did give her 2 felony charges, 2 felony charges, both of which carry a prison sentence if she goes to trial and loses. She could get probation on those. There's a whole slew of things that she can get, but she was charged with 2 felonies for video recording him in the privacy of his own home and disseminating that image to the public. And this is why we do not record our crimes and put them on the internet for the world to see. But it's important information. I wanted to get it out to you as soon as I got it and as soon as I verified it, because unlike other creators, I verify my information before I go online and posted for the world to see. You can also verify that information yourself if you go on WebCrims and type in her name, it will pop up. So if you want to independently verify it yourself, you can do that as well.
And I did go online and verify all the information before I dropped this video. But that wasn't really new for me because I do that with every video before I drop it. But when Olivia's videos first came out, I never thought she was gonna go to jail. And to be honest, I really think the DoorDash customer is in the right, but I still thought she would get probation or something. To be honest, this is one of those rare times where a woman makes a false accusation and is punished for it. Now, I don't know if the punishment will be justified, but today, I'm happy just seeing the step in the right direction. But let me know in the comments, do you think the DoorDash customer was naked on purpose? Or do you think Olivia the DoorDasher deserves every piece of trouble coming her way? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why 6ix9ine's home was burglarized and his mother was held hostage. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
Now, I thought the stupidest people on the planet were in jail, but it turns out a lot of the stupidest people just haven't made it there yet because the king of stupidity would devise a plan to rob a federal informant while also said informant was on house arrest. And if you haven't guessed it yet, yup, we're talking about 6ix9ine. And this story is crazy. 4 men will commit a home invasion on 6ix9ine's mansion and hold his mother hostage while they rummaged around his house for car keys and money and whatever else they could find. Tekashi 6ix9ine's Florida home was stormed by 4 gunmen hunting for his cash and car keys and held his mother against her will during the terrifying invasion. The chilling incident went down Sunday night when the embattled rapper's 60-year-old mother was at his residence and suddenly confronted by the armed men. 6ix9ine tells us that he was not at home at the time. Instead, he was live streaming with Jack Doherty when the home invasion played out. Y'all recall Doherty was also arrested Saturday morning on drug possession and other charges.
We outside. Here with my boy Jack.
Yes, sir.
Fresh home.
Yeah, straight out of jail, baby.
Straight out of jail. Oh, shit, that's your mugshot?
Yeah. And we're live on Party.
The Palm Beach Sheriff's Office tells TMZ they were dispatched to the rapper's home for a home invasion/burglary in progress. When they arrived, deputies made contact with several individuals who were inside the residence who reported that 4 armed masked men entered the home with handguns. Police said Tekashi's mother was physically held outside while the remaining suspects ran inside and ransacked the property, demanding cash and car keys. Cops searched Tekashi's home with a cocaine unit, but could not find the suspects who possibly drove off in a vehicle before the deputies arrived, according to the sheriff's office. Now that story is crazy. 6ix9ine may have told, snitched, cooperated, ratted, bit the cheese, whatever you want to call it. But nobody's 60-year-old mother should be held at gunpoint during a home invasion. You can have whatever opinion of 6ix9ine you want. Everyone's justified to do so. I personally don't care about him, and it doesn't cross my mind until one of these things happen and I have to report about it. But one thing I do want to highlight is the fact that your actions affect everyone around you, including your family, regardless if you know it or not. But the crazier thing is, this isn't the first time that blowback from the streets actually landed in 6ix9ine's mom's lap.
No, but I think that's what people...
Yeah.
I already got kidnapped.
Yeah.
They already tried to kidnap my mother walking the dog.
Oh, I didn't know about this.
Yeah, look it up.
So what happened there?
None. We still outside thugging and bugging. Niggas
Okay,
getting
wait.
shot at.
So your mother was walking your dog, and what happens?
And niggas try to hop out of the car.
And do what? Just grab her?
Yeah, it came out in the case. And it's public.
Okay, so what happened when they tried to grab her? This is an older woman.
No, my mom screamed. Like, she screamed. It was in the public. It was right under Broadway.
How did the conversation with you and your mother go after that? Because that's one thing to go through what you're going through,
That's
but...
what I'm saying. Bro, this is what I'm saying. Everything's
your
going
mom.
on, and I'm still outside wilding like me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That makes all the sense in the world. Gang members try to kidnap your mother, and the very first thing you do is go back and hang out with gang members. I keep telling you all, the streets are dead. How can you make the same mistakes and getting the results from those mistakes and then go back out there and make the same mistakes again? To me, this shouldn't even be a story. If you're 6ix9ine, you made millions, you pissed off the world, and now you're federally thugging. You should know how to protect everyone in your circle by now, especially all those times the streets violated you in the past. Maybe you should holler at 50 Cent if he'll take your call, because ever since he got shot those 9 times, no one's ever talked about his lack of security ever again. In fact, quite the opposite. If you were confused about the 60-year-old woman who would birth a notorious rapper, there she is. And when you see a video like this, or just see her moving in general, this crime hits a little different. Also, here's another clip of 6ix9ine gifting his mother $1 million for her birthday. I always thought this was more of a publicity stunt, but in hindsight, even if you made any significant amount of money, that's the first thing you should do. Now, one of the biggest questions of this case is always going to be, how did the gunman find 6ix9ine's residence in the first place? Another question is going to be, why didn't 6ix9ine have round-the-clock security? I have a lot of questions about this case, but I don't think I'll get any of those answers until I see DJ Academics talk about this for 9 hours on his stream. But hey, let me know in the comments. Do you think 6ix9ine deserves any bad luck that comes to him or his family's way? Or do you think that this is just karma catching up to him? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Lil Uzi Vert's personal assistant is accusing him of the unthinkable. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm so I need to be there, man. I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
Lil Uzi has been exposed for doing the unthinkable. Lil Uzi and Roc Nation will be named in a lawsuit for workplace sexual harassment. The lawsuit will be brought by Lil Uzi's former assistant who worked for Lil Uzi for years. She would allege that Lil Uzi would sexually harass her almost immediately. Roc Nation is the management company who hired the assistant, which is why they are named in the lawsuit as well. Now, we're supposed to believe all women, especially in today's current climate. It's pretty standard to give a woman the benefit of the doubt, but we also know that there are some cases where women are lying for monetary gain. And based on how Roc Nation and Lil Uzi reacted to the allegations, I'm gonna say, this ain't one of those times. Lil Uzi would meet a sales associate at the Balenciaga store and be so impressed with her customer service that he would offer her a position as his personal assistant, to which she would accept almost immediately. When Lil Uzi signed to Roc Nation, this required the sales associate turned personal assistant to take a meeting with Desiree Perez and get an official contract for his services and what that would require. And that would be a salary of $100,000 a year and a relocation stipend of $5,000 to move from her previous address in Florida to a new address in New York. And allegedly, as soon as she would sign for the $100,000, that's when Lil Uzi would strike. Lil Uzi would text her and ask her to stay the night with him at his hotel. She would rebuff his advances, but that wouldn't deter Lil Uzi in the slightest, who would end up sending dozens of messages trying to convince her to spend the night with him. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is like every movie from Pretty Woman or that movie with J-Lo planning a wedding or something like that. Or maybe like a Cinderella story, if you will, written by Jordan Peele. Now, I don't want to put any blame on the victim, but let's be real. A famous rapper walks into a Balenciaga store and sees you and wants to hire you as his personal assistant based on your stellar customer service. Now, I don't know if I'm just a man, a realist, a pessimist, or just know how the world really works, but if I was working at Walmart and Lizzo were to walk in there and offer me a position as her personal assistant, let's just say I wouldn't be surprised by that text message after I signed that contract. Like I said, I'm not victim shaming. Quite the opposite, in fact. I wish we could live in a world where someone's actual skills could earn them a higher earning position. But unfortunately, in 2025, when a man does something like this, 9 times out of 10, his motives aren't altruistic. Now, the allegations would definitely be followed up with proof. I don't understand why people who make a certain amount of money think that the law doesn't apply to them, because sending text messages is the fastest way to end up in this situation in the first place. And after what happened to Shannon Sharpe and his settlement, I wouldn't be surprised if the personal assistant wasn't planning this from day one. Well, after the first message at least, where Uzi would start off by saying, "I sent you something on Vanish," which is a little crazy because we all know what that means. "Come rub me down before you leave." And we all know if she ain't a masseuse, this is a violation. Then he would say, "I'm by myself right now. Send me something." And the next text would be, "Let me see that booty." Now, I don't know if the personal assistant wrote something back to rebuff Lil Uzi's request, but whatever she said, Lil Uzi actually thought this next message was the move. And he would say, "You are more than my assistant. You are my bitch." Now, that last text was crazy. I can't even imagine how Jane Doe would feel on her very first night getting some texts like that. I would think it'd be very disappointing to go seemingly from one job to your dream job to have it turn into a nightmare almost immediately. That's one way to look at it. Or maybe you just might be on the same side of the fence as I am. And that is, when Jane Doe saw that first message, she felt exactly like Dave Chappelle.
Ooh, nice Porsche. Gotcha, bitch. That's how it is.
And to be honest, this is the part where I got happy with the story. Because a normal man would see his girlfriend in that situation and say, you need to stand up for yourself. Or someone would say, you need to quit that job immediately. They don't respect you. But not Jane Doe's boyfriend, and probably not me either. In January 2024, plaintiff Doe, encouraged by her partner, began therapy due to the stress and emotional distress she experienced due to the defendant Woods' harassment. Oh, this is setting up the emotional bridge. In February 2024, the company debit cards provided to make purchases for the defendant Woods ran dry. Plaintiff Doe was directed to pay out of pocket for food, clothes, and alcohol for defendant Woods and his entourage. When plaintiff Doe contacted defendant Woods' manager, Amina Diop, and Mike Brinkley of Rock Nation LLC with requests for reimbursement for her business expenses or a standard per diem, she was told she was only entitled to her salary. To this day, Rock Nation LLC, defendant Woods, and Uzi Vert LLC have failed to fully reimburse plaintiff due for her business expenses. Now, like I said, this was played very well from the beginning. And honestly, I don't know who to be mad at or upset with. The fact that Jane Doe and her boyfriend played this so perfectly from the beginning is a little upsetting. But Lil Uzi Vert putting himself in this position and thinking that he's untouchable is just maddening. I'm not even talking about the fact that he's already in a relationship. It's just the fact that we all know little Uzi Vert could go get almost any woman he wanted, but instead, he chose to text Jane Doe in October 2024 while he was heavily intoxicated. He would send Jane Doe a barrage of messages while he was angry because she failed to put all his white clothes in the closet. Having your boss be intoxicated and yell at you through text messages does count as workplace harassment. I'm not even going to comment on the fact that he wants his clothes a certain way in a certain closet, because that's his prerogative, inebriated or not. But you can't treat people less than human when you're the boss of that work environment. The next barrage of messages clearly show Lil Uzi's mental state at the time and would do nothing but work against Lil Uzi in this case. Lil Uzi would admit to being on drugs and say, you're not even on drugs like I am. I don't understand your mental over being successful. Then he would say, you are basically saying, F what I say. I'm just a pushover. But I'm not upset. Life only gets better. I'm not trying to be in a bad mood. Everybody counts me out. I'm really not a star. I feel that ish. But I have somebody doing it today. Just a little upset. Honestly, I guess he's talking about the clothes? When plaintiff Doe responded to defendant Woods' messages and asked where they go from here, he responded, I'm just mad. It's cool. And then it would say defendant Woods' sexual and verbal harassment of plaintiff Doe would continue throughout the year. Now, plaintiff Jane Doe will go on to say that Lil Uzi worked her an unfair amount of hours without being compensated for it. She said sometimes she would work over 24 hours straight and not be compensated for her time with overtime pay. That was also brought up in the Megan Thee Stallion assistance case against Rock Nation. But see, that's the part that kind of confused me, because I grew up in California. And in California, if you're on salary, you don't get paid for overtime. I don't know how it works in other states, but let me know in the comments. Do you think that Lil Uzi Vert is guilty of sexual harassment? Or do you think Jane Doe was lying in her lawsuit? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see how Soulja Boy is getting banned and sued at the same time. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out.
Do that. I don't f with these, bro.
All right, man. Yo, Mello.
Fucking crashed out over a TikTok game.
Yo.
Who crashed, nigga? The f up.
Soulja Boy's in the news again. And again, it's not for anything positive. This time, Soulja Boy is getting eyed by the law and possibly getting banned from TikTok. Now, this was shocking when it came across my desk. Not only are celebrities richer than the rest of us, but now, in an effort to prove how much more lit they are than other celebrities, celebrities will start a room, add other celebrities, and see who can get the most donations in a matter of time. I had no idea this challenge or this game even existed. I actually didn't think people in my tax bracket would donate to something like this. But what do I know? What I do know is they call this form of e-begging battling. In this battle, Soulja Boy would lose. And in typical Soulja Boy fashion, he would go nuclear after that loss. Now, like I said, I was completely surprised that this was a thing. So I found another battle.
You secure that dog.
Goofy!
That's how you secure that.
Out of here.
That's it. Shut your ass up. That's how you secure that. Dude. Hey, man. Hey, Dub's in the chat for my boy at school, man. That boy came here blicked up. Boy came here blicked up, ready to put up off the bed. Stop playing. Boy, I wish you was in here when we had the street going. Boy, we would still be on the street right now.
Vic, you're in ghost mode. That's why your name didn't pop up. You're in ghost mode, boo. But thank you so freaking much. Thank you. Bro, chat, we're gonna spank him. We're gonna spank him. 10K likes, chat. Everybody double tap the screen, please. The more double taps we got, the more people we could get.
Bam, W for my boy Scooby.
Scooby's a brokey. I don't want to hear his
AG's a broke bum. That's why he ain't help you. That's why he ain't help you.
Name no more, okay?
And he's a broke bum, and he's not gonna help you.
Tell Scooby do that again.
What you mean? We can put that belt on you right now. Sometimes they want to hear you talk.
Tell Scooby do that again. Because I'm telling you, when I'm bullshit step in here, bro, it's lit.
Now, this game is wild to me. Apparently, you can win other things over your opponent. You can make them do push-ups. You can make them be quiet, etc., etc. But I can't hold you. I can't pimp myself out to that degree, but maybe that's why I'm still broke. But Soulja Boy, who isn't broke in the slightest, would try his hand at TikTok battling. And as you've seen from the low vibrational rants that they sling at each other, you would think this would be the perfect playground for Soulja Boy. But this would backfire hilariously in the worst way against Soulja Boy. Because not only would Soulja Boy lose the battle, but he would go nuclear like he does as always and do illegal things on live.
What's up? Tell your team. What's up? Can't even put up more than 5K. I'll shoot you in your face. You better watch your mouth. Over here bothering my peace. Y'all bum. Boy, use a screenshot this page, boy. I swear to God, I'm gonna find this. On my mama, I'm gonna find you. Watch.
Now, this is why I said it was hilarious, because Soulja Boy would lose the battle by 4 times the amount to somebody who's not even famous. And we all know how brittle Soulja Boy's ego is. My only question for Soulja Boy is, does he know that everybody with eyes can see the internet? Because during the battle, of course, everyone's going to be talking the most ish. But when the battle was over, the winner would just try to celebrate his win and go on about his day, as he should because he just beat a celebrity. But that's when Soulja Boy would screenshot the winner's page and ask the subscribers to do the same so they can find him in real life. Then, Soulja Boy would begin making terrorist threats for all to hear.
Nobody told me, bro.
I don't know, so random ass. My son, Matt, he got no motion, but it's tight. Tay, let me freaking peek, man. Let me freaking peek. Double tap, man. Why? How much you want to bet on what's going on? Oh, my God, you goofy your ass up, bro. Get off my screen, Klein. You ain't getting no more screen time from me, goofy.
I don't know that. Do not be invite me. That's why. If we battle one-on-ones, that's cool. Don't be invite me to no.
That was my fault. Not seriously.
Don't do that. I don't with these, bro.
All right, my fault. Yo, Mello.
Motherfucker crashed out over a TikTok game.
Yo. Who crashed, nigga? The up.
Hit
that, you can get smacked too.
Suck my hole.
Suck my.
Suck my hole.
Suck my.
Suck my.
You.
Wait, what?
Suck my.
Slap you. Shut up.
You talking about you want to do shit?
Ah, you love. Ah, you love. That's being crashed out. Eat 30. You see? God.
Yeah. Out of here. Don't even worry about that. They better stop playing on this app. You know I don't even play like that, gang. On my mama. I don't know what's wrong with the way. Man, y'all don't even worry about that, boy. Y'all don't play like that, boy. TikTok, this boy, y'all crazy.
Now, we all know Soulja Boy is due for a live crash out about twice a year at least. He's had them against Lil Durk, Charleston White, even Drake. Like I said, this is nothing new. In my humble opinion, he might just be a narcissist with a drug habit, and that's okay, I guess, because there's plenty of people out there. They just happen to stay off the internet. But I also think, due to Soulja Boy's tax bracket, he doesn't think about the legal ramifications. Like I said, Soulja Boy has done this in the past on numerous occasions. Even on internet personality Candy, who would interview a former employee of his who would go on to become a very successful music executive, who would accidentally let it slip that he got his start working for Soulja Boy. Instead of going off on the former employee, he would violate Candy in the worst way, and then apologize.
And somebody tagged this Candy too. Why you got this fat ass on your platform talking? I'm finna sue the fuck out you and this white. I'm about to sue the fuck out Candy. Somebody tag Candy and somebody tag this fat ass boy. You on the talking about I spend your food. You's a bitch. Why the fuck? Who the fuck on the road with somebody and don't eat for 3 days? And Candy, you too, you little bald head bitch. You got this white on your motherfucker. I'm in Atlanta right now. Send me the motherfucking address. Let me pull up, tell my side of the story.
They said you would need to apologize to Candy, man. I'm sending out an apology to Candy, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Candy, man. You know I be overreacting sometimes, you know. And I just be seeing stuff on the internet, like, you know what I'm saying? But much love to Candy, you know what I'm saying? If you can find it in your heart to accept my apology. Much love to you, you know what I'm saying? Much respect to you, your family. John, what you want? I see you with the badge, gang. You know what I'm saying? I just be getting so mad. I'm like, man, folks lying on me and shit, but they like, man, you know, he shouldn't have got mad at the dude that said he shouldn't have got mad at her. You feel me? So I'm just let that rock, man.
Now, I don't know if TikTok is gonna ban Soulja Boy for his actions, but I do know their community guidelines are pretty strict. So strict that even the videos I make that you're watching can't get monetized on that platform. So I don't know at the time of making this video if Soulja Boy even has his TikTok page, but Soulja Boy needs every revenue stream he can hold on to. So if you haven't noticed by now, every year Soulja Boy drops a new game console, which, to be honest, is just an emulator and Soulja Boy's logo over major consoles already on the market. The company sues Soulja Boy every time and wins, which forces Soulja Boy back to the drawing board to figure out another console. The first example of that came from his original console, Soulja Boy Gaming, where he would just use an emulator to play Nintendo games on a PC. And of course, Nintendo would sue him back to the Stone Age. Soulja Boy would also drop a handheld gaming system called the Soulja Boy Game Flip. And anybody who's played video games in the last 10 to 15 years knows what a Retroid is. This is obviously a cheap knockoff that Soulja Boy tried to pass off as his own gaming system. So now Soulja Boy is in his second lawsuit with a gaming company that is accusing him of bootlegging their product. And they would furthermore put out a statement saying, I don't know about this. This is not any kind of official licensing deal. He does not have permission to rebrand our products and sell them as his own. The Retroid Pocket Flip 2 is patented in the US by ourselves. Narcissist with a drug habit. That's all I could ascertain in this whole story. Soulja Boy is richer than us, but always on Instagram Live seeking validation from strangers. He came out with 2 gaming consoles that were nothing more than a Nintendo Switch with his logo on it. If that's not narcissism, someone's gonna have to give me a different definition. But hey, let me know in the comments. Do you think Soulja Boy is broke? That's why he's doing TikTok battles? Or do you agree with me and think that Soulja Boy is just a narcissist with a drug habit? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Antonio Brown has been arrested for attempted murder. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
The time that they died, I'm talking about the time, like, the time y'all figure out they died, like, the time that shit was, motherfuckers posted crazy shit around that time. Who was every young boy?
Yeah, young boy. At this point, I might have to start a new playlist called the streets are dead. Because this new YNW drama can't be made up, even if you try.
Leaked interrogation footage of YNW Melly's friend Jacoby Mills has surfaced. He gives up details about the night of the murders and the morning after when everyone was at Fredo Bang's house.
If you've been living under a rock the past 6 years, YNW Melly is accused of murdering his two friends after leaving the studio one tragic night. The first trial ended with a hung jury, leading some to think that the DA wouldn't prosecute again. Some people would say that YNW Melly got a hung juror because they didn't have a motive for the murders. Me personally, I'd say it was a multitude of things. YNW Bortland's testimony supporting YNW Melly's testimony is one. The sloppy job that the prosecution did presenting the evidence that this was premeditated, that's two. The testimony of YNW Melly's ex-girlfriend at the time in his favor, that could be three. And specifically, the rumors of there being one juror who wanted YNW Melly to come home, regardless of innocence or guilt. But nevertheless, the Florida prosecution is gearing up to try Melly for these murders once again. YNW Melly left the studio that fateful night with 3 friends, but there was someone else at the studio that night named Jacoby, and video footage has just been released of Jacoby's police interrogation. Now keep in mind, this is supposed to be YNW Melly's friend, Road Dogg, Whoa, the homie, whatever you want to call it, because this is why I say, the streets are dead.
Let me ask you, when you finally got to Bang's house and you saw Melly, was he wearing the same clothes as he left the club in? What was he wearing?
Tank top and some gym shorts.
Did you see where his other clothes were at? What's your impression? What do you think happened?
Same thing y'all think. I would. I ain't no snitch, dog. Ain't feel me?
No, I'm not.
Y'all turn these cameras off, I'll tell y'all boys. Hell no.
Did that man say, I ain't no snitch, but turn these cameras off? This is diabolical. Yet, not surprising if you're familiar with the mantra of this channel. Crazy part was, I didn't even know Jacoby was locked up. And the biggest question I have, that probably is gonna take me on another side quest, is why was Sack Chaser wearing that shirt?
Sack, low key deserved what he got because he was 27. He was with a little girl.
Yeah, I know.
And he was out here, he was out here, feel me, doing shit at the same time. So, like, your karma caught up to you. But at the same time, Juvie ain't ready to die. You feel me? Juvie just jacked him.
And everyone says that about Juvie. Said he was a decent kid.
Man, Juvie was, man, bro. Juvie was one of the most kind-hearted niggas I ever meet. Juvie is the hood light.
Yeah, I know. Everyone.
Like, say, for instance, it's a dark area. You go see Juvie in that dark area, he the light. Juvie is the light, bro. Tell you, bro.
Think about it, man. Are you doing Juvie justice? He's in the grave now, right? He's dead.
But like, I couldn't.
I'm not saying you're snitching, but you gotta point me in the right direction. You gotta help me look in the right direction. Cause no one's.
Y'all ever found out where this really happened at though?
Yes.
And did y'all find the right cause? And
yes.
Like, so how? Like, all right, tell me, did the bullets come from the inside or the outside? And I can tell you what's really going on.
You tell me.
No, I'm not gonna lie. As soon as Jacoby asked the investigators if they know the shots came from inside the vehicle or outside the car, I was feeling Melly's chances of coming home decreasing with every second. Now, like I said earlier, I didn't even know Jacoby was locked up, so I thought maybe he was snitching to maybe get a time reduction on whatever charges he might have. But it seems like he was just in there willingly, not even trying to negotiate a deal like that. It looks like he was just locked up and the investigators pulled him into the interrogation room, asking him questions just to solve the case. Because I didn't hear the investigators say he was gaining or losing any incentives by cooperating. So not only is Jacoby going to tell, but Jacoby's actually going to tell with no benefit to himself. All the investigators said was, you don't want to get justice for Juvie? Now RP YNW Juvie and YNW Sack Chaser. But if I'm snitching, I need the combo meal and a time cut. On that fateful night, Fredo Bang would pick up Melly on the side of the highway, and they would all meet and convene at Fredo Bang's house. And Jacoby would say why he thinks YNW Melly did it from the moment he saw him.
Bro, I remember all this like it was yesterday, bro. He said, I was like, man, what the f going on? Cause when Bortland was still in the hospital at the time, I was finna beat the shit out of Bortland when he came back. I was finna whoop Bortland that. Like, cause Melly wasn't talking, I was finna do Melly, but I knew I would've had to fight Bang and all them, you feel me? So I'm like, Melly, man, what the f going on? Like, what's going on? He over there, like, trying to fake cry and shit like that, like, but no tears coming. Like, you can't fool me, nigga.
He was a big show he's putting on.
Yeah, like, you can't fool me, bro. If a real drive-by done spunt on a if a done spunt on our dogs, ain't gonna be sitting in Fredo Bang house. We finna get right. We finna go see what it is, do what it do, you feel me? That's why I say, like, the whole situation just was weird, like, cause, like, I don't know, like, how that happened, I don't know. So that's why I say I don't know. But I feel like that bit was set up. Like,
What motive would Melly have to kill his two friends?
they just piss him off. I don't know, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. They Melly was on FaceTime, Melly like, y'all don't know, bro. Y'all don't know what Sack was doing to me. Y'all don't know what Sack was doing to me, bro. Like saying it like Sack was raping his ass or some shit. So I'm like, what you saying, bro? What you saying? Like, what the f Sack was doing to you? Say it. He don't never say it. Like, he just kept saying, y'all don't know what Sack was doing to me.
Do you think Sack was molesting him?
I don't know, bro. That's why I'm saying. I don't know what Sack, bro.
How
Like,
could you molest an adult?
I don't know, but like Sack bigger than Melly.
So even Jacoby doesn't know what the motive could be for these alleged murders. But we've seen juries convict with way less. Now, we all know our friends in a way that the rest of the world doesn't know them. When Jacoby said YNW Bortland had fake tears, that part of the story I do believe. And the fact that Jacoby admitted possible retaliation if the story went down exactly how Bortland said it, the streets are saying that YNW Melly only wanted to kill YNW Sack Chaser, but had to kill Juvie because he was going to tell. Allegedly, Sack Chaser would bully Melly, and even after the deaths of Sack Chaser and Juvie, allegedly, Melly would remind others that the relationship between him and Sack Chaser was never really that good. Like I said, I don't know if the story is true, but YNW Bortland knows more than he's telling. But he did the smartest thing and took a plea deal so he'd no longer be involved in this case. Now, this is where everybody was seated the night of the murder. YNW Melly was in the back seat, and in the back seat with him was Juvie. So the police are saying Melly opened fire on Sack Chaser, shooting into the front seat of the vehicle. Juvie, who was in the back seat, would allegedly try and stop Melly before Melly would turn his sights on Juvie. Now, this is all from the testimony of an incarcerated Jacoby. I don't know if this story is true, but it definitely lines up for the prosecution.
Like, what you mean get us killed when you trying to slime me? Feel me?
Dude, I can understand to a point killing Sack. Sack was an ass. From everyone, you're not the first person who said that. But why Chris? Why Juvie?
I'm gonna tell you straight up. What the streets say Juvie got whacked, cause Juvie was gonna tell. Whatever he would have seen, Juvie was gonna tell.
Juvie's a pretty stand-up guy?
Yeah, like Juvie, like I don't know if he was gonna tell, like people saying like he wasn't gonna tell the police, but he was gonna tell the streets. Now out here in the streets, don't nobody know who did it. But but then I heard another story. I said, did Juvie's thumb get shot off?
I don't know.
If his thumb got shot off, they say Juvie was wrestling with whoever shot Sack first. Say Juvie tried to grab the gun, y'all tripping. And then they shot his thumb off. That when Juvie fell back, like, like when you get shot, you're gonna be like, Then that's when they just shot his whole side off. But then I heard another story. I said, did Juvie's thumb get shot off?
I heard Bortland's talking on the streets.
About what?
What did he tell you? About the shooting.
Bortland didn't tell me. Did you ask him about it? I be asking that every day. I don't know, cuz. I said, what? How the f you don't know?
But who did you hear from on the street that there was a fight inside the car and that's how his thumb got shot up?
Damn, who did I hear that from?
Yeah.
We'll never say it came from you, trust me.
I already know. I forgot who I heard it from because there was a lot of people just coming back to me with so much information. I know it was a boy though. A boy told me that shit. Next time I see that, I remember like who it was. Like I know it was a boy for a fact. Like,
not gonna lie, Jacoby in that interrogation room sounded real unbelievable right now. But the investigators want all the evidence they can get, and they'll decipher what's real or fake later. This is why I was confused on why he was giving an interview in the first place. Like I said, it doesn't look like he's bargaining for a reduction in his sentence, and he really doesn't have any pertinent information to offer. It's all just circumstantial. But the next thing he would say, even I didn't see coming.
But boom, when Bortland came back from the hospital, I asked Bortland, I said, what's up, bro? What you seen? What's going on, bro? He was like, I don't know, bro. I was just driving, bro. I think he said a cop pulled up or he just heard shots. Ring got, he just went to ducking and driving at the same time. Was it any more like big dents or anything on the car?
It was an old dent, from an old accident.
Yeah, so then that nigga ain't crashed or nothing. He talking about he crashed, he was all on the sidewalk type shit. But I know brother told, he told my dog, one of my dogs, he said, I know what's going on, bro, but I can't tell nobody. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me, bro.
I heard something about them throwing the guns away. What's up with that?
Tell you all straight up, baby. Now that one they took me on to go find the guns.
Where was it? Tell me an approximate area where they went looking.
Who took it? Melly, though. Melly.
Well, soon after the incident. That day?
Was the sun up or is it still sundown?
Sun up.
So at least 6 or 7?
Yeah, about around 7, 8, because we had banged them house around that time.
Who got busy?
I told you, Board, Track, and Millie, and it was me.
Bort was with you? Where did they toss it? Where do they think they tossed them?
I don't know them. I don't know.
I mean, like,
Was it wooded area? Like he said,
It was wooded. It was wooded area. I'm gonna tell you straight up, like, I found the 40. It had blood all over it. It had a cover wrapped around it with blood all over it.
Where were they found?
In the woods. I'm gonna tell you something though. We couldn't find that tech though.
And the tax of 40, right? And what's the tax?
Nah, nothing, ain't it?
Okay.
Unless you can get 2 different colors. I don't really know guns like that, you feel me? I just know 9mm, 40, this and that, all guns look the same type of shit. So I don't really know them shit like that. I just know the black shit that I went to grab with the shit on it. It was a 40, a AD.
You grabbed it first?
Yeah, I seen it. I just seen a blue thing with blood on it. So I'm like, I tried to keep the 40, bring that down this way. I tried to keep that, but
who took it?
They manager. I don't know the nigga like that though.
Yeah.
But the manager like, nah, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna get it right. I'm like, there ain't nothing wrong with it. Clean the blood off. Feel me? Keep it like a regular pistol. They're like, nah, I'm gonna get rid of it. So I'm like, all right, whatever, bro. And then can't find that tech though. Quick leave that tech though. We wasn't gonna leave till we found that 40, but we'll quick leave that tech though. How I said when people were telling me.
Just like police always say they don't catch the smart ones, this man started off helping with the investigation and then wound up in the investigation. I don't think I've seen anyone talk themselves into a murder investigation when they had nothing to do with it. And let's be real, he's doing an infinite amount of talking for somebody with no deal and no McDonald's. So now that Jacoby can't shut up, he gave the investigators enough ammunition to charge him as an accessory. So now he has to snitch. So I don't know if this was to throw the cops off the trail or maybe just to make the case have a little more sensationalism. But then Jacoby would bring up NBA Youngboy like he had something to do with it.
Time that they died, I'm talking about the time, like, the time y'all figure out they died, like, 4, the time that shit was, motherfuckers was posting crazy shit around that time.
Who was?
Every young boy.
Yeah, young boy.
All the niggas.
Yeah, they were trying to take claim to it. The Nub Street Blood family was trying to take claim. Some idiot from Fort Pierce was trying to take claim to it.
Yo, all them niggas. But you may never know them niggas might be dead ass serious for real, like. Cause I don't know, bro. Cause like my mindset is like, for one, young boy, how you know so much about this shit? And you feel me? How you know about it? The Slang That Iron song from Youngboy, the remix of Melly song. Listen to that bitch. What the fuck he said? Bust a nigga head, something.
Let's be real. We know NBA Youngboy had nothing to do with the murders of Juvie and Sack Chaser. Youngboy's been on house arrest so long, I actually had to look it up to see when he went on house arrest. And no, Youngboy was not on house arrest at the time, but he was on probation. But still, he had nothing to do with it. Now, I don't know if they're going to use Jacoby's testimony in the new YNW Melly trial, because it was all over the place. Some of it made some sense, but most of it was filled with a lot of rumors and street innuendos, so I don't know if he'll be believable by a jury. Because let's be honest, he was barely believable to me. But hey, let me know in the comments, do you think Jacoby was telling the truth in that interrogation? Or do you think he talked himself into getting more charges, so now he has to snitch just to stay out of trouble? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Wack 100 is fighting the internet tooth and nail to prove that Max B is snitching. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm so I need to be there, man. So I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
The appeal was denied, right? But then in 2016, he get a 55-year time reduction, right? Now I'm hearing about whatever went on with his attorney, but here goes the problem.
One of my favorite artists, The Wave, Max B, has finally come home. I thought Max B was unfairly sentenced and thought he would never see the light of day again. Max being free, unfortunately, is coming with rumors and talks of Max B snitching. And leading the charge is none other than Wack 100. But free the wave till we see the wave.
That's what they say. We outside. Let's get it mowed.
They thought it wouldn't happen. They lied. The devil's a lie.
Max B was previously sentenced to 75 years in a robbery/murder case, and after a few years, his sentence would be commuted to 17 years. Now, the details of why that would happen is the reason for this video. A lot of internet detectives are saying Max B snitched. Now, the craziest part about this whole thing is I was the first one to say that Max B would never snitch. Or I say something like, Wack 100 is up to his old tricks. But the snitching rumors would actually be confirmed by Max B himself, where he would admit to telling the people or confirming what they already knew so he can come home sooner. So I guess we not calling it snitching no more. We're just gonna call it telling the people what they already knew.
Have sex with my hot wife all around the world. It's nothing. I'm not worried about this shit, but I got a whole life to live, man. I already gave back time on the 75 ball, man. I did a dub and came back and got my shit on PCR. I'm supposed to not cop out. So you telling me if they had a chance to come back right now and cop out, they wouldn't cop out? Come on, man. Because, you know, when you cop out, they make you do a statement version that ain't facts or whatever. That's part of the plea deal. That's why it's called a plea deal, man. But I had to do 20 years to do that. So keep that in mind. That ain't no shit. I was out in a year. I did that in a year. Now I had to let it go through their process. Went through the whole 3-4 denials, done up. I'm saying, then I found my shit and got relief. So if some niggas want you to ride with them, you know, Misery Love Company, not on my watch. I got shit to do, but we ain't doing that. I can't stay here with these. I gotta come home and get rich.
Yeah. If you aren't familiar with the Max B case, Max B was at the height of his career at the time. Max B would meet and start dating a stripper. Now, said stripper would try to impress Max B by telling her that one of his clients had $50,000 on him. So Max B and the stripper would set up the robbery play. The stripper would lead the men to the hotel, and Max B would send his brother to do the robbery. Unfortunately, the robbery went south immediately, and Max B's brother would end up killing one of the clients. And just for putting the play together, Max B would be sentenced to 75 years in prison. The saddest part about this whole thing is the logic Max B is using. He literally said his brother's appeal for his life sentence was denied 4 times. So the next logical thing for Max B to do in his mind is to cooperate with the people after 17 years and come home. And I guess the only sad thing about that situation is Max B's brother will never come home. And that's literally what his brother said. He said, what if I wanted to file a 5th appeal or a 6th, maybe even a 10th, but now there's no point to do so. So this situation is bad, but what makes it worse is Wack 100 getting involved. And unfortunately, this might be one of the only times I have to agree with Wack 100. He said, it doesn't matter if it's 17 years later or 170 years later. Snitching is snitching. But Wack 100 would further go on to say that Max B isn't just snitching now, but Max B has been cooperating throughout the whole investigation. Wingate would be Max B. Wingate also argues that the court erroneously failed to find any mitigating factors. Specifically, he argues that his conduct was a result of circumstances unlikely to recur, meaning that giving Max B 75 years for his role in the crime was unjustified. And this is where it gets bad, because he would have nothing more to do with Conway, which is the stripper. He also argues that he cooperated with law enforcement authorities by helping them locate Conway. It's unclear why the authorities went to Max B at the beginning of the investigation, but at the time, all the police knew was that the stripper Conway was with the man who committed the robbery murder. When asked, Max B would give up all information on Conway's whereabouts, where she would be, where she would go, and her close associates. This is crazy to me, only for the fact that Wack 100 is fighting the internet tooth and nail to prove that Max B is snitching. Now, I don't know if the internet just doesn't care or they just don't like Wack 100, but everyone's acting like Wack 100 is 100% wrong, and it's right there on the paperwork in black and white. So at the beginning of the investigation, Max B cooperated and helped him find the stripper. Then 17 years later, Max B cooperates and snitches on his brother so he can come home. The reason why it took me so long to even do this video is because I didn't think there was a video to make until I saw that this was actually being argued on podcast circles all throughout the internet. Wack 100 would even go on DJ Academic Stream and they would argue about this.
Countered. I think we're hearing that Max B's as solid as they come. He did not cooperate, brother.
Max B, I sent you all the paperwork.
I'm watching the 1090 Jake thing. It said that he...
No, I don't care about 1090.
1090 just a regular dude like everybody else. The documents, this is what you're looking for. Actually, here.
Okay.
Let me guide you directly to what you want to read.
Okay, give me a paperwork breakdown.
I sent you the paperwork. This is going to guide you right to where you want to read. This is one part where he's admitting that due to his cooperation, he should be given leniency. Here. That's
what page is
other
this?
Part, that's Max B's paperwork.
Okay, yeah, but you sent me a document. What page is on it?
I don't look at it. It'll tell you that. You have all the documents. You even have the appeal. There's another part where you'll see Max B told the detectives where the girl involved in the murder robbery, where she works, with strip club, and where
Is
she
that
lives.
snitching though? I've heard from
Hell
people.
yeah, that's snitching. See, this is the part.
Hold on. If I'm a street dude, let's say me and you are street dudes, and they said, "Do you know where Wack works?" And I said, "I know Wack does podcasts or does interviews with DJ Vlad." Am I snitching?
Listen, let's paint the right picture. Academics.
Yeah.
This lady and this dude was involved in a murder robbery. We know you have some involvement as well. What do you know about them? She works at Scarlet Strip Club and lives at this location. They're letting him know she is an interest. He knows she's of interest because they put the play together.
Like I said, I can't believe we're even having this discussion. And I love Max B. Now, some would argue that Max B was only down for the robbery. Whatever was committed after that, Max B didn't sign up for. So technically, he should be able to cooperate because that wasn't the part of the original plan. And this is the part where I say, this is why the streets are dead. Because it doesn't matter what happened afterwards. If three of us plan a robbery and things escalate and get out of hand, all three of us are on the hook for the robbery and whatever happened in the eyes of the law. So Max B should have acted like that as well.
Anytime you give any information up on anybody else other than yourself, you're telling. And this is why your crowd is not going to understand. Our rules are our rules. We don't give a damn about what the civilians or the L7 thinks. The minute Max B told that detective where that woman lived and where she worked, and they apprehended her, she then told on Pooh Sims, who got 120 to life, and she did like 8 years or so. She went to jail as well. You tell it. And if you read the document, you're going to read.
But I heard she told on Max B as well.
Listen, it don't matter. He told on her first.
Yes, sorry. Max told. I know the climate of the industry right now wants to have at least one rapper they can call real, but it doesn't look like Max B is going to be that artist because Max B's own brother, the one who's trying to come home on appeal, will release a statement calling Max B a snitch as well. Because like I said previously, Max B cooperating is throwing his brother under the bus by saying he actually did the crime. And that's what his brother would say as well.
Shit like misspelled words and all this shit, but we went to the thing and found the real court documents. And regardless of the misspelled words, what you was saying, what you was saying was in there. He definitely, he told where that woman lived at, where she worked at. Like,
I've been saying that though, Wack. This ain't no see. Nobody want to listen to me because I ain't got no platform.
Oh no,
you know what I'm saying nigga ain't can, so that's what it is.
On the phone right now. So here go the thing.
Oh,
right?
all right.
Now we got past that telling. Now here goes the next thing. We see in 2012, the appeal was denied, right? But then in 2016. He get a 55-year time reduction, right? Now, I'm hearing about whatever went on with his attorney, but here goes the problem. If the attorney, it was misrepresentation for your defense attorney, right? Whatever is going to go on, whatever the shit they saying is the reason why they're going to reduce your time, right? Then it's going to be documented. You can't find why he got the time reduction, bro.
Exactly. But now, look, this is what I'm on the process now. I just hired a new lawyer. So I got another lawyer, my lawyer, right? But I'm filing an appeal right now that I got going on. So I got to, I'm about to get the paperwork because my lawyer about to get it. But you do know, right? Anytime that you take a sentence This is anybody that got common knowledge. If you know anybody that's been in the system, when you take a plea, you got to tell them what you pleaded to. You can't just take no plea and then walk out the courtroom like George Jefferson. It don't work like that.
But
See what I'm saying?
they're not saying he took a plea. He's saying because his attorney got caught doing some things or whatever.
Nah, that's not what he's saying. This my life right here. I'm telling you what happened. So what happened was his lawyer was his rap lawyer at the same time, right? So what he's saying is his argument was, okay, being that my lawyer was my criminal lawyer and my rap lawyer, he never told me about no deal. Had he told me about a deal, I would have took the deal. So now the court was saying, okay, this is a conflict of interest, right? So being that this is a conflict of interest, what they did was, supposedly what they supposed to do was, okay, we'll offer you the deal, right? Because they didn't want to overturn the whole case. So we'll offer you a deal, which was 20 years. But now, in the midst of taking this 20 years, you still have to give a factual basis for your plea. You can't just take the 20 years and that's it. It don't work like that in no court system in America. You got to explain to them why you taking this 20 years and what was your part in taking this 20 years. See what I'm saying?
So he got to give something up.
I hate to say this only because I rock with Max B, but that brother told. Not only did Max B tell, but he told from the beginning. He told from the middle of his sentence, and he definitely told at the end of his sentence to come home. All I can say is, the streets are dead. To be honest, 75 years is a long time to get sentenced, and his brother got 120 years plus, while the stripper got Alicia Andrews' numbers and only got 8 years. Either way, this case is sad all the way around. But let me know in the comments, do you think Max B snitched? Or do you think Wack 100 is grasping at straws again? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Antonio Brown has just been arrested for attempted murder. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
NFL player Antonio Brown was extradited back to the U.S. from Dubai to face an attempted murder charge. Brown was wanted from a shooting that happened in May.
Antonio Brown is in the news again, and this time, it's for exactly what we thought. If y'all don't remember, I reported on this about 5 months ago, and I thought the story would have made bigger headlines because of the implications and ramifications. But like I said, if you don't remember, so check it out. Antonio Brown really out here GTA role-playing in real life. Police ended up cuffing him and walking him straight out of the event. And yes, it was all caught on video. Viral, of course. Now, why did they put the CTE King in cuffs? Because bruh allegedly pulled out the strap and let that thing off after scrapping with some dude right here on camera. Yes, Antonio Brown allegedly fired shots. But here's the plot twist. He ain't get charged. Why? Because the dude he allegedly shot at just left. No statement, no ID, no nothing. And everybody else? Suddenly nobody saw nothing and everybody went legally blind. So the cops had to let AB walk because nobody wanted to talk. But now, apparently things done flipped. After a full investigation and social media footage surfacing, police circled back and asked AB for a statement. Antonio Brown claimed the Muslim dude tried to rob him for his chain, and then said he fought him off, but denied firing any shots. But now, that same Muslim dude heard AB's statement and said, "Oh, you want to lie? All right, bet." He's now telling police everything, all because AB tried to flip the narrative first. Now we got two sides, two stories, and one person about to fold. I did some more digging and discovered that Antonio Brown and this dude actually have history. This is a pic of them on a yacht in Dubai with Floyd Mayweather. This was during the Floyd Mayweather fight. Antonio Brown is in the background in red. As you can see, the Muslim brother is up front. So how exactly did these two go from partying on a yacht in Dubai, pulling guns on each other? Well, him pulling a gun on the Muslim brother, and them fighting. Well, I've got the full scoop, so buckle up and I'll get you there. Now let me be clear. This ain't no speculation. This is a full breakdown coming from both sides on what happened and why they beefing. The Muslim brother did an interview with TMZ, but kept it vague. So I'm about to play the clip and then fill in the blanks. Like, AB brought girls to the penthouse, and the Muslim brother, well, he left for two basic reasons. One, he's married, and two, he's Muslim. I guess in his haste, he left behind a $180,000 chain. But when he came back, the chain was gone. AB blamed his cousin and then ended up giving him some chains for collateral. But in typical AB fashion, he called the cops and tried to flip the narrative and say his chain was stolen. And unfortunately, that sent that Muslim brother to jail for 40 days in Dubai. And it gets crazy because AB was actually seen on TV wearing the dude's chain that he said his cousin stole while dude was in jail. But when dude got out, he sued and got a $180K judgment. And AB filed for bankruptcy soon after. But you know how life works. Whoever you're trying to not run into, you run into them sooner than later. And he did at that Aiden Ross Miami fight event. And that's when the real altercation popped off. But AB just shot in the air and that was it. But nah, the dude says AB actually fired 2 shots at him. And when he lunged for the gun, that's when they started tussling. Cops didn't see the shots, just the struggle. As they rolled up, AB grabbed the gun and ran off. The other guy dipped too. But some kids selling water or candy or something like that started yelling, AB got a gun. So cops tried to catch up to him. And when they did, AB got officially detained, but never arrested. 6 months ago, that Antonio Brown needs to hire a lawyer because that incident could be an attempted murder charge after that man made a statement to the police. But what I was unaware of, after that victim's statement was taken and Antonio Brown took off, the Miami Police Department issued a warrant for Antonio Brown's arrest. That's right, attempted murder. The only reason we didn't hear about it is because AB did the race.
10:36, after months on the run, former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown is in police custody and will be brought back to Miami. Brown's warrant for attempted murder was issued earlier this year, but the Miami native couldn't be found. That is, until his own social media postings helped police track him down in Dubai. CBS News Miami's Joan Murray joins us from outside of Brown's Fort Lauderdale home with the details.
That's former wide receiver Antonio Brown pedaling through the streets of Dubai, posting on social media, getting haircuts in front of a fancy car. Miami police say Brown's post prompted them to send U.S. Marshals to Dubai and bring him back to the States on attempted second-degree murder charges.
He was posting these videos, like trying to make fun of hey, I'm over here, you guys are over there. But the last laughs on us?
Brown is being held in a New Jersey jail. He's not fighting extradition to Miami.
Watch out, watch out!
The charges stem from this incident in Little Haiti back in May, outside a celebrity boxing event. Police say that's Brown holding a pistol, then going after a man. Next you hear gunshots.
Based on what our detectives saw, Brown was the aggressor. Brown was the one that shot. Brown is the one that's going to be arrested.
Brown disputes it, saying he's actually the victim. Someone was trying to rob him.
If you ask me, this case is pretty much open and shut because the same news station would inadvertently prove Antonio Brown's motive for violence that night. Zulkarnain said in my last video and in the flashback that the judge ordered a settlement against Antonio Brown and he was forced to file bankruptcy. And the same news outlet would interview Antonio Brown about that same bankruptcy.
Anchor Nate Burleson asked him about the past.
I feel like, man, everything I did because my heart believed that was what I needed to do.
Thursday night, Brown posted, in part on social media, handed over the keys to the socials while I go through this fight for my innocence.
Now that tidbit right there let me know that Zulkarnain was not lying about that judgment against AB. Also, AB was extradited from Dubai back to New Jersey, where he'll be flown to Miami-Dade to face his charges of attempted murder. Now, this whole situation is wild. Now, I don't know if AB has CTE or what, but ever since he left the league, he's been outside bugging. It sucks to see a man's legacy get flushed down the toilet after a lifetime of hard work and sacrifice, even if it's by his own actions. But hey, let me know in the comments, do you think AB deserves to get arrested for these charges? Or do you think the charges are excessive and AB is going to beat this case? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Mona from the JPP has been outed as a scammer. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, mate. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10!
I'm maxed out. Girl, to the point where homegirl's so desperate, she'll even take DoorDash orders, girl.
Y'all be sending her DoorDash orders?
Girl, I had her address at one point.
Mona, who was the replacement for Melissa Ford on the Joe Budden podcast, her story has just hit my desk. Mona, who started with Gillian Wallow and transitioned to the Joe Budden podcast network, has about maybe 3 episodes in, and the line to expose her is down the block. This woman will go on TikTok for the better part of a year, trying to expose Mona. And that story would be how she gave Mona the front-end money to appear in a comedy show. Unfortunately, this woman would use 100% of her rent money to make the show possible. She would then go on to say that Mona canceled the show 2 days before it was supposed to happen. And in doing so, she would have to cancel the event and refund all the patrons their money back, and subsequently not be able to pay her rent. Now, I'm pretty sure Joe Budden doesn't care a lick about this story. And if he were to hear about the story, he'd probably just spin it for someone to talk about on the Joe Budden podcast. Maybe even a Patreon episode to really get the tea. Well, that woman's story wouldn't gain any traction for the better part of a year until Mona would actually do another collab with another podcast called Tonight's Conversation. Now, I don't know if it was just karma or coincidence, but that live podcast would be in the same city where that woman told her stories from, and she would be in attendance. And as soon as the podcast started, she wouldn't waste any time by causing a major scene in the audience. She would scream at the top of her lungs about Mona's wrongdoings against her, and verbal threats to audience members and castmates of Mona's. Now, everybody heard what that woman said, even though she was kicked out, and no one could deny what happened because the video went viral.
How can I get up to the microphone? Scammer! Fell for me. You took my money. I want to run up there so bad. Pay me my money back. Where the microphone at? Pay me my money back, Mona! Pay me my money back, Mona! You scamming ass! Pay me my money back, Damona! You scamming ass! Pay me my money back! You ain't think you was gonna see me again! Damona, scamming ass! Scamming ass! Somebody gotta touch me! That's all my money! Don't touch me! I'm leaving! I was prepared to leave! Damona's a scammer! She a pill pumping scammer!
Now, when I saw this video, I was still on the fence whether Mona was guilty of scamming this woman or not. But for some reason, I saw the first comment that said, "Never trust a woman named Damona," which I found hilarious because I've never met anyone named Damona before. But Damona would release a statement about the incident, and I thought for sure she would deny any wrongdoings. But Mona would double down and stand on 10 and say, yeah, she took that money. Mona would come out with a few reasons about why she didn't perform at that event. But I hate to sound like a whole adult in this situation, but why couldn't that woman just take Mona to court? And why couldn't Mona just give her the money back? Or just perform at another event? Maybe even 2. But like I said, Mona would take to her Instagram and release a response.
She did not give me $3,000. I believe she gave me probably like $800, between $800 and $1,200. I really don't know, but I was not charging $5,000 then or $6,000. So she gave me $3,000. That means I was charging her $6,000 to do a podcast. I was not charging that back then. It's a lie, but whatever. She gave me $3,000, which was her rent money. I took the money, never showed up. So the ticket sales was supposed to be how she paid the rent. So who knows if we was going to sell a ticket, let alone sell it out. But you want the people to believe that you used that money, your rent money, and when I didn't show up to the thing, and you canceled it, and then you got evicted. And that's my fault. So now we talking about you missed 1 month of rent and you get evicted. The last time any of y'all got evicted, how many months of rent did you miss? Like, stop with the dumbass. I legit said, when she posted my number and shit, I said, fuck you and whatever you said.
Sorry, not sorry, but Mona, you are dead wrong for this one. Mona brought up one valid point, and that was about the ticket sales. If you spent $3,000 of your rent money on ticket sales and to book Mona, that was technically poor money management. And I don't know how renting works on the East Coast, but I do know in California, if you're 5 days late on your rent, on the 6th day, there's a notice on your door that says, pay rent or quit. So the fact that Mona is defending herself with bad money management logic didn't do it for me. But let's keep it a buck. This isn't a surprise situation. Mona took about $1,200 for a service she never rendered and didn't attempt to pay it back. Now, I don't know if there was a contract involved, but in my opinion, there was a vast amount of roads Mona could have went down to rectify this situation, and she exercised none. This woman would claim that Mona owes her $3,000 in total for the canceled venue. And like I said, I don't know if they had a contract or not. But Tasha K would interview this woman to get to the bottom of it. At first, it seemed like a random witch hunt until Tasha K would interview multiple women claiming the same scammer stories about Mona.
I'm a single mom.
I started a podcast in my small town, Erie, Pennsylvania. I was a really big fan of Mona. So I reached out to her last year in April to come and do a live podcast. She showed up for that podcast. It went well to me. It was a success. It was great. She told the audience she wanted to come back to do a comedy show. So after the show, we planned on doing a comedy show. I gave Damona a deposit for the comedy show. So that show was April 5th. April 13th, I gave her a deposit to come back May 11th. So we had to end up doing a verbal agreement because we changed the date from May 11th to June 28th.
Okay.
I paid her up to $3,000. She went ghost. And everybody's like, well, why did you pay her? I paid her. She told me she was busy with the BET Awards, you know, and like we did business before, and she was like super cool. And she, you know, she was cutting me a break, she said. So I kind of was trying to respect that she was busy. June 28th comes. I'm getting a message 2 hours before the comedy show from a manager of hers saying that she had to cancel. So I'm like, okay, you know, I hope everything's okay. Can we discuss a reschedule or a compensation? He's like, yeah. Immediately, I'm like, wait, I don't even want a reschedule. I need my money back. Like, I just spent all this money on food, vendors, DJs, host, the venue. I mean, liquor. Like, I spent all my money. Like, I'm a medical assistant. I'm not a, you know, like, this came from me. I'm a single mom. I issue refunds to people because why wouldn't she refund me? Like a couple days went by and I had already refunded everyone. Now, 3 days later or so, it's time for rent. Everybody thinking, oh, you gave her your rent money. No, I did not. She was paid like 28 days before the show. And she never gave me a refund. They went ghost on me. They stopped responding to me. I then took it to social media and she called me on the phone with lies and beating around the bush. She blocked me. She like all this crazy stuff.
Not gonna lie, it all sounds like bad money management with the hope of a homie hookup. And in my experience, the homie hookup ain't always worth it, especially if the other person doesn't look at you like a homie. From her version of events, it almost sounds like Mona was never coming because maybe Mona knows about the loopholes. No contract, no liability. Or Mona didn't have the money and just ghosted her anyway, which is equally as wrong. Now, Tasha K would do another interview with a woman who claimed that Mona was so down bad a few years back that she would used to pay her in DoorDash.
Hey!
How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you? You got something for me?
Well, let me tell you about this Damona. So I'm from DC or whatever, and you know Damona, she's from Philly. Philly not too far from DC. So when I had met her during COVID. So I want to say like this is like July 2020. And it was just off some live shit. Like, you know, we was talking, blah, blah, blah. But then we got cool because Damona is Muslim. I'm Muslim too. So we bonded off of that. I know. We bonded off of that. We bonded, you know, she's a single mother. I'm a single mother. We bonded off of that. You know, we was just like DM each other, talk to each other. Like it was like a real friendship, like following each other, everything. Like it was real. This was after the $1 million worth of game shit. They just stopped calling her. She told me they just stopped calling her. It was not no firing type shit.
You don't even close it the same way.
Yeah, they just stopped calling her. She was just like, it wasn't, you know, I wasn't fired. They just stopped calling me. She would get on live and kind of like panhandle. Hand out, like asking for money in a sense, but not asking for money. Like, you know, if y'all want to hit me up on the Cash App, da 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 da. Like, act like that. Like, girl, it's like, what the? But like, she'll only do it, and she'll be like, oh, I'm telling jokes. Y'all not sending me no money. Like, she'll panhandle like that, and then like she'll like add you to the live, right? Like, she'll add me to her live, and then she'll be like, hey, since I added you to my live, do you think you can send me $100?
She on that mob radio shit like Millie send me $20 all day.
Yeah. Girl, to the point where homegirl's so desperate, she'll even take DoorDash orders, girl.
Y'all be sending her DoorDash orders?
Girl, I had her address at one point.
That's different. There's something I'm clearly not doing right on social media. The fuck? Did you send food for the baby too?
Girl, no, I got kids messed up. I can't keep sending you money. And girl, when you stop sending it, you get unfollowed.
So she was out here on her Dr. Umar.
It's a Philly thing. No offense to anybody from Philly, I guess. I guess it's just a Philly thing. I guess people from Philly, that's how they are. Like, once I'm through with you, I'm through with you.
Now, this is bad for Mona. Or is it? I think that Tasha K was digging a little too deep. Does Mona owe some people from her past? Absolutely. Should Mona have paid those people back when she got in a more secure position on the JBP? Absolutely. But will people always right their wrongs when they're in a better position? Absolutely not. But hey, let me know in the comments if you think Mona's a scammer. Or do you think that Mona just fell on some hard times and she should pay people back now that she's up? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Charleston White just crashed out on NBA YoungBoy in his newest interview. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out.
I'm saying he dumb, he stupid, he beat up his mama, he beat up his girlfriend, he got her herpes, he making 13, babe. What you mean? I can't judge that.
what I mean is, now I tried to stop reporting on Charleston White, but every time I think I'm done, he does something the very next day. Charleston White is back on our radar for walking off a podcast for an NBA YoungBoy debate that went off the rails. We all know Charleston White and his stance on NBA YoungBoy and his fans, so I'm kind of surprised the interviewer even walked into this trap. But Charleston will be booked for his appearance. But the host, Steiny, is actually close with NBA YoungBoy's manager, which I guess would make Steiny a little biased in the YoungBoy debate.
What you're in the ski, so you're making me think about my close friend, Alex YB. What happened? Because I saw some shit where you pulled up.
Oh, you talking about
Did you
Ken
get kicked
Trail?
out?
You talking about Ken Trail?
Did you get kicked out of the
Fuck
YB
no, I
concert?
didn't get kicked out. Hell no, I didn't get kicked out.
So
I
what
never
happened
went
with
in.
that?
So I was invited by his camp in him. So me and YB have had a mutual understanding. So he put me in a song like 3 years ago. He said, "Tell Charleston White something I was raised wrong." So up until that point, I used to be a NBA YoungBoy basher. Cause I thought he was angry or crying and whining. And at the time, he had a lot of videos where he beat up his girlfriend in the hallway, dragged her down the hallway. He had mama issue. So I said, man, this the young that beat up his mama, his sister, and his girlfriend. And so I used to work with a lot of juvenile delinquents and different kids. And that's how I became familiar with him.
But how can you say something like that and expect to be treated like a VIP?
I don't expect to be treated like a thing.
So why is everybody saying that some people kicked you out?
Why you believe what people say?
I'm asking you.
That's the first thing a man do. A man don't believe nothing people say.
That's true.
So don't question me about what no say.
Now, this isn't my first time watching a Steiny interview. To be perfectly honest, Steiny is actually the reason why I haven't started doing interviews yet. He is the perfect example of coming from a family with money and throwing yourself in an industry, even though you have no said skills in such industry. The last interview he did with 6ix9ine and Charleston White just looked like two friends talking in code, so an outsider couldn't understand what they were saying. But Charleston White goes viral, so he would invite him back. And a clear example about what I was speaking about earlier comes into play. Steiny, not knowing how to interview and stand 10 toes about his friendship with YoungBoy, would ask Charleston White the right questions to get the viral content. But unfortunately, instead of being a man and pressing the questions from his POV, he tried sneakier maneuvers. The only problem with that is Charleston White is a veteran when it comes to interviews, and he saw that play for exactly what it is and turned up on Steiny immediately. Because one thing about Charleston is he doesn't mind going viral if he's part of the content or the reason. But Charleston will not go viral as the butt of a joke.
Violent. He got 13 bastard babies. He got 13 different babies he done made out of wedlock. Those are bastard children. So you got 13 other children with childhood trauma. We done seen him beat up his girlfriend in the hallway. He in and out of jail. So what the fuck you mean?
Well, no, bro.
Hold on, let me finish. You asked me.
Well,
that.
you're being hypocritical
No,
because
I'm
you
not
went to
being
his show.
No, I didn't go to a show. I went to his show to see how stupid it really is in real life, rather than looking and judging it and never seen it. So I was invited. I didn't go. I didn't wake up and say, hey, I'm going to an NBA YoungBoy concert. I was contacted by his team and DJ Academic to be invited to come make whether it was constructive criticism of my own opinion.
See what I said? Charleston may come off as extremely insensitive, but one thing he won't come off as is uninformed and unaware of his subjects. We all know Charleston White is a character that says the truth in the foulest of ways, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it was the truth. Now, Steiny will begin to show his true colors, or true inexperience the more the interview progressed. At first, I thought Steiny was defending NBA YoungBoy because of some business relationships. Even a personal relationship would be okay. But Steiny said that Charleston White was going to make it hard for him to go to the NBA YoungBoy concert later on. And I thought that was the perfect opportunity for Charleston White to crash out.
And about his fault. I'm saying he dumb, he stupid, he beat up his mama, he beat up his girlfriend, he got her herpes, he making 13, baby. What you mean? I can't judge that.
What I mean is I'm supposed to go to the concert in November 4th.
But you're asking me questions on why I got kicked out. So I'm telling you, you won't let me finish.
You're going to make it so I can't even get in.
I wouldn't give a what it making. You're asking me questions as a man. I'm supposed to cower out?
No, I'm giving you the floor.
So, but if you let me explain on what happened, you're asking me what happened, but you keep cowering out. Let me explain why I got kicked out.
Wow. That's crazy. Steiny was more scared to not get let in the NBA YoungBoy concert rather than to not do proper journalism. Once again, proving my whole point about buying your way into the industry. But some mistakes content creators do make in the beginning of their career, like old school academics and Drake, you can't let the entertainers think that they're your friends, or vice versa. Now, building some personal relationships along the way is cool, but we're both here to use each other for a purpose. Once you keep that in the forefront of your mind, it makes everything else simpler. But Steiny at the stage of his career would rather be friends with the entertainer rather than protect his business relationship with Charleston White, who's been on the show about 2 to 3 times and been viral every time. And what this would do was trigger Charleston White and put him at odds with Steiny for the rest of the interview.
Black people, he's known to have herpes. He's spreading around. How many of these babies could be born? How many girls got herpes that he done got pregnant by?
I don't know, but I have no baby mamas. I want to make that real
I don't give a damn. We're not talking about you. Don't put it back on you when you just were putting it back on him. And trying to no. You were trying to say I was wrong for talking about it. You were defending him. You're defending the guy. You're defending a guy with a STD that's spreading it with 13 different babies that's been promoted. There's been a lot of deaths around him.
Is this factual information or
I wouldn't be standing because I can be sued. If anybody know me, you just met me. But anybody know me, if I'm talking and saying it, I don't. No. We just met. But anybody who know me, if I'm saying it right here with this kind of passion, nigga, I ain't making shit up. Nigga, I ain't known for lying.
All right. Well,
I stand on what I say.
Okay. Well, I feel
that's why I talk so boldly. And who I talking to? Them y'all suck kiss ass to trying to defend. You right now. Hold on, no. You right now trying to defend NBA YoungBoy as if he ain't wrong. He got 13 babies, my nigga. And he ain't been married to no woman.
I didn't even say that. What I said was that how can he take his influence?
Well, you trying to make me sound hypocritical to what you were saying.
Well, no, the only reason I'm trying to make you sound hypocritical is because you did attend his show. So you're
I didn't attend his show. I did not attend his show. I went to his show to criticize it even more. Not to enjoy it. I didn't go. I accepted an invitation.
Okay.
Hopefully it could
So what did academics say when you got there and when you left?
He didn't say
Why
nothing.
would academics bring you there with knowing how you feel about it?
He know how I feel. That's why they invited me. Hoping,
so why would he bring you?
If you be quiet and let me answer, hopefully that I could look at this show.
Steiny lost this debate before it even started. I've been reporting about Charleston White for about 2 years now. And we know whatever popular opinion it is, Charleston White's going to do the opposite. It's how he stays viral. To be honest, I don't even think Charleston White hates a Soulja Boy, a Little Dirk, a 6ix9ine, and even an NBA YoungBoy. What it is that Charleston White has a message, and whatever goes against his message at the current time, he's going to be the most vocal about. Now, the interview is about 2 hours long, with 75% of it being about NBA YoungBoy. And Steiny not letting Charleston White talk about NBA YoungBoy was not a good move. Now, we all know Charleston White's act, or show. It doesn't need a lot of commentary. You just ask him a question and let him go off for about 2 to 5 minutes. And that's the content. But Steiny would glaze NBA YoungBoy so much that eventually Charleston White would explode and leave. Wait, did I just say that?
Just making money off of him like he made money off Lil Wayne and the rest of them. So don't talk to me like I don't know what the I'm talking about.
Who is this guy?
Stay out of this. Stay over there.
Stay out of this. Stay out of this.
Stay out of there. Nigga, I speak fact. That's why, listen, I knew this video dropped that Monday. This video dropped Monday morning. The concert ain't nothing to 10 at night. Do you think what most niggas would have been scared to still go to that concert? I went to that concert with no security by myself, knowing everything I said was facts. I'm willing to die or to jail for the shit to come out my mouth.
Let me ask you this.
And I travel around this country with no security. I'm a little old beating. I done dished every rapper, every gang.
I know you do. And by the way,
and I ain't got no security.
I know you don't, but you gotta just.
I ain't gotta do nothing. Keep doing what I'm doing. I'm richer than I've ever been. I'm rich like these rappers from disrespecting the rappers. So why would I change?
That's fine. But for the record, I'm not in the game.
Shut your scared ass up. I ain't in no gang. I'm a community
No, I'm
activist.
not in the gang like that.
I'm not in the gang. Never been in the gang. I don't
No,
have
I'm
any
in the
felony
gang.
convictions. I was a single father. I'm a youth activist, a youth community activist that work in the community, and I'm a politician. So what? I ain't got to be on them niggas' side.
No, I'm just saying. I have no
You're scared
involvement.
of
I'm
the
trying
niggas. You want to go to the country? Fuck YB.
No, I'm friends with them.
I ain't friends with nobody that I think is wrong.
Okay, so let me ask you
I'm
this.
friends with what's right. So I tell my friends when they're wrong. I don't let my friend be wrong and I not say
But
nothing.
you said earlier that you're not a fan of him, but he's a fan of you.
He is.
So if he reached out to you and said, "Yo, we got,"
He did reach out to me. What I'm trying to tell you, he did reach out to me.
And what'd he say?
How do you think I ended up at the concert? I went to the concert because he reached out.
YB reached out to you. No, I heard everything you said. I'm just making sure.
I done said it many times. DJ Academics and YB and his team reached out directly to me. I ain't going to no motherfucking YB concert.
You don't think there's any scenario where you guys could align and maybe help out together and benefit?
Help out what?
Like you,
Help out what?
like the youth or help.
I've been doing it 12 years before today. I know you have. So why do me and him need to partner to help out to do what? They're not going to let him partner and help out. He's a control kid, homie. So he just got the partner by President Trump. I personally know the woman who got him the partner. Trump. I personally know the woman who got him Trump.
Whoa.
Give a fuck about Trump. Trump. I done been selected to fuck with Trump. But I know the woman who Trump selected to get niggas out of jail. So I'm saying why would me and him partner together when his goal is not to help black people? His goal is to sell records.
So if his goal is to sell records,
No.
Well, listen, if his goal is to sell records and your goal is to help the youth, why wouldn't you come together and try and do both?
When have anybody who really want to help the youth came together with a black rapper and they really help the youth? That's never worked. A black rapper is controlled. They're not gonna let a black rapper help the youth. That's why they got somebody like him on stage for the youth to follow. That's why he got a 16-hour day schedule and they tell him who to donate money to. He can't decide to help black people. Once white people start giving you money like that, you can't help black people.
Okay.
They'll cut your money out. Everybody know that.
Okay.
So don't try to sit here and act like because you want to go to his concert. Come on, man. I'm too real for that. You just.
I'm not, bro. You're.
Man, I don't want to do this shit no more. You bullshit. You ain't finna get me on camera and play like I'm wrong for speaking.
Wait, Charleston, are you?
No, pay me my goddamn money so I go. You ain't finna do that.
Wait, Charleston, what are you talking about?
Now, Charleston White would try to leave, but Steiner would talk him back into finishing the rest of the interview. But you could tell the vibe was off and definitely not really worth watching anymore. You guys all know my stance on Charleston White, the persona he puts on, and his overall message for the youth and the community. So I won't tell you how much I agree with this message again. And I won't even reiterate how bad of an interviewer Steiner is. He just looks like a kid in a grown folks conversation. And we all know that's where kids should never be. But let me know in the comments. Do you think Charleston White was right for what he said about NBA YoungBoy? Or do you think Charleston should have chilled and let Steiny get into that NBA YoungBoy concert? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why the Hoovers made a statement about the killing of Big U's son. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm so I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out. They just took your man to LA. They was pumping his shots. Get back.
The murder of Big U's son, Jabari, aka Big Huey, was shocking and unexpected to say the least. I don't know if Big U is putting pressure on the streets from his cell, but the streets of LA are currently boiling over.
Details on a shooting we first brought you yesterday morning. A man killed in South LA on Halloween night is the son of a former rap executive and alleged former gang leader.
34-year-old Jabari Henley is the son of Eugene Henley, better known as Big U. Eugene Henley once managed Nipsey Hussle and is alleged to be the former leader of the Rollin' 60s Crips gang. Police say Jabari was shot and killed near Figueroa and 69th Street after he walked up to a vehicle and someone inside opened fire before driving off. Police say his father's gang ties are a major part of the investigation.
In my last video, I told you the smoke shop where Big Huey was shot and killed was in Hoover territory. And everyone knows the long-standing feud between the 60s and the Hoovers. Now, no new information has come out about who shot Big Huey, so I won't say it's the Hoovers, just their alleged territory. And just because I'm waiting for the official reports of who did it, doesn't mean everyone else is. With Big Huey being the son of Rolling 60s leader Big U, that put a huge target on his back. But they say he was heavily respected in the streets. Now, someone in the comments is gonna have to let me know why we listen to anything 600 says. First, 600 said that Big U was responsible for the murder of Rayshawn Williams. Then, he's supposed to be some major Crip turned boxer. Then 600 makes up with Big U after Big U catches his RICO case just so he can milk him for content. I pretty much said this in my previous videos on Big U, but here's 600's take on what's going on and admonishing Big U's friends for not seeking get back.
Hey, are you Greg?
Greg Cripps was up there popping it for Big U. Y'all was riding down for Big U. Nine Son got killed. Nigga, why you ain't sliding, bro? All you up there popping it, man. All you Greg Cripps was popping it, man. Big U was out here. Nine Son get killed. Big U can't slide. So what y'all gonna do?
Now, without a specific Hoover or even a specific section claiming the murder of Big Huey, 600 is just instigating a baseless crash out. What would even be more dangerous is starting a war with your longtime rivals without having all the facts first. But we never claimed that 600 was the smartest, just that people listened to him. And unfortunately, some slow-witted person listened to him. And that's exactly what happened, but not in the way you might think. 600's viral slide for Big Huey rant would actually be turned into a ghetto meme, kind of like smoking on Tuka or a slide for King Von. I didn't see this coming or how fast, but I don't have an accurate gauge on ignorance. But that's what's happening now. An East Coast Rolling 60, and I mean a New Yorker when I say East Coast, was being trolled by a New York op on IG Live where he was told, slide for Big Huey.
Yo, what's going on, bro? You wanna play like he a gangster with me or something, bro? Like, Big U, son. Don't get back. Don't get back, you. Get back. Rolling 60 now. Go get back. They just took your man to LA. Grrr. They was pumping his chest.
Yo,
Go get back.
where you at?
Suck my.
Where you at?
Suck my, sucker. Fuck you,
Yo.
suck my neighborhood, sucker.
Wait, he from Cali?
And I hate you. They just killed Big U's son. Go to LA and get back.
Why y'all
Get back. They killed Big U's son. Go. Ran back on your face. They go get back. They gonna scrape you. Don't get back. They just killed Big U's son.
Where you at? He ain't Cali or something?
I'm anywhere you need me to be. Who to talk to?
Yo, Remy, yo, wait. Hold on, wait.
They don't got no more platform.
Yo, wait. I think my Rich in here. I came to pull up on my nigga Rich. I ain't come.
I don't think I need to tell you who started the whole slide for King Von phrase and how it took off. But what I can tell you is that with one phrase stuck in your head put there by your ops, you can and will trick yourself off the streets.
You was one of the first people that was out here pushing Slide for Von. You had it in the music video.
I was the first person.
You was Mr. Slide for Von, right?
Yeah.
You was mocking Dirk. You was quoting that song that he had with that Von had with Fabio. He said, "If I die, my dude's gonna slide every day. They're gonna boost the murder rate." You kept throwing that back at him, man. But can you now admit, Dirk sat down for murder for hire? He said for Von, man.
Yeah, because we basically peer pressured him to.
So you're saying you did that?
We bullied him into doing that. If the fans didn't bully him, he was gonna let his man die and nobody slap for him.
Now, telling a Rolling 60 from New York to slide for Big Huey was obviously stupid and meant as more of an aha moment more than anything. But we can't ignore the dangerous consequences of daring someone to crash out. That phrase was mentioned in New York, where a lot of people can shrug it off. But I don't know what it'll spark in LA, especially for the members, loved ones, and people who just knew Big Huey. The only problem with the Slide for Big Huey campaign is we don't know exactly who did it. All we know is where and whose alleged section it is. The Hoovers will respond to the allegations of being responsible for the murder of Big Huey, which would be a flat-out denial of any involvement. OG Gumby from the Hoovers would do an interview basically reiterating the Hoovers had nothing to do with it, and his theory on what happened to Big Huey.
Yo, you actually did time with Big U.
Yes, his name was Hannibal, yeah.
Right. Big U's son was recently on the live. Was somewhere, I think, by a smoke shop. Somebody called him to his car and asked him who he was, and next thing you know, he was pronounced dead. Your community has been getting a lot of backlash from people like, from the bloggers. I've seen it on the blogs. Hefe, don't care nothing what the chicks say. Compton, Rick Rock. Just everybody in the Los Angeles community is steady bringing up your community. First off,
look, we already talked about this on camera, so I'm trying to not do anything or say anything that's saying that would be considered aggressive. But at this point, like, this shit is just stupid at this point. All these different bloggers, I'm saying, like, everything that goes on in California and LA, the Hoovers don't do it, bro. Everything. I don't give a what it is. With PNB, right? All the Hoovers. Everybody. We like the California boogeyman. Anything that happened in this state, they blame on us, bro. Now, the first thing they reported, oh, he got killed in Hooverhood. That is not our set. That is not. Anybody that's familiar with gang culture and areas know that area is not our area. That area is actually called Pimp Central.
Being from California, even from the Bay Area, we all know what Fig is. It's a blade, a stroll, a drug haven, whatever you want to call it. In San Francisco, we got one too. It's just called the L's, or the Tenderloins. Now, OG Gumby would throw out a theory that Big Huey was set up by a girl, and that seems to be the underlining story that was mentioned in my previous video. But I'm sorry, I live in a world where two things can be true at the same time. Why can't Big Huey be backdoored by a woman and shot by a Hoover? I said Big Huey had to know his killer because he walked to the vehicle, but at 11:45 p.m. in the dark, an enemy could look like a friend for a split second. But OG Gumby would continue his theory on that vehicle.
Right? This what's the rap dude name? Sad. What's his name? Big Sad. That's where the liquor store that he did the video in front of. That's the same place. All the pimps hang out down there. Hoovers are not allowed there, first and foremost. So he didn't get killed in our set at all. Just because he got killed on Figueroa don't mean that was our set. Even though we got a nice little stretch of set that a stretch of land that on Fig that do run through our community, that section right there is not ours.
62nd in Figueroa, I believe.
It was 69th in Figueroa. Now, for anybody that knows those areas, know that there's a lot of P and Hing going on. I learned that from my boy Ed Hefe. I'm trying to get media trained, you know what I mean? So, yeah, but that's what's going on in those areas, and that specifically in that area. And in that area, there are all the gangs that don't get along with Hope. This is where the utopia. If you are a gang member and you want to be a P or you got some H's, I'm getting it, right? I mean, if that's what you're into and you're not a Hoover, you're welcome there. That's, what is it? Like they got a little clique of pimps down there. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't get killed in the Hoover hood at all. And being the fact of surrounding the facts that he walked to the car before he was shot, that leads me to believe that he knew the persons or the people. Now, being that this individual, Big Huey, I'm saying I've heard of him, I'm saying a few homies, I'm saying my young nephews and shit, they know who he is. I'm saying he's somebody to be respected. So if someone would call you to the car in the middle of the night, you would only walk to that car if you knew who that person was. You don't Figueroa. He wasn't a prostitute, so why would somebody call him to the car?
I'm not going to no car I don't know in Figueroa.
You know what I'm saying? This story that
Figueroa.
wow. But see, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. The whole situation doesn't make any sense. Who was he with? I'm pretty sure this is Big U's son. He's not going anywhere unarmed. He's not going anywhere where, even if he was with a, they're trying to say he was with a bro, and the bro backdoored him, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm pretty sure he's well abreast of gang politics and gang area. So he wasn't went anywhere unarmed. So who was with him? Why would he walk to the car if he didn't know the people? So that leads me to believe that he was backdoored. And of course, they're going to blame it on the Hoovers. Anything that go bad in LA, the Hoovers did it. Why wouldn't you blame your enemy? Why wouldn't you?
OG Gumby has a lot of great points, but if I was the leader of a gang and my section was responsible for killing the son of my rival's leader, I'd have some great points to throw you off the trail as well. Now, do I personally think that the Hoovers were responsible for this? I absolutely don't know. It's way too early in this case to even speculate who's responsible. What I do know is that every story has two things in common. One, the general consensus is that Big Huey was set up by a female. And two, Big Huey walked to the car before he was shot. Those two key pieces of information I'm sure are going to be what breaks the case in the future. But let me know in the comments, do you think the Hoovers were responsible for the murder of Big Huey? Or do you think that OG Gumby was telling the truth? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Kai Cenat was exposed on Drink Champs. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, mate. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10.
I'm maxed out.
Backstage and I was like, hey, what's up, man? He was like this. And he walked off.
Kai Cenat is in the news recently. And you know I usually stay away from streamer news. No, I don't. But apparently Drink Champs did an interview with someone who was trying to expose Kai. Now, I made a joke about streamer news because that's a younger demographic. And when you watch younger streamers, things like this happen.
How you doing? How? My boy? My boy?
What's up, y'all?
What up, Rusty? You good? What you playing on your Nintendo Switch?
Smash.
Smash Bros? I'll beat you.
Come on, yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Chad, does anybody have the Nintendo Switch? You're not even a Nintendo Switch type of... Nah, me neither. I ain't gonna lie. But I heard it was like crazy, though. I heard it was crazy, bro. Wally. Oh, my God, that was somebody crazy. Hey, the whole chat knows him.
Wale.
Wale? What he do?
Rap.
Oh, word?
Lotus Flower Bomb, you know what I'm saying?
Oh. Wale. I smell good. Wait, so what they doing?
Now, when I saw that clip, I wasn't upset with Kai in the slightest. I realized the age difference and thought nothing of it. It's the same for every generation. When we were listening to 50 Cent and Jay-Z, the old heads were talking about Diggable Planets, Rakim, and KRS-One. So I completely understand the age gap, especially when it comes to hip-hop. Now, I found it hilarious what would happen next. Wale would be hurt by the previous exchange and not being recognized. Wale would approach Kai and say something which I found hilarious. How you gonna get mad that someone doesn't recognize you, then double back and try to explain why they shoulda? Well, yeah, that's exactly what Wale would do.
That's making me look crazy right now. I'm just letting you. What? That's making me look crazy. The exchange that we had in the hallway. It's oh, my bad, bro. They're running with it, but we'll talk later. All right, man. Yo, hang on, bro. You came in here. Oh,
I'm sorry, but this shouldn't be that funny. But what would you expect would happen when you double back on somebody who doesn't remember you in the same night? I'm sorry, Wale, but you played yourself with that one. And the sad part is, I'm a Wale fan. I know your name ain't spelled Wally. I know Lotus Flower Bomb. I know Acting Up, the mixtape Out Nothing. And I never really liked Nike boots, though. Now, what would surprise me would be how tender Wale would get from this exchange and reach out to Ice from the Joe Budden podcast. The youngest old head, or the hip-hop historian of the podcast, would actually speak about what Wale said about that night.
I'm not even going to go into like the details of the conversation, but when that first exchange happened with him and Kai, he hit me up.
Really?
Like, yo, I want to react. And I'm like, yo, dog, there's nothing to react
Damn,
about.
Freeze. How did he, I mean, without still freeze, niggas always hit a freeze. Without getting into, without getting into the details, did he feel like he was disrespected?
Fuck you, nigga. He's a sensei.
Yeah, he felt like that. And I was like, yo, dog, it wasn't that. Like, what they are disconnected. That's all.
He felt like that's good comment. Did he feel like Kai knew who he was and was trying to play him, or did he feel like he should have known who he was?
Either way,
he was trying to play him.
Okay.
Either way, he looked at it as a slight.
Yes. And again, you can't, the way somebody...
But it's a different kind of slight if it's like, you should know who I am, which is more ego than
still a slight.
I think you know who I am and you're trying to play me. That's almost like a paranoid. The reason I'm asking is because there are some artists, I'm not saying necessarily why, because I don't know him, but there's some artists who, if their whole brand is the mainstream with me, the industry with me, then you look at every interaction, every moment through that lens, so that everything that happens you take as an offense, whether it is or it isn't. That's why I'm trying to understand sort of what his mindset is.
Kai didn't know who Killer Mike was when Killer Mike won the award. Like, Kai is not gonna know everyone. Yeah, the good rappers. Yeah. Right. Well, that's not true because A-Boogie's a good rapper, but you know what I'm saying.
He doesn't claim to be a hip hop expert.
A-Boogie got a younger demo than the both of them.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's
really it.
To me, I applaud Kai for being a good person. Because if I was in Kai's shoes, just like most of the youth nowadays, they'd have just said, F that old ninja, he hating. That's why I said Kai's either really a good person or just has his stream persona down. Because Kai would even go further to rectify the situation by playing Wale's music on his stream and apologize. But Drink Champs' new guest would attack Kai for the same reasons.
Wale, I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, to Wale, I hope he didn't take my interaction personal. You feel me? Like, bro, I hope he didn't take my interaction personal. How can you blame me from just being who I am? You feel me? Like, I'm young. I'm young. Let me go see. I know this song, but when did it come out? (2011). I was 9 years old. 2011, I was...
Now, I played that clip right there because that's the only logical answer for this whole situation. Now, Kai wasn't trying to be disrespectful, and I feel like if Kai wanted to, he really could have went in on Wale. He also said he was only 9 years old when that song came out. I was 20 years old when that song came out, so that's why I know it. And again, that's why I said I didn't blame Kai for not knowing that song whatsoever. And no shade against Wale, but nowadays, nobody would recognize you even if you were standing next to Rick Ross and Meek Mill. But legendary comedian Deon Cole, who is known for his movie roles, Old Spice commercials, and his recurring role on Blackish, would have a similar interaction with Kai Cenat. And not only would he not forgive, he would express it in his interview.
This network hired this really big, I don't want to say my names, hired this really big streamer, right? The biggest streamer out there, right?
Oh, shit.
So they hired this person to come to the award shows and do vaccine shit.
Yes, I saw it.
And this motherfucker was like, yo, like, people was like, he was going up to people like, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Wale.
Like,
You ain't know who the hell
I
Wale
don't know who
is.
that is. And his excuse was, don't blame me because I'm young.
Right.
And that was so disrespectful to me because
Wale took it personal. You seen that?
I met him.
Wale wanted the African dance.
Look, I was backstage and I met I met dude one time backstage, and he walked backstage and I was like, hey, what's up, man? He was like this. And he walked off, and he was with I like that dude, the blonde hair, Drewski. He was with Drewski.
Yeah,
And
Drewski's
Drewski looked at me and was like this. What's up, OG? How you doing, man? I appreciate you, man. Yeah, I love everything you do. Then he went to him and was like, man, you know OG, he funny as hell, you know? And he was like this. And just walked off and shit. And I was like this. That's cool. Yeah. That's cool. I'm cool with that. I'm good with that. If you don't know who I am, it's all good, right? But when you go on the record and say, when they trying to go this baby face, and this is this person and that
you
person.
on the red carpet with Babyface?
And you like, but look, but they asked him, and he was like this. I don't know these people. I'm young. Don't blame me because I'm young. That was terrible to do. And to hire him to be your representation at an award show that you got icons and you got younger people, I think it's like disrespectful. And that's, I'm not trying to beef and shit. I'm just going, if you're going to be in that position, do your research about when you see icons and give them love when you see them, period. That's all I'm saying.
Now, this is kind of sad. This is the only time I've ever seen Deon Cole do anything a little unplayer. I don't know about Kai being paid to be there, because I specifically remember Kai saying he wasn't going to be paid to be there because he didn't want to use that to water his brand down. Unfortunately, I think this just might be a changing of the guards. It happens every 4 to 6 years where the new faces become the older faces, and the older faces start to get forgotten about. I love old school rap, but I wouldn't recognize Big Boy from Outkast at a Costco. Do I know his music and know he's an icon? Absolutely. Would I be able to pick him out of a lineup if he robbed me at nighttime with a stocking mask? Absolutely not. But let me know in the comments, is Deon Cole reaching a little bit with Kai's disrespect? Or is Kai out of pocket for not acknowledging everybody regardless of age? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Blueface's first day out was a war. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm so I need to be there, man. So I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10.
I'm maxed out. Come on now, you tripping now. You doing
We
too
online.
much.
No, we not. See, look, nobody want to be real on camera.
Blueface is free. Now, you know we've been covering Blueface since this channel started. From his fights in the streets to his hilarious arguments with Krishan.
You're a goofy bitch.
that's not true.
Okay, so it took something for you to get 7 fucking tattoos, right, you goofy bitch?
Stop talking to me
Then
crazy.
stop being goofy.
We even covered the cases he caught a few years back, like that random robbery in Vegas from a fight that Krishan was in, to a random shooting at a strip club in Vegas, to Blueface getting some crazy love in the courtroom and only getting 5 years, which he only had to do about 2 years of that. Blueface gaining weight and getting new face tattoos was the biggest thing that happened to him that whole time. Now, I didn't report on that because if you know, you know. There ain't nothing to do in prison besides gain weight and get tattoos. See? And Blueface did his time, as the Crips would say, Spody. He walked the main line. He programmed. He ain't turned nothing down and came home. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised nobody said anything about that. But if Blueface would have lost a fade in there, I'm pretty sure that'd have been all over a no jumper the very next day. But the biggest chaos to happen to Blueface would happen right on his release date, barely after he saw his kids.
Boy, big. You right there? Yeah. Yeah, all right.
It seems Blueface has his priorities straight. Usually when a gang member comes home, the first thing they do is go to the hood and check in, find some box, or eat something exclusive. But Blueface, And don't ask me how he did it, but Blueface managed to set up a play date with all his kids at an arcade. If y'all remember the bad terms Blueface was on with both his baby mamas when he went to prison, this was nothing short of a miracle. We all know Blueface has 2 kids with Jaden Alexis and a possibility with Chrisean Rock because it's never been fully confirmed that her child is 100% Blueface's. But apparently, Jaden was under the impression that Blueface would be at the arcade with just her children and Chrisean's child and his mother. Now you remember that miracle I was talking about, right? Well, this wasn't divine intervention. This was just good old-fashioned lying and omission from the story. That meaning, Blueface just told Jaden who all was going to be there except one person. And you guessed it. Who else shows up when Blueface has an opportunity to do something positive and ruins it? That's right, Chrisean Rock. Now, I'm not sure of the status of Blueface and Chrisean's relationship, and it really shouldn't matter, because if 2 people want to positively co-parent, whose business is it to judge that? But unfortunately, Chrisean will go on IG Live as soon as she gets to the arcade, blowing whatever cover story Blueface might have said out of the water. And Jaden Alexis would have a right to be mad because her and Chrisean have been beefing for over a few years now. But the part that would make it more diabolical is the fact that Chrisean would have Jaden's kids all in her IG Live like they're hers, or just atop Jaden, which would make any other mother go ballistic.
Oh, you holding on? Oh, look at Junior. Baby Jesus. Baby Jesus. He Porter now. He not Junior. Junior, but if he kept Malone. Still be Junior? No, I don't like that. Junior, what about CJ? CJ,
yeah, I like CJ. I like CJ.
Of course you do.
Or Sonny, I like Sonny too.
Sonny, I call him Baby Jesus.
Only I can call him Sonny.
All right, Sonny.
Only I can call him Sonny.
Come on, JJ. All right, well, look.
Hey.
You gotta look. Go. Look, everybody fried, y'all. Everybody fried. Because I caught the real. Nobody's beefing. Everybody just be doing stuff for clout. And I help. I'm trying to reconcile. She fake trying to reconcile. So I can't give her. But you can go live and talk about your brain stuff.
Now, watching that IG Live, I felt secondhand bad for Blueface. Blueface is just trying to spend time with his children after being in prison for 2 years. And the very first thing Chrisean does is hop on IG Live and antagonize his first baby mama. Like I said, diabolical. Chrisean Rock would act like it's a general message, but anybody who knows their stories knows exactly what it is. And the first person who knew exactly what it was who the message was directed at, because Jaden would see Chrisean's IG Live and send a few IG messages back herself.
Yeah, just PSA, I didn't approve for no crackhead to be around my kids, so I hope everyone's in the same place when I arrive. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. One thing for sure and 2 things for certain. You just go on live talking about, oh, and if you talk about my son and anybody that talk about my son and this is what happens to them and da 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 da. No, and if any play about my kids or disrespect my kids or disrespect me about my kids, yeah, we gonna see how far I'm willing to take it. I'm not no buster about my kids, okay? I don't let anybody just play with them. I don't let anybody just be around my kid. I don't let anybody, it ain't like that over here, okay? What? Play that over. You guys wanna go bowling? Bowling.
Jaden Alexis got her hair and makeup like Mariah Carey to go pick up her kids, or to look good when we talk about this story. Let's just put a pin in that. At least Jaden kept it classy as she could by not doing any ratchet activity. And if she did, at least she didn't post it. But when Chrisean Rock got there, she wasn't particularly well received by everybody, including Blueface's mom. And there would be a confrontation with Jaden. I just said she didn't post it.
Where you at? Come on now, you tripping now. You doing? We online. No, we not. See, look, nobody want to be real on camera. Girl, I got you.
Chrisean Rock always having to be the center of attention felt like she was the one disrespected in this situation. I'm not quite sure of the delusion or the leg she thinks she has to stand on. But instead of calling Blueface or calling his mother and talking like adults, Chrisean did what she always does. Hop right back on IG and threaten Blueface by saying he'll never see his son again. The first message will be Blueface's mom trying to mediate the situation by asking, "If you want me to take him, I'll meet you in the valley before I go." To which Chrisean would reply, "Big F you. Y'all ain't never gonna see my son in y'all life. Leave me to F alone." And Blueface's mother would respond to that by saying, "I understand. I was only showing unconditional love." Blueface's mother would further write, "Got it. Be blessed. Praying for you and him always, regardless of the circumstances." And as Chrisean Rock being a newly devout Christian, her response would be, "Girl, STF you delusional." Blueface's mother would think the same thing as me and respond, "I thought you were saved. No, that's the only reason I tried." Krishan says, "I am, but I don't gotta be nice to the devil. He sent you." And Blueface's mom would say, "No, ma'am. The devil would never send anyone in peace." Now, the IG messages between Blueface's mother and Krishan would be posted for the world to see. I read the first 2 pages, and you could read the next 4 if you pause and scroll in. But essentially, all this is a typical baby mama drama that was initiated by Krishan in the first place. Krishan would begin the disrespect of Jaden, and then the clout maneuver with Blueface's mom. And as soon as Jaden goes to pick up her children, Krishan feels attacked and lashes out at everybody else. I don't know if this is a ploy for relevancy, but the fact that Blueface has been in prison for 2 years, and the first thing that happens is Blueface just wanted to see his children and decompress. For Krishan ended up making the whole story about her, not necessarily the baby, like she always does. Now, Blueface's mom would actually have some of the same thoughts that I do. How did this turn into a Krishan Rock story again? Blueface did 2 years in prison, and on his first day out, all he wanted to do was be surrounded by his children. And instead of having a nice day with family and a decent meal, he was attacked by the clout demons, or the actual demons. Because Blueface's mother would detail the exact unhinged behavior of Krishan Rock at the event.
"No, I don't want you touching my hair today and trying to be extra friendly so you could get Journey on camera so Jaden can come up there and destroy the grandkids' whole moment with their dad after 2 years." You would do that? You would do that? She attacked my security guards on camera, federal agents. She attacked the security guards on camera. It's on camera. She attacked the security guards. Jonathan is caught in the middle of the worst experience of his life, y'all. Y'all need to pray for him because he is really trying to do the right thing, and people is playing internet games and don't really give a fuck about their kids. That baby is somewhere. She drove off and left that baby. It wasn't no car seat, no nothing. She drove off and left that baby at Mount Tasia trying to follow my son. Jonathan daddy don't got no diapers. He ain't got no food. He don't know what the fuck to do. Y'all need to start holding people accountable. This is not funny no more. This is not a game no more. And that was the ugliest shit I've ever seen in my life. And y'all watched her put that woman's baby on camera, knowing that Jaden don't play about her kids. Why would that girl put that girl's kids on the camera and ruin their whole day? So now Jaden picks her kids up, and they not with their dad right now. But she got what she wanted, and that's okay. That's okay. John needs to spend a lot of time with her kid too, but that's okay. I pray that that's my son's son, because that what happened today was the ugliest shit I've ever seen in my life. It was the ugliest shit I've ever seen in my life. And my son is literally just caught in the middle, and I'm just watching him like, "Mom, I don't know what the to do." She attacking the security trying to fight back. He telling the security, don't hurt her. He asking her to get the baby and just go home. She like, "I'm going to do something to this car and do that to the car if you leave here." It is such a sad thing to watch my child go through this on his first day out.
Now, putting another woman's kids on your IG Live is a no-brainer. But a woman should especially know the type of rage baiting it is when you put your ops children in your IG Live. And that's the part that's confusing. I wasn't sure if Krishan was trying to create another viral moment for herself after the Zeus situation. Maybe Jaden would pull up and there'd be drama there. But Blueface's mom would go on to say,
on his first day out, you couldn't just pull up. We already was videoing. We've been planning to video this forever. You didn't have to go live and show Jaden's kids. You didn't have to do that. She did not have to do that. And that's what made me say, you know what? Fuck you. I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm not trying to work with you no more. And I told that security guard, press charges. Press charges on her for scratching you and biting you under the camera at the place. That was the evilest shit I've ever seen anybody do on somebody's first day out, and I done seen some evil shit. And I'm going to go home and pray for my son, but he looked so lost. Jonathan looked literally lost, didn't he? Like he didn't know what the to do. He didn't know what the to do. He trying to be there and play with all the kids. All you had to do was chill out and sit down. You know he got a woman already. All you had to do was let him spend the day with all 3 of the kids. You didn't have to put Jaden's kids on there. There was no reason to put Jaden's kids on your live, trying to be funny so she'll pull up and ruin her kids' day. Y'all need to start holding people accountable. That jumping on that security guard just told me what type of time she's on. And I have the whole thing on camera, and I'm going to play the whole thing on my Patreon so that y'all ugly, all y'all fans that think that shit is cute, can see that that shit's not cute.
Well, sorry, y'all. I don't have Patreon, and I'm not spending $10 for that footage. Knowing me, I'll just wait for the story to leak, and when something else happens to Blueface, I'll probably just add it in. But this story is crazy. Clout is the worst drug known to man. But is this clout farming, or is this regular baby mama drama? I genuinely don't know. So let me know in the comments. Do you think Chrisean Rock is clout farming? Or is this just Blueface's karma for having a child with the wrong woman? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Big U's son was murdered. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out.
I know that got to be a cold way to deal with this type of news, being in them places.
Yeah, that's definitely not the news he wanted to receive right now. We've been on a good positive vibe, too.
Big U is back in the news today. And unfortunately, it isn't about the Los Angeles gang RICO indictment he's currently fighting. And that is, Big U had to hear while being incarcerated that his son was shot and killed on Halloween night. Not only the streets of LA would feel this one. Now, some would think that this would be Big U's older son, Dayon Henley, who plays for the charges that would pass. But no. Jabari Henley, a.k.a. Big Huey, was well known in the streets.
Y'all want to sign too, Grimy? Look at these two dudes, Huey and Nipsey Hussle. On the block.
What is that, yo? Filming on that.
On Instagram. On Instagram.
Say, you looking up. You say, got it.
Ain't nothing. I love nothing, though.
Very well known Crip got killed tonight. He has one son that plays for the Chargers and one son that does not. And I don't know which son it was that got killed. I think it's the son who doesn't play for the Chargers.
Now, I don't have all the details of where and why, but I do know that Big Huey was shot and killed in front of a smoke shop in Hoover territory. Now, I have no idea how pertinent that is to the case, but what I do know is Big Huey was summoned to the car where the shots came from, which usually implies that he would have known his killer. But let's stick to the facts. A shooting outside the Vermont Slauson neighborhood of South Los Angeles left a 34-year-old man dead, police said Saturday. Officers from the LAPD 77th Division responded to calls regarding a shooting at 11:11 p.m. Friday at a smoke shop in the 6900 block of South Figueroa Street and 69th Street west of the Harbor 110 freeway, according to an LAPD spokesman. It would continue. According to witnesses, the victim was approaching a vehicle when someone inside the car shot him, police said. Los Angeles Fire Department paramedics pronounced him dead at the scene. There was no suspect description. The man's identity is being withheld, pending notification of the next of kin. Anyone with information is urged to contact South Bureau Homicide Division detective at yada yada yada. Now, I'm sorry, but I have to think that Big Huey knew his killer. It's pretty rare you can just pull up to a street dude and summon him to your car. Most people with common sense are going to ignore someone calling them to their car, especially at night. Me, personally, I've had so many bad run-ins with the police, I don't respond to anyone unless they call me by my full government name. I don't respond to, hey, buddy. I don't respond to, hey, bruh, say, bruh. And I definitely don't respond to, hey, yo, check it out, or whatever phrase anyone who doesn't know me might use. Now, one thing I do love about the streets being dead is nothing stays a secret for too much longer anymore, even within your own gang. Because Spider-Look will contact another individual who claims that Big Huey was warned multiple times not to go back over there. It was unclear for the reasons Big Huey was going over there, but Spider-Look would try to get to the bottom of it.
That's big.
Neighborhood, top of it.
Neighbor.
Hey, man, I had called you right before I started this reaction. I know it was early. I apologize.
No, I'm up early anyway.
Okay. So I went on and started doing it anyway. And it wasn't really much to say, report, or read. And you called me back in the middle of the reaction. So I just, want something more official, close to the streets, close to the family. We lost a soldier, a good one last night, man, on Halloween. Any words from the section?
I mean, the section is devastated. We already know what the climate of the streets right now. And that wasn't the area to be hanging around in.
What particular area was it exact?
That's off Fig. I think it was like, 60 something in Fig. They say it was like closer to the Menlo side, but we know Fig ain't the place right now. It's hot, period.
Yeah. It's going down big on Fig.
Yeah. So it was, he's been hanging out down there for whatever reason. I don't know the specifics of why, but he was told to be cautioned or to avoid that area. So I got a call a couple of weeks ago that he was down there. I got the call from the other side, from the orange side, and it was like he shouldn't be over there, and he was identified, and 2 weeks later, this happened.
Now, I don't know if this story is true or not, but it does seem like the Hoovers are trying to politic correctly by going through official channels to prevent violence. We don't have all the details, but typically in gang culture, this is the proper steps that they go through before it escalates to violence and beyond. And to be honest, that's generally how life works. Sometimes you're fortunate enough to get a warning that the stove is hot before you touch it. It's up to us to heed the warnings. And unfortunately, the Hoover territory has been taking too many losses as of late. So it's smart for anyone who's not affiliated to not be over there.
Was he known to be at a residence over there, or was it a female he used to squid?
Well, I think he was dealing with a female because he kept going down there. Then that's when I got the call that he shouldn't be down there. But the incident supposed to happen by the smoke shop over there.
Yeah, that smoke shop, that term is just starting to sound exactly what it sounds like. A shop where you can't get, man. I hate to hear that, man.
These shops it's like traps nowadays.
Yeah, they change.
It's where it's a high traffic at, you liable to cross the enemigo. So
definitely, and usually try to miss each other, but the moments is unpredictable, man. Especially like you say with the climate in the streets right now. How old was he?
That's a good question. I want to say that Huey was like 26, but don't quote me on that one.
Okay. I know.
I think he was in his mid-20s.
Now I had to stop the clip right there because on this channel, we report on Big U frequently. So the first thing I caught is when he said Big U was 24 or 26, and that he was the first son of Big U, when we all know the first son plays for the Chargers. And Big U was 34 going on 35 at the time of his passing. So this is when I started giving the clip a little side eye. But I'll let it continue.
I know the night Big U came home from prison, one of his sons had a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese, and I was there. I've never been able, since they've been older, to figure out which one it was. Me, Key the Rock, and Corrupt.
Yeah, Huey's the baby brother.
Okay.
There's Mike. There's Dion. He's in the middle. And then Huey.
Have you got a chance to speak to his father?
Nah, not yet. I think they on lockdown. I just got word yesterday they was on lockdown. I ain't even heard about no lockdown to now. But I did notice I haven't spoke to him in about 5 to 6 days.
Okay.
So
will you make sure?
Sometimes I thought that'd be due to the minutes.
When you do talk to him, make sure you send mine personally, and then just from the Black Box as a platform. I know that got to be a cold way to deal with this type of news, being in them places.
Yeah, that's definitely not the news he wanted to receive right now. We've been on a good positive vibe too. So
yeah, I know when it's a situation like this, it's not much to be discussed in public unless you're one of them weirdos, man. I so appreciate you.
I just want to say that jail is the worst place to receive any kind of bad news, let alone this. No parent is supposed to outlive their child. And unfortunately, Biggie was stuck in a place where he has nothing but time to contemplate his actions. He might even have thoughts of the sins of the father, etc., etc. But like I said at the beginning of this video, this has nothing to do with the RICO case that Big U was fighting. But I bet Big U wishes instead of fighting this case, he was outside free with his son for these last 6 months. And that's part of the tragedy of the streets, that rappers, scammers, drug dealers fail to tell the youth at signups. But let me know in the comments, do you think Big Huey was just in the wrong place at the wrong time? Or do you think this was retribution for the murder of Nipsey Hussle? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Charleston White crashes out on Lil Durk in Chicago once again. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in the algorithms. I need to be there, man. I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out. It said, oh, Allah. Look like I'm out of here. If you can just save me, I'm finna start now. I'm gonna pray 5 times a day. I'm gonna make sure I put my forehead all the way on the carpet this time. Cause a lot of niggas get lazy and don't want to put their forehead all the way down. I watched them.
Charleston White just lit off a bomb in his new Say Cheese interview. Now we know on this channel, CW's had a campaign against Chicago and its gang violence for years, going after the likes of FBG Duck, Lil Durk, and King Von. But this new rant against Lil Durk almost feels like he's reaching for content, because Lil Durk doing positive works behind bars shouldn't have put him on Charleston White's radar. And the positive work was Lil Durk calling into a Minnesota mosque to stop the gang war between Muslims. Lil Durk will go on to tell the Muslims the dark side of war and violence.
No matter how many cars I was driving, no matter how many women I had, no matter how many guys was up under my control, I was a cold clown. You know why I was a clown? Because everything...
I was there was my father had radio was going on out there. I will let y'all know I'm proud of y'all. But to take Allah, you know, I love y'all because take Allah, you know, I'm doing better, man. We all gotta take chances and, you know, we can hold the line right now. I just want to let y'all know that we're with y'all 100%. You know, when I get out of here, you know, inshallah, ain't no hard over during trial happening, so I'm gonna leave that now. But I told them I'm gonna come down there and see y'all, speak to y'all. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all man, right? Y'all gonna live together and you know me. Y'all love y'all. Y'all love.
Some would go on to think that Lil Durk is doing this to look good in front of the courts, or maybe a future jury can hear about this. But let's be real. Acts like this don't sway a jury in a case that Durk has, and Lil Durk knows that, which would mean he's just doing it to help the Muslim community. But Lil Durk would drop a freestyle on his birthday and mute the cuss words, and for some reason, Charleston White would hate on that as well, pretty much telling Lil Durk, keep the same energy you had on the streets when you were free.
This is a prepaid call from...
And don't ask your she really putting in the friend zone. Came from nothing, ain't on nothing.
Like I said, I don't think Lil Durk is doing this for his case. And in my opinion, it kind of made the song worse. But Charleston White would say,
since Durk has been arrested for
It's been longer than that. That nigga been there longer than that.
Nah, it's been a year to the day, 365
Oh, it
days.
seemed like 3 years. Who I know the nigga.
Yeah,
Oh, no wonder
murder-
he talking Allah talking. When he get out, he go be he go lead right with purpose.
Murder for hire.
Oh boy, that's boy. Listen, this is why I say jail is the best thing for these niggas. I ain't never heard Durk sound so peaceful and sincere. Boy say Allah. He say Allah, Alhamdulillah after every word. You see why I recommend prison? If they can just gather up every last one of them motherfuckers coming out to that NBA concert when they buy them tickets after the end of the show and march their ass up on them goddamn FEMA buses and take them to a FEMA camp and let them disappear for about I say 4 years. And they'll be alhamdulillah on every goddamn thing. So now, homie, he's sincere though. But what ends up happening, every nigga sincere from jail. Every nigga mean what they say from jail. When a nigga call home and say, bitch, I'm gonna kick your mother down, I guess he sincere. Mean that in his heart. In his heart when he say, you got all bitch, he mean it in his heart. But by the time they let him out, he don't. But you know what? Because he said that mean, hateful thing in his heart at that moment, and he meant it, God honors that. So he got to suffer for that. Same when you do good. You say, oh, Lord, I'm going to go to Jumu'ah service, or I'm going to stop sneaking and eating their pies with the pork sauce in it. You know, there's some food the Muslims can't eat because they got pork something in it. They got whatever kind, they can't supposed to eat it. All kind of cakes and snacks, but them niggas still pop open and snip them.
And I think that Snicker got some pork derivative products in it.
To be honest, Charleston was kind of right. Just insensitive. Of course, everybody means what they say when they're in jail, even the positive things. I know when I was going to jail, I would always say this is the last time. And every time, I meant it. I'm just saying. But then Charleston White would double down like only Charleston can. He'd say that Little Dirk is washed and he'll never see the light of day again, etc., etc. But the biggest thing that Charleston White would say is, Little Dirk wouldn't even be relevant in 5 to 6 years from now.
When them niggas in jail, and they say, oh, Allah, look like I'm out of here. If you can just save me, I'm finna start now. I'm gonna pray 5 times a day. I'm gonna make sure I put my forehead all the way on the carpet this time. Cause a lot of niggas get lazy and don't want to put their forehead all the way down. I watched them. That ain't proper prayer. So that's why they block their blessings. So God know when you come to him in jail, this is why I recommend it. You're the most sincere. You're the most, you have the most humility. And you mean in your heart that you'll never do this again. Because these conditions have caused that. And God know you mean it. But God also know 2 years from now when I let your ass out of here, you back to the same shit, Dirk. So we can't save you this time, boy. We got to send your ass on up that road. Them white folk want it. They talking death penalty. But that's just to scare you. But you're getting 20, 30 years. What's that boy name? What's his real name? What's Dirk's real name? The Voice? Say The Voice.
Yeah, The Voice.
The Voice. Yeah, motherfucker will forget about you in 2037. And that's just right around the corner. 2037, motherfucker won't even think about Dirk. Just think about, they barely mentioning Charlie Kirk now. And they were talking about putting him on a nickel, taking the voting president. They were talking about taking Abe off the nickel and making Charlie Kirk face the same way as the other president. So imagine, so they already quit talking about him. So imagine what they're gonna do to Dirk and King Von. I'm sorry, they don't even talk about him no more. FBG Duck. Matter of fact, the O'Blockians, y'all had a run. Now look at you, motherfucker. Y'all had your numbs just stuffed out of every goddamn body when O-Block was on top. When Dirk and them and King Von them was the nigga, and everybody was rest in peace, King Von. You better not say about nothing, King Von. And Dirk was nigga, boy, they was shit. Boy, they laughed like a mother. Quando Rondo jumped up out that limo crying by their cousin. Oh, man. Boy, they laughed like a mother. Boy, when Quando Rondo dropped his flag and went to talking, man, I'm going crazy. Man, I can't sleep at night. I'm dreaming about people dying. They laugh like a mother. Ooh, they laugh. And they were telling me, we gonna get you, come to O-Block. I don't even hear niggas tell me to come to, I don't even get invited to O-Block no more. I used to get invited to O-Block 20 times a day. I used to get calls from O-Block. Men and BD, GD niggas, I'm talking about, nigga, I thought we was in a relationship the way the niggas used to bother me. It ain't even been 2 years. Them niggas fizzled and faded away. And look at their fan base. They call this fair weather friends.
Now let's be real. Charleston White is gonna be Charleston White. Every time he says something that I think is gonna get him canceled, it does the exact opposite and gets him more bookings. Y'all keep calling Charleston crazy, but if we keep watching and reporting on him, then who's really crazy? I thought my last video on CW would be the last one, and the one before that. And, well, the one before that one as well. But it looks like Charleston White isn't going anywhere, and neither are we. So let me know in the comments. Is Charleston White right about Lil Durk being forgotten in 5 years? Or do you think in 5 years Lil Durk will still be remembered? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see how Alicia Andrews just beat the murder of Julio Fulio. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10.
I'm maxed out.
We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense.
So if you want someone to act shocked about the Alicia Andrews trial, you're on the wrong channel. I said in my previous video how this is going to play out, but even I had no idea the full extent.
My name is Alicia Andrews.
All right, Miss Andrews, you're charged with 2 counts. One is first-degree murder, and the other is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Did you know that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd of 2024?
No, I did not.
Now, I told you guys in my previous video that she was the worst one to take on the hit because she'd be the first one to tell on everybody involved. Now, I don't know if her boyfriend Isaiah Gathright thought he was outsmarting the police, but all he was doing was setting up a perfect defense for Alicia. Isaiah would use Alicia to book the Airbnb. Isaiah would use Alicia's phone to communicate with the alleged shooters. Now, I don't know what Alicia knew or didn't know, but what Alicia is saying is that she was just going on a road trip with her boyfriend and had no idea that her boyfriend was on a side quest. Now, the part that I thought was interesting was how Alicia Andrews gave up all the information immediately. And instead of making her a witness against the co-defendants and reduce her charges like they usually do, the prosecution got overzealous and charged Alicia the maximum. She got the same exact charges as the other co-conspirators. And I think that was a major flaw in the prosecution's plan of attack. Now, on this channel, we don't do any clickbait. I didn't say Alicia was found innocent. I said she was found not guilty. And to be honest, in her predicament, being found not guilty should feel like she was found innocent. Each charge that she was charged with carried life with the possibility of the death penalty. And now, she won't be facing anywhere near that amount of time at sentencing. But like I said in my previous videos, I knew she was going to beat these charges, or at least the bigger charges, as soon as she said she was a victim of domestic violence. She also said she's a victim of manipulation. She pretty much went on the stand and said she's as much as a victim as Julio Fulio. Alicia would go on to say that Isaiah put his hands on her often. That's why she would let him use her phone. Alicia would also say that she wasn't allowed to stay at the Airbnb because Isaiah was jealous and thought she was cheating on him all the time. So that was the reason she had to go with Isaiah and track and stalk Julio Fulio. And the defense would provide photos to prove Alicia's statements.
All right. Miss Andrews, what is this photograph of?
My face.
All right. And why, what is on your face?
That's when he bruised my eye.
Who is he?
Isaiah.
Do you remember when this was, time frame?
I don't remember the exact date, but I recall sending her a picture, though.
Who is her?
I think that's Jewel.
All right. Now, why did you send this picture?
Because I was already telling her about the other incident, so when I sent it to her, I'm like I'm fed up, kind of like just telling her, like, what do I do?
What is this a photo of?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Is this a separate incident or the same?
It's the same day.
All right. And why did you take another picture?
I was just showing her closely.
All right. Next one. Showing 7A. What is this a photograph of?
One of my phones.
All right. What is the phone showing? What are you doing in this photograph?
Showing her that the screen is cracked.
Who is her?
I believe I sent it to Joel.
All right. And how did the screen get cracked?
He broke it.
How?
I think he threw it to the ground.
All right.
I don't remember exactly how he threw it, but.
And while that exhibit is still up, hold on. How often or how many times did Isaiah chance to break your phone?
From 2021 to 2024, maybe 4 times.
Now, we've seen Alicia Andrews in court. People calling her Prison Bae, saying she was completely innocent. I just want to highlight what Alicia Andrews looks like on the street. This is the same woman who turned down a scholarship to college and said she'd rather learn how to do hair and date her drill rapper boyfriend, Gutta Zay. Now, I'm not saying she's lying, but we're all grown enough to know that even if she was in an abusive relationship, this Alicia Andrews knew a little bit more than what she was saying. But the jury doesn't get to see that Alicia Andrews. The jury sees a young, small woman with no makeup on, chewing her bottom lip, looking like someone the jury wants to empathize with rather than convict. Now, the prosecution would drop the ball a few more times in this case, mainly not having a strong rebuttal against the domestic violence allegations. Alicia Andrews' defense is, I had no idea what's going on. Isaiah would beat me because he didn't trust me and wouldn't leave me alone for the same reasons. And the prosecution's rebuttal?
Exhibit where Alicia, 17 years old, says that Fulio needs to die. Did you locate this text message?
No.
Do you know who located the text message in your team?
I believe it was I can't recall exactly. I reviewed it. It was brought to my attention.
All right. And this text message was not sent to Isaiah Chance, correct?
Correct. It was to a girl named Jewel, I think.
All right. As a matter of fact, Alicia Andrews did not know Isaiah Chance, was not dating Isaiah Chance when this text message was sent off, correct?
Her statement to me was that they were on and off for 4 years prior to June 2024, so that would put it maybe June 2020, and these are from 2021, so I don't know if this was an off period or if she had met him yet.
Okay. Did she have any text messages in her phone, like this one, that Julio needed to die? Did she have anything like that more recently?
Again, from the iCloud, the more recent messages weren't backed up, so we didn't have any more recent. This is, I think it went up to 2022 or 2023. This is the only message where we found that she wished that Julio would die.
All right. In the messages that are in evidence, you do have messages from the week prior to this murder, correct? Alicia?
So specifically the messaging that we have from Alicia's phone came, as far as to pick up the phone and all that, that actually came from defendant Sean Gaithwright's iCloud. So he had backed up his messages to be recent, but Alicia's device, iCloud, had not backed up its messages to be recent.
All right, so you're saying that there are no text messages between Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance in the weeks leading up to the murder?
Not that I have reviewed.
I'm sorry, but were we supposed to look at that as evidence? I know the jury was like me and looking at that confused. Alicia was texting a friend, Julio Fulio need to die. I think the prosecution was trying to make it look like Alicia had motive, but it fell very flat on the goal intended. The biggest thing to take away is the prosecution's own witness, the detective. The detective said that there was no messages about Julio Fulio in the past 3 to 4 years. What is the jury supposed to think when Alicia is being charged with conspiracy to commit murder? Now, another time the prosecution dropped the ball was them not making their point when they had the opportunity. Isaiah has been in contact with Alicia Andrews this whole time, advising Alicia what to say at trial, telling Alicia what information to divulge, and what information to keep to herself. Now, with this information, you would think the prosecution would be able to cross her up on the stand about this, because it could lend to the conspiracy theory. But
Call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let her know.
And he sends you messages, which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I can't have him, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, it's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised, and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, but I feel like that's the best way to do it.
So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get into your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see. Recently, it's June 27th of 2025. Did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit? I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Said what?
Did you say to him, half of their witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit? I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him?
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring
talked
to?
about that. No.
Now, I have never thought the other co-defendants were more cooked until after this testimony. Alicia Andrews was very believable on the stand. In my opinion, the way she answered those questions made her look a little more calculated than I originally thought. It looks like she's playing Isaiah and the court system in her favor, which, to be honest, it's exactly what she needs to be doing. Isaiah thought she was stupid and thought she would end up with as much time, maybe even more, as him and the other co-defendants. The prosecution thought she was stupid and they thought they could trick her into snitching and still give her the maximum amount of time. But what I see is someone who realized exactly how the odds were stacked against him and played it masterfully in her favor. So much so that the jury was forced to.
Very good, Madam Clerk. Yes. Please publish the verdict. In the Circuit Court of the 13th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida, in and for Hillsborough County Criminal Justice Division, State of Florida versus Alicia Latoya Andrews, case number 24 CF 1911996, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this 31st day of October 2025, signed foreperson of the jury.
All right, thank you very much. Have a seat. Does that decide which of me to poll the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, each of you, this is your true and correct verdict. I'm going to call you by your initials and your jury number. And I just need you to respond yes or no. Okay? All right, juror number 5, initials DC. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 13, initials LM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 14, initials SC. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror 21, initials EM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 23, initials CJ. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 41, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Now, I was totally surprised that she got manslaughter because that wasn't even one of her charges. I didn't know in the state of Florida, you could be found not guilty of a bigger charge, but still get found guilty of a lesser felony. But like I said in my previous video, this is the best thing that's going to happen to anybody involved in this case. Alicia Andrews' lawyer stopped saying allegedly about her co-defendants 2 minutes into this trial. That lets you know that the other co-defendants receiving life will be a blessing. I always said, I don't know the full extent of her knowledge in this crime, but whether she did or didn't know, at least she has the opportunity to start her life over. And nobody else in this case can say that. Because with a manslaughter charge, it carries a maximum of 15 years. And with how sympathetic Alicia was, I don't think the judge is going to give her more than 10 years. But let me know in the comments. Do you think Alicia Andrews knew more than she let on? Or do you think she's a victim of everyone in that situation and she's lucky to get out of this with her life? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Selena Powell crashes out on the Goldie Mac podcast. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10. I'm maxed out. I wish you would. Come
And
on,
I
my
will.
house and do. Tell him some stuff.
I
See how
will.
that go for you, though.
Selena Powell is back at the news again, or the shade room. Either way, Selena Powell is back exactly where she wants to be. And that's in our faces again. Selena Powell was recently a guest on the lifestyle coach Goldie's podcast. And if you aren't familiar with some of Goldie's content, he's a self-proclaimed high-value man with knowledge and tutelage for 304s and the common man. After Selena's relationship turned lawsuit with Lil Meech, it's only obvious that Selena go on a press tour like she has an album released or something. For the past decade, there's been an empowerment movement going on for women. And that's been embracing your hoe phase as you will. Like that's something every woman goes through. Amber Rose would take on this mantle and not only embrace her whole phase, but she would organize a parade called the Slut Walk.
I'm walking
working on behalf of all women. That's, you know, as the owner and host of Slut Walk, it's, the owner and host of the Amber Rose Slut Walk. There's Slut Walks all over the world, and I appreciate them as well. But yeah, I'm walking on behalf of all women.
I'm walking for myself. I'm here to support Amber. I'm still here to support the whole women's empowerment movement. Like I said, I'm inspired by women doing their thing. Like, it's 2016. It's a year for the woman, you know, and I'm a female tattoo artist in a male-dominated industry. So I just feel like I can really relate to everything going on here. I feel like women today are taking a stand for something together.
Now, that slut walk era was 10 years ago, and even Amber Rose would grow and see that the slut walk wasn't as empowering as originally thought. In fact, any woman or person with common sense would tend to grow out of old behavior the older they get. Usually a woman won't have the same ideologies at 19 that they would have at 30, and Selena Powell is no different.
He never left. Like, I was reading something, I was like, oh, you sold your soul, you sold your soul. And it, in a way, I think I didn't sell my soul, but I definitely think, like, my love life is tarnished. Like, me and Demetrius, he was like, yo, like, I really, really genuinely wish, like, we and him had a really life talk. He's like, I really wish I could publicly be with you, but, like, I'm an actor, I have this going on, I have that going on, like, I can't, like, it's gonna f up my reputation because of who you are.
Now, when Selena Powell was on the Goldie Mac podcast, I thought she would maintain that same humility, but maybe it was Goldie Mac's approach, because Goldie would tell Selena to take accountability of her actions and the consequences of her behavior that will impact the rest of her life, and that's when things would take a turn.
You have to say that every man who's ever f***ed me had to be desperate, right? That's what you're basically saying?
That's not what I don't put words in my mouth. Did I say that?
That's what you're basically saying. That's what you're basically saying. That have no, right?
No, I never said that.
You had no, right?
That's not what I said. Is that what I said?
Okay.
Is that what I said? That's not what I said.
I would hate to name
What
drop.
I said was they see you as a status symbol and they need you because they feel deficient and they want you to give them some status
I
to
would
other
say
men.
like a 6 out of 10 though.
I just don't. Don't see a man who really established, sophisticated, money, really having it his way, gonna deal with a woman that's done dealt with a bunch of dudes and it's known.
Who?
You tell me. You tell me. What you get what I'm saying? What type of man who really on his job, really know who he is, really feeling himself, really got some money, really got some game, would deal with a woman who been with everybody? That's a turn off to a man who really know himself. It's only something to somebody who ain't nobody.
That's up to you.
Dude.
That's up to your standard.
What do you think?
What
do you think?
That's up to you. You don't know how the next man feels, babe.
Now, you can totally tell when a woman is losing an argument because that's the first thing they say. You don't know what the next man wants. And I'm sorry to say this, but 99% of men want the same things. And the biggest thing a man wants is a woman who another man can't say they had. And that's the common sense that goes against the hoe phase, the slut walks, the walk of shames, whatever you want to call it. But Selena knows this as well because of the previous clip I showed when she was on the We in Miami podcast. But maybe because of Goldie's delivery, or maybe shame on Selena's part, she would go on to deny the facts.
Why would it really getting top? Why would he deal with a woman who?
I had multiple though. I had multiple.
But have
though.
they wiped you though, or they just lay down with you?
You have no. You don't even
I'm
know
asking
the
you a
hat.
question. What's
But
the
you don't know
difference?
the. But you don't know the
They
hat.
fuck with you though.
You don't know the hat.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question.
That's why I'm trying to tell
Lay
you.
down with you and
You
have you a
just
secret.
trying to play me, baby. I'm not trying to play.
Am I trying to play
Trust
her?
and believe
Am I
that.
trying to play her?
Trust and
Am I trying to
believe
play
that.
her? I'm telling
Trust
you,
and believe
you got
that.
status because they want to.
No, baby. You can't manipulate me out of my answer. I stand 10 toes behind how I feel.
Talking to me
Anyone.
crazy like that right now?
Yeah.
Let that friend talk to me like
I
that.
don't give a f how I'm talking to you.
No, you lied, right?
Exactly. You can't manipulate me out
I'm
of
not
my answer.
manipulating. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, you're not listening to what my answer is.
You're offended about what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm
You're
not
not listening to
offended.
what I'm saying.
If you agree with him, you can sit on that side too. Me? Yeah, you. You agree with his answer?
You're not.
The only men that are desperate are gonna wife me. That's exactly what he said. Did you say that? Yes or no?
What did I say?
The men that are desperate are gonna wife me. Yes or no?
No. What he's saying is.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
Not my words.
He just said
Those
that's
were not
exactly my
my
word.
words.
You are a
Those were not my words.
Stop. Did you say that? Yes or no?
Those were not my words. No.
So what did you say? What are your words?
What I said was.
I mean, wife me is the same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes or no?
Let me finish. Let me
Yes
land.
or
Let me land. No, let me land. I'm gonna tell you why it ain't the same.
So Larry,
A man will have sex with you, keep you a secret. That doesn't mean he want to fuck you. It don't mean that he actually like you enough to put you in the front and walk around with you, handcuffed up, take you here, take you here. It's a difference. That's what I'm saying.
That's exactly what I just said.
What did you say?
Wife me and fuck me is the same thing.
Well, I heard from the conversation.
No, she said wife me and fuck me is the same thing. And what I'm saying is dudes will fuck something that they would never wife. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, but if a woman doesn't know this in 2025 as fact, let me break it down. Because Selena was acting like she was receiving new info in real time. I still can't believe Selena said getting effed is the same thing as getting wifed. Any man with a pulse knows that who you do at 2 a.m. doesn't necessarily mean that's who you'd hold hands with at a barbecue. It's the exclusivity or the appearance as such that gives a woman value to a man. And when Goldie tries to explain this to Selena, that's when her walls come up. I wonder if anyone ever said that about Selena. But then she would start to unravel and threaten Goldie. But if you've seen Goldie's content or know anything about him, that was probably the worst thing Selena could have done.
Men who are valuable or whatever and love their life or whatever would never wife me. Yes or no?
I do believe that.
That's what I just said.
I do believe that. I do
I
believe
know
that.
what I'm talking about.
Not because of you.
I'm
It's
talking
not.
about
Listen,
I know
though.
what the
Let
fuck
me
I'm
say,
talking
it's
about.
not because of you. It's because you're on social media, so people know your business. It's a lot of women who done dealt with a bunch of dudes, but because everybody knows who you done dealt with, it's different. You get what I'm saying?
I told
No.
you I had to move on.
Huh?
I told you to move on.
All right,
No.
let's move on. No, we can move
No.
on. Because you getting offended.
No.
I wasn't saying nothing.
No.
I was trying to give you your props. Dude,
No.
with you because you got some...
Your props.
You all bad.
Your
Look, now
props.
she getting disrespectful in my
I
own
don't
home.
give a
In my own home, she getting
I don't
disrespectful.
give a what your home is. Nope.
I told you to
No.
move on.
Come on,
We're
let's
staying
let's
here
move
right
on.
now.
Let's move
no.
on. Let's move on.
No. No.
Milan,
Okay,
We're
can I
staying
let's
here
move
right
on.
Because I haven't been able to speak. Can I talk?
Yes.
No.
This
I told you don't
Milan
have
show.
me on this weak ass podcast.
You can't
Tell
talk
me what
to
you
me.
tell me what you meant by that.
I just told you.
Earlier you said that you feel like she's also a status booster to
Yeah, that's
men
what I
and-
said. She don't want to hear that part, though. She want to give
How status booster when you said you just
Because you
contradicted
ain't listening
yourself.
to the
You're a
whole
hypocrite.
conversation. You listen to the
You're a
part that
hypocrite,
you said.
weirdo.
No,
You're
I'm
a
not.
hypocrite,
I'm not.
weirdo.
I'm saying,
You're a
I'm saying
hypocrite,
two
weirdo.
different things in two different
No,
perspectives.
I don't give a what you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. I don't give a what you're trying to say. You're a hypocrite. You're trying to
Well,
say
I'll take it back then. I'll take it back then. But what I was saying was...
no,
dudes,
it's too bad it's
I
five
said,
now.
dudes
It's too
fuck
bad
with you
it's
for
five now.
status.
No, I can't tell if Selena is drunk or what. But when a woman starts defending herself by repeating the same phrases over and over, that's usually a sign that this part of the convo is over, or that you should move on to a different topic. Because Goldie would be 1,000% right on his take about Selena's past. And the type of man Selena would want to attain is out of her league for marriage, but not for a hookup. And that's the reality that once faced with that, causes Selena to crash out.
You just trying to shut me live, bitch. Are you cool? Are you cool?
Men need
Bitch,
you
I'll
for
fuck
status.
up this whole house before I leave
I ain't
outside.
gonna fuck up nothing in here.
I promise you I will.
Let's find out. Then.
Now, like I said, I've been following young Goldie for a minute. And when Selena said that, that's when I knew she didn't do an ounce of research on the interviewer or the podcast. Because if you don't know the original Goldie, who young Goldie got his name from, now, like I said, this is OG Goldie. And if OG Goldie wasn't going for his money being played with because the 304's life was in danger, what you think 2025 Goldie was gonna do?
Let me know who I really am in this
I don't give a
motherfucker.
fuck. Let's find out.
Hey,
Let's
this shit gonna
find
get
out.
come up in here.
Let's find out.
Do what you
Let's
done.
do it.
Okay.
Do what
I
you
swear
done.
to God.
Right.
I swear to God. Let's find out.
Listen, do what you done.
You
You better let,
can't
you
blame
know,
me,
you better let her know who I am in here for real.
Who you are.
Listen, all right, well,
I
do
don't
what you
give a
done
fuck.
then.
I don't
Do
give
what
a
you
fuck.
motherfucking done then.
And I
Ain't
will.
nobody know the fuck you talking to. Don't know who the fuck you talking to.
Thank you.
Do what the fuck you does then. I wish you would. Come
And
on,
I
my
will.
motherfucking house and do. Tell him some stuff.
I
See how
will.
that go for you though.
And I will.
Do it.
You can't.
You can't. Then you talk
you
about
can't.
what you gonna do.
And you
then
can't.
You do it.
No, you
and I'll
can't.
show you who I am for
And
real.
you can't. Who are you?
You, hey,
You just trying to call me.
You want talking.
You just trying to call me a prostitute.
You
You
the
just
one
tried-
talking. What a God.
No,
Go
stop.
ahead then.
You just trying to call me a prostitute.
Bitch,
You just
I
trying
ain't
to call me a
none of that.
prostitute.
But do what you said,
You
though.
don't even
And I'm
do
going to
that.
show you in
No.
Milan to let you know who I really
I
am, though.
promise you I'm not Layla. I promise you I'm not Layla. I would never. No. You can't call me a prostitute
I
in front
never
of all
said
these
you was
women.
a prostitute. You
I don't
tripping
give a
because
fuck
you
what you
drunk
call.
right now. I
I'm
never
not-
said that.
I'm
I
not
tried
drunk.
to get your props.
I'm
but
not
now you
drunk.
talking crazy.
You never gave me my props. You
Well, I
never
did, I
gave me my
did. And
props.
You keep calling me out my name, and I'm
I
letting it
don't give
fly.
a who you are.
Out of here, Milan.
You keep calling me out my name. No, I don't give a no. I don't give a no.
We can sit down and do the podcast. She's talking crazy right now.
I don't give a
Now, Selena Powell is delusional, or she's fake delusional. Selena knows that her body count is going to disqualify her for the type of men that she wants to attain. Will some of these men creep in the night? Absolutely. Will the same men be there in the morning? Probably not. And Goldie was just trying to tell her that. Maybe in her position, she should pursue a different type of man, or maybe a whole different lifestyle. But when faced with that, she behaved like an irrational child and lashed out. But let me know in the comments, was Selena Powell justified for crashing out? Or was Goldie right in his observations on Selena's life? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Lil Durk isn't coming home soon. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. 'Cause I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out. You listen to the lyrics, you can hear plain as day that he admits to putting bags on people's head, but so do a lot of rappers. Like Skrilla, Boston Richie, Future, even Drake. Things are taking another bad turn for Lil Durk in his murder for hire RICO case. You might remember a couple weeks back, I reported Lil Durk's lawyer filed multiple motions to dismiss the case on the basis of the DA not really having any evidence, and the Attorney General shouldn't even be an Attorney General in the first place. The prosecution would finally answer back, saying Drew Finland's motions to dismiss are baseless. They would go on to clarify that they have more than rap lyrics and some circumstantial evidence why Durk is involved in this murder for hire case. The first thing I noticed in this document was that it let us know that there is more than one snitch in this Lil Durk case. This document shows that there's an unindicted co-conspirator who is giving information to the prosecution against Lil Durk, such as multiple murder for hire plots Lil Durk participated in. And also, the prosecution is saying this isn't just a murder for hire case, this is a racketeering and RICO case as well. What the prosecution is saying is the murder for hire is tied to the racketeering, and furthermore, OTF was operating as a criminal organization. And the first instance that they're trying to prove racketeering is involved is lines 26 through 28, and it says that confidential witness 1 provided information about shootings and other overt actions that OTF members and associates took to commit violence on behalf of OTF. So if Durk is found innocent of the murder for hire, the RICO and racketeering charges are still going to be there. The affidavit provided a specific example of racketeering activity in which defendant Banks and other OTF members participated specifically in an Atlanta robbery that turned shooting, in which defendant Banks and Davon Bennett, King Von, were both charged with attempted murder and participation in criminal street gang activity. Now, to be honest, we all knew the feds had this up their sleeve. I remember when the state dropped that case against King Von and Lil Durk. Everyone thought since King Von died, Lil Durk put the blame on him to go free. But I was the one who said the state dropped the case at the request of the FBI so they could pursue a case against Lil Durk later. And fast forward, a couple years later, here we are. The unindicted co-conspirator and confidential witness says he has more information on 6 murder for hire plots facilitated by Lil Durk. Following the murder of OTF member Davon Bennett, aka King Von, the affidavit further disclosed that CW1 knew that defendant Banks placed other monetary bounties for the murder of people with whom defendant Banks was feuding, including 6 other individuals. The affidavit also listed significant evidence corroborating CW1's account of defendants Banks involved in SR's murder. Now, CW1 is unidentified, and we don't know the corroborating evidence the prosecution has. Now, as a Lil Durk fan, if you listen to the lyrics, you can hear plain as day that he admits to putting bags on people's head, but so do a lot of rappers. Like Skrilla, Boston Richie, Future, even Drake. So I'm actually waiting for the physical evidence to be presented, because so far, all I hear is the prosecution saying, we have the evidence. We're just not showing it to you yet. But what the prosecution would go on to show is more song lyrics in the affidavit. Lil Durk's lawyer will go on to attack this part of the affidavit. In December 2022, Banks was featured on a song called Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy. And the song Banks raps, "That is fucked up, I'd rather get revenge instead of millions. Told me they got a addy. Go, go. Got location. Go, go. Green light. Go, 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 go. Look on the news and you see your son screaming, no, no, pussy." 2022, bystander video captured TB screaming, no, no, when he saw SR's body being pulled from the Escalade. Now, we all remember Lil Durk bringing the producer in to testify that that song was made before the passing of Quando's cousin. And the prosecution said, so what? And this is why I say, when the government wants you, there ain't too much you can do. First, The defendant has failed to identify any false statement or information actually contained in the affidavit. Apparently, recognizing this, defendant attempts to manufacture a misrepresentation by citing to an allegation about the lyrics contained in a prior non-operative iteration of the indictment. See motion at 2 to 3 and then ask the court to interpose falsity within the affidavit where there is none. But other than defendant claiming the warrants contain demonstrably false statements and or omissions, the motion is devoid of evidence or facts that show the following. And they continue. Nothing about this allegation is false or misleading. Indeed, defendant does not dispute that he was featured in the song or that it was released 4 months after SR's murder. Defendant does not dispute his song explicitly referenced seeking revenge over profits and greenlighting violence after learning the location of a rival. And defendant does not dispute the lyrics are similar to a publicized video of defendant's rival, Quando Rondo, screaming "No, no," while watching the sheriff's deputy remove SR's dead body from a vehicle on the day he was murdered. Nor can he. Simply put, these factual allegations are true, not false as a defendant claims. It would go on to say, defendant's omission theory similarly lacks merit, citing to an affidavit from a sound engineer that defendant Banks filed earlier in this case. Defendant asserts the affidavit recklessly or intentionally failed to state that defendant wrote his lyrics before SR's murder. But even assuming this is true, the government could. So the prosecution is pretty much saying Lil Durk's lyrics are still admissible because he's still talking about the murder of Quando Rondo's cousin. They never elaborated if it was before or after the murder, and they don't care. In their eyes, a spade is a spade. You wrote the lyrics before the murder for hire because you planned on doing the murder for hire. Or you wrote the lyrics after the murder and Lil Durk is lying. Either way, it doesn't matter because the prosecution is still saying it's evidence. They're actually saying the timeline doesn't even matter. Not have purposely or recklessly omitted a fact it did not know. And even if this standard was met, it isn't. Defendant argument also fails because it hinges on the premise that his lyrics are only relevant to the probable cause determination if he wrote them after SR's murder. Not so. Defendant's lyrics, i.e. admissions about ordering a hit and seeking revenge, show defendant's modus operandi and corroborate CW1's account that defendant ordered and financed the Los Angeles murders as set forth in the affidavit. Now this case is seriously off the rails. Now with my street lawyer credentials, I for sure thought Durk was going to be free when his lawyer filed those motions to dismiss. But I had no idea the Attorney General was going to come back with such strong rebuttals. And those strong rebuttals were, it doesn't matter if I'm supposed to be Attorney General or not, because I am. It doesn't matter if Lil Durk wrote those lyrics before or after Lil Pap died, because he still wrote them. It doesn't matter if the snitches are identified, because we have one, maybe even two. The snitch gave us all the evidence we need, but we can't show you until trial. All of these things a judge was supposed to deliberate on in Durk's favor before the trial. Now, I'm not calling this judge corrupt, but I'm saying Lil Durk's discovery package must be pretty blank, because in my opinion, the Attorney General is saying, we have evidence, you just can't see it. Now, I've never been indicted for anything federal, knock on wood, but it definitely seems that the same rules that are applied to everyone else are not being applied to Lil Durk. And unfortunately, it looks like this case will go to trial. And maybe then we can actually see the concrete evidence they have against Lil Durk. But let me know in the comments, do you think there's actually any concrete evidence against Lil Durk? Or do you think the judge is biased in this case and is giving the prosecution ample time to get their evidence in order for trial? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see the blatant snitching done by Alicia Andrews, who's on trial for the murder of Julio Fulio. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
Once arriving in Tampa, get to the Airbnb, just her, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithway.
The trial for the murder of Julio Fulio has officially begun. Well, not for everybody involved, just for one person. Alicia Andrews is being charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit the murder of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio. Now, we all know what happened to rapper Julio Fulio, and we know the whys and we know the how. But in this video, we're going to focus on an angle that I always try to iterate on this channel, and that is the streets are dead. As soon as everybody was arrested, I saw this whole scenario play out immediately. Kinda why I didn't do a video about it until now. You don't even have to be from the streets to see how this was gonna unfold. I hate to say it in the crudest of terms, but somebody's gotta say it. What you have here is 3 street ninjas and a baby mama. How else did you think this was gonna play out? I think it was at this moment, or maybe an hour before that, is when Alicia decided to snitch on everybody else. Because Alicia would cooperate with police without a lawyer present almost immediately. She would look to cut a deal for her information and testimony as well, but that plan would fall on deaf ears, considering they had her dead to rights. So this is the first aspect of why I say the streets are dead. The first 3 goofies should have knew Alicia was going to tell before they even brought her on the trip. So they're the last ones that actually should be surprised how this played out. Another reason I say the streets are dead, because real dudes in the streets don't take their girlfriend on a hit. Someone's gotta be at home to bail me out, or hook up the 3-way calls. Shoot, or even hook up the lawyer. Because it's clear as day that Alicia Andrews has a public defender. And when you're facing these type of charges, you want a Brian Steele or whoever YFN Lucci's lawyer was. Because Alicia Andrews' lawyer, in my opinion, is gonna sink her battleship. Now keep in mind, Alicia Andrews already pretty much admitted to her role in the crime to detectives. But her lawyer would start off by trying to create some distance between her and her co-defendants by saying she's not in the gang.
Jury, there was no evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews killed Charles Jones. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews wanted Charles Jones dead. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews did anything to help that group of men kill Charles Jones. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're not just here to deliver a verdict. You are here to right a wrong. And so are we. There are a few things that you should keep in mind throughout this trial. 1, on the weekend Charles Jones was killed, Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend.
Now, the opening statement was strong. I was looking for an Instagram post where she celebrated, a text message between her and her boyfriend admitting to their involvement, something. But the only evidence against Alicia is her presence and her cell phone being used. And it looks like that's enough. Now, this is why I say in a case like this, you need a real lawyer, not a public defender. Alicia Andrews gave testimony to officers and investigators without a lawyer present. Now, I'm not her lawyer, but if I was, the very first thing I would argue is to have her testimony thrown out because it was given under duress and without counsel. That's a little something I picked up from Law and Order. In these streets. But now Alicia Andrews' lawyer would have a whole different defense strategy.
On the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend. 2, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. 4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene. 5, Alicia Andrews did not have any physical evidence on any weapon displayed by the state. You would not find DNA, fingerprints, no physical evidence whatsoever linking Alicia Andrews to this case.
He's scared.
6, Alicia Andrews did not have a moped team that's supposed to do that. In other words, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this case of conspiracy or first-degree murder against Alicia Andrews. I'm sure you're wondering, if there's no evidence against Alicia Andrews, then why are we here?
Why we're here? Pack this lawyer up. We all know why Alicia is there. She was seen on surveillance footage all night with the perpetrators, and her phone was pinged with the killers. That's all you need. Now, what would happen next? I didn't find surprising in the slightest. This part of the defensive strategy, I was expecting more of a when, not a if. And that was the abuse angle. Because if Alicia thought her and Isaiah were going on vacation, why didn't she leave when she found out it wasn't that? Now, I'm not gonna call Alicia's lawyer a liar. I won't even say that she wasn't being abused or in an abusive relationship. I just find it convenient that whenever accountability for a woman's actions comes into play, it's usually followed up with an abuse story or manipulation from another man that's somehow supposed to absolve her of her crimes.
It happened. As time moves on, Alicia Andrews learns that not only is Isaiah Chance more than not nice, sometimes he could be threatening, controlling. Sometimes she'd have to suffer serious consequences if she upset him. She learned that in the most serious ways. So, fast forward to 2023, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance on again, off again, on again, off again. Now, could be that Alicia's pregnant.
Now, like I said, her lawyer is going to bring up everything under the sun. Her good grades in school, her job being an esthetician, her being in an abusive relationship, her even being pregnant while being in an abusive relationship, her being naive to who her boyfriend really was in these streets. And I think these are all great points for opening statements, except one small fact is, none of these prove her innocence. These are just contributing factors to why and how. And that's not what a defense attorney is supposed to be saying. Like I said, what he needed to do is get Alicia's testimony thrown out. But his strategy would be just to blame the other individuals and say Alicia had no idea what was going on.
White's house, where he packs up all of these bags. Alicia Andrews never sees what goes into the Impala. She's not a part of that packing process. Not in the loop. Isaiah Chance goes and then picks up Miss Andrews, brings her back to where they pack the bags, and then they head down to Tampa. Miss Andrews believes that they're about to hit the road, come straight from Jacksonville to Tampa, but they make a stop at this gas station. As Alicia Andrews sees her boyfriend get out and dap up some people and what have you, and the next thing you know, they're on the road again. Now, mind you, Sean Gaithwright's in the driver's seat. Isaiah Chance is in the front passenger seat, and Alicia Andrews is in the back seat. On her phone, TikToking, FaceTiming, or whatever it is they do on a road trip. Once arriving in Tampa, get to the Airbnb, just her, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithwright.
Now, I didn't play all the clips in their entirety like I usually do, because I didn't need it to prove my point. The streets are dead. You have one crash out, enlist the help of 4 other crash outs, and one of the crash outs thought he was smarter than everybody else because he brought his girlfriend and had her book the Airbnb and used her phone, not realizing she's the weakest link in the chain. Alicia's lawyer stopped even saying the word allegedly about her co-defendants 2 minutes into the opening statements. If that don't show you guys how much she's trying to save herself, I don't know what is. But to be honest, The fact that she's on trial first and they didn't give her a deal after she tried to tell her whole story lets you know they want to make an example out of all parties involved. But what can you expect with such a high-profile murder? But let me know in the comments, did you think Alicia Andrews was going to keep it solid and her mouth closed the whole time? Or were you like me and knew as soon as the case happened that she'd be the first one to crumble? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Patrick Ben-David thinks LeBron James is in the FBI's crosshairs for the illegal gambling RICO. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that outcome because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10.
I'm maxed out.
NBA head coach, Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups.
And what is he wearing?
A Clutch Sports.
Why is he wearing Clutch Sports?
That's Rich Paul's company with LeBron.
Now, maybe I'm naive, but with this NBA gambling RICO underway, I thought it would take at least longer than 4 days for media outlets to start focusing on LeBron James. Now, this gambling RICO made national news a few days back when Kash Patel announced the arrest of Terry Rozier and Damon Jones and many more.
Former current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing.
The FBI would indict Damon Jones for selling private information about LeBron James, like injury data, selling it to bettors as a means for insider trading, as well as using private information that LeBron won't be playing at certain games and using that to place bets and sell that information to other bettors, even though he was an NBA coach. The investigation would even turn a spotlight on LeBron James's best friend and business partner, Maverick Carter. Now, the PBD podcast would uncover that Maverick Carter was picked up and interrogated by the FBI for being too close around the son of an illegal gambling operation. Damn. Now, on the face of it, it shows that on either side of LeBron, there was somebody there exploiting his situations for personal gain. One friend was a longtime coach, and the other is a childhood best friend and day-to-day business partner. Now, what people fail to notice is that Maverick Carter was cleared of all involvement by the FBI. But Patrick Ben-David thinks, if it walks like a duck...
You know what the biggest fear is right now, Tom? If all of a sudden, you know who their superstar of the last 2 decades is that they're hoping is nothing to do with this? LeBron James.
Oh, for sure.
And let me tell you, who is LeBron James's guy?
Damon Jones.
No. I'm
Matt
talking
Carter?
management.
Lawyer?
I'm talking management.
Rich Paul?
Okay.
Rich Paul?
I'm talking management. So do you know the story of Mav Carter?
I do. I mean, I know Mav. Why? Yeah.
Rob, can you do me a favor? Ask ChatGPT, has Mav Carter had gambling issues in the past before? And look how he answers the questions. According to multiple news reports, Mav Carter did admit in November of 2021, this is not a long time ago, okay, that he placed about 20 bets on football and basketball games over the course of a year, ranging $5,000 to $10,000. He said he used the services of a bookie named Wayne Nix, who ran an illegal sports betting ring. Carter told investigators he could not recall placing bets on the Lakers, despite his close business association with team star player. Who is that? LeBron James. He was not charged with a crime. The statement from his side said he cooperated with investigators, was not a target, and has not been contacted again in this matter. Why? Well, the NBA can't afford to lose LeBron James, of course.
So Patrick Ben-David pretty much set up a narrative, then pulled up documents to support his narrative. But then at the end of the document, it says Mav Carter was released with no charges. He kind of snuck that in there at the end, like a pill commercial with its warnings. And I thought that would have been the end of the podcast. But then Patrick Ben-David said something that I never thought he'd let fly. And that's that the FBI let Mav go so the NBA doesn't lose LeBron James. And I guess that theory would work if everybody in the FBI was betting on LeBron James too. But to rational people, that just sounds crazy. I thought PBD would have played an interrogation tape of Gilbert Arenas, because we all know what Gilbert said he was going to do in the situation regarding his charges.
Oh, that's crazy. Kwame put something on the grill. Yeah, I bet he did cook and celebrate. Probably mad that I got out. Hey, I don't know if he know. I'm the only one that bailed out. Everybody's still there. They not letting them niggas go. Yeah, they not letting them go, man. I'ma just be honest with you. I don't know who them niggas was, but it don't look like they was getting out. Yeah.
I don't know what language they speaking, but I was like, yeah, nah, it look like y'all stressed. But all right, partner. Hey, y'all, good luck in court. Hey, man, because I'm pretty sure I ain't going to be there when it's time to go, because, yeah, I'm snitching. I don't know your name. What's your name? Igor? Yeah, all right, let's write that down. Igor. Yeah, he did something.
Now, like I said, the spotlight's been on Gilbert Arenas ever since he made that statement. Was Patrick Ben-David speaking about a secret interrogation with no chill Gil? Nope. Not whatsoever. But Patrick Ben-David would double down on his original theory.
While Carter admitted to the betting, the available public information does not show that he was found guilty of a crime. But what do you mean you do not recall placing a bet on the Lakers or not?
Yeah.
You do not recall. So here's what happens. Okay? Here's what happens. Do you think President Trump has a memory where he remembers everybody who called him out?
1,000%.
And do you remember what LeBron called the president once when Steph Curry? A bum.
And he constantly went after him,
And
constantly talked crap about the
He called the
administration.
president a bum. And do you think if there's any ties, text exchange, email exchange of Mav Carter asking, Bron, you're going to play tonight, you're not going to play tonight, you think if there's anybody, if you put 10 names of people that know on any given night if LeBron's playing or not, where would this guy rank on that list? He'd be in the top 5
Maverick
list, right?
Carter?
Yes.
He'd be numero uno. Oh, then you know
With
the
Rich
number
Paul,
maybe number 2.
So if Mav Carter is number 1 and Rich Paul is 2,
For
and
sure.
you gamble, you know what this is like? Then Mav Carter's Nancy Pelosi. So if there is an ounce of anything on LeBron, do you think Cash and their FBI will go investigating LeBron? And imagine if they do. Imagine if they do. If this goes that direction, none of those things will come as close to this as possible. And guess who will not go in the Hall of Fame? LeBron James.
Wow, you think so?
I don't say I think so.
No.
I said if. I know you say no. If they find anything that LeBron participated in helping his boy Mav, who's a gambler.
Oh, admittedly, illegal gambler.
Illegal gambling, admitted, and nothing happened to him. And when that nothing happened to him, that was what year, 2021? Who was president in 2021?
Joe Biden.
Okay?
Auto pen.
That's right. So guess what he cares? That's nothing for him. If they go this route and they go after Trump.
Now, I totally forgot that LeBron James called Donald Trump a bum. And I do not doubt that Donald Trump has a memory like an elephant when it comes to his enemies. Just ask Jimmy Kimmel. And PBD was not wrong to follow the trail of breadcrumbs. Mav Carter and Chris Paul would be the first 2 people to know if LeBron James is playing or not. And some would say, where there's smoke, there's fire. But another conspiracy theory they would throw out there is the fact that they think Donald Trump is weaponizing the FBI to go after LeBron James for some past tweets and comments. Now, I've been watching PBD for about a year now, and I find most of their content spot on. But one thing about the internet and independent media people forget is people are human. Just because Patrick Ben-David has 2 million subscribers doesn't make him the be-all and end-all of this conversation. What actually amazes me more than anything is the fact that Mav Carter was released from FBI questioning because his facts checked out. Mav would give someone else's money to place bets for him. If Mav was doing anything illegal, he was at least smart enough to create enough of a buffer that seems to have satisfied the FBI for the time being. Now, the podcast would take the leftist of turns that I didn't even know was possible. PBD would go on to insinuate that the feds are coming and they're going to use Stephen A. Smith as a confidential informant against LeBron James. And we all know that's crazy. LeBron James doesn't even like Stephen A. Smith. In fact, recently LeBron James confronted Stephen A. Smith in the middle of a basketball game. But I guess Patrick Ben-David decided to put on his tin hat and let it fly.
I know you said something about Stephen A. Here's what you got to realize, Vinny, about Stephen A. My thoughts on also Stephen A. I haven't told this to Stephen A. Is who hates Stephen A?
LeBron James.
Who tried to destroy Stephen A's career?
Yeah, LeBron James.
Who tried to make sure Stephen A never got a job? LeBron. Who hated the fact that he got the contract?
LeBron.
Who knows all those additional phone calls that were made behind closed doors? Who goes on Pat McAfee, who is the show after Stephen A, and drops the bomb on Stephen A, talks shit about him? Who did that? LeBron did. You don't think deep down inside Stephen A is kind of rooting for Trump? Did you understand what I just went? You don't think it's like, hey, man, listen.
Come on.
I know some stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Go Trump.
I think I know some stuff. I don't think he'll do it. But let me tell you, you know who is the one guy that I guarantee knows 90% of the stuff, 95% of the stuff that's going on here? Is Stephen A. I'm telling you right now. So Stephen A knows a lot of stuff.
Of course.
So this is the point. And by the way, Stephen A is going to watch this. We haven't had a conversation about this. I'm telling you what I'm thinking about, okay? We're going to have the conversation. I totally get it. I'm telling you what I think is going on here. Meaning, I think in this area, if there's anybody in the NBA who are commentators who knows the true character of LeBron, it's one guy. Stephen A. Smith knows him.
Mm-hmm.
He knows him. So, I don't know. I think there's an element of if there's a guy that they go after that is immediate ties to LeBron is Mav Carter. If they get Mav Carter guilty by association, they get LeBron. If this happens, they keep LeBron out of Hall of Fame. But the way he went after Trump, calling him a bum and constantly mocking him as the face of the league. LeBron, Kobe never did that. Jordan never did that. Shaq never, these guys never did that. You did that. And the ratings dropped and nobody watches it anymore like they used to. It dropped because of you. I'm willing to bet. You know when NBA viewership's going to go up? The day LeBron retires.
Now, come on. I knew before this, but after that statement, he could have trashed this whole episode. He said NBA ratings will go up when LeBron retires. Like I said, 10 hat. And this last clip is the reason I'll forever side-eye the PBD podcast, because the dots are trying to connect aren't even there. Like,
Think Chauncey is dumb?
No.
Do you think the way Chauncey played the game, you think he played because he had a 38-inch vertical leap, or do you think he played the way because he was brilliant?
He's a leader.
He's a leader. He was a captain. He ran the floor, right? So I don't know. I think Chauncey has got a lot of respect and a lot of love from a lot of people in the league. And I don't know if Chauncey and LeBron are on the same team. I don't know. I don't know if they're part of the same camp. I know there's a lot of different factions.
Well, he's wearing that Clutch Sports thing, so there's...
Well, but that's a statement.
Correct.
That's a statement. That's a very different thing you're wearing.
When was that picture taken?
That was when he was
Last
coming out
week.
of jail.
That is wild. That's the one shirt that he's wearing?
Oh, you haven't
Yes.
seen?
Oh, wow.
Pull up the
Last
video,
week.
Rob. Do me a favor. Pull up the video of him walking with the Clutch Sports sweat. So do that same thing, except type in Chauncey Billups walking out of court. Walking out of court. Watch this. Let's see if the video go a little bit lower. Not that one, go a little lower. I want to see the video of him walking.
That's
right
it.
there. Watch this. Adam, watch this. This was last week.
The fact that I didn't really, I honestly thought it was
Boom.
gambling.
That's wild. Well, it's that NBA head coach, Hall of Famer, Chauncey Billups.
And what is he wearing?
A Clutch Sports.
Why is he wearing Clutch Sports?
That's Rich Paul's company with LeBron.
You
Yeah.
think, by the way, just out of curiosity, what percentage do you give it that it's just purely, because I think there's a percentage that it's coincidental.
There's a percent that
What percent chance do you think it's
5%.
coincidental? I'm with you.
5%.
I
A little
think
higher than that,
20%
but yeah.
chance is coincidental, okay? I think 80% is intentional.
Which
Okay.
that's
Wow.
where you lean.
Yeah.
towards.
Think so?
And I bet just to really
He's
fast,
talking without talking.
Guys, I'm telling you, here's the one thing you got to know about Trump. LeBron's either going to have to apologize. You're going to see this. I'm telling you guys right now, my feeling is I know the profile of Trump. I understand that profile very well of a human being. I relate to it. I understand it fully.
well, LeBron James has to be sleeping the soundest he's ever slept if this is the evidence against him. Unfortunately, I've been arrested before. When the police come, they're coming, and they don't care what kind of sweater you're wearing or if you're even wearing shoes. For the PBD to act like this is all the Da Vinci Code and they're all Robert Langdon is wild. And in all honesty, this is nothing but Trump glazing on steroids. Is it possible that Trump is weaponizing the FBI to go after LeBron? Yeah, it's possible. Is it more likely the FBI is using this as a distraction for the Epstein files? To me, that sounds more likely. But one thing I do know for sure is the NBA RICO is just another distraction. From what? I don't know. It could be one thing, it could be multiple things. Like, why haven't we spoken about the government shutdown yet? But hey, if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Zeus Network recently kidnapped Krishan Rock. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me that album because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that, little 10.
I'm maxed out.
You don't fight? Oh yeah, you're going home. You're getting replaced. What?
Krishan Rock is back in the headlines, but this time, not from abuse allegations about Blueface or her sister accusing her of the murder of her ex-boyfriend, and not even for drinking and smoking while pregnant. This time, Krishan will be in the news, accusing Zeus Network for kidnapping her. Zeus Network started Krishan's network debut and even gave her and Blueface a show called Crazy in Love. So now with Blueface in jail and Krishan newly single, she returned back to Zeus Network to get her bag together on the new season of Baddies. And if you guys aren't familiar with Baddies, it's pretty much a show where ratchets be ratcheting. And on day one, Baddies did not disappoint.
I don't know what y'all got going on or what y'all used to or what y'all been getting away with, but it's not sliding, bro. This is a shout out to Zeus Network, bro. I know real Crips and I know real Bloods, bro. I don't care. And then they know who to try this shit with, bro. They didn't do this to Blueface. They didn't do this when I was on set with Blueface. That's why Blueface was always around. Not because, oh, he was really, like, protecting me, too. But at the same time, he just like them, too. Like, I don't trust nothing. I don't trust none of that, for real. I really don't, bro. I really don't, bro. But I'm telling you, my nigga, like, Lenny Plummer, I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out, bro. I'm calling you out, bro. I'm calling you out, bro. If you want to sit down with my Pastor Mike, my father, bro, for real, this is bigger than me, man. And I feel like this attack was sent from the enemy, for real. And then it's like it's using people, places, and power. Like Lemmy got a lot of power to hurt me just because I'm being 100 on this live right now. So now I gotta call people that really love me. And I know daggone well, for real, Lenny Plummer, you can sit down with my dad. Real stuff, bro. You can sit down with my dad, Lenny Plummer. For real, bro. His name is Pastor Mike Freeman, bro. You over here got $1 billion tearing down people. You got $1 billion tearing down people for your gain. And then when we speak up, you silence us with power. You're not silencing me, bro. I know Jesus Christ, bro.
Now, this situation is a little complicated on both sides. Well, only really one side. Krishan Rock has transitioned into a Christian artist. She's turned down bookings, shows, and any appearances that require her to be the person she was. At first, I thought this was an all-in act, like when Krishan Rock interrupted Tamar and Tony Braxton's concert.
Oh, shit. That's my baby sister. Hi. Hey. Now, I ain't never did this in the middle of no. Well, this is my baby. It's a party boy. Y'all like this bitch up? Y'all like this bitch up?
Now, nobody knew how Krishan got up there, but we all know the aftermath. People were quick to comment and say, this whole Christian approach is just Krishan trying to rebrand. And those same people were quick to point out how Krishan Rock popped out to the NBA Youngboy concert with Mellow Rax.
It's the natural hair, bitches. It's the no makeup. Oh, yeah. Oh, you want to say that back? It's the no makeup. With the NBA wooty woo. Yeah, fucking you talk. What?
Now, I don't think Krishan Rock going to an NBA Youngboy concert doesn't mean she's a Christian. But those same beliefs would be why she allegedly left the Zeus Network in the first place. But in this revamped season of Baddies, Lemmy the Plumber offered Krishan Rock the biggest bag she's ever seen at one time. Krishan Rock was offered $200,000 for just this one season. And in her mind, Krishan Rock thought she could do the show with her Christian morals in the forefront. Now, that kind of doesn't make any sense, considering the show is made for young women just to fight other young women. Now, I don't know why Krishan Rock thought she could go on the show and be like a mentor or play like maybe an OG role, but that's not what the producers of the show had planned. I don't know if they gave Krishan Rock a copy of the script, but the very first scene was supposed to be an immediate confrontation with Krishan Rock's own sister, Tasika, probably because Krishan and her sister have been going back and forth with each other on the internet for months. I even did a video a few months back when her sister did an interview accusing Krishan of having her ex-boyfriend killed.
Speaking of Krishan's baby, there was a guy online from Baltimore who was claiming to be her baby dad. He ended up getting murdered, right?
Yes.
He really did get murdered? I mean, I saw that online. That was real?
Yes, that was.
And you knew, did you know
Rest in
him?
peace. So yes, I fed that boy.
How did he end up getting murdered? Was he in the streets, in the stuff, or was that just a random thing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I can't even speak on it. But if I was to speak on it, it don't look too good for certain people that we know. So I'm not gonna speak on it. Like,
Well,
I don't know.
because it's just all, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I'm not the police, but I'll just leave it at that. Well, I'll say a little bit. He ran up on Krishan when she was out in public.
He did, and then he had a paternity test coming up or something.
And then it was all online.
And then it was pow, pow, pow.
So the old Krishan Rock would have immediately took off on her sister. But this Krishan Rock, for once, saw the play for what it was. She was paid and then baited to fistfight her sister or anyone else who was there. Krishan would have major objections to the plot of the show and her requirements to participate in the show. And like everybody else in their 20s, instead of processing her emotions and sitting with herself to see how she feels about everything, Krishan just jumped on Instagram Live, where she said that she would feel so uncomfortable she tried to leave. But when she tried to, security and staff withheld her identification, so she couldn't, which technically is legally kidnapping. And Krishan would begin to show receipts.
What you mean? You wish you could give me my ID? Give me my ID. I just didn't get on the plane.
I know, but I was told not to give anybody their ID.
Bro, this is Zeus Network. You know how bad you can jeopardize them for taking my IDs so I don't get on the flight. Y'all know my daddy?
You have any number right here.
So you're not gonna give me my ID?
Unless Lemon says I can give it to you, he's the one that says whether I can give it to you or not.
I want to go. This shit is demonic.
Alright, let's call it.
I'd be wrong if I cracked you in your mouth. I'd be wrong if I called the police and said you robbed me for my ID and put your life at jeopardy.
You're right. Yeah.
What are you calling them for, bro? Give me my ID.
Because I work for them, Krishan.
Nigga! This nigga got my ID, sir. He won't give it to me. I need to leave. Tell this nigga give my IDs.
Telling security.
Please, bro.
ID and I won't get back.
Bro, please. Please tell this man give me my ID.
You gotta understand that. He went upstairs.
I can't make this shit up. You know how much trouble you will get, everybody getting? Bro, just give me my ID.
I don't want her.
I know, just give it to me, bro. You're not gonna lose your job, man. You're gonna have to lose their company, bro.
I don't care.
Okay, well, give me my ID.
I'm just gonna follow the orders that I'm given.
Hey, even with, just wanna go home.
I understand that.
I don't wanna fight no more. I don't wanna be on Zeus no more. I don't wanna deal with y'all no more. Give me my ID so I can get on my flight.
Zeus Network issued a statement that says Krishan Rock was lying, but that video definitely shows that she was telling the truth. You can hear the security guard tell her that he can't give the IDs back until Lemmy personally tells him to. The Zeus Network will put out a statement after Krishan showed everyone the video footage, and they still would say they didn't withhold her ID or kidnap her. Krishan's recent behavior has been erratic and concerning, reflecting on ongoing instability, personal negligence, and contradictory displays of faith. Throughout production, she engaged in multiple verbal and physical altercations without any prompting, encouragement, or influence from myself, Zeus executives, or producers. These incidents were neither staged nor directed. They are her genuine actions captured in real time. Krishan repeatedly discloses behind-the-scenes details online, compromising the integrity of the show and the experience for viewers. Let's be clear, Miss Rock reached out requesting an opportunity, and we graciously provided one. No one is exploiting anyone for a storyline. The reality is simple. Krishan and Tasiki have deep-rooted family issues, and our cameras are documenting it authentically. If Krishan feels uneasy about her sister's reactions, that's understandable. I'd be concerned too. But it does not justify disparaging Zeus or its team. The truth will be evident soon enough. If she decides to step away, so be it. Baddies will continue to thrive with or without her. We sincerely wish Krishan and her family peace, healing, and God's best. Lastly, and for the record, no one is withholding her identification. She chose to leave abruptly during active filming and demanded that production halt operations to accommodate her personal request. Unfortunately, we do not operate on her schedule. Nevertheless, her ID will either be in her possession or returned to her promptly and in an expeditious manner. Now, I don't know how many degrees, if any, Lemmy has, but the wording on those story posts sounded very lawyer-infused. The funny part is, we all saw the video. We all heard the security guard tell Krishan he can't give her ID. But when you read the story post, it definitely does shed some more light on the story. Attacking Krishan's contradictory actions as a Christian is valid, but in the manner of how they use it to discredit her claims, felt like it had a little Olivia Pope on it. Now, the Zeus Network would say this is just typical Krishan behavior, that she expected entirely too much and overestimated her own value that she brought to the show. Krishan reportedly would be paid $200,000 over the course of the season. A $70,000 budget for a babysitter and her team would be allocated, and they wouldn't even be on camera. But allegedly, things went left when Krishan Rock requested an $80,000 hairstylist for the season. Hey, closed mouths don't get fed. But Lemmy and the network told Krishan Rock that would never be a possibility. And that's when things started going left before filming even started. But Krishan Rock responded back to Lemmy's post.
And then it's crazy because you could tell the difference from fake beef and just a storyline for clout. Like, a bitch wants some clout. How are you my sister? And you waited till we get. Okay, cool, that's cool. I don't care. Y'all, this is what they do, bro. They basically say, hey, we're going to give you the best of both worlds. We're going to give you what a label could give you, right? This is what these people say. They going to put us on a platform in a nice ass, what labels do, right? Right? Then they tell the people, like, if you don't fight, oh, yeah, you're going home. You're getting replaced. What? All the people are sick, depressed, overstimulated, and can't find their identity. I'm the only one standing up to everybody like, so why are we actually fighting? My sister looked like a weirdo. I don't even know if that's, and then I don't even know if they, and just me y'all telling y'all this, I don't care. They're going to probably dress it up and make me seem like I'm the weirdo. And I look like I got some things to work on. Sure, bro. The atmosphere of baddies is demonic. Everybody that don't want to fight is fighting. If you're not fighting, you're not getting your check. I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to work with Zeus Network ever again. I'm disappointed for real in myself for falling for it, or thinking I had enough self-control or something that, like divine in me, that I can make it about God. And then the more I make it about God, the more it's like, it's like set up to be against my walk in my faith. I don't like it. I don't. I'm about to delete my Instagram, and I was pressured to be somebody that I was not. And that I know myself, I'm willing to walk away from a check and just say everything and tell the truth. Everybody's programmed to fight. Everybody don't like that show, bro.
The Zeus Network is making women fight other women. And in other recent news, water is wet and the sun is so hot, we could feel it from here. Sorry, but that's something the common observer can piece together. But not until now is when I started thinking about the legal ramifications. These women are on these shows for a little bit of money and a lot of clout. But what'll happen when they smarten up and realize the show is profiting off their actual physical pain? To be honest, I don't watch a show because there's no storyline. Two women sit down, have a drink. 5 minutes later, drinks and fists are being thrown. Zeus Network better be very careful about how they script their shows going forward. Otherwise, a year from now, you might hear me saying, remember when I reported Krishan leaving Zeus? But Krishan Rock is not totally innocent in the situation as well. I don't want to speak about her faith because nobody's perfect. But you can tell Krishan is really struggling with her Christianity. And I'll leave it at that. But let me know in the comments. Do you think Zeus Network kidnapped Krishan Rock and forced her to fight? Or do you think Krishan Rock was being a prima donna and had a meltdown as soon as she didn't get her way? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Little Meech has a defamation lawsuit against Selena Powell for telling the truth. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
Me and Demetrius, he was like, yo, like, I really, really genuinely wish, like, we and him had a really life talk. He's like, I really wish I could publicly be with you. But
Little Meech is back in the headlines again. And again, it's not for anything good. If you remember my last video on Lil Meech, Selena Powell exposed Meech for various things, such as being broke, having a drug habit, being lazy, and pretty much homeless because he and his father are sleeping in one of Mayweather's apartments. And then Selena dropped the coldest receipt.
Please, Delete this stuff. This is my reputation, bro. I apologize for saying what I said to you. Please, man.
But you said it was cap though. What was cap, Demetrius?
Selena, I said that to get the post deleted, Selena.
Okay. You're right. But now you want to make me look like a liar in front of the internet. It's crazy, Demetrius.
That's not how I tried to make you seem. I apologize for that.
Now, in that video wrap-up, I said, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if we see you working at a fast food restaurant within the next year like McConan, or just outright homeless. Now, I knew the downward spiral of a trajectory of Little Meech's life, as you can see, but even I couldn't have predicted the next move on Little Meech's behalf in an attempt to get the bag without an attempt to get employed first. And Little Meech's brilliant new plan is to sue Selena Powell and the We in Miami podcast. Because Selena Powell will go on said podcast and claim Little Meech and Selena were still together, and Little Meech wishes he could publicly claim her. But because of her past and her high body count, they gotta keep it a secret still because it will tarnish his reputation.
Why do people hate you so much?
I really don't know. Actually, I'm on the shade room right now, and I was reading through the comments, like, yo, why does everybody not like me? Like, why is the top comment, like, why would you be with her? Like, why are y'all mad? First of all, I never got left. Let's say that. He never left me. He didn't go nowhere.
Lil Meech.
Yeah, he never left. Like, I was reading something, I was like, oh, you sold your soul, you sold your soul. And it, in a way, I think I didn't sell my soul, but I definitely think, like, my love life is tarnished. Like, me and Demetrius, he was like, yo, like, I really, really genuinely wish, like, we and him had a really life talk. He's like, I really wish I could publicly be with you, but, like, I'm an actor, I have this going on, I have that going on, like, I can't, like, it's gonna f up my reputation because of who you are.
Now, let's be fair to all parties in this video. Do I think Selena is lying? Not at all. Do I think Little Meech was lying to her? Absolutely. If that story she said was true, then that means Little Meech is on his 32nd last chance at life. Little Meech allegedly said, I'm an actor. Not so much. He also said, I got a lot going on right now. Also, not so much. I think the only true statement he made to Selena is that if people know that they're together, it'll tarnish what little reputation he has left. Now, we all know Selena Powell's past, and I didn't go in depth about all the debaucherous things she's done. And how she made an enemy out of almost anyone with a marriage and self-respect in the hip-hop industry. But the host would ask Selena,
do you have any regrets, Selena?
Yeah, of course I have regrets, but in the same hand, I made my bed, I got a lie in it. So I know I've closed a lot of doors on, like, opportunities that I could have gotten and probably had a better reputation had I not done certain in the heat of the moment.
I want to see Selena get married. Like, you know what I mean? I'm ready for chapter 2 of your life. If you met the perfect guy, you would settle down and get married.
Immediately. I want a baby. I want to get pregnant now.
Would you stop being outside? You
Yes,
wouldn't...
because now that I'm getting older, I'm 30. Like, my biological clock is ticking. Like, I gotta hurry up.
Do you ever wish you could get a clean slate and just start over?
Of course, all the time. Or, like, I used to think, like, apologies, like, fixed it as well, because a lot of these celebrities we're in Miami, we see these celebrities all the time. I didn't apologize to, like, most of them, and we're good, but that still doesn't take away the public's view. So now when I'm just chilling with my man and I'm posting him getting a haircut, everyone's like, oh, she's a whore, she's this, she's that. I'm like, it's just, it sucks. Like, I'm always gonna have to live with that, no matter how much time. I've been known for 10 years now, so, and the story does not change.
I saw her in church. At Boot Church. I was like, wait, is that Selena? But a lot of people think that people in church are, like, supposed to be perfect. No, we're all sinners. You go to God because, like, you want a better life, like, you want to do better. Like, in the Bible, God used bad people. He used
literally a whole process.
You know why? Because he didn't want the perfect saint to take the credit. He wants the credit to be on him. Since you've been through some real girls that are going through what you went through, now when you speak to them, they're gonna listen because it's who you are. So never forget that.
Now, I'm not sure what Selena Powell went through. I kind of thought everybody went through Selena Powell. What, too soon? These podcasters be pandering. Not one time did the host of We in Miami bring up the fact that Selena Powell made all these bad choices on her own, and the countless other controversies she stirred up for no other reason than boredom at times. But after this podcast dropped, Little Meech's lawyer would file a claim to cease and desist on the claims that he tried to be with her is defamation. Attention, We in Miami podcast. Defamation and false statements made in interview with Selena Powell. Immediate retraction and public notice demanded. To whom it may concern, please be advised that this firm, the law offices of Lisa Galloway, PLLC, represents Demetrius Flannery Jr., professionally known as Little Meech, the claimant. We are writing regarding to your recent episode on the We in Miami podcast featuring Selena Powell, during which she made knowingly false, defamatory, and malicious statements about the claimant. Specifically, Ms. Powell falsely claimed an ongoing romantic relationship with the claimant and referred allegedly past interactions that are entirely untrue. Statements made by Ms. Powell include, but are not limited to, the episode titled, Name of Interview. Selena Powell opens up about her relationship with Little Meech. Within that episode, Ms. Powell falsely stated, "Why is the top comment why you be with her? First of all, I never got left. He never left me." Pretty much the rest of the lawsuit is detailing her comments on the podcast that we already heard. These statements were made with actual malice and reckless disregard for the truth and have caused and continue to cause substantial reputational harm, distress, and damage to Little Meech's professional relationships, including current and prospective endorsement and business opportunities. To be absolutely clear, the claimant has never engaged in a romantic or intimate relationship with Ms. Powell. The representations made on your platform are entirely false, defamatory, and misleading. Publishing these statements without verification or disclaimer demonstrates gross negligence and amounts to irresponsible journalism. We formally demand that We in Miami podcast take the following immediate actions. You are hereby required to immediately upon receipt of this letter, issue a public statement via all platforms where the interview was published, including, but not limited to YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. This public statement must be published as a live post, not just a story or temporary content, and read verbatim as follows. Holy! We in Miami podcast have been officially placed on notice by the law offices of Lisa Galloway, who represents Demetrius Flinnerway Jr., professionally known as Lil Meech, pursuant to this notice. We are publicly clarifying that at no time did Little Meech engage in a romantic or intimate relationship with Selena Powell. The statements made by Ms. Powell during her interview on our platform are false, defamatory, and made without any factual basis. These false narratives are not only defamatory, but also constitute a deliberate effort to harm Little Meech's public image and professional reputation. Now, I have no idea if Little Meech is familiar with a little thing called the internet, or camera phones, or a little thing called screen recording conversations, which Little Meech has been caught in 4K on all three of those things I said, admitting to being in a relationship with Selena. To be honest, my biggest question is, where did Little Meech get the lawyer money from? And I guess my second biggest question is Little Meech planning on suing Selena Powell for money she doesn't have? Which I wouldn't lie. Selena Powell having to file bankruptcy for talking about another man in the industry, but this time telling the truth and being sued for it? That has to be karma just placing a neat bow on the culmination of all her actions. And my last question would be, who really cares? Lil Meech had an opportunity and squandered it. And just like most Nepo babies with zero talent, they're left in the free world grasping at straws. I guess the only thing left now is to see how a broke person suing another broke person plays out. But let me know in the comments. Do you think Lil Meech should just admit he's with Selena Powell? Or do you agree with Little Meech that being with Selena Powell will ruin his reputation and future brand deals? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why an LA gang member is claiming T Grizzly snitched on him. And also, if you made it this far, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that little 10. I'm maxed out.
But you was telling me that it was a statute of limitations to a burglary, so they was trying to get it before the statute of limitation was up, so they can have another year to follow me.
So the snitching radar has locked in on another rapper. I can't make this up. This is why I say the streets are dead. And at this point, I'd be surprised if rappers didn't snitch. But who is the snitch stick pointing at today? Well, if you clicked on the thumbnail, you obviously know it's T Grizzly. Now, I thought this would be about his manager that was killed recently, but this is quite the opposite.
T Grizzly, his house in LA was burglarized and nearly $1 million in jewelry and cash was stolen. So they smashed the window, got entrance into his house, and according to the police report, nobody was home at the time of the break-in. There is an open investigation. And here is what T Grizzly had to say in response to the news getting out about the break-in and everything that's been going on.
I appreciate everybody reaching out, you know what I'm saying, checking on me. I'm good, my family good, thank God. I just need y'all to do one thing for me though, man. Send a prayer up for PNB Rock and his kids, King Vine and his kids, and all the kids out here that gotta grow without their pops. You feel me? And I had to go through that. I grew without my pops because he was killed. You feel me? It ain't easy at all. So send the prayers, and we just gonna wish many blessings on them. We gotta watch what we speaking into existence, man. I know we looking at it like we just making music, it's art and all that. But these words is powerful, bro. And just like we can speak some good into existence, we can speak some bad into existence. You feel me? So we gotta really be careful what we saying about ourselves when we make this music, man.
$1 million? A whole $1 million in jewelry and miscellaneous items? Now, we all know, when you insure your house and items in your house, they have to be appraised first. Now, I say that to say this. T. Grizzly probably had about $500,000 worth of items in his home that appraised for $1 million, just in case this particular situation happened. Not dumb by a long shot. And to be honest, everyone does it. Now, the robbery at T. Grizzly was about 3 years ago before I even did content. But if you're California, which I am, the streets pretty much knew who did it within about 2 months. Now, Baby Shooter, especially from the name, is not shockingly from a Crip set in LA, but is notorious in LA for robbing houses or catching a flock, as you will. So not only was there a rumor that Baby Shooter robbed T. Grizzly, but he wasn't shying away from the rumors and speculation either. Cloud has to be the biggest drug known to man in today's times, because instead of shying away from the rumors of robbing T. Grizzly, Baby Shooter would do the opposite and lean into the respect and recognition he earned from said robbery. And with T. Grizzly being tapped in a lot of circles, it didn't take too long for T. Grizzly to hear who's responsible for the robbery. Now, if a man robs you, the street rules dictate you have to get back. The street rules don't dictate what form of get back must be achieved, but street rules dictate it has to be 10 times worse than what you lost. So did T. Grizzly hit the streets for get back? Not quite. T. Grizzly would file a police report with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Detective Hamilton, number 982, received this case to investigate a residential burglary. The address was burglarized. Entry was made by shattering the rear glass window. The assailant would take off with $1 million in jewelry, cash, and expensive bags. On February 17, 2024, I met with homeowner Terry Wallace and Maisha Agnew for a follow-up. Due to newly discovered evidence, Mr. Wallace states that his residence was targeted on the day of his engagement wedding. Mr. Wallace is a musician with the stage name T. Grizzly. I began providing Mr. Wallace with a 6-pick lineup to see if he was able to identify any suspects. Mr. Wallace was then shown a picture of figure number 4, which was a photograph of Johnson. Mr. Wallace stated he doesn't know Johnson personally, but Johnson bragged about breaking into the Wallace's residence. I then provided Wallace a photograph of Johnson and 2 unknown male figures on what seems to be a FaceTime call. Mr. Wallace informed me that he got Mr. Johnson to admit to his role in the burglary. And what clip were they talking about? Y'all remember when I told you Wack 100 is not the only gang member who records every phone call he has with other gang members. I told y'all, every gang member does it. And if they don't, just assume they do, will, and did, and you'll be safer that way. Now, Baby Shooter was beefing with Milk 74 for some unknown reason. And Milk 74 pulled the ultimate LA recording move. Now, I don't know if it helped him win the beef between him and Baby Shooter, but it definitely helped in the T. Grizzly case. Mr. Wallace then provided me with video from security cameras which showed an unknown assailant exiting the rear of the residence. The assailant had on a black and white hooded sweatshirt. Mr. Wallace then provided me with a photograph of what seemed to be Johnson via an Instagram account, shootergang_, standing on a dark gray colored SUV wearing a black and white hooded sweatshirt. I then provided Mr. Wallace a link to www.evidence.com to upload the photographs and videos. I even asked Mr. Wallace if he had any questions for me. Mr. Wallace stated he didn't have any more questions, so I ended my investigation as I didn't have any further questions for Mr. Wallace. Now, Baby Shooter will respond to defend himself of these allegations, which I have no idea why he would think that's a good idea, considering that he's actually currently serving time right now for the shooting and robbery of an Atlanta-based rapper that came to LA. But you know what the police always say? They never catch the smart ones. So Baby Shooter would go on to explain why he thinks T. Grizzly told on him. And not that he just believes so. Shooter Gang actually has evidence in his discovery that proves so.
Or that FaceTime call situation, that shit came about when niggas had tapped in with me, right? And they was telling me, oh yeah, shit going on. Well, my uncle had tapped in with me. He was letting me know, you feel me, that shit was going around type shit. So I was trying to see, I was basically trying to see like what niggas had my name in their mouth. So I used bait to let the nigga know, like, hey, man, like, feel me, like, I ain't do it, but I can let the nigga know. You feel me? I let the nigga know some shit. So basically, niggas put me on the phone with the nigga supposed to be brother type shit. So they put me on the phone with that nigga, and then I just threw bad. I was throwing the nigga off the hallway throat type shit. You feel me? So that's where them motherfuckers come. That's where the little FaceTime call came through at. But they was trying to get information out of a nigga right there through the little FaceTime call shit. But I was throwing them niggas off the whole time though.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Facts, right? I bet. So those dudes, they didn't have nothing to do with it, though. You feel me?
So I guess it's only obvious to ask him a follow-up question of, when did you find out T Grizzly told on you?
Oh, when I found this out, I found it.
Yeah.
I found this out. I found this out last year, right? Because I'm right now. I mean, I was already locked up for another shit that got to do with another rapper. So I was already locked up for that shit. So they came a couple months later after that shit. You feel me? And they told me and shit like that. But I had to fill out some little paper to appear in court. But that's all. I want to have a detainer and let's take out beat this right here. So when I did that, and my lawyer came to court for me, I stood in that motherfucker from like 8 o'clock to like 5 p.m. type shit. And they was telling me, well, they ain't fully filed it, that though it's a statute of limitation to a burglary, so they before the 3 years was up, they want to file it on you, so they got another year to come refile it on you again. I'm like, all right, for sure. Boom. So when I found that out, I had hit Unc up and let him know, and he like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, but I ain't gonna press play on that until I get you that work. You feel me? Till I get the shit up from my lawyer. So I've been new for months now, and then I just had finally got it from my lawyer and shit. So that's when I had tapped in with Unc.
Are you being charged with it right now actively or no?
Oh no, I ain't been charged with that shit. I ain't charged with it. They filed it on me, right? But the DA didn't accept it. But he was telling me that it was a statute of limitations to a burglary. So they was trying to get it for the statute of limitation was up, so they can have another year to file on me. So I'm not following it as we speak now.
Here go the thing, Flacco. Attempted to telling that lead to a dismissal, telling that lead, listen, once you tell when we from, use a long tail rat. That's it.
Yeah, he told the detective, the shit that I see, that's what he told the detective, you feel me? When they come to his house. He told the detective that shit, you feel me? So that's how I came up as the interest. Detective see this videos that they got and put them on the fucking internet, you know what I'm saying? And that's how the police see the shit, and that's what I guess the little evidence they got with my name in it. You feel me? So they want to holler at that nigga. That's what they told. That's what he told them.
Yo, bro, hold on, right? Also, too, though, cause he said, yo, we got like the evidence and like the and like he used that FaceTime video to tell on you. So do you feel like this was him just going home, or do you feel like everybody involved was trying to set you up so he can tell on you?
Man, I feel like all the niggas trying to set a nigga up. You feel me? Like, of course, you know, I know
This call is being recorded.
Of course, you know, I didn't know they was recording me. You feel me? So it's like, nigga, why the fuck is you know what I'm saying? Why the fuck is you recording some shit like this? And we talking about some shit and you putting it on the internet. You feel me? Like, why are you doing that? You feel me? Like, of course, the people go see the shit. You know what I'm saying? So they have to, you have to be knowing that the police is gonna get involved with that. You feel me? You putting that on the internet like that?
Yeah, bro. Like, after that incident, though, right? Like, I know about like the FaceTime call. His like homies calling you and shit. But outside of that, though, like, had you and T Grizzly had any type of like, I don't know, man, like run-ins or like, had he ever tapped in? Like, was there any type of interaction like after, you know, he's like kind of found out, yo, you know, like, you involved?
Oh, that nigga tapped in a couple times. Talking about buying shit back and shit like that. I'm like, I ain't got nothing for you to buy back type shit. You feel me? Like, and all that. And then after the couple calls about buying his shit back type shit, the nigga was like, that's when I started hearing the money on the head type bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, we hollered about some shit. We talking about trying to buy his shit back type shit. Other than that, I don't know, dude. You don't know me like that.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
thing you didn't fuck with that call because by the way that now listen, this police report, right? Yes.
Yeah.
I remember you told me way back, that dude that filed something and talked to him, and I told you till I saw something, I couldn't speak on it, right?
Yeah.
When did your attorney actually let you know that the DA or wherever, where did your attorney get this police report from?
Oh, that nigga let me know. I think that nigga let me know in what was this like? I think that nigga let me know this shit up in like August type shit. You know what I'm saying? That's when that nigga let me know this shit.
So where did he actually get this? Where did he get this report, this paperwork you sent him? Where did your attorney, did he get that from the DA? Where did he get that from?
Oh yeah, That nigga got that shit from the DA office. He got that shit from the DA office, and he said, "Oh yeah, this is what they trying to file." You feel me? The DA got to accept it, and he was telling me that their biggest evidence was basically what he said, and some type of shit where my phone could ping in a 5-mile radius of his residence type shit. So he was like, "Oh, the strong shit they trying to say is you got your phone pinged in a 5-mile radius, but that don't 100% put you at his residence." You know what I'm saying? So they basically they got a year silence, but he said he got that shit from the DA office though.
Yeah, yo, bro, like, listen, man. But we know you innocent. But hypothetically, man, how did T Grizzly crib get left that wide open, bro? Like, who? Feel me? Who opened up the back door, man?
Who opened up the back door about what?
How did niggas who? Again, you innocent, but hypothetically, how did niggas even like get the drop to be able to go in? You feel me? And take what they take.
Oh, how did niggas get the drop on that nigga? How did niggas drop on that nigga joint?
Yeah,
you trying to figure out why did they call you about it? Why did anybody even call you about this spot getting in? Who gave your name to T Grizzly?
Oh, who gave my name to nigga? Niggas in the street talking too much, bro. That's what happened, bro. You feel me? Niggas in the street talking too much. First, I gotta blame myself for talking for even. Feel me? First, you know what I'm saying? That's how I came up. You feel me? First, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just popping it, you know what I'm saying? You know, they allegedly a nigga came up on a couple M's, you feel me? So for a street nigga, you know, that's popping, you feel me? So niggas running their mouth, you know what I'm saying? So, and then that shit blow up all over the place, niggas talking about it. So from there on, it was just like, you know what I'm saying? Niggas like, oh nigga, I know who got something to do with that. Nigga, this is that, you feel me? And I know who I told my business to, you feel me? Like nigga, I already know exactly. You have to be 4-5 niggas that I told my business to, you feel me? So I'm like, yeah, gotta be out of them niggas. You ain't no other way about it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, how you get the drop on the house or like how you know, he wasn't home?
Oh man, that's a whole nother game. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother. I don't even want. You feel me?
There's no way you didn't know. Listen. There's no way he didn't know where the nigga was home or not. He don't even know what the nigga said that. They just threw his name with some shit.
Yeah, facts. Feel me, man. Yeah, man, listen, bro. I'll be real, bro. When I drop that shit, man, bro, right now, bro, the folks are going crazy, man. Wait, I'm like, when you coming home, bro? Tell me, what can we do? Something like the in-person sit-down?
Oh man, we could shit. All right, I got trial coming up. I'm supposed to be doing a jury selection on next Monday, right? But I don't think it's gonna get that far type shit. But if you don't get that far shit, I'll be out in a week and a half type shit. And it's looking good for me to get back out. You know, Unc looked out for me for a nigga, man. He always looking out for a nigga, man. So I should be back. Do the Unc, my nigga. Unc stay looking out for a nigga, man. He got a nigga, man. So shit, it was looking bad for a nigga, man. They was talking about motherfucking.
Man, like a real nigga, man.
Yeah, the best deal they was trying to give me was 38 years to life as a deal. You feel me?
38?
Yeah, 38 years to life as a deal. All right, it's another rapper nigga from Atlanta type shit. They say he was out here in his Rolls Royce. They trying to say I shot up his Rolls Royce and
This call is being recorded.
took his shit. So that's what I'm.
Blanco, you read that story? It was about the dude, the Atlanta rapper, like Jay Money or something like that.
Yeah, he got killed, right?
Nah, he's still alive. He's still alive. I spoke with him about a year and a half ago. He's still alive.
God damn.
I'm here for that right now.
Listen, I'll be real. I didn't know that.
I told him, Flacco, he needs to change his fucking name because his name, his name is just, when they hear the baby shooter, he did it, man. His name is Baby Shooter. It had to be him.
This real life, man. Bro, I'll be real, man. Listen, man. Bro, innocent, man. But listen, man. A lot of these niggas be podcasting, rapping about shit they ain't never, experienced, man. So listen, man. Any nigga who can go to court and hear 38 to life and still hold it down and be solid, man, you a different type of nigga, man.
Oh yeah, off the back, bro. You know, nigga go keep it solid, bro. Nigga got to, you feel me? Like, nigga, the youth authority, all that shit, juvenile life, all that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, nigga, we've been down for murder, kidnapping shit, you know what I'm saying? And kept the college to juvenile life. You feel me? That shit regular. Nigga go make it back. You guys just sit through the wait. You know what I'm saying? Nigga ain't tripping off that type shit.
Man, bro, I'll be real with you, man. Listen, man, I had 38 to life, nigga. I start figuring out, man, what I know, my nigga. You feel me, man? Like,
I think niggas, rapper niggas, man, them niggas better start talking to Unc, man. That's the only nigga that can tell a nigga something, man. I don't know them niggas think it's good out here. They better start calling Unc, man, when they come out here, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
ain't shooter, listen to me. We ain't worried about nothing they doing. Hopefully everybody come out of state, come in town. Let's do some business, pull up on it. Let's do some podcasting.
Yeah.
Shit, if you a boxer, you know, check in with me. We got nothing but sports. We putting on boxing matches. And shit, man. Hey, look, man, we looking to do business with everybody.
With everybody, you know what I'm saying?
You keep your ass out of trouble.
Now, first and foremost, I want to say that this is new for Poetic Flacco. Whack 100? Not so much. But before we even get into the implications of this jail call, did y'all hear the felonious questions that Flacco was asking? Whack 100 was trying to keep it under wraps a little bit, but Flacco was going for nothing but viral clips. They both heard Baby Shooter say that his initial deal was 38 years to life, and Poetic Flacco and Whack 100 were undeterred in asking more federal questions. Just hearing that clip, I even felt secondhand slimy for Flacco. Baby Shooter is trying to out T Grizzly as a snitch. Well, in all actuality, T Grizzly is a rapper who went to go get married, and Baby Shooter went in his house and stole some stuff. You didn't take it from his face like a man. You didn't take it off his body like a bully. You snuck in his house while he was away. Anybody who's living on the right side of the law knows it's common sense as a homeowner, even a renter, that is required by law to get homeowners insurance just for these circumstances. Now, I said earlier that T Grizzly probably only had $500,000 in jewelry and belongings taken from him, but it was insured for $1 million, so it was kind of a come up for T Grizzly. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But trying to put a snitch jacket on T Grizzly is a little over the top. People just want to call people a snitch nowadays without any kind of concrete proof, or with fabricated reasons that they can just call it snitching now. But in all honesty, nobody cares if T Grizzly's snitching. What I do want to say is more scarier than T Grizzly being a snitch is these content creators using their clout to get gang members to snitch on themselves. But maybe I'm only saying that because I can't do it yet because I don't have any. But let me know in the comments. Do you think T Grizzly snitched on Baby Shooter? Or do you think at this level of his life, he can't be labeled as a snitch? And if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Finesse 2Tymes had to expose his brother for snitching. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out.
Now, I'm not trying to act like a psychic or anything, but I just dropped a video about Finesse 2Tymes yesterday. And in my wrap-up, I literally said, you shouldn't be on IG Live talking about past crimes when you're on federal parole. It's just common sense. And I think in the last video, Finesse 2Tymes said that these crimes happened 5 to 6 years ago, so it's okay to talk about them. And boy, was he wrong, because now Finesse 2Tymes is facing up to 10 years and could receive life if it goes too far off the rails. Finesse 2Tymes has been arrested for 1 count of possession of marijuana under 2 ounces, which is 180 days in county time. 2nd count is possession of controlled substance, which is 1 gram to 4 grams, which is 2 to 10 years in a state penitentiary. 3rd count, which is tampering with fabricating or physical evidence with intent to impair it, which is not good at all. That's 2 to 10 years in a state prison as well. The 4th count is prohibited substance item in a correctional facility. Now, this charge is crazy because this time ranges from 5 years to 20 to life, which is wild. Now, the 5th count is possession of a controlled substance once again with 1 gram to 4 grams. So maybe he caught the charge twice, but it's listed twice. So maybe he had 2 different controlled substances. So that's also another count of 180 days to 2 years in the prison. 6th count is possession of controlled substance once again. And the 7th is a possession of controlled substance again, 1 gram again, listed twice. Like I said, likely separate counts. But the 8th charge is possession of a dangerous drug, a year in jail, and a $4,000 fine. In this circumstance, it's a lot of charges, but not a lot of felonies. These are more drug addict charges than violent offender charges. And courts always give drug addicts programs or rehabs. And to be honest, having a majority of your charges be for drugs is a great thing, because all Finesse 2 Times has to do is say he wasn't in his right mind due to the drugs. Now, like I said, Finesse 2 Times being on drugs and taking that mug shot is the best thing that ever happened in this case. He has the money for a good lawyer who can hopefully plead everything down. He doesn't have any violence or gun charges, which works in his favor. But if he can find a way to skate out of this one, he needs to lock in on some Gunna type timing. Hit the gym and the studio and stay there for a year. That's the best strategy right there that will benefit everybody. Finesse 2 Times because he'll be busy and not on drugs. The fans benefit because we're gonna get consistent music. And possibly his family will benefit because he won't be on Instagram Live beefing with them every day. But let me know in the comments, do you think Finesse 2 Times blew his 30-second last chance? Or do you think Finesse 2 Times can drop a couple of hits and be back on top of the world? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Finesse 2 Times and his brother No Love are exposing each other as snitches. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that album because I need a beat here, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out.
I don't go to jail for toting pistols. See, you niggas go to jail for toting them. You niggas go to jail for looking good with y'all gun, toting pistols. I shoot pistols. Yeah, all my charges was discharging. I shot it. I wasn't just toting it looking good with a mask and just... No, I'm not you niggas, man. I'm really letting off. That's what I go to jail for, getting off.
Now, Finesse 2 Times. What can we say? Besides the fact that we're starting to know him for his family drama more than his music. Some people are saying that Finesse 2 Times is better off starting a reality-based TV show centered around his family. Sort of like Love and Hip Hop, just a family version. Because between No Love and Mama 2 Times and Finesse's own IG Live rants, we get a detailed insight into their daily lives, completely unsolicited. Now, we all know the viral split between Finesse 2 Times and his brother No Love, but these two just can't seem to quit talking about each other. I completely understand No Love's position. No Love's down bad with no life skills, and his only source of income was different legal and illegal activities with his brother. So it makes sense that No Love would hit any podcast mic that would listen. But No Love didn't stop there. Once again, he took to his IG Live in an attempt to expose Finesse 2 Times.
Everybody know I'm a soldier, P. This ain't nothing I'm mad about. This ain't a fact that I'm stressing, P. I'm just confirming some shit that's already solid. But you know how bad it feel for me to do all that gangster street shit and for you to blow up and start playing with fool? Screw my language, fool. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say, fool. This shit hurt me, fool. Yeah. Man, he a nigga, man. He grown. He a man, man. Hurt me, man. I don't give what you talking about. It hurt me. I'm talking about when that shit happened, fool, I was laying in the bed, ask my gal, fool. I was laying in the bed for months. I wouldn't even get out the bed, fool. I'm thinking about all the loyalty I showed. Listen, fool, when we got caught on the road with them pistols, I didn't say a word, fool. That wasn't my gun, fool. I didn't buy the gun. It's not mine. I can't take it home. I can't sell them. Man, them folks took me in the interrogation room. I told them before I plead the fifth. They said, stick it to him then. That's loyalty. Nigga, that's enough to trust. That's enough to trust, my nigga. Hold on, I ain't through. You remember that night my cousin denied you, nigga? When that broad put you up on his lick, and before you come get your little brother, you tried to go get our cousin. You don't remember that night when we were up, ran around in your baby mama car on E? You don't remember that? Your baby mama remember. We ran on E with these hammers. Somebody gotta get it tonight. You know what we did that night, nigga. You call me. Man, look, bro, ain't picking up the phone, bro. I'm finna come get you. Come on. You come get me. We shoot out there. Long story short, middle of the night, park in the cut. Nigga, wasn't nobody with you but your little brother, nigga. Wasn't nobody ready to you that night, but your little brother, nigga.
Once again, No Love took to his Instagram live to expose Finesse 2 times. And this time, it might have backfired. Now, you can totally hear the pain and hurt in No Love's voice, but that does not give him a right to bring up past crimes that nobody got convicted of or even knew about. Now, I'm not sure in this situation if No Love's just lashing out to get his brother's attention or to put Finesse 2 times under the jail. But at this point, I think it'd be safer for both individuals to just call each other. Because in my opinion, it looks like they're just talking to each other through their Instagram live rants anyway, just like so.
I don't go to jail for toting pistols. See, you niggas go to jail for toting them. You niggas go to jail for looking good with y'all gun, toting pistols. I shoot pistols. Yeah, all my charges was discharging. I shot it. I wasn't just toting it looking good with a mask and just... No, I'm not you niggas, man. I'm really letting off. That's what I go to jail for, getting off. Long story short, the police caught No Love trying to take the gun off of him and put it up under my partner's seat, man. Up under Darrow's seat. When the police caught the man trying to put the gun up under the seat, man, the police panicked, man. The police pulled the file, draw down on the whole car. The other police pulled his file. Gun, they got a gun, woo, woo. My baby mama 8 months in the car with my son.
So Finesse 2 times' version of events seems to be a little bit different than No Love's. No Love tried to say that they all got hemmed up and he kept it solid by not snitching and pleading the fifth. Finesse's version is that No Love tried to put a gun under the seat, which made everybody catch a case. And that's a major difference in the story. So in typical Finesse 2 times fashion, instead of hitting his brother up, he hit his IG Live button instead.
You know what I'm saying? So I get the gun. My partner them stay right around the corner from where I get the guns from. I go get 2 guns. I ain't finna get into what kind they was in details now, this shit. I go get 3 guns. I take my 2 guns. I give my little brother No Love one. I say, hey, No Love. I say, hey, No Love. We finna get all this shit to brother. Get brother. This is what No Love say now, y'all. Y'all see how he just got on that live and said, this ain't my gun. I ain't bad. I can't take this motherfucker and sell it. I got bro witnesses, y'all. I got people that was in the car. I got people that was around me that I can get on this live. Guess what No Love said? Guess what No Love said? Man, give me my gun. I'm going to take my charge. I ain't finna go up here around these country boys acting like that with no strap. Me, Darrow, B, and Double. I never forget this shit because it was tragic to me. B, YP Double, and Darrow. And Cece, my baby mama, was all in the car with us. No Love said, I'm going to take my charge. Give me my gun, bro. I don't want to. Hell no. I got my nigga YP Double. He already on security. He already gonna take responsibility. Now I said, I can speak on this because it's old, y'all. This shit super old. 5 years, 6 years ago old. So Double say, bro, I don't think we need no more artillery. We just going down there to do one verse and get on back out of there. We don't need 4, 5 guns, bro. We don't need number 1 or 2 guns, bro. So I say, all right, leave that other shit here. But No Love in 6. Hell no, I'm taking my gun. I'm taking, boom, it's a dead issue. Now, y'all know how we do it on the road. We smoking dope. A nigga doing it because I set it up to where if I was to get pulled over, I'm good. All my X's crossed and my T's dotted. All right, check me out. Man, we get pulled over, y'all. We get pulled over, y'all. We get pulled over. Since you want to bring this story up, I'm going to give y'all a real deal. We get pulled over. I'm in the middle, in the back, because like I said, my baby mama pregnant. So I let her get in the front. My nigga Darrow driving. I'm in the middle. No Love right here. And who the fuck on the side of me? YP Double. YP Double right on the side of me. Boom. Who is it? Face up. Here I come, fam. I'm dressed. Come here. Come in. Hold on. As soon as you get through getting dressed, bro. I'm dressed, though. Here I come, player. So, tell me what to change me. So, we getting pulled over. Now, YP, this my little man. He the foul guy. He the one finna, you know what I'm saying, take care of the business. So when the police pull us over, YP take his fine from out the back seat and put it on him. He ready to take his charge like a real nigga. He on gangster shit. We men, we from the street. It's protocol. You already, it's real nigga shit. This what's going on. Same way when Lil Marcus was in the car with me that's how it's supposed to go. This real nigga shit, protocol, street nigga shit, man. That's why I said No Love is not a street nigga. He ain't done nothing street. He ain't been no jail. He been in jail for a gun. He ain't been in jail for finding motherfuckers. I go to jail for finding pistols. I don't go to jail for toting pistols. So you niggas go to jail for toting them.
Oh, yeah. Now, Finesse 2 Times has been moving walking since he's been out. From having his brother No Love do shows for him because they look alike, to Finesse 2 Times shooting at a woman and having a security guard take the charge. Finesse 2 Times kept saying the story is old so he can speak about it. Then he proceeded to say that the story was only 5 or 6 years old. To me, that's not enough distance between the actual crime date and today's date. I did a story on Big U being indicted in LA, and in that paperwork, the feds say they were watching Big U since 2011. And that's 14 years. That's all I'm saying. But if the story is true, I mean, at least Finesse 2 Times version of events, that goes to show No Love is not the sharpest tool in the box. But also, if you know your brother's not a street dude, why do you keep putting your brother in street dude positions? In my opinion, both sides made very tragic mistakes. No Love's mistake is trying to be his brother instead of trying to be No Love. Finesse 2 Times' mistake is trying to move like the mob instead of like a rapper. And for not having the right discernment to know that your brother's not ready for the road you're taking him down. But let's be honest, it's the year 2025 and nobody cares about snitches. Because Finesse 2 Times trying to expose his brother for snitching when he just snitched on a security guard last year is crazy. But Finesse 2 Times continues to try to expose his brother No Love.
On the whole car, the other police pulled his file. Gun, they got a gun. Woo, woo. My baby mama 8 months in the car with my son. My nigga supposed to have 15 squad cars pull up, got guns on the whole car, all because of No Love. Then pump fake trying to take the gun off of him and put it under the seat so everybody can have the charge. What the fuck you gonna put the gun under the seat for everybody? Guess what No Love told me out his mouth? I said, well, you know you got that gun under the seat. They finna try to charge all of us on federal. You can't do that. I'm gonna go to the feds. Guess what No Love told me out his mouth? This on my grandmama, on all my kids. Man, all of us gonna have to go to jail. That man told me that
I will live to piss on his grave. Even if I'm in a walker, my wife already has instructions. She's out of the will. If she doesn't get me there, if I'm not ambulatory, I'll find Vince Russo's grave and I will piss on it. And there will be a picture of that hanging on my wall when I pass away. And hate is a hell of a motivator.
Just like that out his mouth. That shit hurt me so bad. I looked down. I looked at YP Double. I said, bro, don't let me go to jail like this. I said, yo, my brother right here now, my blood fresh, this family now. Ain't got no felonies, ain't never been in nobody's jail, ain't gonna go do a day. Versus YP Double and been to the penitentiary and did all. Yo, what YP Double said, man, you ain't going no jail, fire. I got you. You ain't going no jail, fire. You ain't going to jail, fire. You know what I did, y'all? I went home. I went home because of YP Double, man. They locked No Love up for the gun because they saw him with it. They saw him taking the gun off his hip and putting it. But now he on the internet telling y'all, man, the man had the nerve to tell me on the phone. The man had the nerve to tell me on the phone, man, that wasn't my gun. I ain't back. You ain't give it to me, but I got 4 or 5 motherfuckers that can bounce and say that you said that was your gun. You gonna take the blame for it. You gonna fall on the sword for the motherfucker. Now when you go to jail, oh, I ain't, and you talking about you ain't say nothing. You a motherfucking lie. You told them folks, we left CC house, we went over there, bought them guns. I just didn't want to never say nothing about that shit, nigga, because you my motherfucking brother. But you currently getting on this motherfucking computer, not having nothing to say, trying to make me look bad. I told you, everybody that try to make me look bad, I'm spazzing on your ass. I'm bringing out the real truth. Ain't no more half truth. No, them days over with. Ain't no more saying what you want to say and thinking that, oh, he ain't gonna say nothing no way. He ain't gonna, no. I'm setting your ass straight from now on.
Finesse 2 Times will go on to say that he will continue to go back and forth with any family member. And to me, that's more than stupid. Finesse 2 Times is on federal parole, arguing about crimes that he may have and may not have committed. And his first response is, I'm gonna continue to go live and tell the whole story? To me, the feds probably heard that and started rubbing their hands like Birdman. And the craziest part is, Finesse 2 Times had more to say.
Ain't no more being quiet. No, You got something to say about me? I'm gonna put the real deal on your motherfucking ass, and you gonna be the fool. Cause that's the real deal. Y'all concocting all these little plans together to try to bring me down. And then guess what? Overall now, guess who behind this shit? Guess who telling him this shit? Guess who? My mama. Fuck. My mama is the one persuading him. My mama is the one telling him, oh yeah, Trey, don't go for that. Don't. You know why? Cause she ain't getting what she wants to out of me. See, my problem is not giving, y'all. That ain't my problem. I give. I just don't give what they want. That's the problem. The problem ain't give. The problem ain't give. I give. Can't nobody sit back. The whole 3 years, have y'all ever seen my mama complain? No. The whole 3 years I've been out the feds, y'all never seen my mama complain. She just started complaining. That ought to tell you something. I ain't not been taking care of motherfucker. So now what? I ain't been not complaining. Now they complaining. Yeah, because I'm tired. These folks, man, anytime motherfucker, man, come get something out of you, and then the same day you hear them talking bad about you, man, you'll get tired of getting motherfucker shit too. I'm a man. I don't know about nobody else. Come on, let him in. It's just a nigga brother. If it wasn't him, I wouldn't give a fuck who was. Man, you want to remember that time? Remember that time when mama gave you, and you supposed to split it, and you all that old reminiscing ass shit. What you doing today? What you doing today for it, nigga? What is you getting up saying, hey man, leave my brother alone. Hey man, this what's going on. I'm still pushing F&G. I'm still, nah, nigga. You going to do interviews with a nigga who telling your brother that he'll fuck him in the ass.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
The nigga from Houston.
I hear the tree of me.
Yeah, you over here doing interview. Ain't no nigga in the world can tell my brother he gonna fuck him in the ass and I'm gonna go do an interview with him. Nigga, you a hoe. Fuck you talking about, nigga. You can just be my vice lord, brother. I ain't finna go in here and do no interview with no nigga for no $500 after you just said my brother. You gonna knock my brother out, put your finger in his ass. I'm here about principles, nigga. You can't say that shit about me. A nigga still can't say that about you, and I don't even like your bitch ass. But because you my mama's son, I'm not finna let no nigga say they finna knock you out and stick no man. You got my nigga. Hey, man. Y'all just different. And when I catch one of you bloggers, y'all gonna see.
You gonna smash him.
And it's dead on that. When I catch one of y'all gonna see how real this shit get. See, them niggas don't be around me. Them niggas don't be in my way. They check their location when they make tripping. This ain't over here. Cause they know when you run into me, boy, yeah, it's time to answer. I'm trying to shadow something on social media. I'm trying to get a nigga out where they win it. You win it right here. I get all the laughs and shit on social media. Y'all laugh on this shit. He real in real life though.
It's a certain shit. Now, I totally agree on this part that Finesse 2 Times was saying. You're never supposed to let anyone talk about your family members in a negative way. It doesn't matter if we beefing right now or not, because at the end of the day, we're still family. Even somebody you consider your play brother, somebody you grew up with. I could have fell out with my play brother 5 years ago. You can't sit there and tell me to my face that you're gonna do something bad to that man. So Finesse 2 Times being hurt by his brother on a lot of levels is understandable. But he also said something I don't know if y'all missed or not. He said no love and his own screwed up mentality and behavior is due in part because of their mother, Mama 2 Times. Finesse 2 Times will go on to say that their mother's been manipulating them since they were children. He also said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree because he's a master manipulator as well, and he can spot the behavior a mile away.
Selfish ass nigga. You just one of them type of niggas who don't like to accept accountability, bro. You don't like to accept what you do, man. And it is what it is, bro. You a grown ass man. You ain't like little you. You ain't 21 years old, 23, 24 years old, man. You been out here long enough to know, man. Your ass know better. That's why I'm harder on you than I am little you. I give little you a break, cause little you still, man. Come on, bro. You know what's up with little you. You know what's up with little you, man. That's the baby. He the baby. We supposed to be the one setting examples for him. You see what I'm saying? But see, I know your problem. Just like all y'all problems. We got a real manipulative mama. That's all it is. Our mama with GD. If y'all understand what GD is, y'all know that GD is money macking and manipulation. My mama been GD since she was 16 years old, man. My mama is a Mac. And guess what? Part of the reason why me and my mama don't get along is because I know how to identify manipulators. Because I've been one. And I can still manipulate some shit. So I know how to identify them. See, it's gonna be a little easier for your mama to manipulate you because that's your mama. You'll take advice and think it's advice. Whole time it's manipulation. And then, if you notice, everybody go against me. You ain't never heard nobody say what each other done. Well, they do that when they get mad at each other. But they don't do that. They don't do that when, nah, Rick don't get that. Why? Because Rick always been the golden child. Rick always been the one that knew how to get up, go make something for himself, make sure everybody's straight, and then still go to jail. And then that's when everybody cut me off. As long as I'm in the street and I'm making shit happen, everybody love me. Everybody, Rick this, my son this, my brother this. Oh, my brother rapping, my nephew rapping. He the hardest out the city. He up next. He finna blow up. Ooh, ooh. Then I go to jail. Nobody nowhere to be found. And guess what? This is my thing. Everybody always tell me, oh, when you went to jail, that's your problem. You the one. You supposed to stick with me right or wrong. There's loyalty. That's what people don't understand. They look at it like, oh, he got this flaw. He don't take care of his, If you love me and you loyal to me, you supposed to help me understand where I'm wrong at. The same way I help you understand where you wrong at. When I help you, I break it down. Man, you can't do this. You can't, I wouldn't do this. You shouldn't do. I'm breaking this shit down trying to help. People don't do that to me. When I'm wrong, when I go wrong, I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong. Don't nobody say, oh, damn, maybe bro going through it. Maybe I don't get that. You see what I'm saying? I don't get that. And I don't cry about it either. But let me get down into this that you talking about, because I told y'all I ain't spraying a bird. You think you finna get, and then I'm gonna tell y'all something else. Y'all gets on these lives thinking that y'all finna say something that's gonna blemish my image. I'm gonna smash y'all ass every time. See, that's what I ain't been doing. Y'all can't out-talk me. Y'all can't out-think me. Y'all ain't even been in those situations, and then y'all constantly speaking on drugs. Oh, I ain't the one getting full of pills. I ain't the one getting full of drink. But you broke. Obviously, you need to get on you some pills and some drink. You might need to do you some drugs. If I'm the one doing drugs and having shit, you sober and ain't having shit. You probably need to do you some drugs, might help you take your mind somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? Because you talking about what I ain't doing right. But I'm taking care of my business. All my bills paid. I ain't struggling. I ain't working on Wi-Fi. I don't need no haircut. I don't need no respect for this shit. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I can do all this on my own. I don't need no nigga. I don't need no. But on the other hand, y'all need somebody. I don't. What you talking about? So quit judging me. That's my point. I'm not getting on here bashing y'all. I'm not getting on here judging y'all, saying what you ain't got and what you, all I'm telling you is where you hurt me at. Now, let's straighten this situation out with these guns that you got caught up with a long time ago. Let's put that on the floor so we can go and nip that in the bud, because I'm tired of you bringing that shit up. I'm tired of you bringing that shit up. Long story short, right? Long story, this is before I went fed, so I'm safe to talk about it. Long story short, we finna hit the road. One of my little mans called me and tell me he got 5 for sale. He got 3 situations for sale. I pulled up on him. I get the situations from him. This is before I went fed, man. This is for the federal record. God damn. This is before I went to the federal penitentiary. Damn, give me some white socks, baby, please. I got some black socks on, these white shoes. That girl about mistake. So we get the 5, because I'm on my way to the club. We get the 5. So I'm knowing I don't need nothing but 2-3 situations on the road, 2-3 guns on the road. We don't need to go down there.
Wow. Now, my honest opinion is, Finesse 2 Times needs to hurry up and focus on what got him that bag in the first place. Because I can't remember the last time he dropped a hit, but I can recall off the top of my head his last 3 IG rants. And as far as you being a rapper, that's not a good thing. In my opinion, it seems like Finesse 2 Times try to treat everybody like the same, And unfortunately, you can't do that. Even family members. It's definitely possible to help your mother and her be ungrateful. It's also definitely possible for you to try to bring your brother into the fold, but unfortunately, he's not you. It's definitely possible that Finesse 2 Times didn't help his mother, and he's lying on his brother. But either way it goes, there's no reason in the world that everybody has access to these stories about your family. And that's the only thing I can't get past. If you guys can't squash this in a physical meeting or a phone call, what's the point of talking at each other through Instagram Lives? But hey, if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see if Gucci Mane forgave Young Thug for his jail call speaking about him. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that albums I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out.
Just tweet, I'm just texting people, and I might do that to 30 people. Some people like don't want to hear it. You said something that was so offensive, they just don't no more.
But Young Thug has been exposed for his jail calls leaked by Seti Nash. Now, we don't know the motivation on behalf of Seti Nash. Some say he was paid to expose Young Thug. Some say it was just for content purposes. But no matter what the motivations for Seti Nash might have been or currently are, that doesn't change the fact that the tapes are out and Young Thug alienated a lot of people on them tapes. Young Thug pillow talk with Mariah the Scientist about everybody in the rap game, including Glorilla.
Gorilla. She.
Yeah.
Why do people say she pretty? That's ugly.
You think she ugly?
You said it. Like, yeah, they say she ain't ugly. People, men, niggas be saying she ain't ugly. I think, man.
They just saying she look like Rihanna.
Man, be like goddamn Rihanna. Rihanna. Man, watch that.
Oh, man.
She look like Rihanna. Long ass bullshit ass wig, skinny shit, goddamn big ass head, big mouth. Man, watch out. It's crazy. There probably niggas really running around sneaking with her too. She Hannah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of niggas in her DM and stuff. Probably. You know, but I be feeling like sometimes a lot of niggas like that, it'll be like, if the girl was regular and you weren't trying to fuck with the girl, you know, it's just like she got a number one song and, you know.
Niggas like, oh, let hit her. Man, bitch ain't talking about nothing. I would not pursue her at all, ever. Man, watch out. Watch out. That shit ain't man. All the shit I seen about her. Seen a video of walking past, that big ass mouth, just like always laughing. Look, she look funny. She look funny. That girl look funny, man. Who the hell who trying to smack this? Man, you think like Trippie Redd or some shit and trying to hit her. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no.
Man, Trippie Redd and cuffed this girl, and she is like a super thot.
Now, we all know when a man bashes a woman to his girl, it usually means that man is thinking the exact opposite of what he said. But that was probably the biggest shock of this whole case to me. Not the snitching by all the YSL members, because snitching is as old as time. They even snitched on Jesus. But to hear the self-admitted head of a criminal organization gossiping about Glorilla being ugly doesn't really make sense when Thug had so many other things to worry about at that time. But Glorilla's response was way more hilarious than the original insult.
Black and mad looking at nigga, pips looking at nigga, that ass ain't Jim, that jet looking at nigga. Boy, you know this ass super fat. It's sex looking at that bitch looking at nigga, Prince looking at nigga. Man, I'm about to throw a fit looking at nigga. I'm about to go do a dick looking at nigga. About to drop blow, do a split looking at nigga. Pop shirt wearing ass nigga, skirt wearing ass nigga. A bug on the ground, about to chirp looking at nigga. A pain in the ass.
Now, Glorilla was looking like the victor in that situation just because she roasted Young Thug and wasn't in her feelings about it. I think Glo even threatened to leak some DMs between Young Thug and herself. And that's when Young Thug decided to initiate an apology expeditiously. But in this video, I wanted to focus on someone Young Thug talked about that I didn't think there would ever be a reason for him to talk about. Gucci Mane. The industry's, at least when it comes to Atlanta, shrewdest eye for talent in the game. Gucci Mane has discovered almost every big name in rap right now for this generation, Young Thug's name being included. So what could possibly Young Thug have to say about Gucci Mane? And I could tell that Young Thug was trying to take back his previous thoughts and words that he said about Gucci Mane on this track. But to me, it felt forced and unnecessary. But Gucci Mane will respond, but not in typical Gucci Mane fashion. Not to be honest. What do you expect from Gucci Mane at this stage of his life and career? This ain't the Gucci Mane of 20 years ago beefing with Jeezy. Shoot, this ain't even a Gucci Mane from 5 years ago in the Versus battle.
Put that nigga ass in the dirt.
I tell you what.
Smoking on Pukalote tonight.
I tell you what. I tell you what. This how we gonna do this.
Send some more, I'ma send them the same way. In a box back to you.
Are you doing too
Free
much
kill.
talking?
Free
Come on,
kill.
man. I tell you what though.
Now, I told you, today's Gucci Mane ain't even the same Gucci Mane from 5 years ago. Gucci Mane changed his life around so much that the internet started calling him a clone. Me, on the other hand, I just happen to know that when you change what's on the inside, it reflects on the outside. Now, I told you, Gucci was in a different space than before. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
But listen, I got a new book coming out called Episodes. So anybody who got family members or they self is dealing with mental health issues, you need to get this book. This talks about my struggles through my adult life with mental health. So listen, it's talking about a whole bunch of different episodes in my life. It talks about the time I was high as hell and got the ice cream cone tattoo. It talks about the time when I was going through an episode and my wife kidnapped me with my 6 bodyguards from the Porsche and had to take me to a mental hospital. Man, it talks about the time me and Scooter seen each other in the airport and we got into it when I was going through an episode. This book just crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? It talks about my childhood. It talks about me and OJ growing up trapping. It even talks about me and my mom and our strained relationship from when she tried to get the thing like Britney Spears got on her. My mom tried to do that to me. So you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about all that in this book. This book is serious. Like, I'm really just like, you know, pulling back the covers and talking about my life. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, here go Ice right here.
So this is the 2025 Gucci Mane. It only makes sense that his response to Young Thug will come from a grown and sophisticated place as well.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I said some book about Drake, text him some crazy jump, but once I was going through an episode, so I had to hit him back and be like, I'm sorry about that. You know what I'm saying? I was going through something. And he was like, man, you know, we're gonna get past that. Brothers go through stuff. Bro, it felt so good that like people went like, understood. Cause I'm straight, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To everybody I said anything, cause I'm just tweeting, I'm just texting people and I might did that to 30 people. Some people like don't want to hear it. You said something that was so offensive, they just don't no more. But a lot of people was like, man, we're gonna get past that. It ain't no big deal. And I'm like appreciative of that.
And they're not trying to hold on to that grudge.
Yeah.
Nah, but do you appreciate it so much because you know, like, I probably wouldn't have forgave you.
No, I'm like that too. For real. It's like that. Like, I probably wouldn't have forgave you. It's people who I won't forgive. You feel they don't get no comeback. They can't come around me no more.
Yeah.
But somebody forgave me though.
So that makes you be like, damn, I really take that to heart because I know how I am. Like, I really hold a grudge till you go. But
Let's say, for instance, like, Thug said some stuff about me or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And it came on the internet. But then he made a song and say, I miss my dogs about me. I immediately accept the apology because I done been there.
Yeah.
And I wanted somebody to forgive me. I know how that it's like a weight on you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You want somebody like, bro, it's okay. You know what I mean?
Talk to her?
I ain't talked to him. Yeah. But like
But
I
you
said,
do forgive him.
yeah, I forgive him.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Now, to be honest, I didn't expect Gucci Mane to crash out like Young Thug was Charlemagne or something. But I expected Gucci to cut Thug off like he's done with countless other people in the past. But, like I said, this is a new Gucci, a more civilized man with mental health on the forefront of his mind. And like I said, Gucci Mane changed so much that the world thought he was replaced by a clone. I hope Gucci Mane stays in a positive mindset like this going forward, and we could possibly maybe get a new 1017 roster. But let me know in the comments, did you believe Young Thug's apology and Gucci Mane's response? Or do you think Gucci Mane is faking his mental health journey and is really up with Young Thug? And if you made it this far, click on the left side of your screen to see why YFN Lucci thinks that Gunna should explain himself to Young Thug. And also, if you made it this far, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out.
I do feel like he should speak about it. I feel like people want to know his side.
Now, in my opinion, Gunna is currently doing the smart thing. Don't get it twisted. I said currently is doing the smart thing. Now, on this channel, we didn't do no major back and forth about Gunna. On this channel, we know he told. On this channel, we know he's a better artist, so nobody cares. The industry is just cosplaying hate towards Gunna, with most people saying they rock with Gunna behind the scenes. Or artists like Offset publicly working with Gunna. Now back to why I say Gunna is currently doing the smart thing. He came home amidst all the turmoil and snitching allegations, kept his head down, stayed in the studio and the gym, and stayed off the internet and social media, and dropped nothing but heat ever since. That is the perfect strategy I coined from a Cat Williams comedy special. I call it the Barry Bonds strategy.
What you get for talking so goddamn much. That's why Barry Bonds is still a goddamn G. Because Barry ain't say shit. They couldn't stand that motherfucker. Every time they asked him another question, he just hit another home run. They was mad as shit. Barry, are you on steroids? No comment. They was mad as shit at that motherfucker.
Now call it what you want, but the strategy's working. It worked for Rick Ross when he was outed as a correctional officer, and not too many rappers can come back from an exposal like that. Now after YFN Lucci and Young Thug have come home from their respective cases and pieced it up and said let bygones be bygones, at least on the outside, Young Thug would do an interview and go viral for his thoughts about him and Gunna.
When we in this courtroom, man, head up, chin up, fuck that, nigga. If we go to prison for the rest of our life, whoop-de-doo. We go to prison, nigga. And we fight to get out this bitch. If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo, we beat them.
Now, the craziest part about Young Thug saying that is I totally subscribe to that theory, but only if everybody else was rocking with it. Because a lot of people in the industry are refusing to acknowledge how solid YFN Lucci and his camp remained the whole time. YFN Lucci has been home and doing a press tour for his album that he recently dropped. And YFN Lucci was asked if Gunna should reach out to Young Thug. And his response was,
I do feel like he should speak about it. You feel me? I feel like people want to know his side. You feel me? I even feel like Thug want to know how he feels and know his side. You know what I'm saying? He got to speak about it. Shit, he say he got tricked or whatever. I don't actually look at it like he just told on a nigga, but you kind of like threw a nigga under the bus. Yeah. You feel me? And it's your man. So you owe a nigga an explanation. That's how I feel.
So, okay, owing an explanation.
Cause a nigga love you. Y'all love each other.
That.
Y'all ain't just got down.
We done been through some stuff.
Yeah. So now you ain't gonna say nothing to me. You don't tell me nothing, my boy.
Yeah. And I understand.
Hurt me. Like, you feel me? Like, yeah. You ain't gonna say nothing to me. You ain't gonna tell me how you feel. We gonna keep rapping about each other and shit. Nah, man. Even if you don't get on the interview and talk about it, hit a nigga phone, but we gotta talk about this shit. I need to know something. Feel me? Cause what if I would've went to jail for the rest of my life and I would've never got to see my kid off of that? How would you feel? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's how I feel.
Nigga, you
That ain't my place.
I is us. You feel me? Cause it's so much that.
Now that was the most honest and diplomatic answer I've heard regarding the Young Thug and Gunna case in months. And that's how I truly feel about the situation. Even if he doesn't do an interview, Gunna should hit Young Thug's phone. YFN Lucci says some things that any grown, rational man would feel. Young Thug and Gunna are supposed to just not speak anymore and make songs about each other for the rest of their careers? I don't know about that one. But let me know in the comments. Do you think Gunna should ever respond to Young Thug? Or do you think Gunna should just keep dropping hits and move on with his life? And if you made it this far, click on the left side of your screen to see why Jim Jones just fully crashed out on Tony Yayo. And also, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that algorithm so I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out.
Yo, smoke hard coke, yo, chill. Yo, chill. You look like you need to be taken care of. You look like you need to go to the dentist. You need to look like you need to brush your teeth. You look like you need hygiene.
Jim Jones crashed all the way out on the Memphis Bleak podcast a couple days ago. I think it's hilarious how all these rappers clown podcasting at first, but now they're seeing how Joe Budden's eating, and every rapper has a podcast now. But I remember when Fat Joe and Jadakiss started their podcast, and the first 5 episodes were nothing but just viral clips of Fat Joe lying his ass off. So I thought it was going to be kind of the same rollout when Memphis Bleak dropped his podcast, until I heard Jim Jones start speaking on Tony Yayo. Now Jim Jones, 50 Cent and Cameron have been on a roller coaster ride within media for the last few months, but I had no idea Memphis Bleak felt anything about Tony Yayo. Then I remembered a previous Tony Yayo interview. Pretty much where Tony Yayo was saying that everyone besides Jay-Z from Rockefeller is broke. Beanie Siegel, all of State Property, Dame Dash, and Jay-Z doesn't count Cam because he never considered Cam Rockefeller. But Yayo will go on to say, Jay-Z doesn't look out for any of his people. They're all old, broke, and in bad health. No shade. Tony Yayo was just saying Jay-Z doesn't take care of his people as good as 50 Cent took care of him.
Like I just said, we just came back off tour.
Yeah.
You know, with Fifth, and we still touring. Still. And I do my own tours too for people. Oh, yo.
You see,
I do my own tours. I did tours in Canada. I did a tour across the whole Germany and the Swiss Alps. And that's why I don't care about the hate. Cause I'm like, I got the possibility to do my own tour. Like something with Memphis Bleak. Memphis Bleak said to Nori, Yayo said Jay-Z didn't have us on tour like he did, or I eat my own halal. I eat my own halal too, if you want to say that. To Memphis Bleak, I just came off my last tour. All I'm saying is when you see Jay-Z in a setting, he never really, when he's doing a Beyonce show or whatever, you don't see Memphis Bleak on the stage or him being brought out. You know, even if I'm doing the hype man shit with 50, he's bringing me out. I'm making money. I'm going to...
That's that man girl too. That's it. That's Hove's wife tour.
Yeah, that's Hove wife tour.
So if Hove, I believe if Hove was out on his own, he would bring Bleak out. There is no need for him to bring Bleak in a situation where I look like if this was last tour you're talking about with the Cowboy Carter.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me, because I look at Bleak as a loyal guy, like I'm a loyal guy to Jay. But I look at like Fifth, my guy Hervé, one day we had TRL, and it's the Young Gunners there.
Yeah.
And I'm talking them out. And Hervé says loud, you don't gotta worry about nothing. You got 50. Jay-Z doesn't do nothing for these guys like 50 does. And Hervé, I think he worked with them too. But he said that to me, and that always stuck in my head. Rest in peace to him.
Now, if you ask me, it was just a harmless question. Even Tony Yayo's answer didn't seem vindictive or coming from hate. To me, he was just detailing the differences that he sees between his friendship with 50 and Jay-Z's business relationships with his crew. Like I said, I always thought Jay-Z was loyal to Jay-Z and loyal to whoever was loyal to him up to a certain point. But you can't fault 50 or Jay-Z for being different people, especially with how they conduct their relationships with people. But to be honest, from the outside looking in, it just looks like two grown men arguing over who has the best sugar daddy, which is wild. But Memphis Bleak will go on to Drink Champs and respond to Tony Yayo.
I seen something Tony Yayo said, Hove don't look out for me like 50 look out for him.
Oh, where he said that?
I just want to clear that up. Hove don't have to.
All right.
You know what I mean?
All right. Okay.
I'm chewing a loud on my own.
Right.
If Hove look out, I'm telling you, I'll be up there.
Right.
So when y'all see me out here, that's the Blizzle budget. But back to you, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I just want to let niggas know Hove don't have to.
Right. So,
Now, Memphis Bleak saying that on Drink Champs kind of just seems like he was clearing the air with Tony Yayo. But, to be honest, in my opinion, all it did was lend credence to everything Tony Yayo was saying originally. Out of Memphis Bleak's own mouth, he said, I'm here on the Blizzo budget. If Jay were to look out, I'd be up there. So technically, isn't that literally what Tony Yayo said? We all know about the G-Unit Diplomats beef that happened over a decade ago. They're not still beefing like that. But every so often, Jim Jones or Tony Yayo will do a podcast and be asked about the other. Just like a while back, Matt Hoffa asked Tony Yayo what he thought about the Jim Jones and Stack Bundles situation. And if you don't know about that situation, Stack Bundles was one of Jim Jones's first artists that he ever signed. Unfortunately, Stack Bundles will be murdered in his own hood with only a Porsche to his name. It was rumored that Stack Bundles asked Jim Jones to move him and his family out the hood, to which Jim Jones replied, you can live with me. And also a rumor, Stack Bundles, being a grown man and hard-headed, chose to stay in the projects and unfortunately will be murdered for that decision. And a lot of people were wondering, why was Stack Bundles still in the hood if Jim Jones signed him? Which Tony Yayo would speak about in depth.
It's the difference between me and other niggas, right? Stack Bundles, one of my favorite rappers in the world.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Ryan Squad.
Rest in peace. Far Rock.
Yep.
You understand? Jim Jones, he had Stack Bundles, he had Max B. I looked at it like, wait. You know, Stack Bundles, we had a Porsche and was still in the hood. No disrespect to Jim Jones. Fifth had me in Battery Park. I could walk out that barefoot. I look at the statue of liberty.
Get the
See,
socks.
that's when a nigga love you, nigga. You can get the socks, nigga. Sneakers Dior, nigga. But I'm walking out there barefoot. That's when you know a nigga love you, boy. Because he making sure you don't get your shit split. Because you go back to 134, anywhere, Baisley, Brooklyn, pew, shit get split. Once I got shit, nigga shot my shit up. Bentleys and all that. Y'all can get that sneaker, just toss that over there. My shit's official. You know what I'm saying? Yo, look, but nigga put me in position. Rest in peace of Stack, but Stack got killed in the project with a Porsche.
Yeah.
Nigga, come on, nigga, I'm from the hood, nigga. Y'all niggas thought, nigga. I done been around the Black Justice and seen the Preems and all that, nigga. The E-Money bags, all that, nigga. The younger niggas under that.
So with everything you
Maserati Fox. Real
saw,
nigga, huh?
with everything that you saw, what would you change?
I just pray to God every time I leave the house.
But what would you change?
Change what?
Pass the cup. I heard you talk about all the shit you went through, all the shit niggas is still going through.
What
Yeah,
God,
you need one of them cups
listen,
just for
what
the
God
ashes.
got planned for you is planned for you, brother. God already know what's planned for you in life.
God planned for you to come here and spaz on y'all niggas tonight.
I spaz?
I'm just saying it was a plan.
I mean, I do be on some Hollywood shit in Europe. I gotta stop.
Yeah.
Something like, yo, stop talking about Europe. I don't, like, when you come here, you gotta deal
Don't
with
treat
niggas.
Vlad like that, bro. See how niggas is? See how
No, I
niggas
had
is,
nothing to do with
bro?
Vlad.
He ain't treat Vlad
Do
like
with Europe.
this. He
I
ain't treat
do
Vlad
things
like
you have to
this,
do with
my
Europe.
nigga.
Now, in my opinion, did Yayo have a good point? Absolutely. The only thing that I have a problem with what Yayo said is everyone's their own man and they make their own decisions. If Stack Bundles really wanted to leave the hood, he could have sold the Porsche and figured something out. Do I think it's another man's responsibility to take care of another grown man? Absolutely not. We are all given the same 24 hours in a day. But unfortunately, Stack Bundles would die like a lot of people in his position, full of talent, ambition, and on the rise. And to be honest, a lot of people will go on to say that Jim Jones stole Max B's whole rap style and stole Stack Bundles' whole drip and left both individuals to rot in their own respective ways. But if you let Jim Jones tell his side, he did everything he could to bring Stack Bundles with him and keep him out the projects.
Let's say this. The problem is, when she was on the show, she had said that she had heard about you wasn't giving Stack money, but people don't know that when Stack asked you for the bread, you were going to the bank. I think the bank was closed. Something happened because me and Bino talked about it. I remember being there, and you was going to give him
more money after the money he spent because we was on tour. He like,
Yeah.
geez, I spent all that tour money, geez, on
I
Pop,
remember.
a bucket. Whatever he did, brought another Porsche, BMW. He like, yo, Pop, geez, you said closed mouth don't get fed, geez, I'm Pop, geez, I'm hurting.
It's a fact.
And when I told him, I said, yo, go get 25 grand from the bank tomorrow. He like, oh, yo, what's up with that Wrangler truck? I'm like, I left that shit in Brooklyn. I don't even want that shit. I don't even know what block it's on. Matter of fact, it's by the car shop where I got the Maserati from. He like, you let me get that, geez. I'm like, go take it. You probably got to get a new key. He like, oh, I'm going to go get that tomorrow, geez. You different, geez. And we all know the rest of the story.
Why do you think that people have this misconception of what happened? Why do you think even her? Why do you think that? Where did that come from?
Nobody likes to hear the truth.
Because we were there. Bino get mad all the time, and he gets offended. And he was one of the people that called me. He was like, "That's not true." They think that what they think is that Stack asked you. He told you he wanted to leave. They said that Stack told you he wanted to leave. He wanted to move, and you didn't move him out. But that's not true.
You don't want to hear? You want to hear that story? All right. For Stacks and them, I was about to buy Stacks, the kid Max and Melly, a whole brownstone in New Jersey. None of them wanted to leave the hood, and I was not about to waste my money. And I was what I offered them. I went shopping for the shit and all that type of shit.
Yeah, we remember that, right, Bass? We remember that. Shout out to Bass. I remember
You know
the
what I mean?
conversation.
And I'm like, yo, you bugging. You want to, like, yo, you could go to the hood every day, but you're going to be living in Jersey. Like, you're going to be living better than, like, you heard? And you don't have to worry about paying for no rent or nothing like that. I'm just trying to get you niggas out the hood. Melly, too. And Melly ended up getting shot, right? Like none of these niggas would listen, and everything that happened that you know can happen in the hood end up happening and shit like that. You know what I mean? But everything to try to protect them for what I know could have happened to them, I tried. You heard? From getting all of these cars to getting all these everything. You can imagine everything. Private jets, Miami, hundreds of thousands in one weekend, 2 tour buses, Atlanta. Like, cannot front on how I had my boys moving. And I'm only talking about this because you was there, and you and Stacks were best friends. Were Bino, couple others, and like that. Other than I don't even talk to people about Stacks and what went on, but we was setting it out. It was not on our level when we was moving, and no way.
Now, I never heard Jim Jones talk so candidly about stack bundles, but I guess he felt comfortable in front of Queen's Flip. We all know the close relationship between Queen's Flip, Jim Jones, Stack Bundles, Mano, and a couple other artists. But I've never heard this story or these version of events. I can't call Jim Jones a liar because I wasn't there. But if it was true, I could totally see why Jim Jones would want to fully crash out on Tony Yayo, which he would do almost immediately when he'd go on Memphis Bleek's podcast. I thought it was interesting how Memphis Bleek kept it a little professional, but Jim Jones gave Tony Yayo both barrels.
A lot of, we from the hood, so people
That's right.
look at Bleek and don't understand the business he's doing. They always look at Jay like, oh,
Yeah.
But
That's
nah,
why.
Bleek
That's
out
why you
here
got
make
niggas like Yayo talking about, Jay don't take care. I don't need Jay to go on tour.
Yo smoke hard coke,
Yo, chill. Yo, chill.
You look like you need to be taken care of. Nigga. You look like you need to go to the dentist. You need to look like you need to brush your teeth. You look like you need hygiene. Nigga. You look like you need help. Tell your man 50 send you an ounce or something, yo.
You do need
you
that
might
help.
need
That's
2
why-
ounces, nigga.
That's why
Paid
you
in full
looking to
movie,
see-
nigga. I got a G for every bump in your face, nigga. I promise you that, nigga.
That's
I
a
promise
fact.
you that, nigga.
That's why he worrying about.
Peon, you broke, nigga. You know I got it, nigga. What's
Don't-
up? The
Ain't
bag
nobody-
is up. The bolsa.
Hey, yo.
Hey, Flea, where the bolsa at, Flea?
Let me finish that off. Ain't nobody taking care of over here, B. Pardon me. Nah, you good, my nigga. I fucking love it. They deserve it. They need to hear this shit, man, because they bugging out here. All these niggas worrying about who taking care of who. We take care of we. Ain't no
100%,
who
nigga.
take care of who, nigga. You know who doing it. We live.
Us,
We getting
the
money.
gateway, nigga. We take
You
care
feel
of
me?
everybody, nigga. We take care of each other, nigga.
That's a
You heard?
fact, my G. But linking back up with you, Jim, we missed out on a
Nah,
lot
this
of
is dope.
opportunity, bro. But we ain't gonna miss it out going forward.
Nah,
we need to
man.
put some pain
Time-
together,
time
bro.
don't lie.
Now, Smoke's hard coke is crazy. Also hilarious, because I've never heard nobody call it that before. But you can tell Jim Jones is more hurt than anything. Whenever Jim Jones sits there in that auntie stance, you can tell he's feeling attacked. And let's be honest, he has been attacked all year, from 50 Cent to his former best friends, Cameron and Mace, to now someone he sees as under him, a Tony Yayo? But the bigger question to me is, why would anyone in the world care if Jay-Z is taking care of Memphis Bleek? Or if 50 Cent is taking care of Tony Yayo? In my opinion, both individuals were given enough opportunities to be wildly successful in their own right. It's kind of sad that even in the Black community, we pocket watch everybody, even our own friends. And then we put them on a scale of how well our friendship is by how well they take care of another man. To me, that's not it. But let me know in the comments, do you think Jim Jones had a valid crash out on Tony Yayo? Or are you like me, that this is none of our business because everybody's doing better than us? But if you made it this far, click the left side of your screen to see why Fat Joe's interview with Cardi B might have just ruined his whole career. And also, if you made it this far, don't forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share to be aware, put me in that album because I need to be there, man. Because I know there's 10 other streamers out there doing it like me, but...
Fuck that other little 10.
I'm maxed out. Get your own while your pink pig pork rind smelling ass is out here in these streets destroying lives. I'm the one that's been saving lives, and I'm not the one or the two to be with. So I advise you to keep Miss Neck and Back's name out your mouth.
Now, Fat Joe is in the headlines once again, and not for his outlandish stories that have Jadakiss going, come on, dog. We all know Fat Joe for stretching the truth in his content for virality, but this time, this is anything but that. A female rapper is accusing Fat Joe of messing with young girls or young women. Either way, their age is way too young for Fat Joe or anybody over consenting age to even look their way. Now, Fat Joe was interviewing Cardi B to promote her new album that was just released, Am I the Drama? Where, in an attempt to connect with Cardi B, Fat Joe mentions a female rapper and says that she called the police on him back in the day for something very insignificant, like a noise complaint. But after Fat Joe told that story, this female rapper would go on to accuse Fat Joe of the unthinkable.
Who's on your Mount Rushmore female MCs?
I grew up listening to Remy a lot. I like Trina a lot. I always say that I listen to Trina a lot. I used to listen to Kaya a lot, Lil Kim a lot. I used to listen to all of them.
Who's Kai?
Kaya.
Neck in my back.
Now, we all know who Kaya is. The My Neck and My Back artist might be a one-hit wonder, but it's actually the one hit we don't wonder about. Now, I mentioned in a previous video, that academics is the GOAT of fabricating unawareness and aloofness. When I see others try to mimic, it never hits the same for me, especially with Fat Joe. He did all that pretending just to use it as a segue to set up his whopper of a story to explain his beef with Kia.
My neck, my back.
Yeah, she got some cool records though.
She did me dirty one. She did us all dirty one time. Like, how the the girls, my neck, my back. We hanging out in the hotel and she called the cops on us. Like, yo, them making too much noise. They like, yo, the girl there.
My neck and my back?
My neck and my back, man. Like, how the my neck and my back?
You know she coming at you.
Supposed to call the cops. She called the cops on us. Well, we was in Phoenix, Arizona. B-Fab, all of us talking in the hallway, and they was like, yo, the girl right there. She called the cops. Said, my neck, my back? She called cops on us?
I ain't gonna say that because that roasting. She could roast. That could roast. Tell her you should love her because she could roast.
I love you,
She
Kai. I don't want no smoke.
Now, if a stomp down from the Bronx like Cardi B is telling Fat Joe to watch his mouth, I think Fat Joe should have heeded that warning. But the smoke was already in the air. Fat Joe and a lot of other content creators need to realize not everyone plays the same internet games as you. Some people hear a joke or a lie about them in a story and brush it off. And then some people like Soulja Boy will have a full Instagram live meltdown. And in this case, Kia's more like a Soulja Boy because she took to her Instagram live and proceeded to air out Fat Joe almost immediately, but not in like a typical roasting or doing the dozens type of fashion, or even just saying his story was cap. Kia came out with some pretty salacious comments and accusations aimed directly at Fat Joe. Now, I don't know if Kia knew about the current lawsuit that Fat Joe was in and just used this as an opportunity to throw gas on the fire. But if you guys don't remember, Fat Joe is currently embroiled in a lawsuit against a former friend, Terrence T.A. Dixon, accusing Fat Joe from 2005 to 2020 of unpaid wages for vocals and other things. But the most egregious was inappropriate acts with minors, claiming two, in fact, were barely in high school, and Fat Joe paid for a BBL for one of them. Terrence T.A. is seeking $20 million in lost damages. T.A. would also include pictures and images of the alleged minors that Fat Joe was supposedly involved with, who happened to be in high school. Now, if this is true, this is crazy. But T.A. will go on to accuse Fat Joe that minor Doe 1 is a girl barely in high school who would receive cash, clothes, for performing sexual acts on Fat Joe. T.A. goes on to say that Doe 1 asked that Joe pay her cell phone bill and that Joe, being notoriously cheap, said he didn't have it. Then Doe 1 became irate and started cussing and yelling at Fat Joe in the car, which prompted T.A. to tell Fat Joe to pay the bill that was under $100. This is what T.A. is saying. I don't know how you sue somebody for $20 million and say one of the reasons you deserve compensation is because you saw Fat Joe committing the most unthinkable of atrocities against a young girl. But in my opinion, or legally, isn't that accessory to a crime at the very least? But either way, you don't want to be in this position when someone like Kia has you in her sights. Now, Kai has a different story than what Fat Joe told Cardi B. Joe said that he was just hanging out with other artists, him and Fabulous, in a hallway, and the police were called because they were being too loud. But now Kaya's retelling of events is drastically different, and to be honest, legally alarming. Because Kaya would allege that Fat Joe and his entourage were in the hallway drinking and drugging underage women. Minors, if you will.
What? Fat Joe. Yo, fat ass. No. You finna get roasted this morning, gag order, Fat Joey bag of donuts, you mildew smelling. You. The people been sending in a lot of shit. You been out there talking about the queen. Okay. You knew you was gonna get it, didn't you? You know you hadn't fucked up right. Well, if you didn't, somebody should have told. Knew it and been told this story, but since you want to tell it, let me tell a version that need to be told. Here, want to hear, here you go. Okay, I'm on the road at the hotel trying to get my beauty rest after a gig. Done secured my bag and took my ass back to my hotel suite to lay down and go to sleep. Okay, we all artists after a show sharing the same hotel, but not sharing the same evidently. Okay, we sharing the same hotel floor, because that's all we have in common. The gag order. And here come your fat, funky, stinking, okay, spoiled pig looking along with the rest of your crew being demonic freaks per usual. Gag order. Diddy ain't the first and won't be the last freakazoid. It started with you. Okay, being demonic freaks and mutants. You know, got a hall full of and underage sluts ready to